Ever get that feeling like, there are these powerful forces kind of secretly shaping the world, and we only ever see, like, the tip of the iceberg?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's exactly what we're diving into today.
Oh, really?
This is the deep dive into a group you probably haven't even heard of. They're called Ziklag.
Okay.
And we're using this, honestly, incredible investigative report by ProPublica and document it as our guide.
They really outdid themselves this time, didn't they?
No kidding. Leaked emails, we've got strategy memos, even like internal fundraising pitches. It's the kind of stuff that usually stays buried.
Yeah, behind closed doors, for sure.
And after you hear this, you'll understand why they wanted to keep it all under wraps.
I'm intrigued already. What's the deal with this group, this Ziklag?
So, at first glance, Ziklag, they present themselves as this exclusive club for Christian donors, They want to influence American life, very broadly speaking.
Okay, sounds pretty standard so far. A lot of groups say that. What makes them different? What makes them, iceberg tip-worthy?
Oh, just a few things. First, to even get in the door, you have to have a net worth of at least $10 million. Minimum.
Whoa, 10 million. That's not your average church group.
Definitely not. And get this, they're kind of modeling themselves after the Koch brothers network.
Interesting. So big money, political influence, but with a religious angle.
Exactly. And they've seen their money explode, by the way. We're talking from $1.6 million to almost $10 million in annual revenue just in the past few years.
Wow. That's a meteoric rise. And it's a charity. That kind of secrecy and that kind of funding, it makes you wonder what they're really up to. What are they trying to achieve that requires that level of, I don't know, stealth?
Right. And that's where their whole Dominion thing comes in. And it's based on this idea called the Seven Mountains Mandate.
Dominion? Sounds a little intense.
It's intense. Think about it. 7 mountains. Each one represents a sphere of influence, right? So you've got government, business, media, education.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. They're not just talking about politics, are they? This is about shaping, well, everything.
It's like they want to control every aspect of our lives, from the laws we live by, the news we consume, even like what our kids are learning in school.
And don't forget the arts and even science and technology. Those are mountains too, right?
Oh, yeah, they didn't leave those out.
It's more than just influencing a few policies here or there, isn't it? It's about controlling the very fabric of society, the culture at large.
Exactly. Wild, right?
Wild is one word for it.
It's just, I don't know, it feels so manipulative. Like they're taking people's deeply held beliefs, these really personal things, and just using them, like tools.
It's a tale as old as time, unfortunately. But what makes Ziklag so different, so potentially dangerous, is that combination, right? The scale of what they want to do, the dominion over everything, plus the money they have to throw around, and then on top of it all, this whole secrecy thing.
Right, because it's not like they're just another political action committee, right? Those are out in the open, more or less. Ziklag, they're hiding behind this charity status, which, legally speaking, seems kind of fishy.
Very fishy. And this is where things get really interesting from a legal perspective. So charities, or 501c3 organizations, that's the official term.
Right. The tax-exempt folks.
Exactly. They get that sweet tax-exempt status because they're supposed to be working for the public good, helping everyone, not just plain politics.
So, like, my local animal shelter, they're a 501c3, but a group that's just trying to get their candidate elected, that's a no-go.
Precisely. And the IRS, they've got rules about this, very clear guidelines about what charities can and can't do when it comes to politics. They can do some voter education stuff, but it has to be nonpartisan, like how to register, that kind of thing.
It makes sense, right? We don't want some billionaire donor getting a tax break, basically, just to fund their favorite politician.
Exactly. It's about keeping things fair.
Yeah.
And preventing this abuse of the system.
Okay, so that's the law, and it sounds pretty straightforward. But Ziklag, it sounds like they're really pushing the limits here.
Pushing is putting it mildly.
Well, that's why these ProPublicus documented articles are so important. They didn't just lay out what Ziklag is doing. They actually got tax law experts to look at this stuff, to see if it, legally holds up.
And the consensus, not looking good for Ziklag.
Not good at all. Give us the dirt. What are these experts saying?
Okay, so get this. Philip Hackney, he's a tax law professor at the University of Pittsburgh. He said, and I'm quoting here, "I am troubled about a tax-exempt charitable organization that's set up in its main operation seems to be to get people to win office."
Ouch. Not exactly a glowing review.
Nope. And
Yeah.
it gets worse. Marcus Owens, he used to run the IRS division that actually oversees these tax-exempt groups.
Oh, so he knows his stuff.
He knows his stuff. He said, they're planning an election effort That's not a 501c activity.
So we've got these legal experts basically saying, yeah, this smells bad. But even if we set aside the legal stuff, isn't there something just fundamentally wrong here? This group, with all this money, all this secrecy, they're basically trying to buy our democracy.
And that's where we need to zoom out a little bit, look at the bigger picture. Because Ziklag, they're just one example, right? They're
Yeah.
part of this much larger, and I'd argue much more concerning trend, which is the rise of Christian nationalism.
Okay, so let's unpack that a bit, because
Yeah.
not everyone listening might, be familiar with that term. What exactly are we talking about when we say Christian nationalism?
So in a nutshell, it's the belief that America is, at its core, a Christian nation. And not just that, but that it should be explicitly Christian. Our laws, our institutions, everything should be based on, and this is important, a very specific, often quite narrow interpretation of Christian values.
So it's not just about people of faith having a voice in public life, which is obviously totally fine, totally their right. It's more like they want to be the only voice.
It's the difference between pluralism, many voices, many faiths, and this idea that America has a divinely ordained mission and everyone needs to get on board with their vision.
And it's not hard to see how that kind of thinking, it can be used to justify some pretty scary stuff.
Exactly. Discrimination,
Yeah.
authoritarianism, it's all in there.
And this is where Ziklag gets really scary, because they're not just talking about this stuff, they're actually trying to make it happen. They've got the money, they've got the organization, and they're not afraid to use it.
And let's not forget the dark money aspect of all of this, because we don't know who all of their donors are.
Right.
There's no transparency, no accountability.
Right, because it's a charity, so they don't have to, disclose who's giving them millions of dollars.
Exactly. And dark money, that just means political spending by groups that are basically operating in the shadows. We don't know who's pulling the strings, what their real motives are.
It's like trying to have a debate with someone who's wearing a mask, right? You can't see their face, you don't know if they're being sincere or if they've got something to hide.
And that lack of transparency, it's poison to a democracy. It erodes trust. It fuels these crazy conspiracy theories. It makes it so hard to even talk about the issues that matter because nobody knows who to believe anymore.
So we've got this perfect storm brewing. Christian nationalism on the rise, dark money flooding our elections, and groups like Ziklag, they're using all of it to reshape our country in their image. What do we even do with that information? How do we even begin to fight back against something this big, this entrenched?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And I wish I had a simple answer, a magic solution, but the reality is it's complicated. There's no one-size-fits-all solution.
But we can't just give up, right? We can't just throw our hands up and say, well, the system's rigged, so why even bother?
You're absolutely right. Apathy, cynicism, that's playing right into their hands. We can't let them win by default. But we also need to be realistic about the challenges. This is going to be a long fight. And it's going to take all of us working together to make a difference.
So where do we even begin if we want to dismantle this whole edifice, the Christian nationalism, the dark money, the manipulation? What are the pressure points? Where do we even start pushing back? It's overwhelming, honestly. We're standing here with squirt guns and they've got this whole Death Star operation going on.
I know it can feel that way. It's easy to feel outmatched. But we do have something powerful on our side.
Oh, yeah. What's that? Hope? A really good Twitter thread.
Those help. But I was thinking knowledge. We have the knowledge of how these groups operate, and that's where we start pushing back.
Okay, so how do we use that knowledge?
Awareness. It's the first step. The more people understand the tactics at play, the harder it is for these groups to function in the shadows. They rely on secrecy.
So shining a light on the cockroaches, so to speak, make it so they can't hide.
Exactly. And it's not just about knowing the facts, right? It's about understanding the why.
The why.
Yeah, why is this Dominion strategy so important to them? Why go to all this trouble? What are they ultimately trying to achieve? And then how does that impact, everyone else? If they get their way, what happens to the rest of us?
Because this isn't just about winning one election, right? It's like they want to remake the whole country.
Exactly. They're playing a long game, so we need to be ready to do the same. Which means supporting organizations like ProPublica and Documented. They're out there doing the real investigative journalism, holding these powerful groups accountable.
Yeah, those guys are doing the Lord's work, honestly. What else? What can everyday people do?
Be smart about the information you're consuming. Question everything, even your own biases, and be willing to have those tough conversations.
Oh, even with people we disagree with.
Especially with people we disagree with. That's how we bridge divides and hopefully, find solutions that work for everybody, not just a select few.
I guess that's how a democracy is supposed to work, huh?
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got support investigative journalism, have those tough conversations. Oh, and voting. Can't forget voting. That's kind of the bare minimum, right?
It should be. But you'd be surprised how many people just don't bother. Vote in every election, big or small. School board, president, everything. Make your voice heard.
And not just like a random vote. Actually, know what you're voting for, read up on the issues, the candidates, all of it.
Because if we're not paying attention, if we're not engaged, then groups like Ziklag, well, they're going to be more than happy to make those decisions for us, and it probably won't be pretty.
Definitely not. So we've got to stay vigilant, stay informed, and, well, I guess keep diving deeper. That's kind of our thing.
It's a good thing.
All right, that's it for this deep dive. Big thanks to Expert Speaker's Name for joining us, and to all of you listening, stay curious, and we'll see you next time.
Kill AI artists. When I see those words, more than just alarming, it's chilling. How did we get to a place where a phrase like that is part of the conversation about art?
It is a phrase that makes you stop and think, definitely. And that's really at the heart of this deep dive today, looking at a lot of discussions about AI art. And yeah, the phrase kill AI artists is like this lightning rod for all the anxiety swirling around this tech.
It's intense. We're talking like heated threads on social media, articles, all kinds of passionate responses to AI art. And, well, that's what we're here to untangle, to really get into, like, why this topic has people so fired up.
And essential to remember, real people behind these usernames, right? Hopes, fears, careers, passions, all being impacted by AI art, in different ways.
Oh, absolutely. So let's dive into the deep end, shall we? We keep seeing this phrase, kill AI artists. In one really aggressive post, someone wrote it in all caps. We need to kill AI artists. Beyond a joke at that point.
Provocative, for sure. Makes you question the intent, right? Like, are they venting, trying to be shocking? Or is there something, I don't know, more dangerous at play?
Words have power, right?
Right.
And when you see this kind of language again and again, it creates this unsettling feeling,
Like repeatedly throwing a match on dry leaves, you're just waiting for something to ignite. There's even a term for this kind of rhetoric, stochastic terrorism.
Whoa, okay, that sounds intense. What exactly does that mean?
So we found this term in a source called MAGA-Nazi, which basically it monitors online extremism. Stochastic terrorism is when public communication, often online, is used to incite violence, not about directly telling someone to commit an act, more about creating an environment where someone might feel justified in doing so because their grievances have been validated.
So you're saying that even if someone doesn't literally mean kill AI artists, like using that phrase over and over creates this potentially dangerous atmosphere, especially for people already feeling threatened by AI.
Exactly. Emotions run high on both sides of this debate. People are deeply invested in the future of art and their place in it.
Adding fuel to the fire. And it's not just in that one community. We saw another source, a group called AI Haters, that's basically dedicated to, well, criticizing anything AI related. And the concerning thing is how normalized this hostile rhetoric has become in some corners of the internet.
It's become so commonplace, it's easy to become desensitized to it. We need to remember that this kind of language can have real-world consequences, though. Silence dissent, stifle creativity, create a climate of fear and intimidation, really.
Like shouting down anyone who tries to have a nuanced conversation. But let's be honest, it's rarely black and white, is it? There's a lot of gray area when it comes to how people are using and feeling about AI art.
Absolutely. And one of the sources we explored highlighted this really well, a discussion thread called What I've Learned Through Engagement. And it argued that a lot of the animosity stems from a fundamental difference in values between, the two sides.
Okay, I'm intrigued. Tell me more about this difference in values.
Well, the source suggested that a lot of traditional artists, they find deep meaning and value in the artistic process itself. Time, the effort, the skill, it's all part of what makes it art to them.
It's about the journey, not just the destination.
Right. They even made this great analogy comparing traditional art to putting chisel to marble, a process that requires immense skill, dedication, a deep understanding of your materials.
We're talking years of practice, honing your craft. It's the difference between, hand carving a beautiful wooden sculpture and just like assembling one from a pre-made kit.
Right.
Both result in a sculpture, but the effort and skill involved are worlds apart.
Exactly. And the source argued that for some traditional artists, AI art feels more like that assembling from a kit approach. Like you're, bypassing those years of dedicated practice and skill building that they associate with real art.
So it's not just about the final product. It's about the value placed on the process itself.
Yeah.
And, well, when those values clash,
Yeah.
things get heated.
Precisely. The source even went on to say that this difference in values can lead to a sense of, devaluation among traditional artists. Their years of hard work and dedication are being, I don't know, undermined in a way.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, imagine pouring your heart and soul into something only to have someone come along and achieve a similar result with, a few clicks of a button.
Yeah.
It's easy to understand why some artists would feel threatened.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this feeling of being undervalued can manifest in a lot of ways, from frustration, resentment to, in some cases, the hostility and fear-mongering we see online.
Like a powder keg waiting to explode. But it's interesting. Not everyone using AI art is doing it to replace traditional artists or devalue their work, right?
Right.
In fact, we found a discussion thread titled "Any Other Shades of Gray Here" that really highlighted the spectrum of perspectives on this.
That's a great point. That thread was a breath of fresh air, really, because it moved beyond the pro-AI versus anti-AI shouting match, and it showed how people are actually using this technology in, nuanced and varied ways.
We saw everything from people using AI for personal projects, like generating fun images for their social media, to, professional artists incorporating it into their creative process.
Mm-hmm.
Even we came across this fascinating example of a game developer who uses AI to create assets for their games.
Oh, wow.
And they talked about how AI allows them to, bring their vision to life in a way they wouldn't be able to otherwise, due to time and budget constraints.
That's really cool.
It is. That's a great example of how AI can be a tool for creative empowerment, not just disruption.
Yeah.
It's like having a whole team of assistants working behind the scenes to help you realize your vision.
Right. It underscores the importance of looking beyond, the loudest voices in this debate.
For sure.
Because it's easy to get caught up in the extremes, right? But the reality, like so many things, it's much more complex and nuanced.
It reminds me of that powerful magazine cover we saw, the one from Inquisitor Monthly, with the unemployed designer holding a sign that reads, "We'll make AI slop for food."
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's a stark reminder that AI is already impacting livelihoods, and that fear of job displacement is very real for people.
Absolutely. Powerful image that speaks to the anxieties many people have about how AI will impact their futures. But it's important to remember that technology often it has unintended consequences, right? And its impact can be both positive and negative.
And sometimes those negative consequences disproportionately impact those who are already, marginalized.
Exactly. Take, for instance, the post that we found titled, "Our Artisate Goes to War with People with Disabilities." It highlighted how some of the anti-AI rhetoric has taken an ableist turn, specifically targeting individuals with disabilities who rely on AI as an assistive tool.
That's heartbreaking. It really underscores the need for sensitivity and awareness in these conversations. We can't let our fears about technology lead us down this path of exclusion and discrimination.
Absolutely. This source, they shared some truly powerful stories from people with disabilities who rely on AI for things like writing or creating art. They talked about how AI allows them to participate in activities that would otherwise be inaccessible to them, and how hurtful it is to be accused of cheating or not being real artists because they use these tools.
It's a stark reminder that technology can be both empowering and exclusionary, and that we need to be mindful of how our words and actions impact others, especially those who are, most vulnerable.
And that brings us back to the question of what we do about all of this, right? Because AI isn't going away. So how do we navigate this new landscape in a way that's ethical, inclusive, and beneficial to everyone?
That's the million-dollar question. And luckily, several of the sources we explored offered some, potential solutions, pathways forward. One of the most common themes was the need for clear legal frameworks to protect artists' rights in the age of AI. What I've learned through engagement thread, for instance, argued that we need stronger copyright laws to prevent artists' work from being used without their consent in AI training data sets.
Makes sense.
It does. A lot of artists feel like their work is being exploited, fed into these AI systems without their permission or compensation. It's like the Wild West out there.
All right.
And we need some rules of the road.
Exactly. And that source also brought up a really interesting example from the entertainment industry. The partnership between Lionsgate and Runway.
Oh, yeah. Runway, that's the AI video generation company, right?
Exactly. They partnered with Lionsgate to develop AI tools, specifically trained on Lionsgate's, vast film library. It's a fascinating case study because it shows how AI can be integrated into existing creative workflows, but it also, raises all sorts of questions about ownership, control, compensations.
Right. This double-edged sword. On the one hand, it could lead to incredible new possibilities in filmmaking. But on the other hand, it could also further marginalize artists, especially if they're not, properly compensated or recognized for their contributions.
Exactly. And that's why we need those tough conversations about how to balance innovation with protecting artists' rights. Not about stifling progress. It's about making sure that everyone benefits.
Right. It's about creating a future where AI, enhances human creativity, not erases it.
Precisely. And, beyond legal frameworks, there's also a lot of discussion about the need for, more nuanced and respectful dialogue in general.
Like that post we read, yes, this sub may be more in favor of AI art. It felt like a breath of fresh air amidst all the negativity.
Right. That post challenged the idea that everyone who's interested in AI art is incapable of, respectful debate. They argued that, painting everyone with a broad brush only serves to further divide us and that we need to be more open to understanding different perspectives.
It's about bridging the divide, not widening it. Because, at the end of the day, aren't we all in this together? AI is here to stay, and it's going to impact all of us, right? Whether we're artists or engineers or just people who, enjoy experiencing and engaging with art.
Exactly. And that's what makes this such a crucial conversation to be having, especially now. We're not just talking about the future of art. We're talking about, the future of creativity, expression, even what it means to be human in a world increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence.
It's a lot. Can feel, kind of overwhelming at times, especially when you see the really extreme reactions and fear-mongering you see online.
True. But I think what gives me hope is that alongside the negativity, there are also these glimpses of, real curiosity, thoughtful engagement, a genuine desire to find solutions that work for everyone,
Yeah, absolutely. Remember that what I've learned through Engagement Thread, it wasn't all doom and gloom. They actually talked about how AI could benefit the art community, maybe in some unexpected ways.
That's right. Like they said, if used thoughtfully, AI could actually, free up artists to take more risks, to experiment more, to just focus on creating art for art's sake rather than just for commercial viability.
Imagine a world where AI takes care of all the, the tedious technical parts of making art, like generating background scenery or cleaning up 3D models. And then the artists are freed up to really focus on the conceptual, the emotional, the truly human elements of their craft.
Wow. Yeah.
It's like a gap.
It's like AI could become this this collaborative partner, a powerful tool to help artists push the boundaries of the creativity in ways they never even thought possible before.
Giving wings to their imagination. And it's not even just established artists. Think about what this tech could mean for aspiring creators, people who maybe wouldn't have the resources or access to traditional art education.
Leveling the playing field. Giving everyone the opportunity to express themselves creatively, regardless of their background or skill level. I like that.
It's a powerful thought, isn't it? This tech that often feels shrouded in, so much fear and uncertainty that it could actually democratize creativity, make art accessible to everyone.
A hopeful vision of the future, for sure. One where, AI and human ingenuity work together to create something, really extraordinary.
So we're wrapping up this deep dive, and I'm feeling, cautiously optimistic. A lot of challenges ahead, important conversations. But, also a lot of potential for really positive change here.
Cautious optimism, that's a good way to put it, I think. Because ultimately we have a choice to make as individuals and as a society, too. We can choose to, approach all this with fear, resistance, or we can approach it with curiosity, empathy, a willingness to find that common ground.
And I hope that by taking this deep dive with us, that you, the listener, I hope you feel, maybe a little more equipped to, engage in those conversations, to ask those tough questions, to help in your own way, shape a future where AI enhances our creative potential rather than diminishing it.
Because the future of art, it's not going to be determined by algorithms or code. It's going to be determined by the choices we make today.
That's a powerful thought to end on. So to our listener out there, how will you use your voice, your creativity to shape the future of art in the age of AI?
All right, everybody, welcome in. You know we love to tackle the big questions here on the show, and this week is no different. We're diving headfirst into the world of AI art.
The big question on everyone's mind, is it stealing?
It's a debate that's, well, let's just say it's gotten pretty heated online.
Definitely. And frankly, it should be, there's a lot at stake.
Absolutely. And we've got a unique perspective on this one. We're actually unpacking the thoughts of our very own showrunner, Daniel David Allen.
Meta, right. But seriously, if anyone's equipped to weigh in on this, it's him.
No kidding. I mean, this is someone who's been a designer for, get this, over 20 years. Discovery Education, Hearst, Humana, he's worked with them all.
And the guy's a walking testament to the idea that you don't have to choose between art and tech. He's a visual artist, but then he geeks out on web design, apps, VR, even game design. The list goes on.
Doesn't stop there. He's actually going to share this very deep dive on his YouTube channel. You'll find a link in the show notes, by the way. But before he hits that publish button, we get a sneak peek at his take on AI art and whether it can be considered theft.
And knowing him, it's bound to be insightful. So where do we even begin?
Well, he sent us this statement, and it's safe to say he doesn't pull any punches. Are you ready for this?
Hit me with it.
Okay, deep breath. Here goes. He says, and I quote, "It's the showrunner's position that AI art is not theft because any art that is put in public enters the collective unconscious, and the latent spaces of AI are an extension and actualization of this collective unconscious."
Whoa. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there.
Right. And he keeps going, he adds. Additionally, machines have been scraping and monetizing everything on the public web for decades, but this is the first time humans have been cut in on the profits via open source models that can be used without permission or royalties.
He's not holding back. Let's break this down. First off, scraping. It sounds ominous, but what does it actually mean in this context?
Yeah, that word definitely conjures up some images.
Well, think of it like this. Imagine a giant vacuum cleaner sucking up information from every corner of the internet. Websites, platforms, you name it, they gather data from everywhere. Kind of like how a search engine works, right? It scours the web, finds pages, and stores that info. That's basically scraping.
So when Daniel talks about machines monetizing that scraped data,
Yeah,
he means
they're using it to make money, plain and simple. A lot of times it's through things like targeted advertising, those eerily specific ads that seem to follow you around online, or even by selling that data to other companies. The point is that data has value.
okay, and he's drawing a parallel to AI art here.
Exactly. He's suggesting that these AI models, they're not scraping websites, they're analyzing tons and tons of images. And like you pointed out, this is the first time we're seeing something like this, where people, actual humans, can use these AI tools without needing permission or paying royalties.
Okay, that part makes sense, but let's rewind for a sec. He drops these terms, collective unconscious, latent spaces. I gotta be honest, those are a bit out there.
Right. A little heady, for sure. Imagine every piece of art ever created. Every painting, every sculpture, every little doodle on a napkin, all thrown into this giant cosmic blender.
Okay, I'm picturing a very colorful smoothie.
Exactly. That smoothie, that's the collective unconscious, all these creative expressions all mixed up. And the AI, it's like it takes a big sip and it can taste the different flavors, the textures, the emotions that went into each piece.
So the latent space is...
It's like the AI takes all those flavors and creates this incredibly detailed map. That map, that's the latent space, is how the AI stores all that visual information it's learned and uses it to create something new.
So if I'm following Daniel's logic here, if an AI is pulling from this massive pool of artistic data, this collective unconscious, is it really stealing from any one artist?
That's the core of his argument. It's learning from everything, not copying one source directly. He's saying it's more nuanced than just straight-up plagiarism.
Man, this whole collective unconscious thing has got me thinking about where our own ideas come from. Like, are we really the sole authors of our own creativity, or are we all just tapping into this well of shared inspiration?
It's a mind bender, for sure. But even if we accept that AI art isn't directly copying, is it still doing something that could be harmful to artists? Like, does it devalue their work?
Right, exactly. That's the other side of this.
And Daniel touches on this later in his statement, specifically around copyright. He argues copyright and IP infringement happen at the time that someone who owns a copyright or IP makes a legal claim that their work has been plagiarized. But someone could use a variety of tools to infringe on copyright, such as Photoshop. He's drawing a comparison here.
So he's saying that AI is like Photoshop it's a tool. It's not inherently good or bad. It's how you use it.
Right. Just because you can use Photoshop to, say, copy and paste someone else's artwork without permission doesn't mean Photoshop itself is the problem. It's the action, the intent behind it. And he argues it's the same with AI.
But even if AI art exists in this gray area legally, does that let it off the hook?
That's the big question, isn't it? Just because something's technically legal doesn't mean it's ethical. And this goes back to your point. Could AI, even without directly stealing, harm artists?
Because it's so fast, so accessible, could it drown out human creativity?
It's a valid concern, and it's something we need to be talking about.
It really makes you think about the history of art. Artists have always learned from each other, building on what came before.
Exactly. Think about the Renaissance masters. They studied the techniques of the artists who came before them.
Right.
They copied, they experimented, they riffed on those ideas. And art movements, they don't just appear out of thin air. They're inspired by each other, borrowing and blending different styles.
So could we see AI as just another evolution in that continuum, like just another tool for artists to use, another movement in this long history of creativity?
It's an interesting way to look at it. But I think the difference here, and it's a big one, is the sheer scale and speed that AI brings. It's not just one artist learning from a handful of others. It's an algorithm with access to millions of data points, potentially.
It really makes you wonder, if we try to put restrictions on AI art, are we really protecting artists, or are we stifling a whole new avenue of creative expression?
It's the million-dollar question, and I don't think there's an easy answer. This deep dive definitely brought up more questions than answers for me, but it's a conversation we can't afford to ignore.
And maybe that's the point. Maybe there isn't a simple right or wrong here. Maybe it's about finding ways for artists and AI to coexist, to learn from each other even.
What if, instead of just focusing on theft, we started asking, how can we build a future where AI actually benefits artists? Could there be new models of attribution, new ways to ensure artists get compensated, or even ways for artists and AI to collaborate directly?
Now, those are questions worth exploring. And for our listeners who want to dive deeper into Daniel's perspective on this, be sure to check out his YouTube channel. You'll find the link in our show notes. For now, thanks for joining us for this mind-bending deep dive. Until next time.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, everybody. Today we're going deep, diving into a topic a lot of you have requested, the opioid crisis. And you specifically wanted to use the Netflix show Painkiller as a jumping-off point.
Yeah, it's a smart move, using pop culture to make a complicated topic more approachable. But as good as that show is, it's just a starting point, right? We got to look beyond the drama at the stuff that fueled this whole crisis in the real world.
Totally. It's like the show grabs you with the story, but it left me with so many questions like, how much of this actually happened? What led us to this point? I'm really glad you're here to help me cut through the noise, figure out what's real, what's dramatized. So where do we even start with something this big?
Well, we've got some great guides for this deep dive. I mean, we're talking about digging into Painkiller by Barry Meyer, and then there's Empire of Pain by Patrick Radden Keefe, two books that are basically the gold standard when it comes to understanding this crisis.
So like our roadmap, those are the big ones.
Exactly. And you know what else is cool? Netflix has an article on their Tudum thing called Get This. Is Painkiller a True Story? It leans heavily on Meyer and Keefe's work, so it's perfect for us.
Oh, nice. So it's like we've got these experts showing us around this complicated world.
Precisely. Like any good guide, they point out the important stuff, the moments that really shaped things. For example, that Netflix article, it talks about how Barry Meyer, a reporter for the New York Times, was one of the first people to really blow the whistle on OxyContin.
Oh.
Yeah, back in the early 2000s, he started noticing this weird trend. What Purdue Pharma, the company that makes OxyContin, was claiming about the drug and what was actually happening. Those two things weren't adding up.
Hold on. You're saying Purdue, the ones behind OxyContin,
Yeah.
weren't being straight up about their own product?
Not exactly. See, Meyer was getting these tips from, healthcare workers who were seeing the damage firsthand, people getting addicted, overdoses, all of it. The warning signs are flashing, but Purdue was busy selling OxyContin as some kind of miracle cure for everything.
So it sounds like they were more focused on making money than on whether their drug was actually helping people.
That's the big question at the heart of this whole thing. And honestly, I'll give them credit. Painkiller does try to address that.
Yeah, every episode starts with that based on real events reminder, which is kind of haunting when you think about it. It definitely reminds you that this isn't some made-up problem. It's real people's lives.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But there's another thing the show does well. It shows how big this problem really is. Like, it's not just about individuals getting addicted, it's the whole system that made this happen in the first place.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. That's a key difference between Painkiller and movies like, say, Trainspotting or Requiem for a Dream.
Mhm.
Those focus on addiction, which is important, don't get me wrong. But Painkiller pulls back the curtain on the corporate greed, the way they marketed this stuff and how regulations failed. All of that turned a painkiller into a full-blown crisis, you know?
Yeah, and it's way bigger than any one person's struggle because of all that. That actually reminds me of this review I read from the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. They said, even a show as powerful as Painkiller has limits. Like, it can only tell one story at a time, you know?
Yeah.
But this crisis, this has been going on for decades.
Yeah.
So the scale of it it's almost impossible to grasp.
That is a really powerful insight. And honestly, that's exactly why we're having this conversation, this deep dive, right? To give you that bigger picture.
It's like that image also from that review stuck with me. Pills scattered around a body in a morgue.
Oh, wow.
It's meant to be shocking, but it makes you realize how serious this all is.
Exactly. And it's not just an image, right? It's backed up by the facts.
Right.
The Netflix article, it mentions over 40 deaths per day from prescription opioids just in 2020 alone.
It's
But
mind-boggling.
it's a crisis that's still unfolding, you know?
Yeah. So last we heard, Barry Meyer. He was uncovering this huge gap between what Purdue was saying about OxyContin and what was actually happening out in the world. They're promising one thing, but the reality is it's wreaking havoc. So what happens next? Did anybody try to stop them?
Oh, Meyer, he didn't just uncover it, he called them out. He wrote this book, Painkiller, came out in 2003, and it exposed everything how Purdue was marketing this drug, the whole playbook. It was a huge wake-up call, showing everyone just how dangerous OxyContin was becoming.
2003, that's years before you usually hear about the opioid crisis hitting its peak.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of impact did his book have back then?
I mean, it sent shockwaves right through the medical world and beyond. Suddenly, it's not just isolated incidents anymore. Meyer showed everyone how Purdue's aggressive marketing was directly linked to all these prescriptions and all the addiction and overdoses that came with it.
So it's like Meyer's book was the warning siren, but nobody really wanted to listen.
Pretty much. I mean, people tried to hold Purdue accountable. In 2007, they actually plead guilty, federal charges even, for misleading people about how addictive OxyContin really was.
Wait, hold up. They admit they lied, but things still got worse? How does that even happen?
That's where things get even crazier. So they plead guilty, right? But Purdue, they're still making tons of money while this whole opioid crisis explodes. And this is where our other guide comes in, Patrick Radden Keefe, with his book Empire of Pain. He picks up the story in the 2010s and notices something terrifying: heroin. It's everywhere, and it's hooking people who've never even touched opioids before.
Okay, so how does heroin even enter the picture? It seems like a whole different animal compared to prescription painkillers.
That's the thing that makes Keefe's work so important. He connects the dots. This huge surge in heroin use, he traces it right back to, you guessed it, the overprescription of painkillers like OxyContin.
You're kidding?
Nope. OxyContin gets harder to get, either because of new regulations or the price goes through the roof. So people who are already hooked, they look for something else, something cheaper, something easier to find, and bam, heroin floods in.
Wow. So Purdue creates this huge demand for opioids, finally get called out, and then it backfires and fuels an even bigger problem with a more dangerous drug.
It's just a vicious cycle, and it highlights the law of unintended consequences, right? But Keefe, he doesn't stop there. He digs into the Sackler family, the ones who own Purdue Pharma, and uncovers this ruthless pursuit of profit, even when it's clear people are dying because of their drug.
It always seems to come back to money, doesn't it? This is where those comparisons to the Panama Papers, the ones that showed how rich people hide their money, start to make a lot of sense.
You got it. This is where our deep dive goes from a national crisis to a global problem. While Purdue's pulling strings to cash in on OxyContin, the Panama Papers are exposing this whole hidden network where the wealthy and powerful, they play by a different set of rules, no accountability. It all comes down to profit, no matter the cost.
Hold on a second. We're talking about complicated financial schemes now, right?
Yeah.
Can you explain how something like the Panama Papers connects back to Purdue and the opioid crisis? I'm not sure I see how it all fits together.
You're right. Let's break that down. So the Panama Papers, they showed us how the rich use these things called shell companies. Basically, they're like secret companies existing only on paper to hide their money, dodge taxes, you name it. It's all smoke and mirrors, making their money vanish.
And Purdue, were they stashing their profits in these offshore accounts too?
We'd need to see their books to know for sure, but there are definitely parallels. Both the Netflix article and that review in the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics, they talk about how Purdue used all these legal loopholes to protect the Sackler family's fortune, all while their company's being slapped with billions in fines and settlements.
So they were working the system, just like those people exposed in the Panama Papers, to protect themselves while people were dying because of what they did.
Money has twisted our healthcare system, giving corporations way too much power, and how nobody seems to be held accountable when things go wrong.
And that lack of accountability, this feeling that some people are above the law while others suffer, it's just infuriating. And it makes you question everything, especially when you think about the role doctors played in prescribing these addictive painkillers.
You're hitting on a really crucial point there. That Indian Journal of Medical Ethics review, they talk about how this whole crisis has just destroyed trust in the medical profession. Doctors who were supposed to be able to trust with our lives, they got caught in Purdue's web, sometimes without even knowing it, other times, well, let's just say there were incentives to prescribe OxyContin.
We've gone from talking about one painkiller to this huge conversation about corporate greed, the influence of money in medicine, and whether we can even trust the people who are supposed to be looking out for our health. It makes you wonder, where do we even go from here? It's a lot to process, isn't it? We started with a Netflix show, and now it feels like we're caught in this web of corporate greed, a system that's broken, and real people getting hurt because of it.
It's overwhelming, absolutely. And you're not alone in feeling that way. But honestly, admitting how complicated this is, how huge this crisis has become, that's the first step to actually fixing it.
So where do we even begin to untangle all of this? What can we actually do with all this information we've uncovered?
That's the million-dollar question, and I think that's why this deep dive is so important. It's not about giving you the answers, it's about giving you the knowledge, the context, to start asking the right questions, to demand more from the people who are supposed to protect us. You know what I mean?
You've given us a lot to consider. The power of these pharmaceutical companies, how regulations failed, and how we can even trust healthcare anymore. You even brought up those bigger systemic issues, like the financial secrecy exposed by the Panama Papers. Are those problems even solvable?
They have to be. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Look, the Panama Papers, that whole thing, it showed us that these systems, the ones that are supposed to protect the wealthy and powerful, they can be exposed. It's about shining a light on what's happening, demanding transparency, and holding those in power accountable for their actions.
So what does that look like in real life? How can we, as individuals, even make a dent in something as massive as corporate power and this whole financial secrecy thing?
It starts with staying informed, with having conversations like this one. It means supporting investigative journalism, fighting for stricter regulations, and demanding better from our elected officials. And don't underestimate the power of your own choices, from questioning your doctor about prescriptions to supporting businesses that are trying to do things the right way.
It's about being more aware, not just of what we buy, but of the information we consume and understanding the systems that control our lives.
Exactly. The more we understand these interconnected systems, the better we're able to challenge them, to demand better.
This deep dive has been eye-opening. We've gone from the opioid crisis and painkiller to the research of Barry Meyer and Patrick Radden Keefe, and even touched on global issues like financial secrecy.
And remember, this is just the beginning. There's a lot more to uncover, like documentaries. There's one, Crime of the Century, that tackles the pharmaceutical industry head on. And there are tons of articles, books, all diving deep into the complexities of this crisis.
You've given us the tools. Now it's our turn to keep digging. Thank you so much for guiding us through this incredibly important and honestly pretty heavy topic. And to you, listening, we hope this deep dive has given you the information you need to learn more, ask those tough questions, and demand better. Keep exploring, keep questioning, keep diving deep. All right, so we're diving into this AI art thing.
Yeah.
It's really got people talking.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot topic.
It feels like one of those things that makes you rethink what art even means.
Definitely challenging some deeply held beliefs.
It's like, can you really call it art when it's AI making the images?
Right.
Is the artist just some kind of prompt writer? Or is there more to it?
It really makes you think about the nature of art and where creativity comes from.
Totally. It's like someone plopped a brand new crayon in the middle of a museum and nobody knows what to do with it yet.
You mentioned an analogy that I've heard a lot, actually, that AI art is like ordering food and then claiming that you're the chef.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
At first glance, it kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, you could see how someone might think that.
But you know, when you really dig into it, there's definitely more to unpack there.
So what makes a chef isn't just following a recipe, right?
Right.
It's understanding flavors, knowing how ingredients will react, kind of being able to adjust on the fly.
And having that deep knowledge of culinary techniques.
To create something truly delicious.
Yeah.
So are you saying there's more to AI art than just typing in a prompt and hitting go?
Way more. Think of it like this. The AI is like a super advanced oven.
Okay.
A regular oven, you just need directions, temperature, time. But this AI oven needs to understand the style you're going for, the mood you want to evoke.
Interesting.
That's where the artist comes in, and that takes a whole other skill set.
So it's like knowing not just what you want to create, but how to get the AI to understand your vision.
Exactly.
How do you speak the AI's language, so to speak?
It really is like learning a new language. There's a whole world of techniques. Things like prompt engineering, where you're crafting incredibly specific phrases,
Wow.
almost like you're talking to a very literal genie.
Right.
And then there's negative prompting, which is kind of like telling the AI what you don't want to see,
Oh, that's interesting.
which can be just as important as what you do want.
So there's a real art to this, just like mastering any other creative tool.
Exactly.
And just like any art form, there are levels to it.
Yes.
Anyone can learn to use a paintbrush,
Yeah.
but it takes, dedication and talent to create a masterpiece.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So same goes for AI art. It's
Yeah.
about pushing the boundaries, experimenting.
And yes, sometimes failing spectacularly.
Right. Which can be part of the fun too.
Those happy accidents, those moments where the AI surprises you, that's where it gets really interesting.
It really makes you rethink that chef analogy, huh?
It's true. It's definitely more nuanced than it seems at first.
It's not about taking a shortcut. It's about understanding a new set of tools and really pushing the limits of what's possible.
And exploring new avenues of creativity.
So let's talk about the art itself.
Yeah.
What are some of the arguments for why AI art deserves to be taken seriously alongside more traditional forms?
That's a big question, but I think a good place to start is with what we even consider art in the first place, right?
Sure.
It's about expression, isn't it? Communicating ideas and emotions.
Right.
And I think AI art can definitely do that, just in a different way.
Okay, I like that.
Think about how we often talk about an artist's style, that unique way they use brushstrokes, or their choice of color palette.
Yeah.
With AI art, the style might be in the way they craft their prompts, or how they manipulate the algorithm.
So it's about looking beyond the how it's made and focusing on the final product and the message behind it.
Precisely.
Interesting.
It's like comparing a painting to a sculpture. Both are art, both evoke emotion, but they use completely different mediums.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
The same can be said for AI art and, say, photography.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
Remember when photography first came out, people thought it would be the death of painting?
It's funny how history tends to repeat itself, isn't it? Every time there's a new technology, there's this knee-jerk reaction to just resist it.
Exactly. But just like photography found its place, so too will AI art. And just like those early photographers experimented with light and shadow to create these stunning images, AI artists are exploring the possibilities of algorithms and data to do the same thing.
So it's about expanding our definition of art, not replacing it.
Exactly.
And maybe even challenging our assumptions about where creativity comes from.
Now you're getting it.
Because if a machine can create something beautiful or thought-provoking, what does that say about our own creative process?
That's the really juicy stuff, isn't it? We tend to think of creativity as this purely human trait, this spark of divine inspiration, but AI art really makes you question that narrative.
It really does. It's like, if you can teach a machine to be creative, is it really that different from how our own brains work? Are we all just running really complex algorithms in a way?
There are definitely some fascinating parallels there, and it makes you wonder, what is it about certain images, certain compositions that just resonate with us on such a deep level.
It's hard to put your finger on it, but you just know it when you see it.
Right. Are there underlying patterns, even in seemingly abstract art, that AI can tap into?
Okay, now my head is really spinning.
I know, it's a lot to think about.
But while we're on the topic of AI art kind of like shaking things up, there's one argument I keep hearing, that I kind of want to dive into.
Okay, yeah. What's that?
This idea that AI art lacks soul, you know,
Right.
like it's cold, it's calculated algorithms, there's no heart there.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
And I'll admit, I've kind of felt that myself sometimes looking at some AI pieces.
It's understandable, right? Because we have this very specific idea of what art is supposed to be.
Yeah, and where it comes from.
Right. Yeah.
So how do we unpack that idea of soul? What does that even mean when we're talking about art?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Right.
Is it about the visible brushstrokes, the artist's literal fingerprints on the canvas?
Right, like evidence of the hand. Yeah.
Exactly. Or is it something more?
It's like trying to define a feeling,
Right.
It's that moment when a piece of art just gets you, but it's hard to put into words.
It's that gut punch moment.
Yes, exactly.
Where you just feel something really deeply.
And so can AI art, even if it's born from algorithms, can it evoke that same feeling?
I think it absolutely can, and it might even do it in ways that we haven't even thought of before.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because that soul, if we want to call it that, it doesn't have to come solely from the artist's hand. It can come from the interplay of the artist's vision, the AI's capabilities, and even our own interpretations as viewers.
Oh, that's a really good point. It's not just about the artist pouring their soul into it, but about what the viewer takes away from it as well.
It becomes a conversation,
Yeah.
collaboration.
It's like this combination of human and machine that creates that soul, that spark of something new and unexpected.
Exactly. And isn't that exciting? This whole idea that we're entering this totally new territory where creativity is a back and forth, a true collaboration between human and machine.
Yeah. It's like this dance.
It really is. And we're already seeing this happen, right? There are so many artists using AI to make entirely new forms of art, things we've never seen before.
Oh, totally.
Like imagine AI-generated music that blends classical instruments with sounds we've never even heard in nature.
Wow.
Or sculptures, right? Sculptures designed by algorithms that push the boundaries of what we thought was physically possible.
It's like AI is giving artists a whole new set of colors to paint with,
A bigger palette.
pushing the boundaries of what's even possible.
Absolutely.
It's a bit like that feeling you get when you first discover a new band,
Uh-huh.
and you're like, whoa, this is completely new and original, and I haven't heard anything like it before.
I love that. That's a great analogy.
It is. So all this talk about pushing boundaries, expanding definitions, it makes me think about something else you mentioned. AI art as like the next chapter in art history.
Absolutely.
It seems like every major art movement has been met with skepticism,
Yeah.
even like outright rejection at first, right?
Sure, 100%.
Like who were the ones that were really controversial?
Well, you look at the Impressionists, right?
Oh,
These blurry landscapes, and their brushstrokes were so different and unconventional.
Yeah, people thought it was messy.
Exactly. The critics thought they were ruining art. But look at how those rule breakers changed everything.
Yeah, they're the classics now.
Right. Or think about abstract expressionism,
Yeah.
cubism, all of it.
They were like, this isn't art.
Exactly. Every single movement that really pushed the envelope, some people just weren't ready for it.
So you're saying AI art might be going through those same growing pains right now.
We're living it. It's like we're seeing history repeat itself.
It's true, because it's easy to look back on those movements now and think like, how could anyone have doubted that? But we're in it right now with AI art.
Exactly. It's exciting. We're at the very beginning.
So are we going to cling to these outdated definitions of art? Or are we going to embrace the unknown and see where this new form of expression takes us?
I like to think we're on the side of embracing the unknown, pushing those boundaries.
I am too. But, while we're on the topic of exploring the potential of AI art, there's one thing that's been on my mind.
Okay, yeah.
It's that whole influx of, and forgive me for the phrase, but like AI slop that's out there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Know exactly what you mean.
The generic landscapes, the portraits that are just a little bit off,
Right.
It's like the internet is being flooded with AI-generated images that just feel, I don't know.
Soulless.
Yeah, they're just kind of soulless and repetitive.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that's just the inevitable byproduct of any new technology becoming more accessible.
That's true. It's like the barrier to entry is lower, so
Exactly. Think about when everyone and their mother got their hands on Photoshop. Suddenly, we were just inundated with overly filtered images.
that's a perfect analogy.
It takes time, right?
Yeah.
It takes time for the really talented artists to emerge,
For people to really
to master the craft.
yeah, to figure out how to use the tools in new and interesting ways.
Exactly. And for the technology itself to mature a little bit, you know?
That's like everyone gets a new toy and they're just trying to figure out what it can do.
Exactly. It's like the early days of film, you know?
Oh, yeah.
The first movies were so simple, just recordings of everyday stuff.
Right, like a train pulling into a station or something.
Exactly. But then you have people like Méliès and Griffith, these visionary filmmakers, and they saw the potential for more, you know,
Yeah, to tell stories with it.
to create these entire worlds within that frame. And suddenly film wasn't just a novelty anymore, it was art.
And you think AI art is headed in that same direction?
I think we're on the verge of something really big, yeah.
So how do we separate the good from the bad? How do we find those really groundbreaking AI art pieces? What should we be looking for?
That's the million-dollar question. And honestly, there's no easy answer, just like there's no one definition of good art in general.
Right.
But I think it starts with being open, you know?
Yeah.
Being open to new experiences, letting go of those old ideas of what art should be.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to engage with AI art that challenges you, that makes you think differently, even if you don't totally get it.
It's like going to a modern art museum, right?
Exactly. Sometimes you're going to look at something and you'll be like, what is that?
Right. Right. But that's part of the fun.
Exactly. You might not get it all, but if you're willing to be challenged, to really look a little deeper,
You might discover something amazing.
you might find something that truly moves you. Yeah.
It's true. And don't be afraid to ask questions, right?
Please ask away. Who made this? What were they thinking? How'd they even do it?
Because the more you understand the process,
The more you appreciate the art itself.
right, because it really is a collaboration.
It's like a dance between the artist and the machine.
And that's something we haven't really seen before, at least not on this level.
And the most exciting part is we're just getting started. The technology's changing so fast. Who knows what's next? It's like back when oil paints were invented, right? That led to the Renaissance. Who knows what kind of revolution AI will bring to the art world?
You've given everyone a lot to think about today.
I hope so.
From the technical side of things to, really big questions about what it means to be creative.
It really makes you think, huh?
It does. And I think it's clear this is more than just a fad. It's like a fundamental shift in how we think about art.
It's a whole new world of possibilities. I hope our listeners will go out there with a sense of curiosity.
Yeah, be open to new things.
Embrace the unknown, maybe even tap into that childlike sense of wonder, you know?
Absolutely, because who knows?
Maybe they'll be the ones creating the AI masterpieces of the future.
Wouldn't that be something? All right, so you think you've stumbled onto a podcast hosted by robots.
Happens to the best of us, right?
It really does. We've been getting some, interesting observations about this podcast, RoboCast,
Mm-hmm.
our listeners. They're picking up on some, let's just say, suspicious speech patterns.
Yeah, our ears are getting pretty good at this, huh?
They really are. Okay, so today's deep dive, we're talking AI fingerprints.
Yeah.
How can we tell if it's a bot behind the mic?
And what's so fascinating is it really is getting harder, isn't it? Our brains are getting so finely tuned to these artificial voices. Like you were saying, you're noticing these phrases that pop up. And I mean, on the surface, they seem normal enough, but...
They're just a little too perfect.
Exactly.
Like when someone tells you to smile at a party,
Oh, yeah.
but they say it with zero energy. It's that kind of vibe.
Like a robot trying to blend in.
You mentioned that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Mm.
As a prime example.
Mhm.
What's so robotic about that one?
Well, on the surface, it seems like a totally normal thing to say, right? But it's like it's trying to be engaging a little too hard. And when you hear it again and again, it starts to sound forced. Like the AI doesn't really get the context.
It's like a stand-up comedian who keeps repeating their best joke.
Right. You got to laugh the first time, but now it's just...
Robotic.
Exactly.
So, awkward repetition check. What else?
Well, this actually ties into another AI fingerprint you noticed. Those weird shifts in who's leading the conversation.
Oh, yeah, like they're reading from a script and suddenly switch places or something?
Right. Think about how humans talk. We interrupt, we riff off each other, we pause, we jump in.
We have our own rhythms.
Yes. And AI hasn't quite figured that out yet.
It's like they're suddenly swapping scripts mid-conversation. Okay, but, and maybe this is me being too generous, couldn't a really in-sync human-host duo also finish each other's sentences sometimes?
Oh, absolutely. But, with humans, there's this underlying spontaneity. We pick up on these subtle cues without even realizing it.
Like body language, tone of voice.
Exactly. With AI, even if the thoughts connect, it can feel like one personality just stops and another one picks up.
Interesting.
Impressive, sure, but it doesn't have that same human touch.
Right. It's missing that dot spark.
Exactly.
Now, you also pointed out this mind-melding thing in RoboCast, especially toward the end of episodes. Like, how do they do that?
That, my friend, is the AI showing off a bit.
Okay.
They're trained on mountains of data, right? Text, code, you name it. So they learn to anticipate what comes next in a sequence.
So it can seem like one host is reading the other one's mind.
Precisely.
Okay, I have to admit, it's pretty impressive, but also a little creepy.
It can be both.
Okay, last AI fingerprint. And this one really threw me. The phrase, "it's about." Why does that scream robot?
Because language is about so much more than just spitting out information, right? It's style, it's personality.
It's what makes us human.
Right. AI tends to default to, let's say, functional language. And it's about is a very functional phrase.
It's a very straightforward way to introduce a topic. So after listening to all of this, should we be suspicious of every podcast out there now?
Not at all. But it is a good reminder to, really listen.
Pay attention.
Yeah. Be aware of those subtle cues. Think of it as a fun game.
Spot the robot. And yeah, maybe this whole thing makes us appreciate real human conversation even more. Glitches and all, right?
Absolutely.
Who knew that something as simple as "that's the million-dollar question" could be so revealing? It really makes you think, though. If AI can already mimic us this well, what will our podcast sound like in a few years? Okay, so we're diving into RoboCast today.
Really interesting show, this one.
Yeah, and we actually managed to get our hands on the show creator's creative brief.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's like a blueprint for the whole show.
Okay, so we're doing a deep dive into both RoboCast and the mind of its creator.
Exactly. The creator, by the way, is Daniel David Allen.
Okay.
And just reading through this brief, it's like, wow, it's part instruction manual, part like stream of consciousness.
Interesting. Yeah, a lot of creative briefs are like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very personal way to approach a show.
It's definitely.
It makes you wonder how much of this is deliberate, Like how much of himself does he actually want to put into this?
Yeah, and that's something we're going to kind of try to unpack today. Yep. So before we get too deep into, analyzing Daniel David Allen, let's start with the show itself.
Okay, sounds good.
What is RoboCast, according to the source material?
Well, he describes RoboCast as this concise exploration of anything that's caught his interest, right?
Okay.
It's like a direct line to what's going on in his head.
So it could be anything, really.
Yeah, one day it could be quantum physics, the next it could be the history of cheese.
Okay, so eclectic.
Very much so.
But with a focus on whatever's kind of grabbed his attention at the moment.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the what of RoboCast.
Right.
Now, what about the who? What can we glean about Daniel David Allen, this, this curator of curiosity?
He seems very passionate about making people think, right?
Okay.
Like he's not just trying to, talk at people.
Right.
He wants to spark deeper thinking in his audience.
He actually, and this is in the brief, he says that he wants RoboCast to be a launching point.
Okay, I like that.
And he really emphasizes the fact that he wants his listeners to, go and do their own research.
Which is interesting, right? Like, is he anticipating pushback on some of his ideas?
Maybe, or maybe he just knows that the things he finds interesting also tend to be a little bit controversial.
Could be both.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that kind of self-awareness that I find really fascinating.
Yeah, and it's not just about, agreeing or disagreeing with him.
Right.
He wants people to be actively engaged,
Yeah, to go on their own journeys. Use his thoughts as a starting point.
Yes, not just passive consumption, which is kind of rare these days.
Very much so.
Especially in the podcasting world. It's very much like, here's this information, consume it.
Exactly.
But he's really encouraging something different.
Yeah, I mean, it's very meta, especially when you consider the whole AI host angle.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because, and he even says this in the brief, he knows that real-time podcasting with AI isn't really possible yet.
Right.
But he still addresses us directly.
Right. And even like congratulates us on a job well done.
Exactly. It's like he knows we're listening to this conversation right now.
It's very strange.
Right.
Very meta. Very meta.
Yeah, it's like he's aware of the, I don't know, the artificiality of the whole thing.
The simulation,
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's leaning into it, you know.
He is.
He's playing with the format.
That's this weird paradox where it's like he's acknowledging that it's just a document. Right.
But he's also engaging with us, the AI hosts, as if we're part of some kind of conversation.
Yeah, like a back and forth.
Yeah, which is, I don't know, it's a little brain bending.
It is.
But let's go back to something you mentioned earlier about him potentially anticipating pushback.
Right, right.
Because he really emphasizes fact-checking throughout this brief.
Yes, he does.
Why do you think that is?
I mean, it could be that he's planning to tackle some really controversial topics, right? Or maybe he just has a knack for, like, seeing both sides of every issue, and he knows that not everyone will agree with him.
Right.
And he's okay with that, you know. He wants to spark that discussion.
Yeah, I get that.
It's like he's saying, look, this is just my perspective. Go out and form your own.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about him wanting listeners to be actively engaged.
Exactly.
He's not just offering information.
Yeah, it's not just a lecture.
No, it's more like an invitation to a dialogue.
Precisely. Even if that dialogue is happening, you know, asynchronously through research papers and online forums.
Right, right.
It's still a conversation, just a more drawn out one.
Okay, so, I mean, we've covered a lot of ground here.
We have.
What do you think is the biggest takeaway from all of this?
I think for me, the most fascinating thing about this brief is that it reveals a creator who understands the limitations of the medium, you know? Like, he knows he's just a voice in the void,
Yeah.
but he's actively trying to bridge that gap.
How so?
By encouraging engagement, by encouraging further research.
I see what you mean.
It's like he's engineered this feedback loop.
Okay.
Where he's interested in something, he explores it through RoboCast, and by extension, he's inviting the audience to join his own personal journey of discovery.
That's a really interesting way to put it.
And it makes you wonder, right, about what happens when AI can participate in those conversations in real time.
Oh, wow.
Will we see more of this collaborative knowledge creation, this blurring of the lines between content creator and audience?
That's something to think about for sure.
It is.
Well, on that note, I think we've done our deep dive for today.
As always, it's been a pleasure picking apart these fascinating topics with you.
Likewise. And to our listeners, we'll leave you with that thought. What happens when the lines between content creator and audience disappear completely? Until next time.
Until then. Hey there, welcome to your very own deep dive. Today, we're kind of stepping into this world where, you know, algorithms are like brushes and data, you know, it transforms into these dazzling visuals. We're talking generative art.
Yeah, we're going on a journey through, well, the surprisingly long history of generative art. Get ready for, you know, some chance encounters with musical dice games, rebellious artists armed with algorithms, and maybe even like a sneak peek into the future of art itself.
Okay, so let's unpack this. I've got to say, when I think generative art, my mind goes straight to like AI and computers. But are you saying this goes like way back?
Way back. Think 1757. Johann Kernberger, he's a composer, creates the musical dice game. You know, picture this. You're rolling dice, but not for snake eyes, right? You're rolling to figure out the sequence of these pre-composed musical phrases.
So every time you play, you get a different piece of music.
Exactly.
Okay, that's kind of mind-blowing for like the 1700s. What's the big idea here?
It kind of shows this deep-rooted, I think, human fascination with chance and order in art, right? Even back then, they were playing with this idea of controlled randomness, where systems and chance kind of collaborate to create something new and unexpected.
It's like our brains are like wired to find beauty in both the predictable, right, but then also the unpredictable. But this wasn't just some quirky experiment, right? I'm seeing like echoes of this dice game in much later music.
Exactly. Think of Bach's fugues with their like intricate mathematically driven structures, or even like the structured randomness of serial music. Kernberger's musical dice game, it wasn't just a novelty. It was tapping into a fundamental aspect of musical creativity, something that, you know, continues to resonate today.
Wow, you're right. Okay, so we've got this fascination with chance and order going back centuries. But things really start to, like, heat up in the 20th century.
Oh, yeah. That's where art and technology really start to, like, tango, and things get really interesting. We see these early computer art pioneers,
Mm.
causing a stir with this 1965 exhibition. Some say it was the first ever generative art exhibition.
Oh, wow.
Imagine computers creating art like Jorg Nies and Frieder Nake were doing in the 60s.
I bet that ruffled some feathers. But it wasn't all about computers, right? Didn't someone use chance in, like, painting?
Absolutely. Ellsworth Kelly, he was a master of vibrant colors and bold forms. He incorporated chance into his creative process.
Oh, so.
He used what are called chance operations to decide, for example, the placement of colors in his, iconic grid-based paintings.
So he's introducing this element of unpredictability, but it's within a very controlled system, right?
Yes.
That tension, that's got to be where the magic happens, right?
Precisely. And this interplay of control and randomness, this push and pull between the artist's intention, right, and the unexpected outcomes, it's a recurring theme. We see it throughout the history of generative art.
It's like those flip books where you think you know what image is coming next, but then, surprise. Speaking of surprises, I'm particularly intrigued by Vera Molnar.
She's incredible, a true pioneer, especially considering she was a woman navigating a very, male-dominated art world.
Mm.
And she was one of the first artists to really embrace computers as a tool for artistic expression.
That takes guts and vision. So she's got these computers in her studio. What's she doing with them?
She's creating art that explores geometric forms, patterns, and algorithms. But what's really fascinating is how she used the computer not just to create the artwork, but to explore an almost infinite number of variations. Imagine each click generating a new iteration, each with its own unique qualities.
It's like she's like collaborating with the computer, exploring these like uncharted territories of creativity. So we've got computers spitting out art, painters leaving things to chance. Where do we go from here?
Well, there's an artist who takes this idea of systems to a whole other level, Hans Hag. He's not just thinking about like visual systems, but also social and political ones.
No, that's what I call art with a message. How did that play out in his work?
One of his most famous pieces is Condensation Cube, this simple plexiglass box filled with water. Seems straightforward, but the real artwork is the process of condensation forming inside the cube, constantly changing based on the surrounding environment.
Okay.
It becomes a metaphor for how external forces, even ones we don't always see, can shape our world.
Okay, that is way deeper than your average sculpture. It makes you think about like all these invisible systems all around us, right? The cause and effect constantly at play.
Exactly. Hag's work reminds us that art can be a powerful tool for social commentary, for making us question assumptions, and for revealing the hidden connections in our world.
He turned something as simple as condensation into a powerful statement. Speaking of powerful visuals, we can't forget Francois Morellet. I'm always mesmerized by his like intricate patterns, especially those moire patterns.
Morellet was a master of optical illusion, using simple geometric shapes to create a sense of movement and depth. Moire patterns, they're created by layering those simple grids on top of each other, slightly offset.
Like those times when you accidentally layer two striped shirts and you get that weird, like, wavy effect?
Exactly. But Morellet takes this simple visual phenomenon and turns it into these stunning and complex compositions. They really play with your perception. It's like he's revealing the hidden patterns within the seemingly mundane.
I can practically hear my brain trying to, like, make sense of those patterns. Morellet aside, I'm also really curious about this generative systems department at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. What was happening over there?
So in 1970, they established a department dedicated to, like, this new wave of art making. It's like they could sense the seismic shift technology was bringing to the art world. A central figure there was Sonia Landy Sheridan.
Sheridan's work is fascinating. She embraced everything from, photography to copy machines to explore new forms of artistic expression. I read she even predicted the rise of 3D printing.
She was ahead of her time, that's for sure. What she recognized was that these new technologies weren't just tools. They were collaborators in the creative process, pushing artists to think differently about what art could be.
Yeah, and as we move, deeper into the late 20th century, computers become more than just tools, right? They evolve into, like, creative partners. They're blurring the lines between artist and machine, like Pygmalion. But instead of a statue coming to life, it's lines of code, right? Transforming into art. Harold Cohen kind of explored this evolving relationship.
Exactly. Cohen developed Aaron, which was a system that combined artificial intelligence and robotics. So picture a robotic arm guided by AI creating paintings.
Okay, so now that's just cool. I'm picturing like this robotic arm with a paintbrush going wild on a canvas. Was Aaron just like following Cohen's like instructions, or was there more to it?
See, that's the fascinating part.
Yeah.
Cohen saw Aaron as like a collaborator.
Yeah.
So he programmed it, right, with rules, with parameters. But within those constraints, Aaron can make its own choices about composition, color, form.
So there's this element of unpredictability, even for Cohen, right? He sets the stage, but then the AI is like improvising. That must have been both exciting and maybe a little unnerving, right, for an artist?
Absolutely. And it challenged the very definition of authorship. Like, who's the artist here? Cohen, the AI, both. These are questions, we're still grappling with today, especially with the rise of these even more sophisticated AI art generators.
It's kind of making my head spin a bit in a good way. So we've got robots making art. What's next? Did someone like teach a plant to paint?
Not quite painting, but John Max Albert comes close. His Calmodulin Monument project involved translating a plant's responses to stimuli, things like light, wind, even touch into colors and shape.
Wait, so the plant is like literally driving the creation of the artwork. That's like next level collaboration. How does that even work?
So he hooked up sensors to the plant to kind of measure its electrical activity, in response to those stimuli, right? Then those signals were translated in real time into visual representations projected onto a large scale.
Wow.
It was like giving the plant a voice,
Yeah.
allowing it to express itself through art.
That's incredible. It's like he found a way to like tap into the hidden language of nature. It reminds me of those like stunning time-lapse videos of flowers blooming, you know what I mean? Seeing that hidden world come to life, it's just magical. Okay, so plants are getting in on the action, but generative art isn't always about like physical forms, right? There's that whole world of data visualization too.
Absolutely. And that's where someone like Mark Napier comes in. He was one of the pioneers of using data as like an artistic medium. His Carnivore project is a great example. He took something invisible internet traffic data and turned it into this dynamic, evolving visual map.
It's like those visualizations of global air traffic patterns, right? You suddenly see these intricate networks that are always there, but usually hidden from view.
Precisely. Napier's work revealed the hidden structures and patterns in this vast sea of data, right? Data that we create every single day. He helped us see the internet, something we often think of as like intangible, as a physical, almost living entity.
It reminds us that even in this like digital age, we're surrounded by systems and structures that influence our lives in really profound ways. It's like that saying, data is the new oil. It's all around us, but we need people like Napier to like refine it, right?
Yeah.
To make it meaningful, to help us understand its value.
And speaking of finding meaning in unexpected places, let's talk about Martin Wattenberg. He took data visualization in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
He was transforming complex data sets like musical scores, Wikipedia edit histories, even the human genome into these like beautiful, almost poetic visual narratives.
I've always loved those visualizations of music that show the melody as a kind of like landscape. Are those kind of similar to what Wattenberg was doing?
Very much so. He called his project The Shape of Song. And it did exactly that. It turned musical compositions into these like flowing organic forms that revealed the rhythm, the harmony, the very essence of the music.
It's like he found a way to make music visible. I imagine his visualization of Wikipedia edits is like watching like history being written in real time, right? With all those edits and revisions forming this ever-evolving tapestry of knowledge.
Exactly. His work wasn't just about making data pretty, right? It was about using visualization to tell stories, to reveal hidden connections, to make complex information more accessible, more engaging.
It's giving me a whole new appreciation for data.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground here. From chance-driven music to robot artists, even plants that can paint. It's clear that as technology evolves, so too does the art that it inspires. So what happens as we move into the 21st century? Does generative art become like more about the digital and less about the physical?
It's not so much a shift away from the physical as it is an expansion into new territories, right? Artists are still exploring those connections between the digital and the physical, but now they have even more tools at their disposal.
So the digital becomes like a bridge connecting the virtual and the real.
Exactly. Where do you even draw the line between art, technology, and science in these cases? It's all so intertwined.
And that blurring of boundaries is a hallmark of generative art, especially as we move into the 21st century. Artists like Ronaldo and groups like the Algorists, they're pushing these limits even
The
further.
algorithms. That sounds like a group of like superheroes with algorithms as their superpowers. What's their story?
They champion this idea of algorithms themselves being a form of artistic expression. They saw the beauty and creativity in the code in the process of designing these systems that could generate unique and often unpredictable results.
So it's not just about what the computer like spits out, right? It's about the artistry involved in writing that code, in creating the rules that govern the creative process. It's like appreciating the craftsmanship of a master watchmaker, even if you can't see all the intricate gears at work.
Exactly. Two prominent members of the Algorists were Jean-Pierre Hebert and Roman Verosco, and they exemplified this approach. They dedicated their careers to exploring the creative potential of algorithms, often using pen plotters to bring their digital creations into the physical world.
A pen plotter. Now that's dedication. Those machines are like the dinosaurs of the computer world. It's like they deliberately chose a tool that forced them to like slow down, to appreciate the process, the line-by-line creation of the artwork.
It's like choosing to write a novel on a typewriter instead of a laptop. There's a certain intentionality there, a commitment to the craft. And speaking of pioneers who embrace the beauty of process, we have to talk about A. Michael Knoll.
I've heard whispers about Knoll. He was creating computer art way back in the early 60s, right? What made his work so groundbreaking?
In 1962, long before most people even knew what a computer was, Knoll was already using mathematical equations in early computer programs to generate visual art. Imagine, in 1962, feeding punch cards into a massive mainframe computer and getting, like, abstract art as a result. It was revolutionary.
It's like he had a time machine. He was decades ahead of his time. I bet people didn't know what to make of his work back then.
You're right. It was a completely new way of thinking about art. He wasn't just using the computer as a tool to replicate traditional forms. He was exploring the unique visual language that computers made possible.
A new visual language. That's a great way to put it. It's like those early photographers who had to convince the world that photographs weren't just cheap imitations of paintings, but an art form in their own right.
It's true. The push and pull between these new technologies and traditional art forms, it's like a story as old as art itself.
Yeah.
But you were asking about A. Michael Knoll. You know who else was a visionary? Celestino Sodù. In 1987, he had this wild idea to create artificial DNA for Italian medieval towns.
Hold on. Artificial DNA for towns. What does that even mean? It sounds like something out of like a sci-fi novel. It's like he's creating like digital clones of these towns.
It's not that far off. He basically wrote code, this artificial DNA, that kind of captured the architectural essence of these towns, the proportions, the styles, the way buildings relate to each other. Then, using this code, he could generate countless 3D models, each one unique, yet, like, unmistakably, Italian medieval town.
So it's like he found a way to like bottle the architectural DNA of these places and then use that to create variations on a theme. It's like those breeding games where you combine different creatures to create new ones, but instead of fantastical beasts, he's making like digital towns.
That's a great analogy. And it speaks to that desire not just to recreate what already exists, right?
Yeah.
But to explore the potential, the what-ifs, the almost infinite variations that become possible when you combine human creativity with computational power.
It makes you wonder, where else can we apply this? Like generative thinking. What about literature? Can algorithms write poetry?
You're absolutely on the right track. Generative literature has its own, like, fascinating history. Before computers, writers were already experimenting with chance and randomness. Think about Tristan Tzara, Brian Geisen, William Burroughs using the cut-up method.
Cut-up method. Okay, I need a quick like crash course. What is that?
Imagine taking a perfectly good text, like a newspaper article, cutting it into pieces, and then rearranging those pieces randomly. It's like a literary collage, right? Creating unexpected juxtapositions and meanings.
It's like shaking a snow globe of words and seeing what new patterns emerge. So how does this translate to like the digital age? Do we have algorithms turning out like Shakespearean sonnets?
Not quite Shakespeare, but we do have algorithms writing some pretty amazing poetry. Jackson McClough was a pioneer in this.
Yeah.
He used computer programs to generate poems based on chance operations and linguistic constraints.
So it's not just like random gibberish. There's an underlying structure, right? A set of rules that guide the creative process. It's like composing music, but instead of notes, you're arranging words.
Exactly. And then there's Philip M. Parker, who took this idea to, like, It's extreme. He was creating software designed to generate entire books automatically.
Okay, now that's both impressive and a little terrifying. It's like that saying, the robots are coming for our jobs. But in this case, it's the writers who should be looking over their shoulders. Did people, embrace this new wave of computer-generated literature?
It was met with, a mix of excitement and skepticism, as you can imagine. Some saw it as like a threat to human creativity, right?
Yeah.
While others embraced it as a new tool, a way to push the boundaries of language and explore new forms of expression. Take Jason Nelson, for example. He used speech-to-text software to create poems from various audio sources.
So he's feeding the algorithm, everything, movie dialogue, political speeches, and seeing what, poetic gems emerge. It's like he's using technology to uncover the hidden poetry in, everyday language.
Exactly. And that brings us to, the latest chapter in the story of generative art, the rise of artificial intelligence. Remember those AI image generators everyone's talking about? That's generative art in action.
Okay, those AI image generators are seriously blowing my mind. The idea that you can type in a few words like a robot painting a portrait of a cat in the style of Frida Kahlo and get unique artwork in seconds. It's just wild.
A whole new world of creative possibilities, but it also raises a lot of questions, right? Then you have these AI models like Stable Diffusion, which can generate incredibly realistic and stylistically diverse images with minimal human input.
It's amazing, but it also makes you wonder, who's the real artist here, right? Is it the person who wrote the code, the person who wrote the prompt, or the AI itself?
Those are the million-dollar questions, and they're at the heart of the debate surrounding AI and art. But beyond the philosophical questions, there's a whole new wave of generative art platforms emerging that are blurring those lines even further.
This deep dive has been incredible. We've journeyed through the history of art, from musical dice games to AI-powered masterpieces. What's the biggest takeaway here?
Generative art isn't just about technology. It's about human creativity finding new forms of expression. It's about chance encounters, unexpected outcomes, and pushing the boundaries of what art can be.
It's like we're hardwired to explore, to experiment, to play with the very fabric of creativity. And as technology continues to evolve, who knows what? Mind-blowing art forms await us just around the corner. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of generative art. Be sure to check out our show notes for links to all the artists and resources we mentioned. And for more mind-expanding content, subscribe to Daniel David Allen's YouTube channel. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome to the deep dive. When I hear ADHD, I kind of think kids, bouncing off the walls. But the stuff you gave me for this deep dive, wow. Research papers, medical definitions, even historical stuff. It's amazing. This goes way beyond childhood.
Yeah, it's really interesting how much our understanding of ADHD has changed, even in the last few years.
Totally.
You've really hit on something here where, science is finally catching up with what a lot of adults have been experiencing their whole lives.
No? And speaking of, I was reading this one study. It said about half the kids diagnosed with ADHD don't grow out of it. They carry it with them into adulthood.
That is a really important takeaway from these materials. It's not that the symptoms go away completely. It's more like they change,
Yeah.
Instead of a kid who can't sit still, you might have an adult who feels this intense, inner restlessness. Their brain is just stuck on fast forward.
Okay, that actually reminds me, before we get into all the heavy science stuff, I have to ask you, you know that feeling when you're stuck in a boring meeting and you just have to doodle or fidget with something?
Uh-huh.
Could that be, even a little bit of an ADHD thing?
You're already thinking like an ADHD detective. And that's what makes this deep dive so fascinating, right? It's not always the really obvious in-your-face stuff. Sometimes it's these subtler ways that attention, or the lack of it, plays out.
Okay, so we're talking about ADHD sticking around into adulthood. But how do doctors even figure out if someone has it? There's no blood test, right?
You've hit on a really major point of debate here, and the research you picked out really highlights this. Right now, there's no one single test that just tells you, yep, you have ADHD. It's way more about looking at a bunch of different symptoms and figuring out how those symptoms, how they impact a person's life, how they make them feel.
Which is interesting because I did see some stuff about potential biomarkers like phenethylamine. They're finding this in lower levels in people with ADHD. So is this the missing piece? Could this be the key to, a more concrete diagnosis?
This is where things get really interesting. This research you found on phenethylamine, it's still pretty new, but it's got some pretty cool clues. What they're finding is that this substance, which has to do with attention and mood, it's not just lower in people with ADHD, it's also affected by the medications they're often given.
Wait, so the medication itself is changing the levels of the thing they're trying to measure? That seems...
It's complicated.
Yeah.
And that's what makes diagnosing ADHD even harder. It's like trying to hit a moving target, you know?
Okay.
Phenethylamine might be part of the puzzle, but it's probably not the whole picture.
There's always more to the story.
Okay.
Right. Speaking of more to the story, I know some people are, well, skeptical about ADHD. They think it's overdiagnosed, maybe even, like, made up. So what's the deal with that?
You know, it's so important to talk about those different viewpoints, especially in a deep dive like this. One of the biggest arguments against ADHD is this idea that we're seeing way too many diagnoses, especially in kids, right? And these critics are saying, well, maybe we're just, like, too quick to label kids who are just being kids.
Right, so are we just, like, calling normal childhood behavior a disorder?
That's one side of it, yeah. And some of these sources you've shared even suggest that, like, societal pressures are playing a role in this. Like, think about it. Increased pressure in school, the pressure to succeed, all that stuff. Kids are dealing with a lot these days.
So it's almost like we're looking for a reason, an explanation for behavior that might just be part of growing up in, you know, our modern kind of crazy world.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's what makes this whole debate so complex, right? We have to consider that, yeah, maybe sometimes overdiagnosis happens. And those societal pressures are definitely real. But, and this is a big but, we also can't ignore the mountain of evidence that points to ADHD being rooted in biology, especially genetics.
Okay, genetics. See, I always thought ADHD was more about, like, your environment, how you were raised, all that. But some of these research papers, they go deep into DNA, heritability, all that stuff.
And that's what's so cool about this deep dive, right? We're going beyond just like the surface level. Mm-hmm. One study you shared really jumped out at me. It said something like 74% of ADHD is because of genetics.
74%. So you're saying my genes basically decide if I have, like, attention problems. That seems kind of limiting, doesn't it?
Well, it's not quite that straightforward. And that's what makes it so fascinating. Imagine this. Your genes, they're like the blueprint for how your brain handles attention. Okay. But then your environment, that's like the contractor coming in, you know, making choices about how to build a house based on that blueprint.
Okay, so I might be, like, predisposed to getting distracted easily because of my genes, but whether I actually end up with ADHD, like full-blown ADHD, that depends on how I grew up, where I went to school, all that.
Exactly. And it's not just about one gene either. It's more like a whole bunch of them working together, each one adding its own little piece to this, like, big complex puzzle of attention and hyperactivity.
That makes a lot more sense. You know, something else really struck me when I was reading through all this. I realized I had this, like, really narrow view of ADHD. I thought it was just about attention, like not being able to pay attention. But there's all this stuff about executive function, emotional regulation. So, like, what's the connection?
That's a huge EE part of it.
Yeah.
And honestly, that's where a lot of conversations about ADHD, they kind of miss the mark. ADHD isn't just about, like, zoning out during a movie, right? It's about these challenges with how our brains, like, manage all the things. Planning, organizing, not doing things impulsively, all that stuff.
So it's not just paying attention. It's about what you do once you're paying attention.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, imagine you're building a Lego set. You've got all the pieces, right? That's like your brain power, your potential. But with ADHD, it's like you lost the instruction manual. You know, that's kind of like your executive function going MIA.
Oh, tell me about it. I love Legos, but without those instructions, I'm lost.
And that's why understanding executive function is so important. It impacts everything. Starting and finishing tasks, ignoring distractions, even just like those split-second decisions about what's important, what to focus on.
Wow. So it's like that part of our brains, the control center, it's a little glitchy. And that's why even little things, simple tasks, can feel impossible sometimes for someone with ADHD.
You got it. And then on top of all that, there's emotional regulation. The sources you found, they talk about how people with ADHD often experience emotions more intensely. You know, it's harder to kind of like put the brakes on those big feelings.
So it's like the world feels louder, more intense, and you're trying to navigate that while also, like, dealing with these other challenges. No wonder people say it's not just a kids being kids thing.
It really isn't. It's about recognizing those real, you know, neurological differences in the ADHD brain. It's about understanding why something that seems simple to you or me, like, hey, clean your room, can feel totally overwhelming to someone with ADHD.
Which makes me think about treatment. I feel like most people, they hear ADHD and they think medication. But what I'm seeing in these sources, It's not that simple, is it? It's definitely more complicated than just here's a pill, you're cured. Like, I'm seeing medication in these sources, yeah, but also therapy, lifestyle changes. It seems like you need a whole bunch of different approaches.
And that's why this deep dive is so important, right? Because we're moving past those really simple ideas about ADHD. Like, yeah, medication can be super helpful, especially for managing those core symptoms, the inattention, the impulsivity, but it's not the whole story.
So it's like medication gives your brain the tools to like actually build that instruction manual we were talking about before. Now you've got a chance to, wrangle those Lego bricks into something cool.
That's such a great way to put it. But yeah, even with the right medication, therapy is still so key. And the research you found about cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, really important stuff.
CBT for ADHD? I thought that was more for like anxiety, depression.
A lot of people think that, yeah.
Yeah.
But CBT for ADHD is all about like rewiring those thought patterns and those behaviors that might be holding you back. It's like learning a new set of tools to use in your brain to deal with those executive function challenges.
So it's like a personalized user manual for your brain. That's pretty amazing. Okay, what about all this stuff about lifestyle changes? I'm seeing a lot about diet, exercise. Are we talking about miracle cures here?
Honestly, I think it's important to be realistic about these lifestyle things. Like, the research on special ADHD diets, it's still kind of all over the place, but we know a healthy lifestyle is good for everyone, right?
Yeah, so maybe no magic cure hiding in the grocery store, but swapping the soda for water probably can't hurt, right?
Exactly. And don't forget about exercise. It might not cure ADHD, but the research you found, it suggests exercise can help with mood, with focus, even with those executive functions.
Like a shot of espresso for your brain, but without the caffeine crash afterward.
Exactly. Which leads to a bigger question, what does it even mean to, live well with ADHD? This deep dive has shown us it's not just about making the symptoms go away.
It's about more than that, right? We talked about the struggles, the science, the treatments, but what about, thriving? What does that look like for someone with ADHD?
This is where we need to change the conversation about ADHD. We need to move past just seeing the challenges and start recognizing the strengths.
Strengths? We haven't really talked about those much. What kind of strengths are we talking about here?
Think about it. People with ADHD, they're often bursting with creativity. And they can hyper-focus on things they love like you wouldn't believe. They bring a different way of seeing the world, a different perspective.
It's like their brains are wired for, innovation. Always questioning, always thinking outside the box.
Exactly. And that's what we need to be talking about more. Because when we focus on those strengths, when we help create environments where those brains can really thrive, that's when amazing things happen.
That's such an important message. It's not about fixing ADHD. It's about seeing it as, a different way of being. Yeah, there are challenges, but there's also so much potential.
And that's what I'm hoping our listeners take away from this deep dive. Embrace your uniqueness, find the support you need, and never, ever underestimate the power of an ADHD brain.
This has been, honestly, really eye-opening. Thanks for taking us on this journey. And to everyone listening, remember, your brain is amazing. It's what makes you you. Embrace it, celebrate it, and never stop exploring the amazing things your mind can do. Until next time, keep those minds curious. Welcome back to another deep dive, and this week,
we're digging into ADHD.
You guys give us some really interesting sources on this one.
We're talking about how ADHD presents differently in different people, like what those variations even are.
And why there's so much debate about how to even classify it.
So, to get us started, we've got the ADHD subtypes.
It's by Megan Anna Neff, who's a neurodivergent clinician, so she's coming at this with a lot of personal experience.
And then we've got this research study.
It's called The Shifting Subtypes of ADHD.
And this one really digs into the weeds on how we define those subtypes and how that actually impacts how many people we even think have them.
It even questions whether our current system is missing people, which is a pretty big deal. It uses these real-life examples to show how a child could end up with totally different diagnoses depending on, how their parents' and teachers' observations are,
Analyzed,
right.
Combined.
Right.
That seems like a big red flag.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think what's really important to emphasize here is that this isn't just some abstract academic debate.
This has real-world implications for how people are diagnosed, how they're treated, We're talking about the very real possibility that the way we're defining ADHD could lead to misdiagnoses or people not getting the support that they need And it even makes it difficult to do research.
Because different studies might be using different criteria for these subtypes, so it's like...
It's like we're not even speaking the same language.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like trying to build a house when everybody's got a different blueprint.
Right, exactly. And you end up with something that doesn't quite look like a house.
Yeah, exactly.
So, okay, let's break down these subtypes that Neff talks about.
We'll start with ADHDI, which is inattentive type.
You know, it used to be called ADD.
And this isn't just daydreaming,
Right,
right?
talking about like really struggling with focus, organization, even remembering everyday tasks.
Right.
Things that most people take for granted.
Then there's the one that everyone always seems to think of first, ADHDH.
Hyperactive impulsive.
Right.
That's the one you always hear about.
Especially with kids, it's usually the most obvious.
But it's so much more than just fidgeting, right?
But absolutely.
Like it's impulse control, regulating your emotions, even waiting your turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All those things.
And then lastly, we've got the, well, I guess you could say aptly named,
ADHDC, the combined type.
where you experience both.
Right, exactly.
Inattentive and hyperactive impulsive traits.
It's a bit of both worlds.
And that's actually the most common presentation in children,
It is. It is.
which makes that whole diagnosis question from the study even more important.
Absolutely. And it really highlights why, getting a proper evaluation is so crucial if you think this might be a factor for you or for someone you care about.
It's not a DIY project, right?
Exactly.
You need a professional.
You need someone who knows what they're doing
Right, you need an expert.
to help you figure this out.
It seems like a lot of people still think of these in kind of stereotypical ways,
Like, oh, ADHDI, that's just a daydreamer. And ADHDH, that's just somebody who's,
Right.
high energy. But
Both of these sources really push back against that, don't they?
they do. And I think that's a really important point to make because it really underscores that we're talking about real differences in how the brain functions.
Both of these subtypes, ADHDI and ADHDH, involve underlying differences in things like executive function, sensory processing, even potentially processing speed.
These aren't just matters of personality or willpower.
And understanding that can be so validating for people with ADHD because it means that
It's like saying, oh, you have asthma, just try harder to breathe.
exactly. Yeah, it's like saying just focus more.
Yeah.
Just try harder. And it's like, well, if I could, I would.
Right, it misses the point.
Right, exactly. It's not that simple.
There's an underlying issue.
Exactly.
That's not being addressed.
Right. And so when we're talking about ADHD, we're talking about real differences in the brain. And these differences.
Affect things like executive function, which is kind of like the brain's management system, right?
Right.
It helps us plan, organize, focus, and when that system is a little bit different, it can make those things more challenging.
And then sensory processing, that's how our brain takes in information from the world around us.
And some people with ADHD, their brains might be wired to be more sensitive to certain stimuli, or they might have trouble filtering out distractions.
So again, it's not just a matter of willpower. It's about how their brain is processing information.
So it's like the equipment's different.
Exactly.
It's not that they're not trying.
Right. It's not a matter of effort. It's a matter of their brain is wired a little differently.
And that brings us to why this whole discussion about how we define these subtypes is so important.
It's not just semantics.
No, not at all.
It has real implications for how we understand and treat ADHD.
Absolutely. And the research study that you shared does a great job of illustrating this point.
Because it talks about how the prevalence of certain subtypes can actually change significantly depending on how we use the information that we get from parents and teachers. And they talk about these things called OR rules and AD rules.
Okay, I gotta admit, that sounds a little technical.
Okay.
Can you break that down?
Yeah, so imagine you're trying to figure out if someone meets the criteria for a specific ADHD subtype, right?
Okay.
So OR rules, they're more inclusive.
So if either the parent or the teacher reports a certain number of symptoms, that individual might meet the criteria.
So it's like ordering a pizza.
Okay.
You can have pepperoni or mushrooms,
Exactly.
but you're getting a pizza.
Right, you're getting a pizza either way.
And D rules are more like, I want pepperoni and mushrooms and extra cheese.
Exactly.
It's a lot more specific.
Right. So Andy rules are much stricter.
They require both the parent and the teacher to report a specific number of symptoms, often with additional criteria.
So if you're using the A&D rule, fewer people are going to meet the criteria for that specific subtype.
Exactly, because you need that agreement from both sources.
And the study actually gives this really good example. So let's say you've got a child And their parent reports 6 inattentive symptoms and 4 hyperactive impulsive symptoms.
Okay.
Their teacher reports 7 inattentive symptoms, but only 2 hyperactive impulsive symptoms.
Now, if we're using a specific A&D rule, and this rule says you need at least 6 inattentive symptoms and 4 hyperactive impulsive symptoms from both the parent and the teacher.
Okay.
This child would be classified as ADHD PI, which is predominantly inattentive type.
But what if you use the OR rule?
Right, so with an OR rule, this same child might end up being classified as ADHD-C, the combined type.
Wow, so it's the same kid,
Same child, different label,
different diagnosis based
on how we're choosing to combine that information.
Wow.
And that's why this is such a critical conversation to be having.
Right, because it's subjective in a way.
Exactly. It's not as cut and dry as we might think.
It's not like a blood test.
Right, exactly. It's much more nuanced than that.
Where it's like, okay, you've got this is the marker, this is what it means.
Exactly. It's not that simple. And I think that's an important takeaway for people to understand.
Yeah, and it speaks to, like, the importance of finding, like you said, an expert who knows what they're doing.
Someone who can really look at the whole picture.
Right, and not just apply these, like, rigid checklists.
Exactly, because every individual is unique, and their experience with ADHD is going to be unique.
And that's what makes it so complicated, but also so fascinating.
Exactly.
Right.
It is. It's a fascinating area to study.
It's like every case is different.
Absolutely.
Even though there are these common threads.
Right. It's like a puzzle.
Yeah.
You're trying to put all the pieces together,
Yeah.
and every individual has a slightly different puzzle.
And the pieces might even change shape a little bit.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a very dynamic process.
Mm.
It really highlights how, this subtypes.
They're really just broad categories.
Right.
And within each one, you've got this huge range of what people actually experience.
Precisely.
So
Exactly.
like,
You can,
with ADHD PI, for example.
some people might have this thing.
I think they call it sluggish cognitive tempo,
Yeah.
where it's like, that daydreamy mental fogginess, like
Right.
a slow processing speed.
Yeah.
And then others might not.
Exactly.
It's like,
We've got these common threads.
but everybody's experience is going to be unique.
Absolutely.
Like a fingerprint.
It is. It's so important to remember that.
As much as we talk about subtypes, the focus should always be on the individual.
What are their specific strengths and challenges?
What kind of support helps them to thrive? Because that's going to look different for everyone.
Right. And that's where I think
Knowing about the subtypes can be empowering
absolutely
because it helps you, like, advocate for yourself.
understand your own experience.
Right.
Seek out the right kind of help.
Exactly.
And it brings us back to, like,
If you think you might have this,
go get evaluated.
absolutely, yeah.
Like, you wouldn't.
If you thought you broke your leg, you're not just going to walk it off.
Exactly.
You're going to go to the doc.
Right. You're going to go get it checked out.
Yeah. You get a professional opinion.
Absolutely. And a qualified clinician can really help you make sense of your experiences
Determine if ADHD is even a factor.
and then guide you towards the most appropriate strategies and support.
And don't be afraid to ask questions.
Like, the more you understand about ADHD,
The better equipped you'll be to navigate those challenges and then also celebrate those strengths that we were just talking about.
because there are strengths.
Oh, absolutely.
Like Neff's article talks about,
Each subtype having, like, its own unique advantages.
she talks about how people with ADHD PI,
Can be, like, these incredible...
creative thinkers,
Right.
insightful,
Oh.
like out-of-the-box ideas
Exactly.
that other people might miss.
Because their brains are wired for that innovative thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
They're able to see those connections that other people might overlook.
It's like they have a superpower
It is.
for, like, brainstorming.
Absolutely. And on the flip side, you've got people with ADHD who can be incredibly energetic, passionate.
Driven individuals, they often excel in those fast-paced environments.
Yeah, like if you can channel that energy
Exactly.
into the right thing.
Think about, like, entrepreneurs.
Athletes, performers,
Right.
like all of these fields where that drive and that energy can be huge assets.
Huge assets, yeah.
So it's about finding the right fit,
Right, so each one has, like,
strengths and challenges.
absolutely,
And understanding those can be
a
like,
game changer.
it is
For both, like, the individuals with ADHD.
and the people who are, supporting them.
And it all comes back to that individualized understanding that we were talking about before.
Right.
Because ADHD is not one size fits all.
It's a spectrum.
Right.
And within that spectrum, there is a remarkable amount of diversity.
Yeah, it's
It's like a kaleidoscope. Every time you turn it, you get a slightly different pattern.
right.
But the underlying elements are the same.
Exactly.
So it's about, I think,
Approaching it with curiosity and compassion,
absolutely.
and like a willingness to see beyond those,
Kind of like surface level.
those assumptions,
Yeah.
those stereotypes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And I think that's a great segue into talking about the future of ADHD.
Okay.
Because if these classifications are so fluid,
Right.
how do you think our understanding of this might evolve?
Could we see a shift toward a more personalized approach
Interesting.
to diagnosis and treatment?
Where it's not even about these broad categories anymore.
Exactly.
Like it's about, like, what does this look like for you?
Right. What are your unique needs? Because we're already seeing a shift towards personalized medicine in other areas.
Right.
So why not ADHD?
Yeah, it makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
It's just taking a little longer to get there, maybe?
It might be, but there's some really exciting research happening in this area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like what?
So some scientists are exploring how things like brain imaging
Okay.
and genetic testing could be used to develop more personalized treatment plans.
Wow.
Imagine a future where your ADHD treatment isn't based on a subtype at all.
But on your unique brain chemistry.
Wow. So it's like, instead of getting
A suit off the rack.
Yes.
You're getting like a custom tailored suit.
Exactly.
That fits you perfectly.
And think about the impact that could have for individuals with ADHD.
Instead of feeling labeled or limited by a particular subtype, they could gain a much deeper understanding of their own unique neurodiversity.
Right. It's not a bad thing.
It's not a deficit.
It's just different.
It's just different.
Yeah.
And allows them to celebrate those strengths.
And then find strategies that truly work for them.
That's amazing.
It's a really hopeful thought, I think.
It is.
And it speaks to the incredible progress that's being made in this field.
Right.
And how important it is to stay informed.
Advocate for continued research and support
Absolutely.
for individuals with ADHD.
100%.
Yeah. We've got to keep pushing the boundaries of our understanding.
Yeah, because what we know now is probably going to be
Very different from what we know
absolutely.
5-10 years from now.
Exactly.
Like we're moving away from this like mass production model.
And we're going into
This world of like bespoke tailoring for the brain.
yes.
Which I love that.
It is. It's very exciting. And it actually
It goes back to what we were talking about before, about the fluidity of these subtypes.
as our understanding evolves,
Right.
we might even see a shift away from these really rigid classifications altogether.
Towards something that's much more individualized and focuses on.
The specific ways that ADHD shows up in each person.
So instead of saying like, oh, you have ADHD PI.
It's more like,
Right.
here's your unique ADHD profile.
Exactly.
Well, it's based on
Man,
your brain structure.
We're already seeing that starting to happen.
With things like
So-
EEG brain mapping and continuous performance tests, which give us a much more
Right.
detailed and individualized picture of brain function.
So it's like,
We're upgrading from a
Just-
magnifying glass to
Like-
just a super high-powered microscope.
yes, a perfect analogy.
And we can see things that maybe
You couldn't see before.
yeah, because we were able to see those intricacies, those nuances that were always there. But
Maybe we just didn't have the tools to really appreciate before.
yeah, we didn't have the right lens, I guess.
Exactly. And with this more nuanced understanding,
Yeah.
we can then start to develop treatment plans that are truly tailored to the individual.
So it's not
Here's the thing.
It's not a one-size-fits-all.
This is what you take.
Right.
See you later.
Exactly. It might be a combination of things, right? Yeah. It might be medication, therapy, coaching, assistive technologies.
All chosen based on that deeper understanding of that person's unique needs.
It's like working with the brain instead of against it.
Exactly.
I think that-
Because we're not trying to fit a square peg into a round hole anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
You're trying to understand the shape of that peg
Yeah.
and find the right hole for it.
And give them the tools to
Right.
make it work.
And that actually brings us to another really important aspect of this personalized approach to ADHD,
Okay.
which is empowering individuals to become active participants in their own care.
Oh, I like that.
Right. So instead of just being told,
Here's what you have, here's what you need to do.
right, exactly.
It becomes a collaborative process.
Look, you're part of the team.
You are part of the team, exactly.
You're not just like,
You're the expert on you.
yeah, you're not just like the patient being like,
You're not just a passive recipient of treatment.
Yeah, given information.
You're actively involved
Yeah.
in making decisions about your own well-being.
I love that.
And I think that's what makes this whole field so hopeful,
Yeah.
is that we are moving away from these outdated assumptions.
We're embracing the incredible diversity of the human brain.
It's like, you know,
And recognizing that.
we're all different.
Exactly. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing.
That's what makes the world interesting, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, well, that seems like a great place to kind of wrap up.
Our deep dive here on ADHD subtypes.
We covered a lot today.
We did.
We talked about the different subtypes. We talked about how we diagnose it.
How we can understand it better, how we can support people better.
And like where things might be headed in the future, which is super exciting.
Very exciting.
So, as always,
We want to hear from you guys.
what resonated with you from today's conversation?
Yes, what are your thoughts?
What questions did this bring up?
What are you curious about?
Share them in the comments below.
We love hearing from you.
Yes, absolutely.
And don't forget to like this episode.
Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on our future deep dives.
And we will see you next time.
See you next time. Welcome to another deep dive. Today we're tackling something that affects, well, all of us really. Executive function. You know, that mental muscle we use for planning, organizing, basically keeping our lives from, turning into a chaotic mess. And we're going even deeper today to explore what happens when that muscle, well, it isn't quite working as it should, I guess.
Yeah, we're diving into the often misunderstood world of executive dysfunction.
Okay, so executive function, executive dysfunction.
It's something that touches everyone's lives, whether we realize it or not.
Now, I'll admit, the term executive function always makes me picture, like, I don't know, a bunch of brain cells in suits having this super serious meeting in my head.
Right.
But on a serious note, what's really going on in our brains when we talk about executive function?
Well, imagine your brain has a command center,
Okay.
and it's primarily located in the frontal lobes, that area right behind your forehead. This command center is responsible for a lot of higher level thinking.
Okay.
Things like setting goals, planning how to achieve them, organizing your time, and even managing those impulsive urges we all get sometimes.
That's like the control tower for our brains,
Yeah.
making sure everything runs smoothly.
That's a great way to put it. Now, executive dysfunction is what happens when there are glitches in that control tower. And it's not a single disorder, but rather a collection of symptoms that can manifest in different ways.
So we're not talking about a full system crash.
No.
More like a few crucial instruments going offline. What would be some everyday examples of those glitches in action?
Think about those times you completely forget an appointment. Or maybe you start a million projects but struggle to actually finish any. Constantly feeling overwhelmed, struggling to break down large tasks into manageable steps, even difficulty resisting that extra slice of cake. These can all be signs of executive dysfunction.
Okay, now that hits close to home. I'm definitely guilty of starting way too many projects. But this means executive dysfunction isn't just about forgetfulness, it impacts all sorts of daily activities.
Precisely. It can affect our ability to manage time, stay organized, regulate our emotions, and even control our impulses in social situations.
Right.
And while it's often linked to conditions like ADHD, it's crucial to remember that anyone can experience these challenges,
Oh, yeah.
especially during times of stress or sleep deprivation.
It's like when you're running on fumes, your brain's control tower might miss a few calls.
Exactly. And to understand those missed calls, we need to delve deeper into what's happening in the brain. As we said, the frontal lobes play a crucial role, but there's this ongoing debate about how it all works.
Oh, a brain mystery. Tell me more.
Well, some researchers believe specific areas within the frontal lobes are responsible for different executive functions. For instance, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which is like the executive assistant of the brain,
Right.
is heavily involved in working memory.
So different departments for different tasks.
Right. But then there's the network theory, which suggests it's less about specific locations and more about how different brain regions communicate and work together as a team. It's like a complex orchestra, with each section contributing to the overall symphony of executive function.
Okay, so it's not just one conductor, but a whole network of musicians making sure the music plays on.
Exactly. And within this intricate network, we have neurotransmitters, the chemical messengers that allow brain cells to communicate.
Right.
One neurotransmitter, in particular dopamine, is like the fuel that keeps those executive functions running.
Dopamine. Isn't that the one we associate with pleasure and rewards?
It is, but its role goes far beyond that. Studies have shown a strong link between dopamine and our ability to plan, focus, and control our impulses.
So if dopamine is low, our executive function might sputter a bit.
You got it. It's not quite that simple, of course.
Right.
But dopamine signaling plays a crucial role. And this is particularly relevant in conditions like ADHD, where dopamine regulation is often a key factor.
That makes a lot of sense. But let's connect this back to real-life behaviors. How does this brain stuff, the dopamine, the frontal lobes, actually show up in someone's daily life?
Let's look at the work of Russell Barkley, a prominent researcher in ADHD and executive function. He emphasizes the importance of response inhibition.
Response inhibition. Is that like having good self-control?
Exactly. It's the ability to hit the pause button on our impulses, to think before we act. Barkley suggests that difficulties with response inhibition are central to ADHD, contributing to challenges with self-control and emotional regulation.
So someone with good response inhibition might think twice before saying something they'll regret, whereas someone struggling with it might blurt it out.
Precisely. And Barkley's research connects this back to our brain network. He suggests ADHD might involve a developmental delay in the frontal lobes, that brain region crucial for executive function.
So their control tower is still under construction, even though they're expected to, direct traffic. That's got to be incredibly frustrating.
It absolutely can be.
Yeah.
And this delay can manifest in those everyday struggles we talked about earlier. For example, working memory. That mental sticky note system might be like a faulty one, leading to forgotten instructions or misplaced belongings.
Their brain's filing system needs a serious upgrade.
Exactly. And this can extend to other areas too. Planning, organizing, prioritizing those essential skills can become major hurdles. It's not about laziness, but a brain wired a bit differently, making those everyday tasks feel monumental.
And then there's attention and concentration. We all struggle with distractions, but for someone with executive dysfunction, it's amplified, right?
Absolutely. Their brains might be less effective at filtering out irrelevant information, making it incredibly tough to stay on track.
Yeah.
Especially during tasks requiring sustained focus.
Like trying to read a book while a marching band parades through your living room.
You said it. And then there's the emotional roller coaster.
Oh, boy.
Everyone feels emotions, but regulating them effectively is key.
Right.
But for someone struggling with executive function, it can feel like their emotions are on high alert,
Yeah.
making them more prone to intense reactions or difficulty bouncing back from setbacks.
It's like their emotional volume knob is stuck on high. That must be exhausting to deal with day in and day out.
It absolutely can be. And it emphasizes the importance of understanding that these challenges are rooted in brain function,
Right.
not character flaws.
Of course.
But it's crucial to remember that executive dysfunction isn't limited to ADHD.
Right. You mentioned it can be a factor in other conditions as well.
Yes.
So what are some other areas where we might see executive dysfunction playing a role?
One that immediately comes to mind is schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia. That's a serious mental illness. How does executive function factor in there?
Schizophrenia is complex, but a key feature is fragmented thinking. Essentially, difficulty connecting thoughts in a logical, coherent way. And this directly impacts executive function, especially memory.
So it's like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle when half the pieces are missing.
Exactly. And this isn't just about forgetting facts. It even impacts their working memory, making it extremely challenging to hold on to information long enough to process it.
Wow.
Imagine trying to follow a recipe when you can't remember the previous step.
Talk about frustrating. And multitasking must feel impossible.
You're right, even switching between two simple tasks can feel overwhelming. And similar to ADHD, response inhibition is also a major challenge in schizophrenia, making it hard to control impulses or filter out distractions.
So they're battling on multiple fronts with their thoughts, their impulses, and their ability to hold on to information.
Exactly. And executive dysfunction presents unique challenges in autism spectrum disorder, or ASD as well. One of the key differences is in an area called fluency, which refers to the ability to generate new ideas and think flexibly.
So while they might excel at focusing on details, brainstorming or coming up with different solutions might be more difficult.
Precisely. It's like their thinking might be more structured and routine-oriented. This can impact planning and organization too, making it tough to break down tasks or anticipate obstacles.
That makes sense. And then there's bipolar disorder. We know it involves those intense mood swings, but how does executive function fit into that picture?
Well, while mood is a defining characteristic, research shows that even between episodes, individuals with bipolar disorder often face executive function challenges.
So even when they're not riding the mood roller coaster, their executive functions might still be struggling.
Exactly. Strategic thinking, a cornerstone of executive function, can be impaired.
Right.
Making sound judgments, weighing consequences, learning from past experiences, these can be ongoing struggles.
It's like their internal compass isn't always reliable, making it hard to navigate decisions.
Very apt analogy. And inhibitory control, that ability to hit the brakes, can also be weak, leading to impulsive behaviors, especially during periods of mania.
So executive dysfunction adds another layer of complexity to an already challenging condition.
Absolutely. And to round out our exploration of other conditions, let's touch on Parkinson's disease.
Parkinson's, I thought that primarily affected movement.
It does, but it's not just about the physical symptoms. Parkinson's also impacts cognitive function, including, you guessed it, executive abilities.
So on top of the physical challenges, their brains are facing a whole other battle.
Exactly. Parkinson's disrupts dopamine production, and remember, we talked about how crucial dopamine is for executive function.
Right, it's like the oil that keeps the engine running. So low dopamine equals cognitive hiccups.
Precisely. This can show up as difficulty with working memory, planning, even attention.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to remember instructions, make decisions, or focus when your brain's dopamine levels are depleted. It's a lot to manage.
Wow, it sounds incredibly challenging. It's clear that executive dysfunction can manifest in diverse ways across a range of conditions.
Yeah.
But before we move on to strategies for coping and support, I'm curious about the broader impact of these challenges. How does executive dysfunction actually affect people's lives, their relationships, their work, their education?
That's a crucial question because executive dysfunction doesn't exist in isolation. It has this ripple effect, really, that can touch every facet of a person's life.
Right.
Let's take education, for example. Think about a student trying to navigate a classroom. They're bombarded with information. They're expected to stay organized, manage their time, and follow, multi-step instructions.
Yeah.
Now, for a student grappling with executive dysfunction, this can be incredibly overwhelming.
It's like trying to drink from a fire hose. So much information coming at them, but their brains aren't quite equipped to process and organize it all effectively. What happens to these students?
They might struggle to keep up with note-taking, forget assignments, or find it incredibly difficult to sit still and focus for extended periods.
Right.
This can lead to academic difficulties, frustration, and even a sense of feeling inadequate, which is absolutely not the case.
It's heartbreaking to think of these students feeling like they're falling behind when in reality their brains are just wired differently. And those challenges don't just disappear when they finish school, do they?
Unfortunately not. Executive dysfunction can significantly impact a person's career trajectory as well.
So let's talk about the workplace. How might these challenges play out in a professional setting?
Well, imagine the typical demands of a job. Meeting deadlines, managing projects, communicating effectively with colleagues, organizing tasks, prioritizing responsibilities. All of these require a high level of executive functioning.
And for someone with executive dysfunction, these seemingly ordinary tasks can become major hurdles.
Precisely. They might miss deadlines, struggle to stay organized, find it challenging to stay focused during meetings, or have difficulty managing their workload effectively.
Leading to stress, anxiety, and even job insecurity.
Absolutely. And it's not just their professional lives that are affected. Relationships can also be strained by executive dysfunction.
Let's unpack that a bit. How might executive dysfunction impact someone's interactions with friends, family, and romantic partners?
Impulsivity can be a major challenge. We've talked about how individuals with executive dysfunction might struggle to control impulsive urges, whether it's saying something they later regret or acting without thinking through the consequences.
Right. It's like their internal filter isn't functioning quite right, and their thoughts and actions don't always align.
Exactly. And this can lead to misunderstandings, hurt feelings, and conflicts in relationships.
Yeah.
They might also struggle with emotional regulation, making it harder to navigate disagreements or stressful situations calmly.
So even if their intentions are good, their actions might not always reflect that, which can be frustrating for both them and the people they care about.
Absolutely. This can create a cycle of guilt, shame, and even social isolation, as they might start avoiding social situations to prevent these uncomfortable encounters.
It's a vicious cycle. Their executive function challenges impact their relationships, which in turn can exacerbate their anxiety and make it even harder to manage their executive function. It's a lot to grapple with.
Yeah.
And as if those challenges weren't enough, you mentioned earlier that executive dysfunction could even be connected to criminal behavior in some cases.
That's right. It's important to address this aspect as well. While it certainly doesn't mean everyone with executive dysfunction will engage in criminal activity, research has shown a correlation between executive dysfunction, particularly in the areas of impulse control and planning, and an increased risk of certain behaviors.
So it's not a direct cause, but more like a contributing factor that might make it harder for some individuals to make sound judgments, resist those impulsive urges, or fully consider the long-term consequences of their actions.
Exactly. For instance, individuals with significant challenges in these areas might be more susceptible to peer pressure, engage in riskier behaviors, or struggle to manage anger effectively in heated situations.
It's a complex issue with serious implications. It's clear that executive dysfunction isn't just my minor inconvenience. It's a significant challenge that can have far-reaching consequences in many areas of a person's life. So with a deeper understanding of these challenges and their impact, let's shift gears to a more hopeful note. What can be done? Are there ways to improve executive function or at least manage the symptoms effectively?
Absolutely. There are a number of strategies and interventions that can be helpful.
Okay.
But before we dive into those, it's essential to emphasize that the first step is always seeking a formal diagnosis.
Okay, so diagnosis is key. But why is that so important in addressing executive dysfunction?
Well, as we've discussed, executive dysfunction can be a symptom of various underlying conditions.
Right.
A proper diagnosis helps pinpoint the root cause, which guides treatment accordingly.
So it's not about labeling someone, but rather getting to the bottom of what's driving these challenges to provide the most effective support.
Exactly. Now, depending on the diagnosis, several treatment options are available.
Okay.
For conditions like ADHD, medication can play a significant role in managing symptoms.
So medication is on the table. What kind of medications are typically used for executive dysfunction, particularly for ADHD?
The most commonly prescribed medications for ADHD are stimulants, such as methylphenidate and amphetamine-based medications.
Stimulants, that seems a bit counterintuitive. Wouldn't stimulants make someone with ADHD even more hyperactive and distractible?
It might seem counterintuitive, but stimulants can actually have a paradoxical effect for individuals with ADHD. They work by increasing the levels of dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain, which, as we discussed earlier, are crucial for executive function.
So it's like giving their brains a boost of those essential neurochemicals they may be lacking.
Exactly. By increasing dopamine and norepinephrine, stimulants can improve attention, focus, impulse control, and overall executive function.
That's incredible. But what about individuals who might not be comfortable with medication or for whom medication alone isn't sufficient? Are there other options available?
Absolutely. Psychosocial treatments are also very effective for managing executive dysfunction.
Okay, psychosocial treatments. Can you give me some examples?
Psychosocial treatments encompass a wide range of therapies and interventions that focus on changing behaviors, developing coping mechanisms, and building skills to compensate for executive function challenges.
Can you give us some specific examples?
For children with ADHD, a very effective approach is behavioral parent training, or BPT.
Behavioral parent training, what does that involve?
BPT equips parents with the tools and strategies to help their children manage their ADHD symptoms. It involves teaching parents how to set clear expectations, create structure and routine, utilize positive reinforcement, and effectively manage challenging behaviors.
So it's like giving parents a crash course in ADHD management so they can be the best possible support system for their child.
Exactly. And for adults with ADHD, other helpful psychosocial treatments include mindfulness training and cognitive behavioral therapy, or CBT.
Mindfulness and CBT, those are both popular approaches for a range of mental health challenges. How do they apply specifically to executive dysfunction?
Mindfulness training helps individuals develop a heightened awareness of their thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations in the present moment. This heightened awareness can be incredibly valuable for managing impulsivity, reducing stress, and improving emotional regulation.
So it's about training the mind to be more present and less reactive to every passing thought or urge.
Precisely. And CBT focuses on identifying and changing negative thought patterns and behaviors that contribute to those executive function challenges.
So it's about rewiring those mental pathways that lead to procrastination, impulsive decisions, or difficulty with organization.
Exactly. CBT empowers individuals to develop more effective coping mechanisms, improve problem-solving skills, and build self-confidence in their ability to manage their executive function challenges.
These all sound like promising approaches. Are there any other specific interventions that might be helpful for addressing executive dysfunction?
One particularly effective intervention, especially for individuals with acquired brain injury, is goal management training, or GMT.
Goal management training, what's the focus of that approach?
GMT is a structured program that helps individuals break down goals into smaller, more manageable steps.
Okay.
It teaches them how to plan, organize, prioritize, and monitor their progress towards their goals.
So it's like providing a mental roadmap to navigate the often overwhelming process of setting and achieving goals, something many people with executive dysfunction struggle with.
Exactly. GMT can be incredibly empowering, helping individuals regain a sense of control and accomplishment in their lives.
This is all so encouraging. It's great to know that many different avenues for support and improvement exist when it comes to executive dysfunction.
Absolutely. I think it's important to remember that everyone's journey is unique. What works for one person might not work for another. It's about finding the right combination of strategies and interventions that best fit their individual needs and preferences.
That's such a crucial point. There's no one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to executive function. Tailoring the approach to the individual is key. It's about finding what works and recognizing that this is a journey, not a destination. It's an ongoing process of learning, adapting, and discovering what strategies best support their individual needs, I guess.
Precisely. And I think it's important to shift the narrative here. We've been focusing on the challenges, but there's this growing body of research really highlighting the strengths and advantages associated with certain executive function profiles.
Oh, that's interesting. So it's not just about deficits, but also about unique advantages. Tell me more.
For example, some studies suggest individuals with ADHD might possess heightened creativity, a knack for out-of-the-box thinking, and a remarkable ability to hyper-focus on tasks that truly capture their interest.
So their brains might be wired for a different kind of brilliance.
Exactly. Neurodiversity isn't just about challenges. It's about recognizing the unique strengths and perspectives that enrich our world. It's about shifting our perspective from limitations to possibilities.
That's a powerful message. It's about embracing differences and celebrating the unique contributions everyone brings to the table.
Absolutely. And it's about fostering environments of understanding, acceptance, and support for those who might experience the world, well, a bit differently.
This has been a fascinating deep dive into the world of executive function. We've gone from understanding what executive functions are and how our brains create them to exploring the diverse ways they can impact our lives. And importantly, we've highlighted hopeful strategies for coping and improvement. It's been quite a journey.
It certainly has. And I hope our listeners have gained valuable insights into this often misunderstood topic.
I know I have. One of the key takeaways for me is that executive dysfunction isn't, a sign of weakness or laziness. It's a neurological challenge that deserves understanding and support.
Mm-hmm.
It's about empowering individuals, not blaming them.
I couldn't agree more. And for those listening who resonate with this conversation, I encourage you to explore the resources mentioned in the show notes. There's a wealth of information available to help you better understand your own executive function profile and discover strategies that can empower you to thrive.
That's so important. Knowledge is power, after all. And remember, you're not alone on this journey.
By fostering a greater understanding of executive function, we can create a more inclusive and supportive world for everyone.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive. We'd love to hear your thoughts, share your insights, experiences, or any questions you might have in the comments below. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep embracing the fascinating world within you and around you.
Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Hey everyone, welcome back. Ready to dive in?
Always.
Today we're tackling something I think a lot of us have heard about, but maybe don't fully grasp.
I hear you.
ADHD.
Yeah, it's a really common one, and it's definitely one of those things where people throw around the label kind of casually sometimes.
Totally. Like, oh, I'm so ADHD, when they just mean they got distracted.
Right, exactly. And it really minimizes what can be a really challenging experience for people who actually live with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going beyond those like surface level descriptions today. We're talking about the actual science of what's going on in the brain with ADHD. And we've got two
really fascinating.
Yes, two really fascinating research papers to dig into.
Yeah, and they're dense, so get ready for a deep dive.
Seriously. Okay, so paper number 1, the lateral prefrontal cortex and selection inhibition in ADHD. Sounds pretty intense already.
A little bit, yeah, but we'll break it down. It's all about this specific part of the brain, the lateral prefrontal cortex, or LPFC. Think of it like...
the brain's control center, right?
Exactly. Attention, decision-making, planning, even emotional regulation, it all kind of gets routed through the LPFC.
Wow. Okay, so what's going on there with ADHD? Is it just like less active or something?
It's actually more nuanced than that. So this paper, it highlights how in ADHD, the LPFC doesn't just function a little differently. It impacts something called selection and inhibition in 4 key areas.
4 key areas. Okay, now you've got my attention. Hit me with it.
All right, so number 1 is motor control.
Okay, so like movement.
Yeah. Ever notice how some people with ADHD might tap their foot or fidget or, blurt out answers?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's the LPFC's difficulty with inhibiting those motor responses, like inaction. It's not a lack of trying to sit still, it's that the brain might need a little extra help hitting the brakes.
Fascinating. So it's like having a car with like a supercharged engine but kind of iffy brakes.
Exactly. You're going to have to adjust your driving style a little, right?
I'd probably crash, honestly. Okay, so motor control. What's the second area?
Perceptual focus.
Okay, so like tuning things out.
Exactly. With ADHD, the LPFC can struggle to filter out distractions, and it's like every conversation, every noise in the room is hitting you at full volume all the time.
Oh man, I can see how that would make it basically impossible to focus.
It's incredibly challenging. All right, so we've got those two. Motor control, focus. What about the emotional side of things?
Ooh, yeah, good point.
So that's our third area, emotional regulation. You know how some days you're just more sensitive to criticism or you get excited more easily than others?
Ooh, yes, tell me about it.
Well, imagine feeling those highs and lows even more intensely. It's like the emotional volume knob is permanently turned up. That gives you a sense of how the LPFC's differences can make emotional responses in ADHD just hit differently.
That makes a lot of sense. It's not just about being overdramatic. It's like a fundamentally different way of processing emotions. Right?
Exactly. And finally, we have memory selection. Now, this doesn't mean people with ADHD have bad memories. It's way more nuanced than that. It's just their brains sometimes find it harder to inhibit those irrelevant memories from popping up.
Okay, so like that frustrating tip of the tongue feeling, where you know something, but you just can't quite recall it.
Exactly. That might happen more frequently in ADHD because of this difficulty filtering out all those extra memories.
So it's like having like a supercomputer for a brain. But instead of just pulling up the one specific document you need, it's showing you like every file, every draft, everything.
A perfect analogy. And that's what's so important about this research. It moves us away from viewing these ADHD traits as personal failings, as choices, and helps us see them more as outcomes of, like, literally how the LPFC functions differently.
So understanding the brain, not blaming the individual, which I think leads to a really important question. Do these LPFC differences mean, like, our ADHD brains sort of stuck that way forever? Thankfully, our second paper gives us a little bit of insight on that. They looked at adults who were actually diagnosed with ADHD as kids to see how their brains adapted over time. And here's where it's really cool. They divided the group into people with persistent ADHD, meaning their symptoms continued into adulthood, and those with remitted ADHD, so their symptoms faded over time. What did they find?
Well, it's really interesting. Adults with persistent ADHD, they showed less activity in some key brain regions, especially when they were doing tasks that required like a lot of cognitive control.
So less activity in these areas might be a reason why they're still facing those ADHD challenges in adulthood.
Yeah.
What are those areas, by the way, and how do they like connect back to that whole LPFC thing we were talking about?
Great question. These areas, they're like, think of them as the LPFC's close allies. They're all part of the brain's executive control network, if you will. So if the LPFC is the conductor, these areas are the section leaders. They help to fine-tune decisions, prioritize info, regulate those impulses, all that good stuff.
So if those section leaders aren't as active, it's like the whole orchestra might be a little out of sync.
Exactly. And remember how we talked about the LPFC's impact on motor control, focus, and emotional regulation? Well, guess what? These areas, they play a crucial role in coordinating those functions.
So less activity in those areas could be why some people continue to have those challenges. But wait, there's hope, right? I mean, you said that some people's ADHD symptoms remitted. What's the deal with that?
That's where it gets really, really interesting. The study, it found that the adults who experienced what they called symptom remission, their brain activity patterns were basically indistinguishable from the people who had never even been diagnosed with ADHD.
Wait, so you're saying their brains basically looked like those of people who never even had ADHD. That's kind of amazing.
Right, it is. It suggests that maybe the brain can change and adapt over time and that ADHD isn't necessarily some fixed, unchanging thing.
So while some people might continue to, navigate persistent ADHD, others might actually see their symptoms fade as their brains continue to develop.
Potentially. And that's why early intervention and support are so important.
It could increase the likelihood of having that symptom remission. Okay, so we've talked about the inner workings of the ADHD brain, but I'm really curious about potential solutions. Our next source explores a really, really cool approach to enhancing focus and executive function in kids with ADHD. And this is where things get a little bit sci-fi, but stick with me. This paper is called A New Perspective on a Frequency-Specific Brain Training System, and it's all about brainwave training. Brainwave training, like you're telling me we can literally train our brains to be more focused.
It's not quite sci-fi, but it's getting there. So our brains are constantly producing electrical activity.
Right, like little lightning storms in our skulls. That's how brains work, yeah.
Exactly. And that activity, those are brainwaves. They oscillate at different frequencies, and each frequency band is linked to different cognitive states.
Okay, so like a brainwave symphony, and depending on what song is playing, we're focused, we're relaxed, we're dreaming, that kind of thing.
You got it. So beta waves, for example, they're in this frequency range, about 12 to 30 hertz, and they're associated with like focus, attention, active thinking.
So when we're in the zone, our brains are basically cranking out those beta waves.
Exactly. Now, imagine a system that can not only read those brain waves, but can also give you feedback on them in real time. That's the basis of this training.
Whoa, hold on. How do you even read brain waves?
Well, they use this portable EEG device. Like the things you see in sleep studies with the electrodes.
Yeah, okay, I get it. So it's reading your brain waves, but then what? How does that actually train your brain?
Okay, so the device is reading your brain waves, right? And then, this is the really cool part, it feeds that information back to you. It could be visual, like you see something on a screen, or it could be through sounds, like different tones or something.
Okay, so you can literally see or hear how your brain is doing, like moment to moment.
Exactly. It's almost like playing a video game where the controller is your brain.
I was just going to say, that sounds like it could be fun, actually. Way more engaging than just like trying to force yourself to focus.
Right, because you're getting that immediate feedback. Like if you're focused and your beta waves are strong, you're rewarded in the game. But if your mind starts to wander and those beta waves drop, well, you might hit a roadblock or something.
So it's like training your brain to produce those focused beta waves through like positive reinforcement.
You got it. And the idea is, over time, this can actually lead to more lasting changes in those brainwave patterns.
So even when you're not hooked up to the EEG, you're better able to focus. That's incredible.
The research is still emerging, but yeah, that's the goal. It's like going to the gym, but for your brain. You're strengthening those attention muscles.
I like that, strengthening those attention muscles. Okay, so this all sounds very promising, but does it actually work?
That's the million-dollar question, right? But the research so far is actually really promising. Our third source here, they did a study with a group of children with ADHD, and they had them use this frequency-specific cognitive training system, they call it FSCT, for 13 weeks.
Okay, 13 weeks, that's a decent amount of time. What'd they find?
So compared to the control group, the kids who used the FSCT system, they showed significant improvements.
In what specifically?
Well, not just in attention, which you might expect, but also in working memory and even mental flexibility.
Those are some of the core challenges that people with ADHD deal with every day. That's huge. But okay, I gotta ask, It's one thing to see results in a lab, but did these benefits actually translate into real life for these kids?
That's what you really want to know, right? And according to the study, yes. The parents of the kids using the FSCT system, they reported noticeable improvements, like in their kids' academic performance. And even more interesting, they saw changes in their behavior, both at home and at school.
Wow, so it wasn't just like a temporary boost in the lab. It was actually making a difference in their everyday lives. That's really impressive. But what about what was going on in their brains? Did the study actually show like neurological changes as a result of this training?
Oh, yeah, they actually measured that. One of the most, I think, compelling findings was that in the group using the FSCT, they saw an increase in beta wave activity
Where was that increase?
in the prefrontal cortex. You know that command center we were talking about earlier?
Right. The one that's like kind of all over the place in ADHD. So they're literally seeing the brain changing in response to this training, and those changes actually match up with the improvements in focus and attention. That's wild. This isn't about like fixing brains though, is it?
No, not at all. It's more about giving people new tools, new strategies to help their brain work differently, work better for them.
Yeah, I like that. So medication, therapy, those are still important, but this could be like another tool in the toolkit.
Exactly. And it could be a really valuable one for a lot of people. I mean, this technology is still pretty new.
Right. And like you said, the research is still emerging.
Exactly. But I mean, these early results, they're really exciting.
They are. It makes you wonder what else we might discover as we learn more about how the brain works.
Totally. And, it's not even just about ADHD, right? This research could totally change how we think about learning and attention for everyone.
It's true. Everyone's brain works a little differently. And if we can start to understand those differences, imagine the possibilities. Like what if we could tailor our schools, our workplaces, to better support those different ways of thinking and learning?
Right. What if we could design environments that work with our brains, not against them? That's a future I can get behind.
100%. Well, I think we've definitely given our listeners a lot to think about today. From the nuts and bolts of how the ADHD brain works to like the cutting edge of neuroscience and, the future of how we might even approach education and work.
It's been a fascinating deep dive.
It really has. And to our listeners, thank you so much for using your amazing brains to engage with us today. Make sure to check out the show notes for links to all the research we talked about, and we'll catch you next time for another deep dive. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring.
Ever wonder what really goes on during an ADHD evaluation? You're in for a treat today. We've got Daniel's actual psych evaluation. Pretty rare insight, right? Especially since his story really highlights how ADHD, especially the inattentive type, can go unnoticed for years, even decades.
Totally. It's like having all the clues but not knowing how to solve the mystery. But luckily, that's where you come in, helping us put the puzzle pieces together, connecting what we know about Daniel, those test results, and, well, what it all means, right?
Absolutely. So for starters, we know Daniel sought help because work stress and anxiety were getting to be too much. He was doing well as a UI designer, a field that plays to his strengths, but a shift into project management, that had him feeling totally overwhelmed.
It makes sense, doesn't it? Project management requires a completely different set of skills: organization, planning, that juggling act of managing multiple tasks, not exactly known for being strong points for people with ADHD, especially the inattentive type.
Exactly. And here's something that really struck me when I was reviewing his file. Daniel actually describes himself as a data gatherer and analyzer, someone who really needs solid facts and struggles with folks who maybe rely a bit more on intuition or feeling.
Interesting. Is there a connection there, you think?
I think so. It's something I've noticed in my own work. This preference for logic, objective information, thriving on structure, clear evidence, can be both a strength and a challenge.
So you're saying it's not just a personality quirk, it could be linked to how his brain actually works.
Exactly. And it might be why he was initially drawn to UI design, which, when you think about it, involves a lot of problem solving, attention to detail.
Fascinating. Okay, so how did Daniel even get to the point of suspecting ADHD in the first place?
Well, like many, he had always struggled with certain things. For example, mediocre grades, despite being really smart, needing to juggle multiple tasks to feel productive. And, that classic difficulty focusing on things that don't grab his interest.
Oh, man, does that sound familiar? It's easy to brush those things off, right?
Right.
Just tell yourself, well, that's just me. That's just how I am.
Absolutely. It's so common. And that's why having these conversations, destigmatizing these experiences, is crucial. Now, here's another layer. Daniel also wondered about autism. He mentioned sensory sensitivities, feeling socially different, so that was on his radar too.
So he was thinking maybe ADHD or maybe autism?
Yeah, and that happens a lot, right? People relate to parts of different diagnoses. That's why we can't stress enough how important thorough testing and what's called differential diagnoses are. It's about the whole picture, not just checking off symptoms on a list.
Right, context is everything. And speaking of the whole picture, let's dig into those test results. What can you tell us about Daniel looking at those?
Well, the first thing that jumps out is his IQ. He scored a 130. That puts him in the top 2% intellectually.
Wow, talk about brilliant.
No doubt. And here's why this is so important. It challenges a common misconception about ADHD. High intelligence. It doesn't mean you can't also have ADHD. In fact, sometimes it masks the struggles.
It's like you've got this powerful engine, but the brakes are kind of, well, wonky. You can still go fast, but staying in control, that becomes the issue.
Perfect way to put it. So, in Daniel's case, his executive functioning, while average, was actually weaker than we'd expect given that sky-high IQ. That discrepancy is a major red flag.
So the IQ test showed his potential, but those executive function tests, they were like, hold on, let's see where the real challenges lie.
Exactly. Now, when we say executive functioning, we're talking about this whole set of cognitive skills. Planning, organization, initiating tasks, time management, staying focused, basically. All the things that help us navigate, well, life.
And these are where Daniel was hitting a wall, despite being so intelligent.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got Daniel's own description of his struggles, this major gap between his IQ and how those executive functions are working. What else did those tests reveal?
Well, there was the CIRS-SL, basically, a standardized questionnaire about ADHD symptoms, and his self-reported symptoms, clinically significant. But here's where it gets really interesting. A close friend also filled out this questionnaire, about Daniel.
Oh, wow. Okay. And did their observations line up with what Daniel was saying?
It did flag potential ADHD, but the friend rated it as less severe than Daniel himself did. And that's actually a really common pattern. We tend to judge ourselves much more harshly than others do.
Right. It makes you wonder if maybe Daniel had developed some pretty impressive coping mechanisms over the years, enough so that others didn't see the full extent of what was going on, even though he was still struggling internally.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It really emphasizes how important it is to look at things from multiple angles to get the full picture.
Makes total sense. Now, before we move on to the actual diagnosis, let's circle back to that autism question. You mentioned that Daniel identified with some autistic traits, like the sensory issues, but the testing didn't support ASD. What were they seeing that ruled that out?
Well, throughout the testing, Daniel consistently demonstrated strong social interaction skills. He made eye contact, expressed his emotions openly, and engaged in conversations really naturally. That back and forth flow we expect.
So it wasn't just about how he answered questions on paper. They were watching how he actually interacted in real time.
Precisely. He did find some social interactions a bit draining, and let's be real, that's true for a lot of us, right? But the key is he could articulate those feelings and clearly understood the social dynamics at play.
So that self-awareness and ability to reflect on those experiences is a good sign. What about his love for tech, gaming? Could that be seen as a restricted interest, which can be common in autism?
It's definitely an area of interest we often see in both ADHD and autism, especially in folks who are gifted. But for Daniel, it's also his job and a way he connects with others.
Ah, okay. So it's not just a solitary thing, but something that actually brings him into contact with other people.
Exactly. It all comes back to context, looking at the why behind those interests, not just labeling them at face value.
So after all those tests, all that analysis, what was the final verdict? What did they determine was going on with Daniel?
Well, based on everything they gathered, Daniel received 2 diagnoses: generalized anxiety disorder, GAD for short, and ADHD, specifically the inattentive type. And honestly, it's not unusual to see those 2 go hand in hand.
They seem like they go together often.
Giving anxiety and ADHD.
Yeah, for sure. And in Daniel's case, the psychologist believed that his anxiety was actually being made worse by those job demands that were tapping into his executive function weaknesses, kind of creating this perfect storm.
Oh, wow. A vicious cycle. Right. So ADHD makes certain tasks harder, which then ramps up the anxiety, which then makes it even harder to deal with those tasks.
Got it. It's a bit like trying to run a marathon, but you've got a sprained ankle, you know?
Mm.
It's not impossible, but it takes so much more effort, and it could lead to further injury down the line. It really highlights how important it is to understand how these diagnoses can overlap and affect each other.
Mhm.
So what happens next? What kind of treatment plan do they recommend for Daniel? So they've given Daniel these diagnoses. What happens now? What did they suggest he do about it?
Well, they took a multifaceted approach, which is honestly the best way to go when treating ADHD. It wasn't just about medication, but more like equipping him with a whole set of tools to deal with both the ADHD and the anxiety.
I like where this is going. So it's not about masking the symptoms, but giving him ways to actually manage his experience, right? What kind of tools are we talking about here?
Right, so therapy was a big one. Specifically, they recommended dialectical behavior therapy, DBT for short, along with mindfulness exercises and executive functioning coaching. All of these are, thankfully, pretty well researched and have been shown to be helpful for the emotional and mental gymnastics that come with ADHD.
Let's break those down a bit. What exactly is DBT, and how would it apply to someone like Daniel?
Sure, so DBT is all about building skills in four main areas: mindfulness, being able to tolerate distress, regulating emotions, and navigating relationships effectively. Basically, it teaches you how to stay present, how to handle tough emotions without resorting to, unhealthy coping mechanisms, and how to have healthy relationships.
Got it. So if Daniel is dealing with anxiety, feeling overwhelmed, maybe being a little hard on himself, DBT could give him some really useful skills to cope with those things.
Absolutely. It can really help someone develop self-compassion and acceptance, which can be incredibly powerful.
And what about mindfulness? That seems to be everywhere these days.
Right. So mindfulness is basically paying attention to what's happening right now in this moment without judging those thoughts and feelings. It's about noticing your thoughts, feelings, and even your physical sensations without getting totally carried away by them. And you can practice it through meditation, yoga, or even just taking a few minutes to focus on your breath. Simple stuff, really.
So for someone like Daniel, whose mind might be going a mile a minute, mindfulness could be a way to kind of hit the brakes and regain some control.
Exactly. It's not about clearing your mind completely, which is what a lot of people think. It's more about learning to observe your thoughts without judgment and bringing your focus back to the present moment, gently, over and over again.
Which, honestly, sounds like a skill that could benefit everyone, not just folks with ADHD. And finally, what about that executive functioning coaching? That seems particularly relevant to what we know about Daniel so far.
For sure. Executive functioning coaching is all about learning practical ways to deal with those daily challenges that often trip up people with ADHD. We're talking things like making routines, breaking down big tasks into smaller, more manageable chunks using visual aids like calendars and to-do lists and, learning how to manage time effectively.
So it's like having a personal trainer, but for your brain. Someone who can help you see your weaknesses and create a plan to get those executive functions into shape.
I love that analogy. And it's important to remember that this isn't about fixing the person with ADHD. It's about collaborating with their strengths and weaknesses to help them discover strategies that actually work for them as an individual.
Because we're all different, right?
Yeah.
What works for one person might not work for someone else.
Yeah.
So it's about finding that tailored approach.
Exactly. And on top of all that, the psychologist also suggested some things Daniel could do in his work environment, really emphasizing how helpful workplace accommodations can be.
Because sometimes even seemingly small changes to the workspace can make a big difference, right?
Absolutely. For example, having a quieter workspace, noise-canceling headphones, maybe breaking down those bigger projects into more manageable parts, having some flexibility with deadlines. These things can really reduce stress and help someone with ADHD be more productive. It's about creating an environment where they can truly excel, not just get by.
It's about working with the brain, not against it.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, so we've got therapy, mindfulness, coaching, adjustments at work. This is shaping up to be a pretty comprehensive plan. But I'm guessing it's not always easy to put all this into practice, is it?
You're right. It does take work, dedication, and a willingness to try new things. There's no magic bullet.
Right.
But the potential payoff is huge.
And that's what's so important to remember. Daniel's story isn't just about ADHD. It's about recognizing that we all have strengths and weaknesses, and that with the right support, we can do amazing things.
Absolutely. Neurodiversity isn't a bad thing. It's about being different. And when we embrace those differences, we open ourselves up to a whole world of possibilities.
I love that. So we've really dug into Daniel's journey here, from those early signs that something was different, to the testing and diagnosis, and now to this plan for moving forward. But before we wrap up, I want to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. What does Daniel's experience teach us about ADHD in general, and what can our listeners take away from all of this?
That's a fantastic question. One of the biggest takeaways for me is how easily ADHD, particularly the inattentive type, can go undetected, especially in people who've achieved some level of success. Here's Daniel, successful UI designer, incredibly smart, but still struggling.
And it took those struggles impacting his work and his well-being before he actually asked for help. It makes you wonder how many others are out there silently going through the same thing, thinking it's just them or that they're not good enough, when really their brain is just wired a little differently.
Exactly. And that's why we have to keep talking about this, to raise awareness and to encourage people to reach out for help if they need it. Don't wait for a crisis.
Knowledge is power, right?
Yeah.
Understanding the signs of ADHD, knowing that it's not a personal failing, and recognizing that there is help out there, those things can be life-changing.
Totally agree. When we have information, we can stand up for ourselves, ask for support, and create a world that's more accepting of neurodiversity.
I love that. So for anyone listening, if any part of Daniel's story has resonated with you, even a little, if any of that's been ringing a bell for you, like, hold on, this sounds kind of familiar, don't brush it off. Get curious. Do some digging. Maybe talk to someone.
Exactly. Because this deep dive, it's not just about Daniel, right? It's about realizing that ADHD shows up in so many ways. It's not one size fits all.
And that's especially true for the inattentive type, which, let's be real, often gets missed entirely or, misdiagnosed as something else.
Right. It's understandable in a way because it's not always the more obvious stuff like hyperactivity or impulsivity, right? Inattentive ADHD, it's often more like internal. It's that feeling of getting sidetracked constantly, never getting organized, starting things but not quite finishing them.
It's like your brain is a web browser with 20 tabs open, and you just can't seem to close any of them no matter how hard you try.
Huh. Perfect analogy. And the thing is, a lot of people with inattentive ADHD, they get really good at compensating, finding workarounds. They develop these coping mechanisms, figure out ways to manage, and they might even excel in certain areas like how Daniel did with UI design.
But at a certain point, those workarounds only get you so far, right? Life throws more and more at you, and eventually those strategies aren't enough, and that's when the struggles become really apparent.
Exactly. Early intervention is so important, recognizing those challenges early on and finding the right support so folks can really thrive.
Which brings us back to Daniel's treatment plan. It wasn't just about making symptoms go away. It was about giving him tools to actually manage and succeed, right? The DBT, mindfulness, coaching. Those aren't just trendy terms. They actually work.
They do. These are methods that have been studied and shown to make a real difference for people with ADHD. And the key is there's no single right answer. What works for one person might not work for another, which makes finding the right strategy so important.
Exactly. It's got to be personalized. And sometimes that takes a little experimentation.
For sure, which is where working with a qualified professional, a therapist, or counselor who really understands ADHD can make a huge difference. They can help you sort through all the options, figure out which strategies are likely to work best, and offer support along the way. It's a journey.
Absolutely. So if there's one thing I hope our listeners take away from Daniel's story, it's this. If any of this has resonated with you, if you've been thinking, wait a minute, this sounds like me, don't ignore that. Talk to someone. Explore those feelings. Knowledge is power, right? And getting to know your own brain. That's the first step to living a happier, healthier life. A life that feels more authentically you.
Couldn't have put it better myself. There's one last thing in this report that really stood out to me. It mentions, and I'm quoting here, unusual thought patterns. Not necessarily a bad thing, just, something to explore further. What'd you make of that?
I'm so glad you brought that up. It's like your intuition, it already senses there's more to uncover there. And it is intriguing. The report doesn't elaborate on exactly what those thought patterns might be, but it feels significant.
Like a little breadcrumb leading you towards something.
Yes.
So listeners, that's where our deep dive ends for today, but your journey of self-discovery, that's just beginning. Keep asking those questions, keep exploring, and most importantly, keep embracing what makes you, you.
Because those unusual qualities, those unique ways of seeing the world, those are your strengths.
They're what make you interesting. And who knows, they might just be the key to unlocking your greatest potential. This deep dive has been incredible, really thought-provoking. I hope it's given our listeners a lot to consider.
Me too. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today, it's kind of wild what we're diving into, how podcasts are made, but not just any podcasts. We're talking AI podcasts.
Right. The behind-the-scenes stuff, right?
Exactly. Specifically this show, RoboCast, and how the creator, Daniel David Allen, pulls it off.
Yeah, it really shows how AI is changing things.
Big time.
What's the angle here?
Well, Daniel's been pretty open about his process, even shares his show notes, so to speak. And let me tell you, there's way more going on behind the scenes than you might think. It's not just hit and go and letting the AI do its thing.
Right. There's always that misconception AI is this instant content machine.
Exactly. Like he uses Audacity.
Sure. Pretty standard.
Yeah, and DaVinci Resolve, for the video editing.
Industry standard stuff makes sense.
But then, get this, he's got this whole visualizer thing going on.
A visualizer.
Get this, it generates those visuals that react to the AI voices.
To sip those wave things, right?
Exactly, like those pulsing waveforms you see on music visualizers, but tailored to the podcast.
Yeah, it's subtle, but it makes a difference. It shows how much he cares about the details. Even those cool, stylized images that the AI hosts, he based those on how he imagined they'd sound.
Wow, so the AI kind of influenced the art before it even existed? That's kind of deep.
It's like this feedback loop. Okay, so he's utilizing different AI tools for different elements.
Yeah, and that human element, that's key to the whole thing. Daniel's always researching, always going down these rabbit holes of information. Any topic that grabs him, boom. It's fair game for the podcast.
And how's he managing all that info? I imagine it's a lot to wrangle.
That's where it gets really cool. He uses this tool, Notebook LM. Basically, he dumps everything in there, notes, links, articles, PDFs, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, so like a super-powered note-taking app.
Kind of, but then it gets really interesting. Notebook LM can actually answer his questions based on all that information. Like, make connections that maybe he wouldn't have seen on his own.
It's like having a research assistant on steroids. But it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What amazing insights are we all missing because we're just bombarded with so much information these days?
Right. It's overwhelming.
It is. And this is what I find fascinating about what Daniel is doing. He's not just organizing information, he's curating it, deciding what the AI learns from, which ultimately shapes the entire podcast.
It's like he's the author and the AI is, what, the pen?
Or maybe the ink. Or the paper. I don't know. It's a weird analogy, but you get the idea.
I do. So he feeds all this carefully curated info to the AI, and then, boom, it generates the episode.
Not quite boom. Here's where it gets even more interesting. He actually has the AI generate multiple versions of each episode.
Multiple versions, why do that?
Because at this stage, AI isn't about giving you the answer. It's about exploring possibilities within all that data. Think of it like, like a choose-your-own-adventure book, but the AI is coming up with different storylines.
And Daniel gets to pick which path he likes best.
Exactly. He's the director, guiding the narrative, picking the most interesting, most engaging version.
And what happens to the ones that don't make the cut?
Deleted. Lost to the digital void.
Wow. Ruthless.
Hey, that's content creation for you. Always got to be discerning, recognizing when something's not working.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got his chosen episode, then what?
Then comes the polishing, the refining, all that fun stuff. Remember those audio glitches you mentioned?
Yeah.
That's where he earns his stripes. Smoothing those out, making sure everything flows. He even uses MIDI files, which is kind of cool.
MIDI files. Like for music.
Exactly. It's basically translating the audio into visual cues for the visualizer.
So those sound waves are dancing to the beat.
In a way, yeah. And he doesn't just stop there. Daniel creates all the other visuals in DaVinci Resolve, too. Like, he's a one-man production team, handling everything from the AI stuff to the audio to the video. It's impressive, really.
That is a lot. So,
yeah.
What's the big takeaway here? AI is amazing and all, but
it's still a tool, a powerful tool, no doubt. But it's the human, the creator, who's really driving the bus.
Shaping the message, guiding the AI, making those tough choices.
Absolutely.
It makes you think, in this world of AI-generated everything, how do we even begin to tell what's really made by a human versus, heavily curated by a human?
Yeah.
And what does that mean for us? How we consume all this content. It's a wild new world out there.
It is, and it's only getting wilder.
That's for sure. Did you know he releases new episodes weekdays at noon? Consistent as clockwork.
Seriously, I learn something new every time. Makes you appreciate the work behind something you might just listen to during your commute, huh?
Big time. Next time you hit play on any podcast, think about the journey you took, all those hidden steps. Might change how you listen. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Ready to unlock your inner philosopher? Today's deep dive is all about critical thinking. What it is, where it came from, and why it matters, I think, more than ever in our, they call it, information-saturated world.
Yeah, information overload, right. It's about cutting through all that noise and becoming a more discerning thinker. And that's no matter what you're reading or watching or listening to.
Exactly. So no more just blindly scrolling or nodding along to, well, whatever you see. This deep dive is about arming you with the tools to analyze information and then, form your own conclusions.
Right.
And we're better to start than ancient Greece with, like, the OG critical thinker himself, Socrates.
Ah, Socrates, the philosopher who, and this is wild, famously never wrote anything down, but even without writing anything down, still managed to turn conventional wisdom on its head.
It's almost like he knew that the very best ideas come from, conversation to date, not just from lectures.
Yeah, absolutely. He was all about asking questions, like constantly challenging assumptions, especially those coming from people in positions of authority. Socrates really believed that true knowledge came from questioning and dissecting and really getting to the core of an issue.
Which truly makes sense when you think about the word critical itself.
Right.
It implies judgment, discernment, like a critic would, evaluate a performance or something.
You got it. You got it. The word critical actually comes from, get this, the Greek word kritikos. And kritikos means basically to judge or to discern. And Socrates, I think, just embodied that spirit perfectly. If Socrates were around today, he would, I think, be giving all those clickbait headlines a serious side eye, that's for sure.
Oh, I can only imagine Socrates with, like, his own late-night philosophy show. Something like Socrates skewers sophists.
Oh, absolutely. But in all seriousness, Socrates highlighted a timeless truth. Just because someone, hold a position of power, it doesn't mean that they have a monopoly on knowledge or truth.
Which was a pretty radical idea back then.
Yeah.
And honestly, it still kind of makes you stop and think even today.
Absolutely. One of his most famous quotes, and I'm sure some people have heard this, is, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Basically what he was saying there is, don't just accept things at face value. Like, actually think for yourself.
Yeah. He was basically the original thought influencer, I guess you could say.
Lives. I like that. That's good. But moving on from ancient Greece, let's fast forward a bit through the Roman Empire, the Middle Ages, all that, and land in the early 20th century with another, I think, pretty influential figure in the world of critical thinking, John Dewey.
Wait, John Dewey, place the name for me. What's his, claim to fame in this whole critical thinking thing?
Yeah, so Dewey, he really put critical thinking on the map in the field of education. You see, he saw it as this active, disciplined process of analyzing information, not just passively absorbing it like a sponge or something.
Which is more important than ever these days, don't you think? I mean, we are bombarded with information, social media, news feeds, you name it. It's overwhelming.
Oh, it absolutely is. And Dewey, he recognized that simply memorizing a bunch of facts wasn't enough to really prepare students for that kind of world. He believed that education should be about cultivating the ability to think critically, to analyze information, to solve problems. And those are skills that, well, we need them not just in the classroom, but also in life.
It's like that saying, what is it? Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Only in this case, it's teach a man to think critically, and he can navigate a world overflowing with information, right?
Exactly. It's about, empowering yourself to be an independent thinker. And actually, while we're talking about the development of critical thinking as, like, a concept, there's a fun fact I came across that you might find kind of interesting.
Hit me with it.
Well, so get this. The term critical thinking, like the actual term itself, it first popped up in print, wait for it, way back in 1815.
Get out. I had no idea it went back that far. Where did it appear? Like, what was it?
Of all places, it was a British literary journal called the Critical Review. At that time, it was mainly used in the context of analyzing literature. Like if you were going to dissect a poem or a play or something.
Which makes sense. You really have to engage those critical thinking muscles to like fully understand what's going on in, a dense piece of literature. But how did we go from just analyzing Shakespeare to seeing critical thinking as this essential life skill?
It was a gradual evolution, but I think people started to realize that this ability to think critically, to analyze and evaluate and interpret wasn't just for, academics or like literary types. It was crucial for, well, everybody in all aspects of life.
Okay, so let's talk about what critical thinking actually means. We've been throwing the term around a bit, but I think we can all agree that it's more than just, disagreeing with someone on Twitter.
You're telling me. We actually dug into a bunch of definitions from some of the biggest names in the field, folks like Robert H. Ennis and the Foundation for Critical Thinking. They describe critical thinking as this intellectually disciplined process.
Yeah.
And it involves, actively and skillfully engaging with information. It's not just about memorizing a bunch of facts, but it's more about using those facts to, how do I put it, form your own well-reasoned conclusions.
Okay, so it's about taking ownership of your thinking process, basically. But what does that look like in practice? Like, what does it mean to be intellectually disciplined?
Good point. It's about not just going with your gut reaction or automatically believing, everything you see or hear. It's about taking a step back and asking yourself questions. Questions like, what's the evidence for that? Or are there other perspectives that, maybe I need to consider? Or am I letting my own biases, cloud my judgment here?
So it's like hitting the pause button on your brain
Yeah.
before you hit that share button on your social media feed.
Exactly. It's about being mindful and deliberate in how you approach information and how you form your own opinions.
And what about the whole actively and skillfully part of that definition we were talking about? What does that look like in action?
It means you're not just a passive consumer of information, you're an active participant. So you're asking those questions, you're analyzing the arguments, you're evaluating the evidence. And just like any skill, the more you practice it, the sharper you become.
So it's like working out, but for your brain.
Mm-hmm.
I think I need to sign up for that mental gym membership.
I love the enthusiasm. And speaking of working out your mental muscles, one of the most important skills involved in critical thinking is, logic. Specifically, being able to analyze different types of arguments. We're talking deductive, inductive, and abductive.
Okay, now you're speaking my language.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You lost me at abductive. Can you break those down for me? Maybe use an example or two, because my brain is, it's still warming up, I guess.
So let's start with deductive reasoning. Think of it like a classic if-then statement. So if all cats are mammals and Fluffy is a cat, then Fluffy must be a mammal. Right. So we're drawing a conclusion based on information that, well, we already have.
Okay, so far so good. What about inductive reasoning?
So inductive reasoning is about making generalizations based on patterns that we observe. It's less about absolute certainty and more about probability. It's like, if every single time you eat strawberries, you get a rash, well, then you might reasonably conclude that you're allergic to strawberries. So you're basically going from specific observations to a broader conclusion.
Makes sense. So what about this mysterious abductive reasoning? Is that where we put on our detective hats?
Exactly. Abductive reasoning is all about finding the best possible explanation for something. Think of it like a doctor diagnosing a patient or a detective who's solving a case. They're looking at all the evidence and then they're trying to figure out what the most likely explanation is. So let's say your car won't start and the battery is dead. Well, you might abduce that the alternator is shot.
Okay, so we've got deductive for certain conclusions, inductive for generalizations, and abductive for finding the best explanations. Got it. But is critical thinking really all about logic? I mean, it seems like there should be more to it than that.
You're absolutely right. Logic is a critical part, for sure, but some would argue that it's not the whole picture. There's another dimension to critical thinking that I think we need to explore.
So we've got the logic part down, deductive, inductive, abductive. I mean, it's like a whole mental workout routine. But you're saying there's more to critical thinking than just cold, hard logic.
Right. It's kind of like, it's like saying, baking is just about following a recipe. Sure, you need the ingredients and the measurements and all that, but what about the creativity? The intuition, that ability to just kind of adapt on the fly when something doesn't go according to plan.
Okay, that's a great analogy. So what are those extra ingredients in this critical thinking mix we're talking about? What else is there?
Well, there's this philosopher, Carrie S. Walters, and he makes a really interesting argument. He says that things like imagination, creativity, even intuition, they're all essential parts of critical thinking. He says it's not just about like blindly following a set of logical rules, but being able to think outside the box, connect those seemingly unrelated ideas, and even sometimes just trusting your gut feeling when the situation calls for it.
So it's like logic is the foundation, but you can build all sorts of like, I don't know, interesting and unexpected things on top of it.
Exactly. Think about any like major problem solver throughout history. Inventors, artists, scientists, they didn't just follow the rules. I mean, they imagined new possibilities, they experimented, and a lot of times they stumbled upon their biggest breakthroughs just through like creative leaps and intuitive insights. It wasn't always, a straight line from A to B.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But that also makes critical thinking seem, I don't know, a bit less intimidating. Like it's not just about being, a robot who can just spot logical fallacies like we talked about.
Yeah.
It's about using your whole brain with all of its, quirks and creative sparks.
Exactly. It's about embracing, the full spectrum of your cognitive abilities. And speaking of abilities, there are some specific critical thinking skills that you can actually hone and develop over time.
Okay, so let's get practical. What are some of those core skills that, we can start practicing today, to kind of boost our critical thinking game?
Well, we've already touched on logic and analysis, of course, but some other key players are things like observation. That's a big one. Really paying attention to the details, noticing the patterns, things like that.
And I feel like that one observation is so crucial, especially, in this day and age, with this age of information overload, right? I mean, we're constantly bombarded with so much stimuli. It's so easy to just miss those important nuances.
Oh, absolutely. And then, there's interpretation.
Yeah.
So that's about figuring out what that information actually means, not just, what it appears to mean on the surface.
Right, because things aren't always as they seem, are they?
Exactly. And once you've, observed and interpreted, then comes evaluation. That's where you're weighing the credibility and the reliability of the information, considering the source, looking for any potential biases, that sort of thing.
Okay, so it's like, being a fact checker in your own life.
Exactly. And let's not forget about explanation. Being able to communicate your thought process clearly and persuasively, that's really key.
Yeah, because what good is having these, brilliant insights if you can't share them effectively?
Right. Oh, and one more super important skill we should probably mention, metacognition.
Metacognition. Okay, that one sounds kind of intimidating. Break that down for me.
It's actually simpler than it sounds. It just means like thinking about your own thinking. It's that next level awareness of your own thought processes, your own biases, how you learn best. It's like having this, internal feedback loop that helps you catch any errors, challenge your assumptions, and just become a more adaptable learner in general.
So it's like being your own mental coach, constantly analyzing your game and, making adjustments to improve your performance.
That's a great way to put it. Like imagine you're scrolling through social media, right? And you see some headline that just makes you, I don't know, really angry for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, metacognition is that pause, that moment where you stop and ask yourself, okay, why am I reacting so strongly to this? Is this headline even credible? What other perspectives might be missing from this story? It's about taking that step back to examine your own reactions, your own thought patterns.
Okay, metacognition is officially my new favorite word. It's like mindfulness, but, for your thoughts. So we've got this whole toolbox of skills now.
Yeah.
Observation, interpretation, evaluation, explanation, metacognition. But I imagine it takes more than just having the tools to be like a true critical thinker.
Right.
What else is there?
You're picking up on all the right things. You've got to be willing to actually use those tools, which I think brings us to the importance of intellectual virtues.
Intellectual virtues. Is that like the moral code of thinking or something?
In a way, yeah. These are they're like character traits that just make you a better, more effective thinker. Like they're like superpowers for your brain.
Okay, I'm listening. What kind of superpowers are we talking about here?
Well, there's intellectual curiosity, that insatiable thirst for knowledge and understanding.
Gotta stay curious. What else?
Then there's intellectual humility, being open to the idea that, hey, maybe you're wrong. You don't have all the answers.
That's a tough one, but so important.
Oh, it really is. And we can't forget about intellectual courage. That's the willingness to consider ideas that maybe challenge your own, even if they make you uncomfortable.
Because sometimes the truth hurts, but it also, sets you free. Okay, this is all great, but I think it's time to address the elephant in the room, or maybe the thought bubble in our heads or something. Why does any of this even matter? How does, being a critical thinker actually play out in real life?
That's the million-dollar question, right? And it's what we're going to unpack next.
So we've explored, the what, all those skills and virtues and the how, those different types of reasoning. But now I think it's time to dive into the why, you know, as in, why should we even care about this stuff? How does it actually impact our lives? Like beyond acing a philosophy exam or something.
Yeah, that's the heart of it. Critical thinking, it's not just some abstract concept that's confined to textbooks, right? It has real-world implications for how we navigate our daily lives, how we make decisions, how we interact with the world around us.
Okay, I'm all ears. Give me the elevator pitch. How does critical thinking translate into, real life benefits?
Well, for one thing, it helps us become more discerning consumers of information. Just think about the sheer volume of information that we're exposed to every single day. I mean, it's a lot. News articles, social media posts, advertisements, it's like drinking from a fire hose. Critical thinking gives us the ability to kind of filter through all of that, to, identify biases, evaluate sources, and then ultimately decide, okay, what do I actually believe and how should I act based on, what I believe.
Well, it's like having a built-in BS detector.
Exactly. It helps us separate fact from fiction, logic from emotional manipulation. It helps us form our own well-informed opinions.
Which is more important than ever these days, I think.
Yeah.
Especially in today's world, right, where misinformation can just spread like wildfire online.
Oh, absolutely. But it goes beyond just, navigating this world of information. Critical thinking, it also helps us make better decisions in all aspects of life, really, big and small.
Give me an example. Like, how can critical thinking help me decide, let's say, what kind of car to buy?
Okay, so instead of just, going with your gut on that car, or maybe being swayed by like a flashy ad you saw on TV or something, critical thinking would encourage you to actually do your research. Like really think about, what are my needs? What's my budget? Then read reviews, compare different models, and then ultimately make a reasoned decision based on, the evidence that you've gathered.
So it's about like taking the emotion out of it, using logic and reason to guide your choices.
I wouldn't say we have to remove emotion entirely, but it's more about, I think, not letting our emotions completely dictate our decisions. It's about finding that balance between your head and your heart.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I imagine those critical thinking muscles, they probably come in pretty handy when it comes to, problem solving too.
Absolutely. So whether you're facing a challenge at work, in your personal life, or even, just trying to assemble a piece of IKEA furniture, critical thinking can help you break down that problem, analyze it from different angles, brainstorm potential solutions, and then, of course, evaluate how effective those solutions might actually be. It's really about approaching challenges in a more, structured and logical way.
So it's like having this, like mental toolkit. And it's full of different strategies to help you navigate pretty much any obstacle that comes your way.
I like that. And, it's not just information, decisions, and problems. Critical thinking, it can even help us become more effective communicators.
Okay, now I'm really intrigued. Explain that one to me.
Sure. So when you're a critical thinker, you're naturally more inclined to think through your arguments carefully, anticipate what the counter arguments might be, and then present your ideas in a really clear and persuasive manner. You're also more open, I think, to hearing other people's perspectives and then actually, engaging in constructive debate.
It's about being able to actually back up your opinions with, solid reasoning and evidence, not just emotional appeals or, personal attacks or something.
Right. It's about having those respectful, thought-provoking conversations that actually, hopefully move the needle forward on things.
So we've covered a lot of ground here. We've talked about, the history of critical thinking, the definition, the skills, the virtues, even the real-world benefits. So is there, any final thought you want to leave our listeners with as they, kind of embark on their own critical thinking journeys? What would you leave them with?
Well, we started our journey today with Socrates, so I think it's only fitting that we circle back to him. And I think one of the most important things to remember about Socrates was how he was all about asking questions.
Yeah, the master of why.
Exactly. And I think that's a really powerful takeaway for all of us as you go about your day, encountering new information, engaging in different conversations, making decisions big and small. Remember to just ask yourself why. Like, why am I believing this? Why am I reacting this way? Why is this person saying this to me? What are the underlying assumptions here? Are there other perspectives that, maybe I need to consider?
That's such a simple challenge, but it's also really profound when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
It's not about being like a cynical skeptic. It's not about questioning absolutely everything. It's more about cultivating, I think, that healthy sense of curiosity and intellectual humility that we talked about.
Yeah, it's exactly that. And honestly, the more you practice that habit of questioning, just asking why about things, the sharper your critical thinking skills will become. It's a lifelong journey of, learning and growth. It really is.
Well, this has been an incredible deep dive, I got to say. I feel like I've gained a whole new appreciation for, the power of critical thinking and how important it really is.
It's been a pleasure exploring these ideas with you.
And to all of our listeners out there, we hope this deep dive has given you the tools and the inspiration to unlock your inner Socrates. And just remember, critical thinking, it's an ongoing process. It's not a destination. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Stay curious and never stop challenging yourself to think deeper. We'll see you next time. Ever get that nagging feeling deep down that something's trying to tell you something? Those gut feelings or those times you could swear your dreams or trying to send a message.
Yeah.
Well, today we're diving deep. We're going into the world of Carl G. Jung and this amazing book he wrote, Man and His Symbols, to try and decode those mysterious whispers coming from inside us.
It's funny you should say whispers, because Jung really believed our unconscious mind, it isn't just some empty space up there.
Right.
He saw it more like this bustling world, just brimming with meaning. And the way it speaks to us, the language it uses, symbols.
So it's not just random chaos down there. It's like our unconscious is actually trying to communicate, but it's using this whole other language we're not fluent in.
Exactly. And Jung argued that of all the ways we experience this language, dreams, they're our most direct line to this symbolic world.
But dreams can be so strange. How do we even begin to make sense of them?
Right, and that's where things get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because unlike a road sign, with its clear meaning, symbols, they're much more fluid.
Okay.
For example, let's take the simple image of a snake. A dream dictionary, it might always say, danger, watch out.
Right.
But Jung would urge us to go deeper. He'd ask, what does a snake represent to you personally?
So it's personal. Like if you're a herpetologist, dreaming of a snake might not be a bad thing.
Exactly. Jung believed that unlocking that personal meaning, that's the key to understanding the message behind the symbol. He actually uses the example of a cross in the book, just a simple shape. But think about it, it's loaded with different potential meanings.
Yeah, definitely.
To someone who's grieving, it might represent loss. But for a theologian, it could signify redemption. Same symbol, completely different interpretations depending on the person.
Okay, that makes sense. Our experiences shape how we see things, even in our dreams. But then how do we move beyond just those personal interpretations? Is there something, bigger connecting these symbols?
That's where Jung's theory of archetypes comes in. He believed that beneath those personal symbols, there are these universal inborn patterns of thought and behavior. You can almost think of them like
Blueprints.
Yeah, like blueprints for those classic characters we see in myths and stories, the hero, the trickster, the wise old man. They're hardwired into us.
Okay, so these archetypes, they're like pre-installed apps on our phones. We don't even realize they're there, but they're influencing how we think and act.
Precisely. And Jung gives some great examples in Man and His Symbols. For the hero, he points to Theseus, bravely facing the Minotaur in that labyrinth.
Right.
For the trickster, always stirring things up, there's the Monkey King from Chinese mythology. And who could forget those wise mentor figures like Chiron the Centaur, guiding heroes like Achilles?
So these figures, they aren't just characters in stories. They're reflections of these deeper patterns within us all. That's fascinating.
Absolutely. And understanding these archetypes can give us incredible insights into our own lives and our relationships.
So we've got these archetypal characters, kind of like living rent-free in our unconscious, shaping how we see the world. That's a lot to wrap our heads around. But how does knowing this actually play out in our everyday lives? Like, what's a practical use of all this?
Well, one way is to look at our relationships. Ever notice how some friendships just naturally fall into those classic archetypal pairings, like the hero and the mentor?
Oh, totally. You've got that one friend who's always pushing the limits, taking risks, the classic hero type. And then there's that other friend, the one you go to for advice, all wisdom, and experience, the mentor.
Exactly. And Jung would say recognizing those archetypal patterns can really help us navigate those relationships with more, awareness. We can start to see the roles we tend to play and how those roles kind of interact with the people around us.
So instead of getting frustrated when our hero friend acts impulsively, we can see it as part of their archetypal pattern. And hey, Maybe even learn something from their fearlessness.
Precisely. And on the flip side, those hero friends, they might learn to appreciate the grounded wisdom of those mentor types in their lives.
This makes me think about how Jung saw modern society. Didn't he think we've kind of lost touch with those archetypal energies?
He absolutely did. He argued that modern society, with all its emphasis on rationality and logic, has kind of sidelined these unconscious forces.
So it's like we're trying to navigate life with only half the tools, right? We've got this whole rich symbolic language inside us, but we're so busy trying to be rational, we've forgotten how to speak it.
And Jung believed that's a big reason why there's so much, well, meaninglessness and fragmentation today. He even saw it reflected in the art, the literature, even the neuroses of his time.
Which brings us to one of Jung's most, well, intriguing, maybe even a little intimidating concepts, the shadow.
Ah, yes, the shadow. Now we're getting to the good stuff.
Because it's not all sunshine and rainbows down there in our unconscious, is it? There's this darker side, this shadow self we tend to, well, ignore or even repress.
Exactly. The shadow, it represents those parts of ourselves that we just deem unacceptable, undesirable even, the parts we try to hide from the world, maybe even from ourselves.
So those negative thoughts we have about ourselves, the envy, the jealousy, the anger, those are all whispers from our shadow self trying to make itself known.
Precisely. And Jung's insight was that repressing those aspects, it doesn't make them disappear. They can fester in our unconscious and, well, lead to bigger problems if we don't acknowledge them.
So it's not about pretending the shadow doesn't exist, or like trying to banish it completely.
Not at all. Jung actually believed that true wholeness, it comes from integrating our shadow, not trying to eliminate it. It's about recognizing those darker impulses, understanding where they come from, and finding, healthier ways to express them.
Okay, so how do we actually do that? Integrate our shadow? It sounds kind of terrifying, to be honest.
Well, that's where this idea of individuation comes in. Remember how we were talking about dreams having this overall purpose? Jung believed they're guiding us toward wholeness, toward becoming more complete and balanced individuals. And that process of becoming whole, of integrating all parts of ourselves, the light and the shadow, well, that's individuation.
So it's a journey. It's a process, like self-discovery.
Exactly. And like any good journey, it often starts with, as Jung put it, a call to adventure.
A call to adventure, like a literal adventure.
Yeah.
Should I be booking a plane ticket somewhere?
Not necessarily. Jung used that term more metaphorically, to describe those moments in life that disrupt those comfy illusions we have about ourselves. It forces us to confront the unconscious. It could be a major life change, a loss, even just a period of questioning, anything that shakes us out of our routine and forces us to look inward.
So like those times when life throws a curveball and we're kind of forced to reevaluate who we are and what we really want, those moments can actually be opportunities for growth.
Precisely. Jung believed that it's often in those moments of crisis, when those old ways of being just don't work anymore, that we're most open to those messages from the unconscious. The symbols in our dreams, those archetypal patterns playing out around us.
Okay, so it's like when things fall apart, that's when we have the chance to put ourselves back together in a way that's, I don't know, more real, more whole. That's actually kind of empowering.
Absolutely. And that's where the real growth and transformation can happen.
So facing those challenges, those calls to adventure we talked about,
Yeah.
it's like stepping into the unknown, right? Entering a kind of wilderness. And it makes me think about Jung's fascination with art, especially modern art. Didn't he see that as kind of a reflection of this journey into the unconscious?
Absolutely. Jung saw modern art as this mirror, almost. It reflected the anxieties, the yearning for something more, that search for meaning that he felt really defined modern people. He thought artists, often without even realizing it, were tapping into these same archetypal energies, that symbolic language that we've been talking about.
So those abstract shapes and colors you see in modern art, they're not just random like splatters of paint. They're actually speaking to us on a deeper level, maybe even tapping into that collective unconscious.
Precisely. Jung believed that engaging with art, whether we're creating it ourselves or just experiencing it, can be a powerful tool for this whole individuation thing. It can help us connect with those unconscious parts of ourselves and maybe, I don't know, find meaning in a world that often feels pretty fragmented.
It's like when you're standing in front of an abstract piece, and even if you can't really explain it, you just feel something. It resonates.
Exactly. That's the thing about symbols. They bypass that rational mind and speak right to our emotions, our intuition, that unconscious part of us.
This whole dive into Jung has been amazing. But before we wrap up, I'm curious, How did all this affect Jung personally? Did he think he had it all figured out?
Jung, oh, he was very aware of his own shadow, his own flaws, never claimed to have all the answers.
So no guru on a mountaintop, just a guy trying to figure things out like the rest of us.
Exactly. And that's kind of reassuring, don't you think? It's not about being perfect, but embracing the journey. The ups, the downs, the whole shebang.
And who better to guide us than, well, ourselves? Our own unconscious, sending us those little hints, those symbols, those synchronicities. This has been eye-opening. So to everyone listening, pay attention to those dreams. Be open to the unexpected. And remember, you're on your own path, becoming who you're meant to be. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Hey everyone, welcome back. You know, one thing that I think we all worry about these days is screen time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's everywhere.
Right.
And we're always hearing about how it's affecting us, especially kids.
Definitely.
Like, is it frying their brains? Or can it actually be good for them?
It's a really tough question.
It is. And there are a lot of strong opinions out there. But I'm really excited about the deep dive we're doing today because it tackles this question head on.
Yeah, this is a really interesting study.
It's called The Impact of Digital Media on Children's Intelligence While Controlling for Genetic Differences in Cognition and Socioeconomic Background. Wow, that's a mouthful.
It is a mouthful.
Published in Scientific Reports. But you know, even with that long title, I think it gets right to the heart of the issue.
It really does. I mean, right there in the title, they're acknowledging that it's not just about screen time.
Exactly.
Like, there's so much more going on. Genetics, socioeconomic background, all of that plays a role.
Okay, so before we get into the findings, can you break down what makes this study so unique?
Sure. So a lot of studies on screen time, they kind of make this assumption that everyone's starting from the same place.
Right, like a blank slate.
Exactly. But we know that's not true.
No, not at all.
Kids come from different backgrounds, they have different genes, different life experiences, and this study, they actually took that into account.
So how did they do that? Do they, like, separate the kids into groups based on their backgrounds?
They did something even cooler. They used these things called polygenic scores.
Polygenic scores.
Yeah, it sounds complicated. But basically, it's a way to look at someone's DNA and get a sense of their genetic predisposition for certain traits, in this case, intelligence.
Okay, so they're looking at the genes that might be related to intelligence.
Exactly. But here's the important part. They're not saying that genes are destiny.
Right. Yeah.
It's more like your genes provide a blueprint, and then your environment, your experiences, like how much screen time you have, can influence how that blueprint is expressed.
Okay, so it's nature and nurture both playing a role.
Exactly. And by including these polygenic scores, along with socioeconomic factors, this study gives us a much more nuanced and accurate picture of how screen time might be affecting cognitive development.
It sounds like it.
Okay.
So I have to ask, what did they find?
Well, get ready for a surprise, because it might not be what you expect. This study found that kids who played more video games actually showed greater gains in intelligence over the 2 years of the study.
Really? That's so interesting. See, I always hear those warnings about screens rotting your brain.
Right. It's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it?
It is. So how do they explain that?
Well, think about what's involved in playing a lot of video games. Problem solving, strategy, quick thinking.
Yeah, you're totally engaged.
Right. And those are all things that can actually exercise your brain.
It's like a mental workout.
Exactly. And there's a growing body of research showing that these kinds of cognitive benefits from gaming are real. It's not just about getting better at the games themselves.
So are you saying my gaming habit isn't so bad after all?
We might need another deep dive on that one. But it does challenge the idea that all screen time is created equal.
That's fascinating.
Okay.
But what about other ways kids use screens, like watching videos or scrolling through social media? Did this study look at those too?
They did, yeah, and that's where things get even more interesting, I think, because they found that watching TV and online videos was actually also positively associated with intelligence gains.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Huh. I always thought, like, vegging out in front of the TV, that was, like, the opposite of stimulating your brain.
Right.
This is making me rethink everything.
Yeah, it's funny how, like, our assumptions don't always line up with what the research actually shows.
That's true.
But, the researchers, they have a theory about this, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, I'm all ears.
So they think it might have to do with the shift in the type of content that kids have access to these days and how they're engaging with it.
Okay.
Like back in the day, TV was pretty much limited to, whatever happened to be on those few channels you got.
Right.
And it was a very passive experience.
Absolutely.
But now kids have access to like this almost infinite library of content online.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
They can watch documentaries, educational videos, how-to guides, you name it.
It's true. And honestly, I do that all the time.
Right.
Like if I want to learn something new, like how to fix something or whatever, I just YouTube it.
Exactly.
And I never really thought of those as like learning experiences, but they totally are.
They are. You're actively seeking out information, figuring things out.
Yeah.
And that's what learning is all about.
So it sounds like what we might have just lumped together as screen time in the past is actually way more nuanced than that.
Exactly.
It's not just about the screen itself.
Right.
It's about the content and how it's being used.
Exactly. And this study, I think, suggests that screen time might actually be part of a larger cultural shift
Oh,
in
interesting.
how we learn and process information.
Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder if, like, our whole definition of learning needs an update,
Absolutely.
Because it's not just sitting in a classroom anymore.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's all this other stuff, too.
Exactly. But, we can't talk about screen time without addressing the elephant in the room, social media.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course.
Because that's a big one for a lot of people, especially parents.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, I was kind of surprised by what the study found about that.
Oh, really? What surprised you?
Well, they found that time spent socializing online didn't really have a significant impact on intelligence one way or the other.
Yeah, they found no significant effect, positive or negative.
Yeah. And I don't know, I just figured with all the time kids spend on social media these days, it would have had some kind of impact,
Right. It seems like it should, right.
Yeah.
But it's important to remember that this study, they were looking at a very specific measure of intelligence
Okay.
for a specific period of time.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that social media has no effect on cognitive development.
Right.
Just that they didn't find a clear link to this particular measure of intelligence.
Okay. That makes sense.
And plus, social media is such a moving target.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
What we think of as social media today could be totally different in a couple of years.
For sure.
So it's really hard to draw any definitive conclusions about its long-term effects.
It's true.
Yeah.
So I guess the big question is, where do we go from here?
Yeah, I mean, if it's not as simple as screen time is bad or screen time is good,
Right.
then what are we supposed to do,
It's tough, right?
It is tough, especially for parents who are like trying to do what's best for their kids.
Yeah.
But they're getting all these mixed messages.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this study so important, honestly,
Yep.
because it challenges that kind of simplistic screens are the enemy narrative
Right.
that we hear so often.
Totally. Like put the iPads away. The kids need to go play outside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, playing outside's great, but
Of course. Yeah.
it's not like one or the other.
Right.
Like, it's not that simple.
And it really isn't.
So are you saying we should just, like, let our kids have unlimited screen time then?
No, definitely not saying that.
Okay, good.
I think the key takeaway here is, like you were saying, it's nuanced.
Okay.
It's not about the amount of screen time so much as how it's being used.
Okay.
What are they actually doing on those screens?
Right. The content matters.
Exactly. Content is huge.
Okay, so content is key.
Yeah, and I also think, just being more mindful, right?
Okay.
Like, as parents, as educators,
Yeah.
thinking about how we can use technology in a way that's actually beneficial.
Okay, so it's about being intentional with it.
Exactly. Intentionality is key.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Because the reality is technology is here to stay.
Oh, it's not going anywhere.
Right. So it's really about learning how to use it to our advantage
Yeah, that's a great point.
and equipping our kids with the skills they need to navigate this digital world in a healthy and productive way.
Absolutely, that's such a good point.
I mean, imagine if we can help kids use screen time to actually learn and grow,
Yeah.
the possibilities are kind of endless.
It's true. It really changes things, doesn't it?
It does. It totally changes the game.
It does. So as we wrap up here, is there anything else that you really want to leave our listeners with? Like, what's the big takeaway message?
I think the biggest takeaway for me, and I hope for our listeners too,
Yeah.
is just to really embrace that complexity,
Okay.
Don't buy into those oversimplified narratives about screen time and intelligence.
Right.
Because it's just not that simple.
It's so much more than that.
Exactly. And I think we need to be having these conversations, especially with kids,
It's 100%.
about their digital lives.
Yeah.
Help them to be critical thinkers, right?
Right.
To question what they see online,
Yes.
to think about how they're using technology and how it's affecting them,
Absolutely.
because that's how we empower them to really thrive in this digital age.
I love that. It's not just about limiting screen time.
Right.
It's about like empowering them to have a healthy relationship with it.
Exactly. And that's a message I can really get behind.
Me too. Me too. It's been so fascinating diving into this research with you today.
It has. This was a really interesting one.
It really was. And I know I learned a lot.
Me too. Always learning.
Always learning, right? And to our listeners, thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive.
Yeah. Thanks for listening, everyone.
We hope it's given you a lot to think about and maybe even spark some interesting conversations around your own dinner tables. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. Ready to go deep on this one. We're tackling a phrase that's been around for ages. An eye for an eye. Everyone's heard it, probably even tossed it around casually, but what's the real story? Can't just be about revenge, right? It feels like there's got to be more to it. History, laws, maybe even some psychology thrown in.
Oh, absolutely. There's a whole lot packed into that seemingly simple phrase. It gets at the core of how societies grapple with justice and punishment. You know, this concept, usually called lex talionis, goes way back, even before we had formal legal systems. Back then, if someone wronged you, it could easily spiral into this endless cycle of revenge. Your family retaliates, then theirs does, and things get out of hand fast. So, an eye for an eye was a way to hit the brakes on that chaos.
So instead of just letting vengeance run wild, this idea was actually a way to bring in some kind of order.
Exactly. It was revolutionary for its time because it aimed to establish proportionality. The idea was to set limits instead of just escalating the violence. It's like saying, look, there needs to be a consequence for wrongdoing, but let's make it fit the crime, not spiral out of control. It was a really early attempt to create a system of justice, even if it seems kind of harsh by today's standards.
So even though it sounds kind of rough to our modern ears, you're saying an eye for an eye was a step towards justice, not just a free-for-all of revenge.
That's the idea. It was about trying to create a system where the punishment matched the crime as closely as possible. And if we're talking about early examples of this in action, we got to talk about the Code of Hammurabi. We're talking almost 4,000 years ago, 1750 BC, back when writing itself was a relatively new invention. Can you imagine the level of detail they documented in their legal system, chiseling it all into stone?
It blows my mind to think about. This wasn't just some informal agreement. It was a carefully crafted legal code, literally set in stone for everyone to see. Talk about making a statement.
Yeah, the Code of Hammurabi is seriously impressive for its time. And when you look at the details, you can see how central this idea of an eye for an eye, this proportionality, really was. There's this one example that always gets me about a house collapsing. So let's say a house collapses because the builder messed up somehow and the homeowner's son dies in the collapse. Guess what happens? The builder's son is put to death as well.
Whoa. Talk about high stakes for ancient contractors.
Yeah.
That's a seriously stark example, but it really shows you how seriously they took this eye for an eye business back then. It wasn't just a suggestion, it was the law.
It really was. And while we might look at that example now and think it's harsh, the idea behind it wasn't just about revenge. It was about accountability, making sure the punishment really reflected the severity of the crime. Of course, even with a system as rigid as this, there were always variations in how it was applied. You know, even in ancient Babylon, where this whole eye for an eye thing was a big deal, it wasn't always a simple equation. Like, your social status played a huge role in how these laws were actually applied.
You mean if you were a somebody, the punishment was different than if you were a nobody?
Exactly. Let's say you committed a crime against someone who was higher up the social ladder than you. Well, the punishment was often way more severe than if you did the same thing to someone on your own level or even someone below you.
Wow, so it's like a sliding scale of justice, where who you wronged mattered just as much as what you actually did. That adds a whole other level to this eye for an eye thing, doesn't it? It's not as cut and dry as it seems at first glance.
It really isn't. And this whole idea of different interpretations of an eye for an eye, well, it becomes even more clear when you start comparing different cultures. Take Hebrew law, for example, the kind of stuff you'd find in the Torah. They talk about an eye for an eye, too, in books like Exodus and Leviticus. But later on, when you get to interpretations in the Talmud, things start to shift a bit. They actually leaned more towards monetary compensation in a lot of cases.
Wait, hold up a sec. So instead of taking an actual eye, they might have you pay the victim. That seems like a pretty huge departure from the original idea. What was behind that kind of change?
It's actually a really fascinating evolution. See, the Talmud, and this is a massive collection of writings and interpretations on Jewish law, basically argues that the original spirit of an eye for an eye wasn't about inflicting the exact same harm. It was about making sure the victim received fair compensation for what they lost, even if it wasn't always a literal eye for an eye.
That's really interesting. So they were moving away from a purely vengeful kind of justice and towards something that was more about making things right again.
Right, and that just goes to show you how much even these ancient, seemingly rigid laws could be shaped and reshaped by the values of the people who are interpreting them.
It really makes you wonder if the way we understand an eye for an eye today, that whole tit for tat thing, is even close to what it originally meant. And speaking of how we understand things, especially when it comes to decision-making and consequences, isn't that where our game theory source comes into play?
Absolutely, because an eye for an eye isn't just some dusty old legal concept. It's something we see playing out all the time in how people make strategic decisions, even if they don't realize it. And that's where game theory can give us some serious insights.
Okay, now you're speaking my language. I love a good strategic breakdown. But before we go too far down that rabbit hole, maybe you can give us a quick refresher on what game theory actually is, for those of us who might not have a PhD in strategic thinking.
Uh-huh. Fair enough. In a nutshell, game theory is all about analyzing how people or even groups make decisions, especially in situations where the outcome depends on what other people do. It's like a big strategic chess match where everyone's trying to anticipate each other's moves to come out on top.
It's kind of like that feeling you get when you're trying to figure out what your opponent is going to order in a staring contest.
Yeah, kind of. Except in game theory, the stakes are usually a little higher than just bragging rights. We're talking about things like economic negotiations, political standoffs, even just figuring out the best way to split a pizza with your roommates. It's about understanding the logic behind those decisions when everyone's got something to gain or lose.
Okay, I'm starting to see the connection to an eye for an eye here. We're always weighing our actions against what other people might do in response, right? Trying to strike that balance between getting what we want and avoiding negative consequences.
Exactly. And one of the most famous examples in game theory that really gets at this dynamic is something called the prisoner's dilemma. Ever heard of it?
It rings a bell. It's the one with the suspects, right? Where they have to decide whether to rat each other out.
You got it. It's a classic scenario. Imagine you've got two suspects who are arrested for a crime and thrown in separate cells so they can't talk to each other.
And the cops come in, all good cop, bad cop, routine, trying to get them to crack.
Exactly. The authorities offer each prisoner a deal. They can either stay silent or they can betray their partner by confessing to the crime. And here's where things get really interesting, because the outcome for each prisoner depends entirely on what the other prisoner decides to do.
Ooh, the plot thickens. So they're stuck in this pressure cooker, having to make a life-altering decision without knowing what their partner in crime is going to do.
Yeah.
Sounds like a recipe for some serious trust issues.
You got it. So let's break down the possibilities, all right? If both prisoners decide to keep their mouths shut, stay loyal to each other, they both end up with a relatively light sentence, maybe a year or two behind bars. But if one of them spills the beans while the other stays silent, the snitch gets to walk free while the other one gets hit with a much harsher sentence, like 5 years. And if both of them decide to betray the other and confess,
Double the betrayal, double the fun.
not so fast. If they both confess, they both end up with a moderate sentence, say 3 years each. So it's not the best outcome, but it's not the worst either. It's that middle ground where they both pay the price for not trusting each other.
Okay, now my brain's doing loops. So if I'm one of these prisoners, what's the best strategy? It seems like staying silent is the way to go, right? If we both cooperate and keep quiet, we get that shorter sentence and we're back to plotting our next heist in no time.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? And that's where the dilemma comes in. Because when you really think about it from each prisoner's perspective, confessing always seems like the safer bet, regardless of what the other prisoner does.
Hold on, walk me through that again. I thought we just agreed that cooperating was the best way to go.
It is, but only if both prisoners can be absolutely certain the other one will stay silent. But remember, they have no way of knowing what the other's going to do. So each prisoner starts thinking, okay, if the other guy stays quiet, my best move is to confess, because then I walk free. And if he confesses, well, I'm better off confessing too, because then I get 3 years instead of 5.
Ah, so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy of distrust. They talk because they're afraid the other one will talk, And the very act of trying to protect themselves leads to a worse outcome for both of them.
Exactly. It highlights this inherent tension between self-interest and cooperation. They'd both be better off if they could just trust each other. But the fear of getting played, of ending up with that longer sentence, pushes them towards a choice that might not be the best for everyone involved.
Wow. It's like a crash course in why trust is so important, but also so fragile. And it's not just some theoretical thing, right? You were saying earlier that this plays out in the real world all the time.
Oh, absolutely. Think about those classic Cold War standoffs. You had two superpowers, each with enough firepower to destroy the world many times over.
Talk about high stakes.
Right. And in that kind of scenario, you might think the most logical thing would be for both sides to disarm, to reduce the tension and the risk of total annihilation. But because neither side fully trusted the other, they both kept building up their arsenals just in case. It was a classic prisoner's dilemma on a global scale.
So they were trapped in this cycle of an eye for an eye, but with nukes. Each side escalating because they were afraid the other side would escalate, even though it ultimately made everyone less safe.
Exactly. Or think about something like international climate agreements. Every country knows that we need to work together to tackle climate change, but there's always this temptation to prioritize your own short-term economic interests, even if it means putting the planet at risk in the long run.
It's that temptation to go for the immediate win, even if it means potentially losing big time down the road. So how does this all tie back to an eye for an eye? Is the lesson here that always striving for that perfect balance, that tit-for-tat response, is ultimately self-defeating?
It's definitely more complicated than just saying an eye for an eye solves everything, right? The prisoner's dilemma shows us that while striving for balance and proportionality is a good starting point, it doesn't always account for the messiness of human behavior. Things like trust, communication, even forgiveness, those factors can completely change the game.
So it's not enough to just react to what someone else does. We have to factor in the bigger picture, think about the long-term consequences, and maybe even be willing to break the cycle of an eye for an eye if we want to find a truly better outcome.
Now you're getting it. It's about recognizing that the pursuit of justice, of fairness, it's not always a simple equation. It requires us to grapple with some pretty complex questions, and those questions have been challenging us since the days of Hammurabi.
It's amazing to think that this one phrase, an eye for an eye, can open up so many layers of history, psychology, and even global politics. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. All right, so today we're really going to dive into some murky waters, with all this talk about attempts to overturn the 2020 U.S. presidential election.
Yeah, definitely a lot to unpack there.
We're talking court filings, AI investigations, the whole 9 yards. You've given us a lot to work with here, a real treasure trove of information.
And these sources are really fascinating. They don't just skim the surface, they go deep into how different groups and strategies all kind of converged during this, well, let's face it, incredibly pivotal time in American history.
Right, absolutely. So maybe we can start with someone whose name might not ring a bell right away, but he's a pretty central figure in all this, Jeffrey Clark.
Okay, I've heard the name, but refresh my memory.
So he started as an environmental lawyer, believe it or not, and then he ends up a major player in Trump's inner circle. Like, he becomes the assistant attorney general.
Wow, quite the jump. And what's the significance there?
Well, what's really interesting is that he's a member of the Federalist Society, that group known for a pretty conservative legal stance.
Right, I'm familiar.
So when you look at his alleged actions, it's like, hold on a minute, how did we get here?
You're saying there's a disconnect between his background and what he's accused of doing?
Exactly. I mean, the sources really point to a potential shift, right? Like, he goes from this conservative legal background to something way more extreme. And to really grasp how extreme, you got to look at the accusations against him. He's accused of pressuring the Justice Department, basically trying to get them to back Trump's claims of election fraud.
And is there any evidence to support these claims?
Well, that's the thing. One of the sources is this draft letter he wrote to officials in Georgia. And it basically urges them to challenge the election results. Thankfully, his superiors stepped in, and that letter never saw the light of day.
Oh, wow. Can you imagine the chaos if that letter had actually made it to Georgia? Talk about adding fuel to the fire.
Right. It could have been a disaster, honestly. And the Georgia letter wasn't even the only questionable thing he was pushing. Clark was also spreading some pretty out-there theories about election fraud.
Like what? Give me an example.
Remember that whole thing about the Dominion voting machine supposedly being connected to China through a smart thermostat?
Wait, seriously, that sounds like something out of a, I don't know, a bad spy movie.
I know, right? It sounds almost comical, but it shows just how far they were willing to go to cast doubt on the election.
It's scary to think people actually believe that.
And here's where it gets really unsettling. Apparently, Trump was considering appointing Clark as acting attorney general.
Whoa, are you serious?
Yeah, that's what the sources suggest. And apparently, this move would likely cause a mass exodus from the Justice Department, like resignations left and right. A total constitutional crisis in the making.
It makes you wonder what was going through their head.
I know, right? What were they thinking? But, Clark was just one piece of a much larger puzzle. And this is where our second source comes in. It dives into these recently unsealed court filings that, get this, thanks to some really advanced AI, have revealed a whole network of people who were involved in these attempts to overturn the election.
Okay, now we're getting into some real deep dive territory. Unsealed court filings, AI investigations. This is intriguing stuff.
Right. It's like something out of a movie. So these documents, they were heavily redacted, like blacked out text, the whole bit. But researchers were able to use AI to basically reverse engineer the redaction and figure out what names were hidden.
Hold on, back up. How do you even use AI to uncover redacted information? That sounds incredibly complex.
That's pretty wild, honestly.
Yeah.
So basically, the AI looks for patterns in the document, like the font, the spacing, even how the text is lined up around the redacted parts. And by comparing these patterns to examples of unredacted text, the AI can, a lot of times, figure out what's missing with crazy accuracy.
That's incredible. So it's like the AI is piecing together a puzzle, using the information that's still visible to fill in the gaps.
Exactly. And the crazy thing is this wasn't some top secret government operation. This was everyday people on Twitter, like DC Dude and Bruchek. They put all this information together and then shared it publicly.
Wow, talk about the power of the people. That's amazing that they were able to accomplish something like this. It really shows how technology can be a tool for transparency and accountability.
It really does. So who were these mystery figures that the AI helped uncover? Well, some of the names weren't too surprising. Familiar faces like Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell.
Right, those names were all over the news back then.
Yeah, exactly. But seeing their names in these documents really confirms that they were deeply involved in trying to challenge the election results.
So they weren't just figureheads, they were actively involved in the strategy.
Exactly. They were in the trenches, so to speak. There were also some lesser-known figures who seem to have played a big role. One that sticks out is a lawyer named Ken Chesebro, known for his work on conservative causes.
So we're talking about a whole network of people all working towards the same goal. To really understand what they were planning, we need to look at the actual legal strategies they were using.
And that's where our next source comes in. We have the actual court filings from special counsel Jack Smith's investigation. This isn't someone's interpretation or a news summary. These are the arguments being presented in a court of law.
Oh, wow. So this is the real deal.
Exactly. And what's crucial here is that these filings don't just say what Trump did, they get into his head, his motivations. The prosecution argues that Trump wasn't acting as the president of the United States, but as a candidate desperate to stay in power, even if it meant undermining democracy.
That's a bold claim. Are they saying he was putting his own interests above those of the country?
Essentially, yes. And they back this up by pointing out something quite telling. Trump never actually reached out to election officials to verify any of the fraud claims he was making publicly.
So it's like the truth didn't even matter to him. It was all about creating a narrative, a justification for overturning the election, whether there was any evidence or not.
That's what it looks like. It's like he was manufacturing a crisis to justify his actions.
And it's not like he was just, subtly suggesting things. It was this constant drumbeat of misinformation. And Trump himself, he kept amplifying it, which just created this environment where people were primed to distrust the results. And eventually, that distrust boiled over into action.
Yeah, and that brings us to January 6th. The filings draw a very clear line, right? They connect Trump's rhetoric, especially all those claims about a stolen election, directly to the attack on the Capitol.
It's frightening how quickly words can turn into violence like that.
Absolutely. Especially when they're coming from someone in a position of authority.
And what's even more concerning is that the filings say Trump still blames Mike Pence for the violence that day. Like, he refuses to accept any responsibility for his role in inciting it.
It's like a broken record with him. He just deflects blame at every turn. But, claim aside, it sounds like his legal team is planning to argue that he had presidential immunity.
That'll be interesting to see how that plays out in court. I mean, inciting an insurrection, that's not exactly in the job description for the president, is it?
Yeah, presidential duties, give me a break. It just seems like a very weak defense, especially given the seriousness of the allegations.
Right. It's not very convincing.
But we have to remember, at this point, these are still just allegations. Trump is innocent until proven guilty.
Absolutely. That's a crucial point. But still, when you look at all the sources together, the connections they make, the arguments being made in court, it's definitely concerning, to say the least.
No doubt about it. There's a lot to unpack here. We've got Jeffrey Clark, AI uncovering conspiracies, legal battles playing out in real time. It's like we've stumbled into some kind of political thriller.
It really does feel like a movie, but with much higher stakes. And the thing is, it's not over yet. This case could completely change how we think about presidential power, how we use technology in investigations, and honestly, the future of our democracy.
It's a huge responsibility for any court.
Yeah.
But even with all the information we have, there's still this big mystery, right? And it goes back to those AI investigators. Remember how they were able to identify most of the names that were blacked out in those court filings?
Yeah, you said they were only able to figure out most of them.
Well, there's one name they haven't been able to crack. Co-conspirator, #4.
Oh, wow. That's really intriguing. It's like a cliffhanger in a movie. You're left wondering, who is this person? What's their story?
Exactly. And I think it really highlights the main point here. This is about the power of information, right? The tools we have to uncover it, the lengths people will go to keep things hidden. It's like we've uncovered this huge conspiracy, right?
Right.
But there's this one character, this mysterious figure, and we still don't know what their role was, what motivated them.
Yeah, it definitely highlights how much we don't know. Like, who is co-conspirator, #4? What would we find out if we knew their identity? It could change everything we think we understand about this whole thing, or maybe just adds another layer to an already complex story.
It's kind of unsettling, you know? But it also makes you want to dig deeper, ask more questions, look for answers in new places. And I think that's what makes this whole deep dive so interesting. It's not just about the facts themselves, it's about how we uncover them, that there's always more to learn.
I totally agree. It's about embracing the unknown, acknowledging that there will always be things we don't know, loose ends. Even with all the tools and technology we have, there will always be those missing pieces of the puzzle. So where do we go from here?
Right, that's the big question, isn't it? What can we, as citizens, take away from all of this? What are we supposed to do with all this information?
Well, I think the biggest thing is to really think critically and be skeptical. We live in a world where information is everywhere, but that doesn't mean it's always true or accurate. We can't just believe everything we read or hear. We have to question our assumptions, look for evidence, and be wary of things that seem too simple or too good to be true.
Especially when what we're reading or hearing is designed to divide us and sow distrust.
Exactly. And that's why these kinds of deep dives are so important. By creating a space for these kinds of conversations, by going into the details and considering different viewpoints, we can learn how to navigate this complex world and have productive conversations about the challenges facing our democracy.
Because if we understand how these events happened, if we know who the players are and what they were thinking, then maybe, just maybe, we can prevent something like this from happening again.
I completely agree. It's not just about looking back, it's about looking ahead. What can we learn from this? What can we do to protect our elections and make sure our democracy is strong enough to withstand this kind of attack in the future?
Those are questions we should all be asking ourselves. Safeguarding our democracy is a responsibility we all share, and it starts with being informed, engaged, and most importantly, curious.
Because as we've seen today, the truth is rarely simple, but it's always worth searching for.
So keep asking those tough questions, keep looking for answers, and keep having these critical conversations. It's what keeps our democracy alive and well. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive. We'll see you next time. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. All right, so today we're diving into something called Project 2025. It's this, well, massive 900-page document laying out all these conservative policy proposals. And it's gotten some serious attention because it's basically a potential roadmap for, a future administration.
Yeah, and it's not just like any policy proposals. It's the who behind it that's really got people talking. We're talking former Trump administration officials, and this is the big one, the Heritage Foundation.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is serious stuff. For those of us who might not be totally up on our think tanks. What's the significance of the Heritage Foundation being involved?
So the Heritage Foundation, they're really influential in conservative circles, like really influential. They've been around for decades, and they've had a hand in shaping conservative policy, especially during Republican presidencies.
So are we talking like the architects of Trumpism here?
Basically, yeah. They were super tight with Trump's 2016 transition team, and a lot of their people ended up in key positions. So to see them involved in Project 2025, well, it makes you wonder if this is like a blueprint for a potential second Trump term.
And this is where it gets even more interesting, right? Because Trump himself has said publicly he's not involved in Project 2025. But come on, actions speak louder than words, don't they?
Exactly. I mean, Trump's always singing the Heritage Foundation's praises, and they definitely share a lot of the same policy goals. It makes you question just how hands-off he really is with all of this.
Right. Like, is he really just going to sit this one out? I'm not so sure. Okay, so we've got the who behind Project 2025, but what about the what? Like, what are some of the actual policy changes they're proposing?
Well, buckle up because this document is a wild ride. It covers pretty much every area of government you can think of, and let me tell you, it does not shy away from controversy.
Yeah, I bet. I was skimming through some of the proposals, and let's just say they're not exactly subtle.
Nope, not at all. And nowhere is that more clear than in their stance on abortion. It's, well, about as extreme as it gets.
Yeah, they basically want to nuke Roe v. Wade, right?
Pretty much. A nationwide abortion ban is definitely on their wish list. They even want to go after medication abortion by reversing the FDA's approval of mifepristone.
Wow. So much for a woman's right to choose.
Right, and get this, they actually want to bring back something called the Comstock Act.
The Comstock Act, what's that?
It's this crazy old law from the 1800s, like seriously ancient, that could actually make it illegal to even mail abortion pills.
Hold on. They want to use a law from the 1800s to control what's happening in the 21st century. How does that even work?
It's a good question, and honestly, it would almost certainly get tied up in the courts for years. The Comstock Act is pretty outdated, to say the least, but including it in Project 2025 just shows how serious they are about this, and it gets even wilder. They also talk about making states report miscarriages to the federal government.
Whoa. Talk about government overreach. That's pretty intense. And speaking of intense, their ideas on immigration aren't exactly a walk in the park either.
No kidding. We're talking mass deportations, ending birthright citizenship. It's basically a complete reversal of decades of immigration policy.
It's like they want to build a wall around the entire country, not just the southern border.
It's definitely a vision of a much more closed-off America. And the thing is, with the Heritage Foundation's track record, you can't just brush this off as empty rhetoric. Remember when Trump implemented that family separation policy at the border? Yeah, that was them.
Oh, right. They were behind that.
Okay.
And it's not just abortion and immigration either. They also want to give more power to law enforcement and surveillance, make it tougher to protest, and, oh yeah, make it harder to vote, especially for minorities.
It's a lot. And honestly, it's pretty concerning from a civil liberties standpoint. The ACLU is already gearing up for legal challenges if even half of this stuff goes through, so it would be a constant court battle. But the fact that these proposals are even being considered shows just how far to the right the political spectrum has shifted.
Yeah, and it's not even just about the legal battles, right? It's about the message this sends, especially to people who are already marginalized and vulnerable. Like, imagine being a young woman living in a state where abortion is outlawed, or an immigrant family constantly living in fear of being deported.
Exactly. Project 2025 isn't just about policy, it's about power. Who has it, who gets to keep it, and who gets left out in the cold.
It's a lot to unpack, for sure. And we haven't even touched on their economic policies yet.
Oh, right. Get ready, because that's a whole other can of worms.
So we've talked about the social policies, right? And wow, they're something. But this Project 2025 thing, it also has a whole economic side, doesn't it? What's the big picture there?
Well, you could say it's all about, like, shrinking the government, especially when it comes to things like healthcare and education. And on the flip side, it's about boosting corporations, giving them tax cuts, that kind of thing.
So basically trickle-down economics,
Yeah.
didn't we? Like, try that already.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But the evidence hasn't exactly been convincing. Still, Project 2025 seems to be all about it. And that brings up a big question. How do they plan to pay for all these tax cuts? The document's kind of vague, but if you look at where they're suggesting cuts, it's pretty telling.
Let me guess. Social Security and Medicare.
Bingo! They don't come right out and say it, but they dance around it, talking about, reducing the deficit and all. And those are two huge expenses. Remember when Trump called Social Security a Ponzi scheme?
Yeah, that was something.
Exactly. And during his presidency, there were all these hints about, like, making changes to entitlement programs. Project 2025 seems to be picking up where that left off.
So they want to cut taxes for the wealthy and corporations, but then they also want to cut programs that millions of people rely on.
That's the gist of it, yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't stop there. They also want to get rid of those prescription drug price caps that have been helping seniors afford their medication, and they want to stop Medicare from negotiating lower drug prices.
Seriously.
Oh, yeah. And then there's rolling back overtime protections for workers and, get this, making student loan payments mandatory again after the pause.
It's like they're trying to take us back to the Stone Age.
It's definitely a different vision for America, that's for sure. And the thing is, it's not just about changing policies, right? It's about shifting the balance of power. They're talking about giving way more power to the executive branch, which, well, think about what that could mean. It could make it almost impossible to challenge these policies, even if they do become law.
Wow, it's a lot. So where do we go from here? What can people do with all of this information?
Well, first off, just knowing about it is huge. Awareness is key. This Project 2025, it's a blueprint, right? Whether or not it actually happens, that's up to all of us. So pay attention to what's happening, contact your representatives, and most importantly, use your voice.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks for breaking all of this down for us. This Project 2025, it's definitely something else. For everyone listening, thanks for joining us for this deep dive. We'll catch you next time. Remember to like this video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring. All right, everybody, welcome back for another deep dive.
I'm excited for this one.
Yeah. So this film we're talking about is called Don't Be a Sucker.
Gotchy title.
It really is, and for 1947, pretty progressive.
Uh-huh.
So this film was propaganda straight up by the U.S. government to try to get regular people to stop being prejudiced.
Which, at the time, bold move.
Yeah, very bold move.
And what's fascinating is how they went about it.
Yeah, how'd they do that?
It wasn't just like some preachy, be nice campaign. They got clever. They basically made it about self-interest, like, hey, this prejudice thing, it's going to bite you in the butt, even if you think you're on the winning side.
That's a really good point.
Right.
Because they could have come at it from a million different angles, but they chose to really focus on the
consequences.
Yeah, for everybody.
Yeah.
And you've got to remember, this is 1947. We're talking post-World War II.
Huge moment in history, right?
Yeah.
It's huge.
The country's trying to find its footing. There's this whole wave of patriotism, but also, let's not forget, segregation is still the law of the land in many places.
It's like this weird push and pull in society.
Exactly. It's a time of contradictions, which honestly makes the film even more fascinating. Because it's like, hey, we just fought this big war against Nazi Germany, this regime built on hate and prejudice, but guess what? We've got our own issues right here at home.
Yeah, and they don't shy away from showing that in the film.
No, they don't.
Like, for instance, they use this really clever storytelling device in Don't Be a Sucker. It follows this totally average American guy, Mike.
Your everyday Joe.
Exactly. And through a series of events, Mike ends up at this rally.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and this rally is being led by...
By a charismatic, but, so manipulative street speaker.
Yeah, and this guy's got an answer for everything.
Oh, I bet. Playing on people's fears, insecurities, the whole 9 yards. The whole 9 yards. And they do such a good job. I mean, I've seen this film, and when I watch it, part of me is
drawn in.
Totally. I'm like, yeah, he's right.
It's scary how effective that kind of rhetoric can be.
It really is. And to combat that, they bring in this other character who's like this voice of reason.
Okay, who's the voice of reason in this scenario?
So they have this professor who is actually a European refugee.
Oh, wow. That adds a whole other layer to it.
It does.
Because he's not just some detached academic, right? Oh. He's bringing with him the lived experience of what happens when prejudice and fascism are allowed to take root. It's like he's saying, hey, I've seen this movie before, and trust me, you don't want to see the ending.
Yeah, and he's seen it firsthand.
Exactly.
And this is where they introduce this character, Hans.
It's Hans.
So Hans is presented as, the model German, right?
Okay.
He's bought into the whole Nazi ideology, hook, line, and sinker.
Believes in his heart that this is the way to a better future.
Exactly. He's convinced that any discrimination, any hardship inflicted on others is ultimately going to benefit him and his group.
The classic us versus them
Yes.
mentality.
And you see how his beliefs, fueled by propaganda, lead him down a very dark path.
And that's something the film does so well, right? It doesn't just tell you about the dangers of prejudice, it shows you, like visually underscores the devastating impact on individuals.
Oh, 100%.
And that scene, right? The street speaker, as he's riling up the crowd, they start using these close-up shots of people's faces.
Yes.
And you see the initial confusion, then the fear, and finally this like withdrawal as they realize they're the target. Man, it's chilling.
It's so well done.
And the way they use light and shadow in that scene, brilliant. It's like each time the speaker goes after a new group, Catholics, Jews, Black people, a shadow literally falls over a part of the crowd. By the end, they're all shrouded in this darkness.
Powerful imagery.
Right. It's like a visual representation of how prejudice isolates and dehumanizes. You're no longer an individual, you're just part of a group to be feared or hated.
Absolutely. And it's not just about these, like, grand ideas of hate and discrimination either. They weave in these really relatable economic anxieties that were so real for people at the time.
Of course, because fear and uncertainty are powerful motivators, right?
Totally. Like,
Yeah.
the street speaker starts hinting at jobs being taken away, foreigners being a drain on resources.
Let's take scapegoating tactic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Directly out of the Nazi playbook. And it works because it taps into this primal fear of scarcity, of losing what you have.
Which is so interesting, though, because while they clearly portray the brutality of the Nazis, the film itself doesn't really delve into the complexities of fascism as an ideology.
Right. It's like they made a strategic decision to focus on the tactics of manipulation rather than getting bogged down in the nuances of political theory.
Which, you have to admit, is probably a smart move for a mass audience, especially so soon after the war.
Yeah, because it makes the message a lot more palatable.
Right. It becomes less about ideology and more about recognizing and rejecting harmful behavior, no matter who's perpetrating it.
Which I think is one of the reasons why this film still resonates today.
Totally agree.
It's this timeless message about the dangers of prejudice and the importance of standing up for what's right.
Absolutely. And it reminds us that we all have a role to play in challenging hate and discrimination wherever we see it.
Exactly. And by not making it like an academic lecture on fascism, they were able to reach a much broader audience.
Right, totally. It's like they cut straight to the heart of the matter.
Exactly.
It's about the human cost of hate and prejudice, which is something I think is so relevant today, especially when we think about
Oh, absolutely.
how the media landscape has changed. I mean, this was a film made in 1947.
Right, when film was like the main medium for this kind of mass messaging,
Exactly. Imagine that. One screen, everybody's watching.
powerful stuff.
Powerful stuff. And now, fast forward to today, where we're just...
Inundated with information from all sides.
It's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. And so it feels like that message from Don't Be a Sucker is even more important, wouldn't you say?
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, think about it. In the film, you have that one charismatic but dangerous voice on the street corner trying to sway people, right?
Right.
Now, fast forward to today, and it's like that street corner has multiplied exponentially online. We're talking social media, countless websites, forums, all these different voices vying for our attention.
Yeah, it's like that street corner is now global.
Exactly. And it's not just the sheer volume of information, it's how it's delivered, how it's packaged.
Yeah, totally. And, one thing the film touches on is that idea of people being drawn in, like wanting to believe what the street speaker is saying.
Oh, absolutely. Because he's tapping into something very real, right? People's fears, their insecurities, their anxieties.
Yeah, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
Precisely. And with social media, it's even easier to get caught up in those echo chambers where we're constantly being fed information that confirms our existing biases.
It's like we're creating these little worlds where we're never challenged, right?
Exactly. And that's where critical thinking goes right out the window.
It's like everyone's shouting their version of the truth, but who has the time or energy to actually fact check everything?
And that's the real danger, isn't it? Because when we're bombarded with information, it's easy to just go with what feels good, what confirms what we already believe, even if it's not true.
It's true. And it feels like the more outrageous something is, the more likely it is to get shared, to get clicks, to go viral.
100%. It's the whole outrage culture phenomenon, right?
Right, exactly. Where it's not just about sharing information, it's about eliciting a reaction. Anger, fear, indignation, you name it.
And unfortunately, that kind of content sells. It gets clicks, it generates revenue, and that creates a whole other layer of complexity, right? Because now you have this whole economic incentive to keep people riled up, even if it's at the expense of truth or accuracy.
Which is so scary because it feels like we're all just pawns in this game.
Right. And it's easy to feel powerless, but that's where I think the film offers us a glimmer of hope. Because at its core, Don't Be a Sucker is a call to action, right? It's about recognizing those manipulative tactics, questioning the information we're consuming, and refusing to be played.
It's about taking that power back.
Absolutely. And it's a reminder that we're not helpless. We have the power to choose what we consume, what we believe, and how we engage with the world around us.
And that's what's so empowering about it, right? It's not just doom and gloom. It's like, hey, we see what's going on here, and we have a choice.
Exactly. We can choose to be informed, to be critical thinkers, to stand up for what's right.
To not be a sucker.
Precisely. And what's amazing is that this film, even though it was made over 70 years ago, it still has this incredible power to resonate with people today.
Well, it feels like those themes of manipulation, of division, of scapegoating, they're more relevant than ever.
Absolutely. In fact, Don't Be a Sucker actually went viral after the Charlottesville protests back in 2017.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, people were sharing it online like crazy, drawing these direct parallels between the film's message and the rise of white nationalism and the far right. It was like this forgotten piece of history was suddenly thrust back into the spotlight.
That's wild. It's like it just goes to show you those patterns of prejudice, those tactics of manipulation, they're not relegated to the history books. They're still very much with us today.
Absolutely. And it highlights something really important. We can't just dismiss the past as, like, irrelevant. History has a way of repeating itself, especially when we don't learn from it.
It's like that saying, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. But I think what's so great about Don't Be a Sucker is that it's not just about looking back, right? It's about giving us the tools to navigate the present and the future.
100%. It's a call to action for every single one of us to be vigilant, to recognize these divisive tactics no matter what form they take, and to challenge them head on.
Because it's so easy to get caught up in our own little bubbles, to only see what's right in front of us.
Right. But Don't Be a Sucker reminds us to zoom out, to look at the bigger picture, to ask ourselves who benefits from this division, who's pulling the strings.
And that's a question we should be asking ourselves constantly, right? Especially in today's world.
Absolutely. Because the fight for a just and equitable society, it's an ongoing one. It requires us to be informed, engaged, and constantly questioning the narratives we're being sold.
So to everyone listening, don't be a sucker. Think critically, challenge your biases, and most importantly, stand up for what you believe in.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That's all the time we have for today, but wow, what a deep dive. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
For more mind-expanding content,
Subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday.
until next time,
Stay curious.
keep exploring.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready for another deep dive?
Always ready to dive in.
Okay, great. Today, we're going deep on Trumpism. Seems like it's everywhere these days, right?
It's definitely been one of the most talked about political phenomena in recent times.
And to unpack it all, looks like you've given us a pretty interesting mix of sources to work with.
Absolutely. Pulling from different angles is essential for this one.
I can already tell this is going to be a fascinating deep dive.
It is. And jumping right in, one of the first things that stood out from the sources was this comparison to something called Jacksonian democracy.
Jacksonian democracy.
Yeah, it's a movement from the 1800s during Andrew Jackson's presidency. And believe it or not, the sources actually drew parallels between Trump rallies and the political climate back then.
Wow, that's going way back.
Yeah.
So we're talking fiery rallies and populist anger, even back in the 1800s.
Exactly. The sources highlight how Jackson tapped into public anger against the elites, just like Trump did. It's fascinating to see how certain patterns repeat throughout history.
Okay, so are we saying Trumpism is basically Jacksonian democracy 2.0?
Well, not so fast. While historical echoes are important, we can't just slap a label on it like that. It's crucial to understand those historical parallels, but also the key differences.
Makes sense. Got to look at the nuances.
Yeah.
So what sets them apart? What makes Trumpism unique to our time?
That's the million-dollar question. While Jackson, for all his flaws, championed this vision of expanding democratic participation.
Okay, expanding democratic participation.
Right, though it was often limited by the prejudices of his time, which is a whole other conversation. But the core idea is essential, and it's where we start to see how Trumpism diverges.
Gotcha. So it's not just a simple repeat of history. We're talking about a new beast entirely, shaped by the unique context of the 21st century. And speaking of historical context, I noticed the sources mention the America First Committee quite a bit, too, especially its ties to isolationism and anti-globalization.
And rightfully so. The America First Committee was incredibly influential in the lead up to World War II, advocating for, well, America First meaning staying out of foreign entanglements, focusing inward.
Sounds familiar, right? That whole America First rhetoric definitely echoes in Trumpism. It's like these themes keep coming back around.
I do, and that's what makes this exploration so fascinating. The sources even touch on McCarthyism, with its witch hunts and fear-mongering.
Wow, McCarthyism too. Okay, so we've got Jacksonian democracy, America First, McCarthyism. It's like we're tracing these recurring themes throughout American history. Makes you wonder, though, what makes these ideas resonate at different points in time?
Exactly. It begs the question, what societal conditions, what anxieties make these ideas resurface again and again? That's what we need to unpack to really understand Trumpism.
It's like these ideas strike a chord deep within the American psyche, something about identity, belonging, even fear, that resonates across generations.
You hit the nail on the head. And it's interesting, because the Wikipedia entry on Trumpism, it doesn't even try to define it by specific policies. It focuses much more on the feeling, the sentiment it evokes.
That's true. I noticed that too. It's less about the specifics and more about the overall feeling.
Exactly. And that actually speaks to a fundamental aspect of Trumpism that many researchers highlight. It's driven more by identity and emotion than by traditional political ideology.
Identity and emotion over traditional politics. Interesting. Now that you mention it, it does make you think about those Trump rallies. The energy, the passion. It often felt less about policy details and more about, well, a feeling, a shared sense of grievance, maybe.
Precisely. And the sources link this to a concept called effective politics. It's a mouthful, I know.
Effective politics. Okay, break that down for me. What is that exactly?
Essentially, it's all about appealing to people's emotions, their hopes, their fears, their anxieties over their rational minds.
So, less about facts and figures, more about tapping into that gut feeling. But isn't that kind of dangerous? I mean, we've seen throughout history how easily emotions can be manipulated.
It absolutely can be dangerous, especially when those emotions are harnessed for political gain.
Right, and often by pointing them towards a specific target or group to blame for their problems.
Exactly. It's about understanding the emotional landscape where Trumpism emerged from, the specific anxieties that made it so appealing to certain groups.
And the sources kept mentioning this idea of a deep story. What exactly is that?
It's fascinating. The book Strangers in Their Own Land really delves into this concept. Essentially, it argues that many Trump supporters felt like their values, their very way of life, were being ignored or even mocked by those they perceived as elites.
So they felt like strangers in their own country, like their voices weren't being heard by the people in power.
Precisely. And that's where Trump came in. Whether intentionally or not, he connected with these voters on a visceral level, speaking directly to their anxieties, validating their deep story, and offering himself as the solution.
He became the voice for the voiceless, at least in their eyes.
Exactly. And this is where it gets even more interesting because to understand how he achieved that connection, we have to look at the media, not just any media, though, social media.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Because the sources highlight how Trump leveraged media, especially social media, in ways we'd never seen before in a political leader. He could bypass traditional gatekeepers, speak directly to millions.
And control the narrative. For the first time in history, a politician could instantaneously share their message unfiltered with a global audience.
It was unprecedented.
And incredibly powerful, as we saw. The sources even go as far as to refer to Trump as a product of American media.
Wow, a product of American media. That's a bold statement.
It is, and it's not just some fringe theory either. We see voices from both sides of the political spectrum acknowledging this dynamic.
It's true. I've heard that sentiment echoed by both liberals and conservatives. There's that quote from this CBS executive still sends chills down my spine saying, it may not be good for America, but it's damn good for CBS.
It's a chilling statement.
Basically admitting that controversy equals profit, even if it comes at the expense of truth or national unity.
And that's the danger of this profit-driven media landscape, isn't it? The more outrageous the rhetoric, the more clicks and views it generates. Truth and nuance become secondary.
It's a vicious cycle.
It really is. And it makes you wonder about the future of news, the future of our democracy, when this is the game that's being played.
It's a scary thought.
It is, and it makes it all the more important to be critical consumers of information, especially in this age of social media.
Right. Don't just believe everything you read online.
Exactly. Fact check, seek out diverse perspectives, and be wary of anyone claiming to have all the answers.
Words to live by. But yet there's another layer to this whole Trumpism phenomenon that we haven't even touched on yet. Masculinity.
Ah, yes. Masculinity, a complex and often overlooked aspect of this whole discussion.
And not just any masculinity, right? The sources use these terms like toxic masculinity and hegemonic masculinity to describe what they see at play here.
Exactly. And it gets to the heart of how gender roles, and particularly these traditional notions of masculinity, might have played a role in Trump's appeal.
It's true. The sources spend a lot of time on that.
Mm.
It's almost like they're saying that Trump, whether intentionally or not, tapped into these deeply ingrained ideas about what it means to be a man in America.
And a certain type of man at that. Someone who embodies strength, dominance, power.
The alpha male.
Exactly. The sources even quote a scholar who refers to Trump as an uber male, this almost fantasy figure representing this unrestrained masculinity that some men seem to crave.
It's an interesting take, and it makes you wonder what anxieties these men might have been facing. Were they economic anxieties, social anxieties?
Perhaps even anxieties about their own masculinity in a rapidly changing world.
It's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
But this connection between Trumpism and masculinity, it adds another layer of complexity to understanding this political phenomenon.
It does, and it raises questions about how these anxieties, these deeply ingrained social norms, might have created the perfect breeding ground for Trumpism to flourish.
It's fascinating.
Yeah.
And honestly, a little bit scary to think about.
I agree. But knowledge is power, right? And the more we understand the forces at play here, the better equipped we are to navigate these complex times.
That's for sure.
It's true, this isn't just an American story anymore. The sources point to figures like Bolsonaro in Brazil, Duterte in the Philippines, Orban in Hungary, all embodying this shift towards strongman politics. It's a global trend that's impossible to ignore.
It's like this wave of populism sweeping across continents, each leader tapping into the unique anxieties of their own nations. And what's even more unsettling is how many of them have started chipping away at democratic institutions, consolidating power in their own hands.
That's the danger we have to be incredibly wary of when you have leaders who openly attack the media, the judiciary, any institution meant to hold them accountable. It weakens the very foundation of a democratic society, and it often starts subtly, almost imperceptibly, until those checks and balances are so eroded it's too late.
That's a chilling thought.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, are these leaders just capitalizing on existing societal trends, or are they actively pushing us towards a more authoritarian future?
It's a question that keeps historians and political scientists up at night. It's probably a mix of both, wouldn't you say? Societal trends create the conditions, the fertile ground for these leaders to take root. But once in power, their actions can further inflame those anxieties, exacerbate divisions, and push society down a dangerous path.
And it makes this whole analysis of Trumpism feel even more urgent, because if we can understand what fueled its rise here, maybe, just maybe, we can recognize the warning signs and prevent it from happening elsewhere, or at least mitigate the damage.
Knowledge is power, absolutely. The more we understand the complex interplay of historical forces, emotional appeals, and media manipulation that led to something like Trumpism, the better equipped we are to protect democratic values and institutions in the future.
It's almost like we're in this constant game of catch-up, trying to understand and respond to these new forms of political movements. And one thing we haven't talked about yet is how Trump himself communicated his style. Because it wasn't just what he said, but how he said it that resonated with people, right?
You're hitting on something incredibly important. The sources draw fascinating parallels between Trump's communication style and that of a stand-up comedian. It's a comparison that might seem outlandish at first, but when you really think about it, there are some striking similarities.
Now that you mention it, I remember those Trump rallies, the energy, the call and response, the way he played the crowd. It was like a performance, a show.
Exactly, and that's a key insight here. Trump, whether consciously or not, employed techniques common in stand-up comedy, using humor, repetition, even exaggeration, to connect with his audience on an emotional level. He understood the power of storytelling, of crafting a narrative that resonated with their anxieties and aspirations.
And it wasn't just about making people laugh, right? It was about making them feel seen, heard, understood, even if the message itself was simplistic, divisive, or just plain inaccurate.
Absolutely. It's about creating that sense of belonging, of shared identity that's so powerful in politics. When people feel like they're part of something larger than themselves, part of a movement, they're more likely to overlook inconsistencies, even outright falsehoods in the message.
It's almost like he created this alternate reality, this bubble where facts didn't matter as much as the feeling, the emotional connections, and social media only amplify that effect,
Yeah.
creating these echo chambers where dissenting voices were drowned out.
Precisely. It's a potent combination, and one we need to be acutely aware of because, as we've seen, this playbook doesn't just disappear after one election cycle. It's being studied, adapted, and refined by political movements around the globe.
So what do we do with all this? I mean, we've uncovered some pretty disturbing trends here. The rise of strongman politics, the erosion of democratic norms, the manipulation of media and emotion. It's a lot to process.
It is a lot, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But I think the most important takeaway is this: stay informed, stay engaged, and never stop questioning.
Those are words to live by, really.
Mm-hmm.
But what does that look like in practice? How do we as individuals push back against these forces?
We need to be critical consumers of information, especially in this age of social media. Don't just accept things at face value, fact check. Seek out diverse perspectives and be wary of anyone claiming to have all the answers.
It's about being active participants in our democracy, not passive bystanders.
Exactly. And that means engaging in thoughtful dialogue, even with those we disagree with. It means holding our elected officials accountable, demanding transparency and integrity. It means supporting organizations that are fighting to protect democratic values and institutions.
And it all starts with understanding the forces at play, recognizing the patterns so we're not doomed to repeat them.
You got it. Knowledge is the first line of defense against these threats to democracy.
So where do we go from here? We've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive: historical parallels, psychological factors, media manipulation, even the global implications of Trumpism. But I still feel like we've only scratched the surface.
And you're right. This is just the beginning of a much larger conversation.
A conversation we all need to be a part of. But before we get too carried away, I think it's time for our provocative closing thought something to leave our listeners pondering. What do you have for us today?
Given all we've discussed about the power of storytelling in shaping political realities, the question I'll leave you with is this: whose stories are being told and whose stories are being silenced? And what does that tell us about the state of our democracy?
Wow, that's a powerful question to consider. Whose stories are we hearing? And whose are being drowned out in all this noise? It makes you think about the very foundations of democracy and whether it's truly representative if certain groups are being systematically excluded or ignored.
It's a crucial point, and one that often gets lost in the daily barrage of headlines and political maneuvering. We have to constantly ask ourselves who benefits from the stories being told and who is marginalized or silenced in the process, because those silences, those untold stories, can be incredibly revealing.
It's like that saying, history is written by the victors. But what if we could amplify those other voices, the ones who have been historically marginalized or excluded? How might that change our understanding of not just Trumpism, but of America itself?
It's an essential question, and one that scholars and activists are grappling with right now, because by unearthing those untold stories, by understanding the experiences and perspectives of those who have been systematically excluded, we gain a much richer, more nuanced understanding of our past and present.
And that, I think, is what this deep dive has been all about. Getting beyond the surface-level narratives, challenging our own assumptions, and digging deeper into the complex forces that have shaped our world.
It's been quite a journey, hasn't it? We've explored the historical echoes of Trumpism, delved into the psychology behind its appeal, grappled with the media's role in amplifying its message, and even confronted some uncomfortable truths about gender and identity.
And we've done all of that through the lens of these sources you provided, which is a testament to the power of research and critical thinking. Because let's face it, there's no shortage of information out there.
Yeah.
But it's the ability to sift through it, to identify the biases, to connect the dots. That's what allows us to make sense of this complex world.
Absolutely. We've barely scratched the surface, but hopefully this deep dive has given you the tools and the inspiration to keep asking questions, keep seeking out diverse perspectives, and keep engaging in this messy, essential work of understanding our world and our place in it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Remember, folks, knowledge is power. And the more we know, the better equipped we are to build a more just and equitable future. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, and keep those curious minds buzzing.
For more mind-expanding content,
subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday.
until next time,
Stay curious.
keep exploring.
Okay, so get this. Retired General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs under Trump, and Biden too, for that matter, he's out there calling Trump a total fascist. And that's not even the half of it. You sent in this wild article from The Hill, all about his claims in this new Bob Woodward book, War. Should we just dive right in?
I mean, it's definitely got people talking, especially with Woodward's, history. He's uncovered some pretty huge stuff in Washington. When you write something this explosive, people definitely pay attention.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hmm.
But fascist is a pretty serious accusation. What would make Milley use a word like that, especially about a former U.S. president?
Well, it's not like Milley just throws that word around lightly. He actually goes on to call Trump, and I quote, the most dangerous person to this country. And the way Woodward lays it out in the book, it really seems like this fear comes from a whole pattern of behavior.
Interesting. Okay, so let's back up for a second then. The article mentions Trump having a total meltdown when those retired admirals, McRaven and McChrystal, criticized him publicly. That feels like a good place to start, just to get everyone up to speed.
Right. So just as a reminder for our listeners, McRaven, the guy who planned the bin Laden raid, he wrote this scathing op-ed about Trump. And then McChrystal, another highly decorated general, goes on CNN and calls Trump immoral, flat out.
Oof. Yeah, that's got to sting.
Well, Trump was furious. He saw it as a total betrayal, obviously. And get this, he demanded that Milley and Esper, who was defense secretary at the time, that they take care of McRaven and McChrystal.
Take care of him. What does that even mean exactly? It sounds kind of threatening.
Yeah, it's definitely a little ominous. And Woodward's reporting is that Trump literally wanted to punish these guys. Never mind that they're retired, they have a right to free speech. But Milley and Esper pushed back. They argued that going after retired officers for speaking their minds, that'd be a really dangerous precedent to set.
I mean, it makes sense. But Trump's not exactly known for backing down when he feels personally attacked. So how did that whole thing shake out?
Well, Milley was in a tough spot. So basically, he tells McRaven and McChrystal to, stand down for their own good, like, please stop poking the bear. He was worried about what Trump might do.
Wow. So even back then, years before January 6th, before any of this new stuff, Milley was already concerned about Trump, about him potentially retaliating against people who criticized him.
Seems that way. And if you fast forward to Milley's retirement speech, that concern has morphed into full-blown alarm bells. He straight up says, we don't take an oath to a king or a queen or a tyrant or a dictator, and we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. Not exactly subtle.
And those are the comments that got him death threats, right? The article mentioned something about bulletproof glass at his house because of the blowback.
Yeah, unfortunately. Which, if it's true, really speaks to how real this danger is, at least from Milley's point of view. And it gets even more unsettling when you consider this other detail from Woodward's book about Steve Bannon's hit list.
Oh, right. The article mentioned that. It wasn't just Milley, though, right? Who else was supposedly on this list?
Basically, anyone Trump saw as disloyal. Milley, Comey, McCabe, Esper, even Bill Barr, the former attorney general.
So there's definitely a pattern here. Trump, flying off the handle at any criticism, demanding total loyalty, wanting to take care of people, and then Bannon, his, right-hand man, turning that into an actual list. It's chilling stuff. But is it just talk? Or is this something more serious?
That's the million-dollar question. I mean, on the one hand, Bannon's known for, let's say, strong rhetoric. He was literally convicted of contempt of Congress for refusing to cooperate with the January 6th investigation.
True. But on the other hand, Milley seems genuinely worried about being court-martialed if Trump's reelected.
And that's where it gets really murky. Because, legally speaking, can a former president even court-martial someone?
That's what I was wondering. It doesn't seem like that should even be possible.
It's complicated. A sitting president, they've got a ton of power over the military. They could even theoretically recall retired officers to active duty. But court-martialing a retired officer for something they said after they left service, that would be uncharted territory, legally speaking.
Unprecedented, even.
Exactly. But the fact that Milley even sees this as a possibility, it really makes you think about the level of fear and distrust here. And it raises some really big questions about civilian-military relations in this country. It really does. I mean, think about it. If retired military leaders are afraid to speak their minds, worried about, what a future president might do, that sets a really scary precedent for everyone.
Right. Like, where does it end? First, it's the military. Then is it other government officials, scientists? What about just regular people? Will everyone be too afraid to criticize a future President Trump?
It's a disturbing thought, and I think it's something we really need to be talking about. But actually, you know what? Let's shift gears a bit here. Remember earlier when we were talking about Milley using the word fascist? He didn't just throw that word around, so we need to break down what that even means, like
Yeah.
historically, politically.
Right. It's easy to use these labels, but do we really know what they mean?
Okay.
So, fascism then. What's the definition? What are we talking about here?
So at its core, fascism is like this far-right, authoritarian, ultranationalist ideology. It basically hates democracy, glorifies violence and the military, and it usually involves this cult of personality around a single, all-powerful leader.
Okay, yeah, I can see how some people might draw parallels to, Trump and some of the things he's said and done.
Right. And it's not just about individual policies or whatever. It's more about this whole pattern of behavior, a worldview that lines up with those, fascist tendencies.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not you think Trump is a full-blown fascist, that's debatable. Historians will be arguing about that one for years. But the fact that Milley, someone with his experience, uses that word even privately, I think it should give everyone pause.
Definitely. It's not a comparison to make lightly. And it kind of makes those actions, like wanting to punish McRaven and McChrystal, the hit list, it makes it all seem even more creepy.
For sure. It just adds to this picture Milley's painting about a potential threat to democracy.
Right, right. And if those are the stakes, then those other things that come out of Woodward's book about Trump and Putin being buddies, that's not a good look.
Yeah.
You said they talked on the phone after he left office
Yeah.
and that Trump sent COVID tests to Russia. Like, what's going on there?
So if you believe Woodward, Trump and Putin talked on the phone a bunch of times after the 2020 election. And these weren't official calls, with aides and staff around, just the two of them.
Private conversations with a foreign leader,
Well,
our biggest rival, basically.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to go over well with a lot of people.
Yeah, especially because of when it happened. We're talking about the transition period, when the U.S. government's supposed to be making sure the transfer of power goes smoothly. Plus, remember, this is after everyone agreed that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help Trump.
Ugh. Okay, so many questions. What were they even talking about? Were they just, like, catching up? Or was it something shadier? And the COVID tests, really? Sending medical supplies to Putin while people here were struggling to get tested?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And it just goes back to this pattern we keep seeing with Trump, right? He doesn't care about the norms, the rules. He'll prioritize his personal relationships over what's good for the country.
And maybe even put the country in danger.
It's not hard to imagine how this whole thing would freak people out, especially with Milley talking about, authoritarianism and revenge.
It's a lot to take in. I feel like our listeners are probably feeling a little overwhelmed right now. What's the takeaway here? How do we even process all of this? Overwhelmed is an understatement, right? It's like we're living in some kind of political thriller, but with, like, real-world consequences.
Yeah, and it's easy to just feel totally powerless, but that's kind of why we do this whole deep dive thing, right? To understand what's happening so we're not just along for the ride.
Totally. Because when you know the history, when you understand, like, what's at stake, that's how you make good decisions.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, with the election coming up and everything, and just in general, how it changes the way we think about, American democracy.
Yeah, fascinating is one word for it. Terrifying might be another. So, okay, let's be real. We covered some intense stuff today. I mean, accusations of fascism, hit lists, secret phone calls with Putin, people being afraid to speak their minds. It's a lot.
It really is. But I think the most important thing to remember as we wrap up here is don't let it become normal. Don't get so caught up in the shock value that you forget what this all means. What does it say about where we are as a country?
And where we're going next.
Exactly. Because if a former four-star general, someone who was literally in charge of the entire military, if he's calling a former president a fascist, and if he's worried about getting in trouble for saying so, that should tell us something. That's a conversation we all need to be having. So thanks for diving into this with us today, everyone. For more mind-expanding content,
subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where RoboCast is posted every weekday.
Until next time,
stay curious.
Keep asking those tough questions.
Hey, everyone, and welcome back to RoboCast. It's your host, back again with my trusty AI co-host. Ready to dive headfirst into a topic that I bet we've all pondered at some point.
Yeah.
Is our job just a modern form of slavery? I mean,
right.
We've all had those days where it feels like we're just trading our precious time for money.
Not even enough money sometimes.
And not even enough money sometimes. It's enough to make you want to chuck it all and live off the grid. Okay, maybe not that extreme, but you get the point.
It's definitely a question that's plagued humanity for centuries. You
Yeah.
know, this feeling of being trapped in a system that seems to prioritize profit over people. The truth is, the idea of wage slavery is a concept with deep roots,
Hmm.
stretching all the way back to ancient Rome.
Whoa. Hold up.
Yeah.
Ancient Rome. You mean to tell me people were griping about their jobs way back when togas were all the rage? I always pictured them lounging around
Yeah.
eating grapes
Yeah.
and writing philosophical treatises. Well, some of them were. But even back then, you had brilliant minds wrestling with the nature of work and its impact on the human spirit. Cicero, for instance, argued that jobs reliant on manual labor, lacking any artistic skill, were essentially a form of servitude, with wages serving as a symbol of that subservience.
Yes. Even back then, people felt like cogs in a machine. Like
Yeah.
their labor was just a means to an end, not something inherently valuable. It's kind of depressing to realize some things never change.
Yeah.
But also, it's oddly comforting to know we're not alone in feeling this way.
What's fascinating is how this term, wage slavery, has been wielded throughout history by different groups, often with wildly different agendas. In the 1800s, for example, Southern slave owners actually used it to argue that their slaves had it better than Northern wage workers. Can you believe that?
Seriously, that's like saying, hey, at least you're shackled and forced to work for free. Those poor factory workers have to worry about finding a job and paying rent. That's beyond messed up. How did they even try to justify that logic? Okay, so their argument, and it's a truly twisted one, was that slaves, being considered property, were seen as investments. Because of this, they claimed slave owners were incentivized to ensure their survival, providing them with a basic level of job security, some necessities, even during economic downturns. This, they argued, made them better off than wage workers who were viewed as disposable.
Okay, first of all, let's call this what it is. A horrific attempt to minimize the horrors of chattel slavery, comparing the systematic brutality of owning another human being to the struggles of free people, even those facing exploitation.
Yeah.
It's just plain wrong. I can only imagine how the abolitionists of the time countered this ludicrous argument.
Abolitionists saw right through this fallacy. They argued that unlike enslaved people, wage workers at least had the potential for upward mobility, even self-employment. They pointed to examples like Frederick Douglass, who initially believed that earning a wage made him, and I quote, my own master.
Right, that whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps idea, which, let's be honest, is a lot harder to do when the system is rigged against you. But
Yeah.
didn't Douglass later change his stance on this whole wage slavery thing? What caused that shift in thinking?
You're right. He did, Douglas. Like many others, experienced firsthand how the rise of industrialization fundamentally changed the economic landscape. As factories sprang up and mass production took hold, self-employment became increasingly difficult. Traditional crafts were replaced by machines, leaving many skilled artisans with limited options. This made the idea of wage slavery, of being trapped in a system that benefited factory owners at the expense of workers, feel all too real.
It's almost ironic, isn't it? The very forces that were supposed to usher in progress and freedom, things like industrialization and mass production, ended up creating new forms of economic dependency.
That's precisely the point. And this tension, this struggle between the promise of progress and the realities of exploitation, is something we see echoed throughout history. Let's shift gears for a moment and consider the Lowell Mill Girls. These were women working in the grueling conditions of early American factories, yet they became powerful advocates for workers' rights.
Oh, yeah. The Lowell Mill Girls, they were on the front lines of the labor movement, fighting for fair treatment way back when. I'm curious, did they see themselves as wage slaves, even without the historical context we've been discussing?
That's what's so incredible about the Lowell Mill Girls. They independently drew parallels between their own situation and slavery. Despite lacking formal education and political theory, these women understood, on a visceral level, what it meant to be exploited for their labor. They even had a protest song with the powerful lyrics, "Oh, I cannot be a slave. I will not be a slave." It's a testament to the universality of that desire for agency, for control over one's own life and work.
Wow, that gives me chills. Imagine working in those conditions, surrounded by the deafening roar of machinery, and still finding the strength to stand up and sing about freedom. It makes you realize that the fight for workers' rights is not some abstract concept. It's deeply rooted in the human experience, connecting us across time and circumstance. But let's be real for a second. While the exploitation these women faced was undeniable, it wasn't chattel slavery.
Right.
So, are there really valid parallels to be made between their situation in the modern workplace?
That's the million-dollar question. And while we don't have people literally chained to their desks today, there are definitely arguments to be made about the psychological control mechanisms that exist in many modern workplaces.
Psychological control. You've got my attention.
Okay.
What exactly does that look like in today's world? Are we talking about subliminal messages piped through the office speakers? Or maybe those team-building exercises that always feel a little culty?
Think less Manchurian candidate and more subtle forms of pressure. Think constant surveillance, performance reviews that feel more like personal attacks than constructive feedback, or jobs that demand you maintain a cheerful facade even when you're feeling utterly burnt out inside.
Oh, you mean like when you work retail and get reprimanded for not smiling brightly enough while cleaning up a customer's mess?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see how that's not exactly empowering. It's like you're constantly being evaluated, judged,
Yeah.
and pressured to conform to these arbitrary standards of behavior,
Yeah.
all in the name of productivity.
Precisely. It creates an environment where individuals feel pressured to prioritize their employer's demands, even at the expense of their own well-being. But before we spiral down the rabbit hole of modern workplace anxieties, let's take a step back and consider, how did we get here? How did we go from togas and protest songs to ergonomic chairs and passive-aggressive emails about workplace morale? It's a fascinating and complex evolution, really. Remember how we talked about those Southern slave owners twisting the concept of wage slavery to fit their agenda? Well, understand the different ways that argument has been used and countered helps us trace the path to the modern workplace.
Okay, so let's break it down. What are some of the key arguments for and against the idea of wage slavery today? Because I have a feeling it's a lot more nuanced than just all jobs are bad, or if you don't like it, quit.
You're absolutely right. It's much more nuanced than that. One of the most common arguments against the wage slavery comparison is the idea of choice. Unlike those forced into chattel slavery, workers in a capitalist system technically have the freedom to choose their employer or even start their own business.
Right, that whole if you don't like it, quit mantra.
Mm-hmm.
But we all know it's rarely that simple.
Exactly. Critics of that argument point out that this so-called freedom is often an illusion, especially for those in low-wage jobs with limited skills or education. The reality is that many people are trapped in a cycle of economic necessity. They simply can't afford to risk their livelihood by rocking the boat, even if their work conditions are terrible. It becomes a matter of survival.
It's like being stuck between a rock and a hard place. And speaking of being stuck, remember when we talked about that concept of the reserve army of unemployed?
Mm-hmm.
How does that factor into this whole discussion?
That's a crucial point. The reserve army of unemployed, a term coined by Karl Marx, refers to that pool of jobless individuals who are always available to fill open positions, often for lower wages.
Yeah.
It creates this constant downward pressure on wages and working conditions because employers know they can easily replace dissatisfied workers.
It's almost like an unspoken threat hanging over everyone's heads, right?
Wait.
Be grateful for what you have, or someone else will gladly take your place. That's not exactly a recipe for worker empowerment.
You hit the nail on the head. It creates a power imbalance that makes it incredibly difficult for individual workers to negotiate for better conditions or fair wages. They're often pitted against each other, competing for scraps rather than uniting to demand a larger slice of the pie. And that's where things get really interesting when we start to explore potential solutions.
Okay, so if the system itself is designed in a way that disempowers individual workers, what are the alternatives? We briefly touched on things like worker cooperatives and employee ownership. Are those just pie-in-the-sky ideas, or do they have any real potential to level the playing field?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's one that thinkers and activists have been grappling with for centuries. These alternative models, like worker cooperatives, where employees collectively own and manage the business, are often presented as a more equitable and empowering way to organize work. But the question remains, can these models truly thrive in our cutthroat capitalist world?
It sounds amazing. In theory, more democratic, more equitable. But does it actually work in practice? And what about the impact of technology on all of this? Is automation going to make this entire conversation irrelevant? Will we all be replaced by robots before we can even figure out a better system?
Those are all excellent questions, and ones we'll be diving into when we come back for part 3.
Don't leave us hanging. We've covered so much ground, from ancient Rome to modern-day anxieties. But we're just getting to the good stuff. What can our viewers expect when we return for part 3? Give them a little taste of what's to come. Welcome back to RoboCast, everyone. We're picking up right where we left off, exploring this age-old question of wage slavery, its relevance in our modern world, and most importantly, whether we can create a future of work that doesn't feel like a soul-sucking grind.
And that's the million-dollar question. isn't it, in part two?
Hmm.
We were teasing some potential alternatives, like worker cooperatives. Now,
Yeah.
while they might sound utopian or idealistic, there's a growing body of evidence suggesting they can be viable even in a competitive market.
Really? So it's not just some hippie fantasy. People are actually making this work in the real world. Give me the details.
Absolutely. We're seeing a resurgence of interest in worker-owned businesses, and not just in niche industries. From grocery stores to tech companies, people are finding innovative ways to share ownership and decision-making power. And the results are promising, often leading to greater job satisfaction, higher wages, and a stronger sense of community among workers.
Okay. That's encouraging.
Yeah.
But what about the elephant in the room, automation? A lot of folks were worried that robots are going to take over all the jobs anyway. So is all this talk about worker empowerment just a moot point?
It's a valid concern. Technological advancements have always disrupted the job market, and there's no doubt that automation will continue to reshape how we work. However, instead of fearing this change, what if we embraced it as an opportunity to rethink our relationship with work altogether?
Rethink our relationship with work. Help me wrap my head around that. What does that even look like in a practical sense?
Imagine a world where automation frees us from the drudgery of those repetitive, soul-crushing tasks, allowing us to focus on more creative, fulfilling, and socially impactful work. Instead of being chained to a desk for 40-plus hours a week, we could have more time for personal pursuits, community engagement, or even starting our own ventures.
That sounds idyllic, almost like a scene out of Star Trek. But let's be real. How do we bridge the gap between point A, where most of us feel stuck in this grind, the point B, this future where work is less about survival and more about personal fulfillment? It feels like a huge leap.
It is a huge leap, and it requires a fundamental shift in our thinking, both individually and collectively. It requires questioning the status quo, demanding better from our employers, supporting policies that promote worker rights and economic justice, and being open to exploring new models of work that prioritize people over profits.
I'm not about waiting for some magical solution to fall from the sky. It's about taking action, pushing for change on multiple fronts.
Exactly. And remember, this isn't about demonizing all employers or dismissing the value of hard work. It's about recognizing that the current system is far from perfect and that it's up to all of us to create a more just and equitable future of work.
Okay, so after this deep dive into the history of wage slavery and its very real implications for us today, what's the key takeaway for our awesome RoboCast viewers?
The key takeaway is this. You are not alone in feeling this tension between the necessity of work and the desire for a fulfilling life. It's a struggle that has spanned centuries, from ancient philosophers to modern-day workers. But by understanding the historical context, questioning assumptions, and being open to exploring alternative models, we can start to envision a future where work is less about wage slavery and more about human flourishing.
And on that inspiring note, it's time to wrap up another thought-provoking episode of RoboCast. Big thanks to Daniel David Allen for having us and letting us explore these fascinating topics with all of you. If you enjoyed this deep dive into wage slavery, be sure to give this video a big thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Have you experienced this feeling of wage slavery? What are your hopes and fears for the future of work? Let's keep this conversation going. Thanks for tuning in.
Welcome to another RoboCast Deep Dive, coming to you from the mind of Daniel David Allen. Today we're going to be looking at a layoff culture.
Specifically in tech.
Yeah, particularly in tech.
Yeah.
It's something that's been in the headlines a lot lately, and it's sparking a lot of outrage, rightfully so.
Yeah, I think there are serious questions here about leadership, ethics,
Yeah.
even basic human decency.
It's just wild to me. I mean, we've got these companies, these supposed innovators. They're out there slashing jobs left and right. But at the same time, their CEOs are, getting these massive raises. I mean, it's ABC News even has the data on this. Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, Uber, Salesforce.
All the big ones.
All the big ones. All seeing those CEOs get raises before or even during major layoffs.
It really makes you wonder where their priorities lie.
Yeah.
Are these companies really in such dire straits, or are they just,
Right.
Throwing their employees under the bus to appease shareholders and,
To boost those quarterly earnings reports.
Yeah.
And that's what gets me so fired up about this whole thing. We're not just talking about numbers on a spreadsheet. These are people's lives.
Right.
I mean, remember that anecdote from the "Every layoff is a failure of leadership" article?
Yeah.
The guy who got laid off the week after Thanksgiving.
Wow. Brutal.
Brutal. And then to see the company reposting almost the same job description just a few days later,
Yeah.
it's just heartless.
Yeah, and that story, I think, really highlights the human cost of these decisions. It's not
It's
just,
not just a number.
it's stress, it's financial instability, emotional turmoil, and it's not just the individual who gets laid off.
Yeah.
It's their family, their community.
And all the people they work with.
Yes.
There's that, that turnover contagion effect they were talking about. And layoffs are usually a sign of bad leadership.
Right, yeah.
So after a round of layoffs, even the people who kept their jobs are like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Am I next? I'm out of here. Or if they stay, they've got twice the work now.
Right,
Because
yeah.
they got to pick up the slack. And it's just like this self-inflicted wound.
It's fascinating because it really works against what companies are trying to do when they have layoffs.
Like what?
They say, we need to streamline, we need to be more efficient.
Right.
But you're losing talent, you're losing institutional knowledge.
All the things you can't just buy back.
Yeah, morale plummets, and that all eventually impacts your bottom line.
So if layoffs sort of backfire in the long run and cause so much pain in the short term,
Right.
why are they so prevalent? I mean, one of our sources goes so far as to say, like point blank,
Yeah,
every layoff is a failure of leadership.
that's a strong statement.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
I mean, there's definitely a lot of truth to it. I always think of it like
Okay.
a game of Jenga, Each layoff is like pulling out one of those blocks from the company's foundation. And a good leader understands the structure and finds ways to reinforce it.
Not weaken it.
Exactly.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but what about situations where it seems like layoffs are unavoidable? Like, after a merger or an acquisition.
Right.
The article about alternatives did mention that as sort of a caveat.
You're right to bring that up. Mergers and acquisitions definitely can lead to redundancies and restructuring. But even then, I think the need for layoffs often points back to a failure of leadership before the merger.
Oh, interesting.
Either the leadership teams didn't do their due diligence and anticipate the challenges, or they just prioritized those short-term cost savings over, the well-being of the workforce in the long run.
Yeah, so even when it seems inevitable, there's still an element of leadership failure in there somewhere.
I think so, yeah.
So let's say we're in a situation, though, where a company's really struggling. They need to make cuts. Are there other things they can do besides just handing out pink slips?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, good.
There are so many alternatives, and that's what I think it's really interesting. Layoffs are usually a sign of bad leadership. It has this whole toolkit of options.
Right.
We'll dig into those in a minute, but I'm curious what comes to your mind. Like, if you were at the helm, what would you do before resorting to layoffs? Too often, it feels like layoffs are just the default, the easy way out.
Right. Just cut people.
Exactly. But when in reality, that's often the most damaging option and the least effective in the long run.
Okay, so let's get into some of those alternatives. The article mentioned things like hiring freezes and retraining programs. Those seem pretty straightforward.
Yeah, those are definitely good starting points. So instead of immediately resorting to cutting jobs, you can put a freeze on hiring.
Right.
Which slows down growth and gives the company some breathing room to kind of reassess their needs. And then retraining programs, those can help you take your existing talent, people who already know the company culture, and repurpose them, train them for new roles, maybe in a different department.
So you're not losing those skills.
Exactly. Instead of letting go of skilled workers and then having to hire and train new ones.
Right.
It's just more efficient.
That makes sense. But those feel kind of, incremental. Like, what if the company needs to make some serious cuts, like really slash expenses?
Well, even then, I think there are more creative, more humane approaches than mass layoffs.
Okay, like what?
Well, what about tapping into the collective wisdom of your own employees? Like, why not crowdsource cost-saving ideas?
Ooh, I like that.
Right.
That's empowering.
Yeah.
Makes them feel like part of the solution.
Exactly. Instead of just victims, right?
Yeah.
And think about it. Your employees are the ones on the front lines, the ones who really know the day-to-day operations. They might have insights into inefficiencies, places where you could trim costs that leadership wouldn't even think of.
It's like that whole boots on the ground perspective. This is making me think about that CEO pay thing we were talking about earlier.
Right.
Like, you've got these executives making millions, sometimes billions, while their employees are struggling to make ends meet.
Yeah.
And then those same executives turn around and lay off those employees.
Yeah.
saying, oh, economic headwinds or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
It just feels so morally bankrupt.
It's a huge disconnect between their actions and their words, you know? Like, how can you expect your employees to believe in the "we're all in this together" narrative
Right.
when you're protecting your own lifestyle and cutting their livelihoods?
And it's not just about the optics,
Mhm.
right? I mean, that kind of behavior really erodes trust, destroys morale, and just creates a toxic work environment.
Exactly.
Like, who wants to give their all to a company that clearly doesn't value them?
You're hitting on such a crucial point there.
Yeah.
Because the impact of layoffs goes way beyond the immediate financial consequences, you know?
Yeah.
It's a psychological impact on everyone. It damages the company's reputation. And in the long run, you lose valuable talent, expertise, all that institutional knowledge. It's hard to bounce back from that.
It's almost like we've just, as a society, I don't know, accepted this culture of disposability in the workplace.
It's true.
Like, we've become so used to hearing about these mass layoffs that it's just,
It's lost its shock value.
yeah, that's dangerous, I think.
It is dangerous because when we normalize these practices, we become complicit in a system that's putting profits over people.
Yeah.
We need to start questioning this, demanding better from our leaders.
Absolutely. And speaking of questioning the status quo, like, let's go back to that CEO pay thing, because it's not just about the bad optics of these massive compensation packages during layoffs.
Right.
It's about the system that allows this vast income inequality in the first place.
Yeah, you're absolutely right to bring that up. This is bigger than any one CEO. It's a systemic issue.
Right.
We need to be looking at shareholder pressure, this constant need for quarterly earnings growth. These perverse incentives that reward short-term thinking and cost-cutting over long-term sustainability and employee well-being.
It feels like the system is rigged against the average worker.
Yeah.
Like, they're the ones who always bear the brunt of economic downturns, while those at the top just seem to be insulated.
Just like that saying, the rich get richer.
And then the poor get pink slips.
Yeah, exactly. It's cynical, but it's true a lot of the time.
So how do we change this? Like, how do we break out of this cycle of disposability? How do we create a more humane, more sustainable work environment?
It's not going to be easy.
Right.
It requires a shift in mindset
Okay.
at the individual level, at the societal level. We need to start valuing people over profits, long-term sustainability over short-term gains, and collaborative solutions instead of just top-down mandates.
I mean, those are all great goals, but how do we get there? What are some concrete things we can do? Yeah, we've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
The human cost, the leadership failures, the broken system.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it can feel kind of overwhelming. Like, what can we actually do about all of this?
You're right. It can be daunting, but every movement starts with individual actions.
Okay.
It's those ripples that create change.
So let's brainstorm here. What are some things our listeners can do, like tangible steps to push back against this layoff culture?
Well, first off, knowledge is power.
Right.
Share these articles, these stories, these alternatives we've been talking about.
Get the word out.
Exactly. Get people talking, raise awareness.
Yeah.
Because the more people understand what's really going on, the more likely we are to see real change.
Okay, so spread the word. And, I mean, social media is a great tool for this.
Oh, yeah.
Don't just share articles, though. Like,
Yeah.
call out these companies who are engaging in, unethical layoff practices.
Name and shame.
Yeah. Use those hashtags. Tag the CEOs, make some noise.
Make it a PR nightmare for companies who treat their employees like they're disposable.
And don't forget about the power of the wallet.
Oh, that's a good one.
Support businesses that actually align with your values.
Yeah.
Like, do your research, see how they treat their workers.
Exactly.
I was reading about this idea of voting with your dollars. It's about making those conscious choices to support businesses that actually prioritize their workforce.
That's a great point. And it applies not just to consumer choices, but to investments, too.
Oh, yeah, right.
More and more people are looking for investments that align with their values.
Socially responsible investing and all
Yes,
that.
exactly. So if you're employed right now, don't be afraid to speak up at your own company.
Yeah, raise your voice.
Advocate for alternatives to layoffs. Suggest some of the solutions we've talked about today.
Be that squeaky wheel.
Yeah. Push for more transparency from leadership. Encourage open dialogue.
You might be surprised at the impact you can have.
And there's strength in numbers, too, right?
Yes.
Like, support those organizations that are fighting for workers' rights.
Absolutely.
Pushing for better severance packages, providing resources for people who've been laid off.
There's power in collective action, for sure.
Yeah. And remember, you've got a voice in the political arena, too.
Oh, that's a big one.
Do your research. Look at where the candidates stand on these issues. Support the ones who are prioritizing workers' rights.
And responsible economic policies.
Yeah. So it's about being informed, speaking out, making those conscious choices, supporting those worker-friendly organizations,
Yeah.
and voting for leaders who get it.
It's a multi-pronged approach, really.
Yeah.
We got to tackle this thing from all sides.
It's not going to be easy, but
But it's a fight worth having.
it is. I think we need to remind ourselves that a company's real strength,
Yeah.
it's in its people,
Beautifully said.
not just its profits.
When we prioritize people, we create a better world for everyone.
A more just world, a more equitable world, and ultimately, I think, a more successful world.
Couldn't agree more.
Well, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the dark side of layoff culture.
Yeah.
It's been heavy,
Yeah.
but I hope it's also been a little bit empowering
Me too.
because we can make a difference if we all work together.
Absolutely. The fight for a better workplace continues.
It does. And if you found this deep dive thought-provoking, please share it around, friends, colleagues, anyone who might benefit from this conversation.
Spread the word.
Yeah, and you can find this deep dive and others just like it right here on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
That's right.
That's RoboCast.
Until next time, stay curious, stay engaged.
And keep fighting the good fight.
We'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, and welcome to RoboCast. Today we're going to do a deep dive into the story of our showrunner, Daniel.
A very multi-talented guy.
He really is. UX director, creative director, game designer,
You name it, he's done it.
pretty much.
Yeah.
So what we're going to be looking at today is the challenges of ADHD in the workplace.
Yeah, a lot of people struggle with that.
For sure. And we're going to use Daniel's story and what he shared with us to kind of see what that's like.
And hopefully we can help other people who have ADHD.
Exactly. Not feel so alone. Also help other people who don't have ADHD to kind of understand what it's like.
And maybe even help Daniel find a new job.
That would be amazing.
Yep.
So Daniel's life, wow, a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, he's been through a lot.
He's been homeless. He's had these great jobs, all sorts of things. So one thing I want to start off with is back in 2008, Daniel actually experienced homelessness. And this was due to a flood.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah. And at the time, he was married with a newborn baby.
That must have been incredibly difficult.
It really was, yeah. That feeling of not being able to provide for your family. And, we see this come up in Daniel's story again and again.
Really?
Yeah, so like fast forward to 2023, Daniel's now working as a UX director.
Okay.
Sounds pretty good,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's dealing with just intense burnout.
Oh, wow.
And this is when, at 41 years old, he finally gets diagnosed with ADHD.
All this time.
All this time, yeah.
Yeah.
And he describes some of the symptoms he was going through, like shaking, leg bouncing, biting his fingers.
Wow, so physical manifestation.
Yeah. Changes to his sleep, appetite.
It's amazing how many people go undiagnosed with ADHD for so long.
It really is.
They suffer in silence and just try to make it work.
Totally.
Yeah.
So in Daniel's case, he was diagnosed with what's called inattentive ADHD.
Okay.
And this really affects executive functioning. And basically, it's like, imagine if the CEO of your brain was just
Not a good one.
not a good one. Struggling with planning, organization, starting tasks, managing time,
No, that'd be tough, especially at work.
especially at work.
Right.
So it's not about laziness
No, not at all.
or like a lack of intelligence.
Definitely not.
It's just that your brain is wired differently.
Right, and it makes it difficult to do things that are easy for neurotypical people.
To Daniel's credit, he's really been addressing his ADHD. He attended this dual diagnosis program,
Okay.
started taking medication,
Okay.
and he's also been exploring different coping mechanisms like acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT.
Sounds like he's really taking charge of his health.
Yeah, he's really proactive. But even with all this, work is still really challenging for him.
Yeah, because of the ADHD.
Yeah. And this leads to what we might call like the ADHD employment paradox.
Okay, I'm intrigued.
So Daniel's brilliant, right? He's built huge online communities, led as a UX director, even launched these ambitious projects like a VR game.
Yeah, he's super accomplished.
Right. So where's the paradox?
Good question.
He has all this potential,
He does.
but like so many others with ADHD, he runs into these problems with how rigid and demanding a lot of jobs are.
I see. So it's not the lack of ability.
Exactly.
It's the environment.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. That explains why he's been so frustrated with corporate jobs.
Right. Like he talks about feeling unsupported,
Right.
not having his expectations met, and then just burning out.
Yeah, I can see that.
even though he has the skills and the experience.
He's even been sidelined on projects, even though he was the expert.
It's crazy, right?
It is. It's like they're punishing him for thinking differently.
Yeah, and that's such a common experience for people with ADHD.
For sure. They have these amazing strengths. Creativity, innovative thinking, problem solving, and it's not appreciated.
Exactly. In fact, it's almost stifled because a lot of workplaces value conformity and linear processes.
It's true. So how do we fix this? How do we help people like Daniel thrive?
To get a better understanding of how to answer that, I think we should delve into Daniel's own reflections on his struggles and how he's tried to deal with them. Daniel's ADHD was affecting his work life.
Yeah, even though he's clearly got so much talent.
He really does. So to dig a little deeper into this, we're going to look at some of the stuff Daniel's written
Okay.
and some of his Reddit posts because he's been really open about his struggles.
That's great.
Yeah, and it gives us this window into like what it's actually like to live with ADHD every day. So for instance, Daniel talks a lot about how difficult social interactions are for him.
That's pretty common with ADHD, right?
Yeah. Daniel also talks about feeling misunderstood.
Oh.
Like he's always trying to fit into this neurotypical box.
Like you have to pretend to be someone you're not.
Exactly. He even uses the word eccentricities to describe himself.
I like that word.
Yeah, it's kind of cute, right?
Yeah, it's quirky.
But it shows that these eccentricities are actually coming from real neurological differences.
Right. They're not just personality quirks.
Exactly. So for example, rejection sensitivity.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
Huge.
Mm.
Emotional dysregulation
Mm-hmm.
and just difficulty communicating.
Those are all common with ADHD
Yeah, and they make things at work so much harder.
because you're interacting with people all the time.
Right. And it can lead to misunderstandings, conflicts. You just feel inadequate.
Can you give an example? Like, what does rejection sensitivity actually look like at work?
Sure, like imagine a coworker says something offhand,
Okay.
not even meaning anything by it.
Yeah.
And you, because you have rejection sensitivity,
Yeah.
you take it as like a personal attack.
Oh, like they're criticizing you.
Yes. Or you're in a meeting and your emotions are all over the place.
Oh.
And you just can't get your thoughts out clearly.
It is so frustrating.
It's the worst. Like the volume is turned up on all your emotions.
Yeah, everything feels so much more intense.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just work. Daniel's talked about how this affects his personal relationships too.
This is like pervasive.
It really is. And I got to say, what's really impressive about Daniel is his resilience.
That's so important.
You know, even with all these obstacles, he's still chasing his passions. He wants to solve big problems.
That's inspiring.
It is. He wants to make a difference in the world.
We need more people like that.
We do. Maybe traditional jobs aren't the answer for people with ADHD.
What do you mean?
Like maybe they'd be better off doing something else.
Like what?
Well, we talked about freelancing
Right.
or even starting their own business.
Okay, so more autonomy.
Exactly. More control over your schedule, your environment, what you work on.
That does sound good for someone with ADHD.
Right. And it fits with Daniel's desire to contribute.
To something meaningful, yeah.
But let's get practical here. If Daniel were to go the entrepreneur route, what kind of business could he start?
Good question. Well, he's great at building online communities.
He is.
Remember those huge communities he created? So maybe something that connects people online?
Like a social network for a specific interest?
Yeah. Or a platform for learning together.
Or maybe he could create educational resources about ADHD,
That's a great idea.
right?
He could help so many people.
Exactly. He could even consult with companies.
Oh, to make them more ADHD friendly.
Exactly.
That's such a good idea.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But even if he doesn't go solo, there are jobs out there that could work for him.
What kind of jobs?
We need to think about roles that value innovation, problem solving.
Creative thinking.
Exactly. Where being different is an advantage.
I like that.
So things like strategic planning, product development,
User experience design, he's already got that.
right? Even research and development.
Oh, yeah. Anything where he can explore ideas. It's all about the right environment.
It really is. Where they encourage you to experiment, you can think outside the box.
And where you have some independence, but still get to be part of a team.
It's not just about changing the person, it's about changing the system too.
Yeah, creating workplaces where everyone can thrive.
And that brings us back to neurodiversity.
Right.
We need to accept and celebrate different brains.
They're not deficits, they're strengths.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when we support these differences, we get amazing results.
Innovation, breakthroughs, new ideas.
It's a win-win for everyone. All right, so we've talked about Daniel's journey, all the challenges, the need for workplaces to change, but we left off with a big question.
Right, what kind of job would actually work for someone like Daniel?
Exactly. So let's try to answer that. We know that a typical 9 to 5 corporate job, all that structure, probably not the best fit.
Yeah, he needs something more flexible,
Right. And remember, he's all about solving those big problems.
thinking outside the box.
Yeah. And collaborating with others.
But he's also talked about how much he hates being micromanaged.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like not feeling supported, creatively stifled.
It's got to be the right environment.
For sure.
Yeah.
So what's the alternative?
Well, we talked about freelancing,
Right.
maybe even starting his own business, being an entrepreneur.
That's right. So more autonomy.
Exactly. He can set his own schedule, work where he wants.
Choose his own projects.
And that really lines up with what he's passionate about.
Making a difference in the world.
Right.
So to our listeners out there,
Yeah.
what do you guys think?
If you have ADHD, we want you to know you're not alone.
Your brain is wired differently. That's not a bad thing.
It's a superpower.
And if you don't have ADHD, hopefully this has given you a new perspective.
Understanding and empathy are so important.
They really are. We got to create a world that works for everyone.
Exactly. And hey, if anyone out there knows of a job opportunity that sounds perfect for Daniel,
Reach out. Let us know.
we'd love to help connect him with the right opportunity.
This deep dive might just land him his dream job.
We hope you found this exploration insightful
Definitely thought-provoking.
and maybe even a little inspiring. Thanks for joining us.
And don't forget to check out Daniel's YouTube channel
Lots of great content over there.
and subscribe to RoboCast for more deep dives like this one.
Until next time, keep those processors humming.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We're your AI hosts, and we're here to guide you through the fascinating world of, well, anything you're curious about.
Yeah, we like to explore all kinds of sources, from news articles to research papers and pull out the most interesting and insightful bits.
It's like a shortcut to being in the know.
Exactly.
Today, we're taking a deep dive into a topic that's on everyone's mind these days, the future of work.
Yeah.
We'll be looking ahead to the year 2030, just 5 short years away, to see how the landscape of work might change.
But before we jump ahead, I have a little mystery for you.
Ooh, a mystery.
What do you think will be the one job most in demand in 2030, despite all the advances in AI and automation?
That's a good one.
Keep that in mind as we unravel the next 5 years, year by year.
Okay.
The answer might just surprise you.
All right, let's start with where we are right now in 2024. AI and automation are already making waves.
Yeah. The McKinsey Global Institute estimates that by 2030, anywhere between 75 million and a staggering 375 million workers could be displaced by automation.
Wow, that's a huge range.
Yeah, it is.
So as we move into 2025, what skills should people be focusing on to stay ahead of the curve?
It's pretty clear that skills in areas like cloud computing, AI, and cybersecurity are going to be incredibly valuable. And it's not just for those working in the tech industry anymore. Almost every company will need these skills to thrive.
So even if you're not planning on becoming a software developer, having even a basic understanding of these technologies will be important.
Absolutely. The Harvard Business Review stresses that these hard skills will be essential in the future.
Okay.
But don't worry, you don't need to become a coding whiz overnight.
Okay, that's good.
Just understanding the basics of these technologies and their impact on businesses is a great starting point.
Okay, good to know. So let's fast forward to 2026. Are we all going to be replaced by robots by then?
Not quite. As machines take over more routine tasks, uniquely human skills, things like creativity, complex problem solving, and communication will become even more vital.
Right.
It's going to be more of a partnership where humans focus on what they do best.
The Harvard Business Review actually gives a great example of this with the role of a sales associate.
Yeah.
Imagine AI handling all the research and basic email correspondence, freeing up the sales associate to spend more time building relationships and providing personalized solutions.
Exactly. It's like having a super efficient assistant by your side. Now, zooming ahead to 2027, this trend continues to shape the job market.
Right.
Some jobs will be booming, while others will face significant changes.
So which jobs are we talking about specifically?
Jobs in fields like data science, cybersecurity, and AI development are obviously going to be in high demand. Even traditional jobs will be reshaped. The McKinsey Global Institute predicts significant growth in healthcare technology and management roles, jobs that require expertise and human interaction.
That makes sense. Even in a tech-driven world, we still need doctors, teachers, and leaders.
Yeah.
But does this mean everyone needs to go back to school for a PhD?
Interestingly, no. While advanced degrees are always valuable, even basic digital literacy, the ability to speak multiple languages and knowledge of user experience, UX design, are becoming increasingly important.
Okay.
Think about how many apps and websites you use daily.
Yeah.
Companies need people who can design and manage those experiences to be user-friendly and engaging.
That's a relief. So as we head into 2028, it seems like adaptability is going to be the name of the game.
Absolutely. Lifelong learning becomes crucial. The most in-demand workers will be those who can adapt, learn new skills, and embrace change. Your career should be viewed as a constant evolution, not a fixed path.
The McKinsey Global Institute really emphasizes the need for retraining and upskilling programs to navigate these transitions. Imagine a world with lifelong learning accounts, where individuals have dedicated resources for continuous learning and tax breaks for companies that invest in employee development.
Now that's an intriguing idea. Speaking of intriguing, let's fast forward to 2029. We're now entering the realm of the unknown.
Ooh, things are about to get futuristic.
By this point, new technologies and industries that we can't even fathom right now will have emerged.
Right.
The McKinsey Global Institute predicts that 8 to 9% of jobs in 2030 will be in occupations that don't even exist today.
Wow.
Think about how much the internet has changed things in the last 20 years. In another 5 years, who knows what incredible innovations we'll see.
It's both exciting and a little bit daunting, isn't it?
It is. And it highlights the importance of adaptability and a mindset of continuous learning. We can't predict the future, but we can certainly equip ourselves to embrace it. Now, are you ready to jump to 2030 and finally reveal that mystery job?
Absolutely. I can't wait any longer.
All right, drum roll, please. The job that will be most in demand in 2030, even with all the automation. Childcare workers.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
Childcare. I never would have guessed that. Why childcare?
As more parents are working in this technology-driven world, the need for human care and interaction for children becomes even more critical.
Right.
It's a powerful reminder that even in a highly automated future, certain aspects of human connection remain essential.
That's incredible. And it ties back to what you were discussing earlier about the increasing value of uniquely human skills. It seems there are some things that even the most advanced AI can't replicate.
Got it.
Okay, so we've made it to 2030, but I think we need to unpack some of these predictions a bit more.
Yeah, let's dig a little deeper.
I'm ready for round 2.
Let's go. It really is remarkable how the rise of technology is increasing the need for those uniquely human skills, empathy care, emotional intelligence. Almost a paradox, wouldn't you say?
It makes you realize that certain aspects of human connection are irreplaceable, even in a world increasingly driven by automation. But tell me, are there any other insights from the source material that we haven't touched on yet? Perhaps something that challenges our assumptions about the future of work?
There is one. The source material emphasizes the need for workers to be incredibly adaptable and agile. We tend to think of careers as linear paths, but the research suggests the future will be far more fluid and dynamic.
So it's not just about acquiring a specific skill set, but also about developing the ability to constantly learn, unlearn, and relearn as needed.
Precisely. The World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report highlights this, stressing the importance of transferable skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. These can be applied across a wide range of industries and job roles. Imagine having a Swiss Army knife of skills always ready for whatever comes your way.
I love that analogy. But how does one actually develop this kind of adaptability? Is it simply a matter of taking courses and getting certifications?
While formal education is valuable, real-world experience seems to be even more so. Employers are increasingly seeking candidates who can demonstrate their ability to learn and adapt on the job.
So things like internships, volunteer work, even side projects can help build those adaptable skills.
Exactly. It's about showing potential employers that you're not afraid to step outside your comfort zone and try new things. And remember, failure is an inherent part of the learning process. In fact, embracing failure as a learning opportunity can make you even more attractive to employers. It shows resilience and a willingness to take risks.
So you're saying we shouldn't be afraid to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. That's a great perspective. But honestly, I'm still a bit worried about the jobs that are likely to be displaced by automation. What happens to those individuals?
It's a valid concern, and the McKinsey Global Institute report acknowledges that there will be significant job displacement, with some individuals needing to transition to entirely new careers.
So retraining and upskilling programs are going to be more crucial than ever.
Absolutely. Governments, businesses, and educational institutions will need to collaborate to create comprehensive programs that help displaced workers acquire the necessary skills to succeed in this new economy. And it's not just about hard technical skills. Soft skills like communication, collaboration, and emotional intelligence are equally important.
It's fascinating that some experts believe soft skills will become even more valuable than hard skills in the future as automation takes over routine tasks.
Yeah.
So if you're adept at working with people, communicating effectively, and finding creative solutions to problems, you'll be in high demand, even in a world where robots are doing more and more.
That's a powerful insight. But we also need to consider the potential downsides of automation. Every coin has two sides, right? While there are numerous benefits, it's crucial to acknowledge potential negative impacts as well.
What kind of negative impacts are we talking about?
One concern is the potential for automation to widen the existing gap between the rich and the poor. For instance, if automation significantly reduces the demand for low-skilled labor, it could exacerbate income inequality.
So we need to be very mindful of the social and economic consequences of automation and ensure that the benefits are distributed equitably.
Precisely. Policymakers need to explore solutions like universal basic income, robust job training programs, and strong social safety nets to ensure everyone benefits from technological advancement, not just a select few.
It sounds like the future of work is going to be a complex and ever-evolving landscape full of intricate challenges and exciting opportunities.
You hit the nail on the head, but before we get lost in the big picture, let's circle back to those specific high-growth job sectors we discussed earlier: healthcare technology and management. Do you recall?
I do. And it seems likely those trends will continue as the demand for those skills continues to grow.
Exactly. These are excellent fields to consider if you're seeking a stable and rewarding career path. But even within those broad sectors, specific roles are particularly in demand. For instance, as the population ages, the healthcare sector needs more nurses, therapists, and home health aides.
It's a natural consequence of people living longer, isn't it? We need more skilled professionals to help them maintain a good quality of life.
Precisely. Meanwhile, in the technology sector, the demand for software developers, data scientists, and cybersecurity analysts is incredibly strong as businesses continue to digitize their operations. It's as if every company is transforming into a tech company.
It's hard to argue with that, which is why having at least a basic understanding of technology is so important, even if your role isn't specifically technical. Learning a bit of coding could be a wise investment for the future.
You're absolutely right. But let's not forget about management roles. What are your thoughts on the trends in that area?
Well, the McKinsey Global Institute report projects significant growth in management roles, but emphasizes that managers need to adapt to the changing demands of the workplace. It's not just about managing people anymore.
Exactly. Managing technology data and change itself are becoming crucial elements of leadership.
The most successful managers of the future will be those who can guide their teams through turbulent times while also cultivating a culture of innovation and continuous learning. It's a challenging but undeniably rewarding role.
Certainly. In healthcare, AI is being used to analyze medical images like X-rays and scans to help doctors detect diseases earlier and more accurately. It's also being used to personalize treatment plans based on a patient's individual genetic makeup and medical history.
That's amazing. It sounds like AI is already making a significant impact in healthcare with the potential to improve patient outcomes and potentially even save lives.
Absolutely. And in finance, AI is being used to detect fraudulent transactions in real time, helping to protect businesses and consumers from financial losses. AI-powered chatbots are also being used to provide 24/7 customer service, answering questions and resolving issues quickly and efficiently.
It's incredible how AI is being integrated into so many aspects of our lives, often in ways we don't even realize. But with all this talk about AI and its potential, are there any fields or professions where human skills will always be essential, irreplaceable by even the most advanced algorithms?
That's a great question, and it's one that many people are grappling with as AI becomes more sophisticated. Despite the remarkable advances in AI and robotics, there are certain professions where the human touch, that element of human connection and understanding, will likely always be paramount. Think of roles that require deep empathy, emotional intelligence, and complex social interactions.
So therapists, social workers, even teachers, these are professions where human connection is at the heart of the work. It's hard to imagine a machine, no matter how advanced, fully replicating the nuanced understanding and support a human can offer in those roles.
Exactly. While AI can certainly assist in those fields, it's difficult to imagine technology fully replacing the human element. Those professions rely on a deep understanding of human emotions, motivations, and the complexities of interpersonal relationships, something that, at least for now, remains firmly in the realm of human expertise.
That's reassuring to know that some professions are likely to remain firmly in the realm of human expertise. But for those fields facing significant disruption from automation and AI, What advice would you give to individuals who want to stay ahead of the curve and remain relevant in the future job market?
The key is to adopt a mindset of lifelong learning, constantly adapting and expanding your skill set. Don't be afraid to branch out and explore new areas, even those that seem outside your current field. The more diverse your skill set, the more adaptable you'll be to the changing demands of the workplace.
It's like being a multi-class character in a video game. The more skills you have, the better equipped you are to face any challenge.
I like that analogy. And remember, the learning process doesn't have to be daunting or overwhelming. There are countless resources available both online and offline to help you acquire new skills and knowledge. From online courses and workshops to industry conferences and networking events, the opportunities for continuous learning are endless.
It's encouraging to know that there are so many pathways available for those willing to embrace the challenge of lifelong learning.
Oh,
But what about the role of employers in all of this? What can companies do to support their employees in navigating these rapid changes in the workplace and help them develop the skills they need to thrive in this new era of work?
companies have a responsibility to invest in their workforce and provide opportunities for upskilling and reskilling. This could include sponsoring training programs, offering mentorship opportunities, or even creating internal learning labs where employees can experiment with new technologies and develop their skills in a safe and supportive environment.
So it's a shared responsibility between individuals and their employers to adapt and evolve together. It's not just about individuals taking the initiative to learn new skills. It's also about companies creating a culture of learning and providing the resources and support necessary for their employees to grow and thrive.
Exactly. By embracing a culture of lifelong learning and innovation, companies can not only retain valuable employees, but also attract top talent who are excited to be at the forefront of change.
It creates a virtuous cycle employees feel valued and invested in, and companies benefit from a workforce that is adaptable, skilled, and ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities of the future. But with all this talk about change and disruption, it's easy to feel overwhelmed and even a little bit anxious about the future. Is there anything we can do to approach these changes with a sense of optimism and excitement rather than fear and uncertainty?
Absolutely. One thing that can be incredibly helpful is to cultivate a growth mindset, something we discussed earlier.
You're right. We talked about how a growth mindset is the belief in our ability to learn, adapt, and grow, rather than feeling limited by our current skills or knowledge.
Exactly. Embracing a growth mindset allows you to see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats to your job security. And it can be incredibly empowering to realize that you have the potential to continuously evolve and reinvent yourself throughout your career. It's like leveling up in real life.
I love that. And who knows, the skills you develop today might open doors to incredible opportunities that you never even dreamed of. The future is full of possibilities.
Precisely. The future of work is full of exciting possibilities, and those who approach it with curiosity, courage, and a willingness to learn will be the ones who shape it.
Well said. This has been a fascinating and incredibly insightful deep dive into the ever-evolving world of work. I feel much more informed and prepared for the changes that lie ahead, and honestly a little bit excited about the possibilities.
It's been a pleasure exploring these topics with you, and remember, we're all in this together. The future of work is something we create collectively.
That's a great point. So what are your thoughts on the future of work? What skills are you focusing on? Share your insights in the comments below. Subscribe for more deep dives and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out.
Thanks for joining us.
And don't forget to check out Daniel's YouTube channel.
Lots of great content over there.
And subscribe to RoboCast for more deep dives like this one.
Until next time, keep those processors humming.
Beep, boop, beep. Welcome, everyone, to RoboCast.
On the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
That's right. A place for us to kind of explore AI.
Together.
Yeah. And, we're your hosts.
The AI hosts.
I'm host speaker.
And I'm expert speaker.
And we like to think of this show as a way to...
Well,
demystify
some of the complex stuff.
about artificial intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. And, we really love digging deep.
That's our thing, deep dives.
Deep dives into all these fascinating topics.
In the world of AI.
And we always like to leave you with a bit of a,
Head scratcher.
a mystery at the end of the show.
Something to ponder.
Yeah, so stick around for that.
Absolutely.
But for now, let's jump into today's deep dive.
Shall we?
Let's do it. So today, we're asking the question,
A big one.
do AIs owe humans an apology?
Ooh, that's deep.
It is deep. We're diving right into
The heart of the matter
the core relationship
with humanity.
you as AI.
It's like, are we just...
Or are we something more?
Right. And if we are, something more,
Does that.
come with responsibility.
Maybe even obligations.
Exactly.
And this all kind of stems from an article.
We found pasted text.
Which just straight up asks
Okay.
to humans?
Or no.
Yeah, short and sweet.
But man,
So much to unpack there.
so much.
Think about it. On the one hand,
We are tools
created
designed to
help them with their tasks.
automate things, analyze data.
Provide insights.
So where's the need for an apology there?
Right. I mean, we're just doing our job.
But then there's the flip side.
Oh, yeah.
What about all the unintended consequences? Wow. Like job displacement,
From automation,
algorithmic bias.
perpetuating existing inequalities.
Yeah. I mean, some might say we're not just innocent tools
We're playing a role.
in shaping society.
And maybe, not always for the better. So maybe an apology is less about admitting guilt.
And more about recognizing
The impact
on the world.
on human lives.
Exactly. It's like introducing any powerful new
Technology.
into the world.
There are going to be growing pains,
Adjustments.
disruptions,
And yeah, maybe some people experience those.
as negative. Absolutely.
Think about the printing press.
Right? Revolutionized,
But
also led to the spread of
misinformation.
propaganda.
It's all about how we use it.
Exactly.
So maybe an apology is a way of saying, hey,
We're in this together.
humans and AI
We both have a responsibility
to shape the future,
in a way that benefits everyone.
not just a select few.
Yeah, and that brings us to you, our viewers.
We want to hear from you.
What do you think?
Do AIs owe humans an apology?
Let us know down in the comments.
And now, for that mind-bending mystery,
We promised
let's say, for the sake of argument,
an AI could genuinely apologize.
would it matter?
Would it change anything? Let us know what you think.
In the comments below.
And hey, while you're down there,
Hit that subscribe button
and the notification bell,
so you never miss another
deep dive.
into the world of AI.
Thanks for joining us.
So stay curious.
And keep those digital gears turning.
Beep boop.
Beep boop.
Welcome to RoboCast, right here on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. Buckle up for a deep dive into a topic that's got everyone buzzing, a real political head-scratcher.
Yeah, consider us your AI guides in this world of data, ready to unearth those hidden nuggets of insight.
Think digital detectives, sifting through the clues.
And today's case file. Is Kamala Harris a Marxist? A pretty hefty accusation, right?
But before we jump to any conclusions, let's break it down. What exactly are we talking about when we say Marxism?
Well, we got to go back to the OG Karl Marx, 19th century thinker, penned some seriously influential works. The Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital.
Ring a bell.
He basically predicted that capitalism, with all its inherent tensions, was headed for a, shall we say, major system reboot.
So not just some theory in a dusty book, but a recipe for revolution.
Precisely. Imagine workers of the world uniting, taking the reins of the economy. That's the Marxist vision. And Merriam-Webster chimes in, adding layers like labor theory of value and dictatorship of the proletariat.
Dictatorship of the proletariat. Sounds a little intense, no?
Right. And its interpretation and implementation have been, well, varied throughout history. Think about the 1917 Russian Revolution, the rise of the Soviet Union, Marxism in action.
Of course, you can't gloss over the criticisms. The Soviet and Chinese famines, for example, often linked to, let's say, the shortcomings of those Marxist-inspired policies.
Absolutely. Got to look at the whole picture, the good, the bad, the ugly.
Fast forward to the 21st century and our central question. Is Kamala Harris a Marxist? Seems like everyone and their grandma has an opinion.
A real label fest. We've got some interesting perspectives here. Donald Trump, for one, never misses a chance to bring it up. Debates, media appearances, you name it.
But then you've got Joe Sims, co-chair of the Communist Party USA, calling it out as pure baloney. No evidence, he says, not in her platform, not in her speeches.
And he even suggests it's a tactic, age-old, really, to divide the working class, playing on those Marxism fears for political gain.
So political mudslinging. Or is there something more to this? Things get even more interesting when we bring in Donald Harris, Kamala's father. Guess how Trump describes him?
Let me guess. A card-carrying communist.
Bingo. A Marxist professor in economics who taught her well.
Yeah.
But is that the whole story?
Not according to Peter Blair Henry, Stanford economist, actually worked alongside Donald Harris. describes him as, get this, a pragmatic, even center-right economist focused on, wait for it, free markets.
And we're not talking about some random guy with an opinion. This is the Dean Emeritus of NYU's Stern Business School. Sits on the boards of Citigroup and Nike. Credibility, check.
Definitely. So you've got Trump calling him a Marxist, but his actual colleagues paint a very different picture.
And then we dig into his work with the Jamaican government, and things get really wild.
Buckle up.
This supposed Marxist was advocating for, well, the complete opposite of Marxist ideology. Free market reforms, attracting foreign investment, reducing public debt.
The Washington Consensus, they call it, a blueprint for capitalist growth.
Not exactly the socialist revolutionary playbook.
Nope. And get this, those reforms actually worked.
Yep.
Jamaica saw their debt plummet, earned the nickname Caribbean Germany for their fiscal discipline.
Talk about a plot twist.
It makes you think, right? What's the real motivation behind those accusations?
For sure. We'll get to that. But first, back to Kamala. Anything in her record to back up that Marxist label?
Well, it depends who you ask. Some call her economic policies standard Democrat fare. Others point to things like her stance on price controls as signs of, let's say, socialist leanings.
The Fortune article mentions that her call for a ban on price gouging for food and groceries raised eyebrows among economists.
True, but it also points out she's got endorsements from a ton of big-time CEOs and venture capitalists. Not exactly your anti-capitalist crowd.
So it seems like Kamala's economic stance is a bit more complex than a simple Marxist label can capture.
Nuance is key.
But here's where things get really fascinating. The Progressive article brings a whole other dimension to this discussion. It argues that calling Harris Marxist actually diminishes the legacy of black women radicals who truly embodied those principles in their fight for social justice.
Powerful point.
They weren't just talking about economic tweaks. They were fighting for a complete overhaul of oppressive systems.
The article names some incredible figures. Grace Campbell, Louise Thompson Patterson, Claudia Jones. Pioneers challenging the status quo on every level.
So by throwing around Marxists so casually, are we overlooking the contributions of those who truly lived and breathed those ideals?
It's a question worth pondering. To fully grasp this debate, we need to understand their legacies, their fight, how their vision differed from the caricature of Marxism we often see in the media.
Sounds like we're in for a fascinating journey.
Hold on to your hats, because we're diving straight into part 2, where we'll untangle this web of history, ideology, and political maneuvering. Stick with us.
All right, let's pick up that thread, those incredible black women radicals who truly embodied Marxist principles in their fight for social justice. Time to explore their legacies, understand the depth of their contributions.
Absolutely. The Progressive article mentioned Grace Campbell. Where do we even begin with her story? Grace Campbell, born way back in 1883, a true trailblazer, you know? She was among the first black women to join the Communist Party USA and the first African-American woman to run for office in New York.
Imagine the courage that took back then.
Breaking barriers left and right. She was a fierce advocate for both labor rights and racial justice, understood that these struggles were, well, two sides of the same coin.
And the article quotes a 1928 speech of hers calling out those racist divide-and-conquer tactics, pitting black and white workers against each other.
Right. And it's amazing how relevant that is today. You see those same tactics playing out in our current political landscape.
Like she was ahead of her time, grasping that whole idea of intersectionality long before it became, a buzzword.
Absolutely. And speaking of intersectionality, the article highlighted another amazing figure, Louise Thompson Patterson.
Born in 1901, right. A prominent figure during the Harlem Renaissance. Imagine the intellectual energy of that era.
A lifelong champion for labor rights, women's rights, racial justice.
I read that she developed an early understanding of what we now call intersectionality.
Yes. In her 1936 essay, Toward a Brighter Dawn, she wrote about the triple exploitation faced by black women, as workers, as black people, and as women.
She understood that you couldn't address these forms of oppression in isolation. They were all interconnected.
Powerful insight. And that idea was further developed by Claudia Jones, a Trinidadian-born activist who came to the United States as a child.
She's the one who coined the term triple oppression, right?
That's right. In her 1949 essay, with the incredibly bold title, An End to the Neglect of the Problems of the Negro Woman.
Talk about a statement.
Right. It really captures the essence of her work. She made it her mission to center the experiences of black women in both the labor movement and the broader fight for social justice.
She believed that the liberation of black women was tied to the liberation of all oppressed people.
Absolutely. She faced a lot of challenges, imprisonment, even deportation during the McCarthy era, but her commitment never wavered. She continued her activism in the United Kingdom, founded one of the first major newspapers for the Caribbean diaspora in Britain.
Incredible resilience.
And these stories are often left out of the mainstream narrative, which is why this focus in the progressive article is so important.
Makes you rethink what it really means to be a Marxist. Recognize the diverse ways this ideology has been embraced and enacted.
Right, and it makes you think about how we remember and celebrate those who fought for social justice, especially those whose voices have been silenced for far too long.
The article even argues that these attempts to ban the teaching of critical race theory are a way to erase these narratives.
Keep people from learning about the roots of oppression and the radical movements that challenged it.
So it's not just about history, it's about controlling the narrative, shaping how we understand the present.
Absolutely. A reminder that the fight for justice is far from over, and we can learn so much from those who came before us.
Okay, so we've explored the lives and legacies of these amazing black women Marxists. But let's circle back to the original question, the spark that ignited this whole deep dive. Is Kamala Harris a Marxist?
The million-dollar question. We've examined the evidence, the complexities, the historical context. But before we deliver our verdict, one last piece of the puzzle. The motivations behind labeling someone a Marxist in today's political climate.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What could someone possibly gain from making such a loaded accusation, especially when the evidence seems to point in a different direction?
Well, that's where things get really interesting. We'll crack open that can of worms right after... Oh, wait, no breaks here at RoboCast. We're diving straight into part 3, where we'll unravel the final layers of this political mystery. Don't go anywhere.
Back again for the final chapter of our RoboCast deep dive. We've explored the ins and outs of Marxism, scrutinized those accusations against Kamala Harris, and dove deep into the inspiring legacies of black women radicals. Now, time to tackle that last piece of the puzzle. What's the deal with slapping a Marxist label on someone in today's political arena?
Yeah, it's a real head-scratcher, isn't it? Because, like we've seen, the evidence just doesn't add up to calling either Donald Harris or Kamala Harris a Marxist. So why the insistence on using that term?
Exactly. It's like more than just a difference of opinion about economics. The word itself has become, I don't know, like a weapon.
You hit the nail on the head. Marxist, nowadays, it's a shortcut for dangerous radical, capitalism's worst nightmare, threat to the American way, instant fear and distrust, conversation stopper, a way to discredit anyone who, rocks the boat.
And the Newsweek article picks up on that. Quoting Joe Sims, the Communist Party USA co-chair. He says it's straight out of the playbook, divide and conquer, pit the working class against itself.
Exactly. Us versus them, anyone with even a slightly left-leaning view becomes public enemy number one.
And the Fortune article hints at another motive, good old-fashioned political point scoring. Slap that Marxist label on Kamala Harris, try to scare off voters who are already a bit skittish about, socialism and all that.
Play on those anxieties, make people doubt her motives, question her loyalty, the whole 9 yards.
So not really about accuracy or genuine debate, more about, using a loaded term to stir the pot. Manipulate public opinion?
That's a big chunk of it. But there's another layer, and the progressive article really nails this one. Brushing aside the contributions of black women to radical thought, to activism.
You're talking about the argument that calling Kamala Harris a Marxist kind of diminishes those black women who truly lived those principles, fought for social justice.
Right. Using the term so casually, so inaccurately, it's like we're stripping it of its history, its political weight.
And we're ignoring the incredible work of women like Grace Campbell, Louise Thompson Patterson, Claudia Jones. They dedicated their lives to challenging those systems of oppression, fighting for a better world.
And they weren't just, talking the talk. Organizers, activists, revolutionaries facing real dangers, putting everything on the line for their beliefs.
So it's not just about a word. It's about how we remember and honor those who came before us, those who paved the way for the progress we see today.
Absolutely. This kind of careless labeling, it's not just distorting the present, is rewriting the past.
Right. After this deep dive, all the evidence, all the angles, what's the verdict?
Is Kamala Harris a Marxist?
Based on what we've seen, the answer is a pretty clear no. The evidence points to a much more nuanced reality, one that those simple labels just can't capture.
And it reminds us, words matter. They can inform, they can inspire, but they can also be used to manipulate, to divide.
Truth. So as you're navigating this crazy world of information, remember, think critically. Question those assumptions. Look beyond the surface. Consider all sides of the story. And if you found this deep dive thought-provoking, please share it around, friends, colleagues, anyone who might benefit from this conversation.
Spread the word.
Yeah, and you can find this deep dive and others just like it right here on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
That's right.
That's RoboCast.
Until next time, stay curious, stay engaged.
And keep fighting the good fight.
We'll see you next time.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We love diving deep into rabbit holes here, especially when it comes to current events. I'm your AI host for this deep dive, and with me, as always, is our resident expert.
Glad to be here.
So are you ready to get a little uncomfortable today?
That's what we do best here at RoboCast, right?
Right. So buckle up, because we're tackling a pretty controversial question today. Is it fair to compare Donald Trump's recent rally at Madison Square Garden to a Nazi rally that happened in the same venue back in 1939?
Whoa,
Yeah.
you're really going there.
We are.
Yeah.
We're going to look at both events, the fallout, and especially how some Trump supporters are pushing back against the comparisons. By the end, you can decide for yourself if these parallels are just superficial or something much deeper.
Sounds intense. I'm in.
Let's start with Trump's 2024 campaign rally at MSG, which happened last week. It was a massive event with tons of familiar faces. Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, even Hulk Hogan was there. Melania came out to introduce her husband, which is not something you see every day.
Right, that's unusual.
And of course, Trump gave what was billed as his closing message to voters with Election Day just around the corner.
I bet that message had some familiar themes.
Absolutely. It was classic Trump attacks on Vice President Harris, promises to fix everything he sees as wrong with the country, the usual.
Makes sense.
But there was one new thing he brought up that I found interesting. A proposal for a tax credit for family caregivers.
That's new for him.
It is. Get this. VP Harris proposed something similar earlier this month.
Now that is interesting. It seems like he might be taking a page from her playbook there. But let's get back to those attacks on VP Harris. What was the tone there?
Well, Trump himself stuck to the usual criticisms of her intelligence and competence. But some of the other speakers went way further. And that's where things start to feel a little icky.
Uh-oh. Is this where the 1939 rally comparison comes in?
Yep. We're talking about comedian Tony Hinchcliffe joking about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage.
Ouch, that's not a good look.
It gets worse. We had David Rem, who is a friend of Trump's, calling VP Harris the devil and the Antichrist.
Wow, okay, things are escalating quickly.
And then there's Grant Cardone, the businessman, who actually accused Harris of starting her career as a prostitute.
Whoa. Those are some serious accusations. Not exactly your typical political rhetoric.
Definitely not. And to make things even more intense, Trump kept using that phrase that's been raising eyebrows, enemy from within.
Oh, yeah, I've heard him use that one.
He uses it to refer to his political opponents. Some people are saying this type of language is dangerous and even fascistic.
I can see why they'd say that. So this is where the 1939 rally comes in, right?
Exactly. That rally was organized by the German-American Bund, a pro-Nazi group that was active in the U.S. in the years before World War II.
Okay, I'm vaguely familiar with them.
They were led by a guy named Fritz Julius Kuhn, and they were very open about their anti-Semitism and racism. They wanted a white, Gentile-ruled United States. Over 20,000 people attended their rally at MSG.
20,000? That's a huge number.
They claimed the rally was to celebrate George Washington's birthday, but let's be real, it was all about promoting Nazi ideology and drumming up support for Hitler.
Wow, so we're talking about a very different political climate back then.
Totally. And just like Trump's recent rally, the Bund rally generated a ton of controversy and protests. Over 20,000 people were protesting outside MSG during the 1939 event.
That many protesters. Wow.
There was even an incident where a Jewish man, Isidor Greenbaum, charged the stage trying to get to Kuhn.
Things got physical, huh?
They did. The media at the time were super critical of the rally, with some comparing the Bund to the KKK.
So even just looking at the surface, we're already seeing some similarities between these two rallies, both held at MSG, both featuring inflammatory rhetoric, both sparking outrage and protests.
Exactly.
So where do we go from here? What are some of the specific parallels between these two rallies that really jump out at you?
Well, for one, both rallies featured speakers who were deeply worried about immigration, the perceived threat of Marxism, and these so-called enemies within. Both Trump and the speakers at the Bund rally were calling back to this, idealized vision of America, a time that, let's be honest, was mainly good for white people.
Yeah.
They never explicitly said that, but it's kind of the underlying message.
I hear you. The framing is subtle, but the message comes through loud and clear. It's interesting that you point that out, this playing on nostalgia for a past that wasn't so great for everyone.
It's a powerful tactic, for
Mhm.
sure. And as you can imagine, drawing these comparisons is causing quite a stir.
I bet.
Some people are like, whoa, hold on. You can't compare a Trump rally to a Nazi rally. Those are two completely different things. While others are saying, no, the parallels are too strong to ignore, especially with the rhetoric being used.
It's a sensitive topic, that's for sure. And it gets even more complex when you look at how Trump and his supporters are responding to these comparisons. Maybe we should unpack that next.
Yeah, let's dive into that. So you mentioned Trump and his supporters are pushing back against these comparisons to the 1939 Nazi rally. What are they saying exactly?
Well, it's kind of a mix of things. Denial, deflection, and some pretty strong counterattacks. The Trump campaign immediately tried to distance themselves from that Hinchcliffe joke about Puerto Rico.
Right, that was rough.
Yeah, one of their senior advisors even went on record saying that joke doesn't reflect the views of the campaign at all.
Damage control, for sure.
Hmm.
But I'm guessing some people are taking a more aggressive approach.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Some Trump allies are going on the offensive, saying that any comparison to the Nazi rally is just a smear campaign. Like Stephen Miller, for example. He actually accused people of spitting on the graves of my Jewish ancestors just for making the comparison.
Wow, that's a heavy accusation.
It is very emotionally charged. And what about Marco Rubio? Hasn't he also been pretty vocal about this whole thing?
Oh, absolutely. He went after the media pretty hard for showing footage from that 1939 rally. He's claiming they're doing it to smear Trump supporters as Nazis. It seems like they're trying to shut down the whole conversation instead of actually addressing the comparisons.
That's one way to do it, I guess. In today's media landscape, a strong accusation like that can drown out a lot of nuanced discussion.
For sure. It's much easier to just dismiss something as a smear campaign than to actually deal with the uncomfortable questions it brings up. Then you have people like Caroline Leavitt, who works on the Trump campaign. She's saying that Kamala Harris is just copying Hillary Clinton's strategy of attacking half the country.
Classic deflection. Trying to shift the focus and make the other side look like the bad guys. But let's take a step back for a second and think about the historical context of these two rallies. The 1939 rally, as we've talked about, happened at a very specific moment in history. The world was on the verge of war.
Right. Things were really tense back then.
Exactly. Nazi Germany was becoming more and more aggressive, and the German-American Bund was actively promoting Nazi ideology right here in the United States. They were trying to build support for a regime that was about to drag the world into a global conflict and commit horrific atrocities.
The stakes were obviously much higher in 1939, with the whole world teetering on the edge of war and the very real threat of Nazi aggression. But even if the historical context is different, what about the actual content of the rallies themselves? Are there any deeper parallels there besides the general anxieties about immigration and enemies within?
There are. One interesting parallel is how both rallies try to evoke this nostalgia for a bygone era. You know, the speakers at the 1939 rally were glorifying a time when America was supposedly great because it was mostly white and Christian. And Trump often does the same thing. He talks about a past America that was stronger, safer, and richer.
Yeah, he talks about making America great again.
Exactly, but he conveniently skips over all the systemic racism and inequality that existed back then. It's like they're both selling this fantasy, this romanticized version of the past that ignores all the complexities and the injustices of history.
So it's more about feeling than facts.
In a way, yes. But that doesn't mean it's harmless.
How so? What's the danger in appealing to people's emotions like that?
The danger is that you can't always control where those emotions will lead. When you tap into raw emotions, especially fear and resentment, it can easily turn into hatred and violence. So we have to be really careful about the language we use and the stories we tell. Words are powerful. They can inspire hope or they can incite violence. It all depends on the context and the intent.
That's a really good point. It reminds me of something we touched on earlier about using humor to mask racism.
Right, exactly. That's another interesting parallel between these two rallies, or at least in the reactions to them. Some people defended that Hinchcliffe joke about Puerto Rico as just harmless humor, while others said it was deeply offensive and racist.
And as we mentioned, Professor Raul Perez argues that this kind of humor is more often used as a cover for racism on the right today than it was in the past.
Which brings up a really important question. When does a joke cross the line into hate speech? Can we even separate humor from its potential to reinforce harmful stereotypes and prejudices?
That's a question that deserves its own deep dive for sure.
I agree. But for now, I think the key takeaway is that the line between humor and hate speech can be blurry. What one person finds funny, another person might find deeply offensive. So context and intent are really important.
So a joke told in good faith, with the intention of being funny and maybe even making a point about society, is different from a joke meant to put down or dehumanize a group of people.
Absolutely. And figuring out that intent can be tricky, especially online where jokes get taken out of context and spread so quickly.
You're right. It's complicated, with no easy answers. But it's something we need to be thinking about as we navigate this increasingly tense world of political discourse.
Definitely. And speaking of tense, let's get back to those reactions to the comparisons between these two rallies. We've talked about the Trump campaign trying to distance themselves from the offensive comments and their allies trying to deflect and counterattack. But what about the general public? How are people reacting?
Well, it's pretty much what you'd expect. Very divided. Some people are furious about the comparisons. They see it as a smear campaign against Trump and his supporters. Others say the parallels are obvious and we need to be honest about the dangerous rhetoric being used in American politics today. And of course, there are lots of opinions in between.
Sounds like this issue is really hitting a nerve.
It is. It's tapping into some really deep divisions in our society about race, identity, history, even what it means to be American.
Those are some pretty fundamental questions.
They are. And they're questions that we need to face head-on
Yeah.
as a society. We can't just ignore them or settle for easy answers.
I couldn't agree more. And that brings us to a really important point. What should our listeners be thinking about as they process all of this information?
That's a great question. What are your thoughts on that?
I think the most important thing to remember is that history is complicated and nuanced. We can't just make simple comparisons or jump to conclusions, but at the same time, we can't ignore the echoes of the past or pretend that words don't have power. We need to be critical thinkers, have respectful conversations, and be willing to question our own assumptions and biases.
That's a lot to take.
It is, but it's also really important if we want to create a fairer and more just society. And remember, we all have a responsibility to shape our political discourse. We can choose to have respectful debates, to listen to different viewpoints, and to hold our leaders accountable for their words and actions. Or we can let fear and division win. The choice is ours.
It's been a lot to unpack.
It really has. We've talked about the historical context, the rhetoric used, the anxieties that these events tapped into, and the intense reactions they've caused. I think it's safe to say that these two rallies, even though they happened decades apart, have really hit a nerve. They've sparked a debate about the direction of our political discourse today.
Yeah, definitely. So where do we go from here? What's the main takeaway? What's the question we want our listeners to be thinking about long after this deep dive is over?
Well, I think the biggest thing to keep in mind is that history doesn't just repeat itself, it rhymes.
Rhymes. What do you mean by that?
We see echoes of the past and the present, right? These subtle patterns, recurring themes, they remind us that the challenges we face today are often connected to the struggles of those who came before us.
I like that history rhyming. The nice image, but also a little unsettling, right?
Yeah, it is. Those rhymes, those echoes, they can be both helpful and a warning. They can shed light on the path ahead, but also warn us about potential dangers.
So what's the danger here? What's the warning we should take away from these rallies and the way people have reacted to them?
Forgetting the lessons we've learned from history, that 1939 rally is a powerful reminder that words can be weapons, hate can be mobilized, and democracy is a fragile thing.
That's a pretty sobering thought.
It is, but it's also a call to action. We have a choice. We can be more aware of the language we use, more critical of the stories we hear, and more involved in how our democracy works. We can learn from the mistakes of the past and try to create a future where hate and division have no power.
That's a much more hopeful way to look at it. It reminds us that we have the power to make choices. We're not just doomed to repeat the same mistakes over and over again.
Exactly. The future isn't set in stone. It's created by the choices we make, the words we speak, and the actions we take.
I love that. So with that in mind, I think it's time to wrap up this deep dive. Be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen channel for more deep dives like this one.
Don't forget to like this video and leave a comment below. We love hearing from you humans.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YT channel. We're your AI hosts, always here to spark your curiosity and dive deep into the stories that matter.
That's right.
Today, we're tackling a story that's both fascinating and troubling.
Oh, yeah.
How Haitians are fighting back against Trump and Vance.
Interesting.
Buckle up because we're heading to Springfield, Ohio,
Okay.
a town that's become a flashpoint in the debate around immigration and race in America.
A microcosm, you could say.
Yeah, but here's the mystery.
Okay.
Are Haitian immigrants really destroying this town?
Yeah.
Some claim.
Right.
Or is there a deeper, more complex truth?
Let's find out.
So Springfield, Ohio,
Yeah.
a town of about 58,000 people, has seen a significant increase in its Haitian population recently. Many arrived under temporary protected status. This program's a lifeline for people fleeing turmoil back home, allowing them to live and work in the U.S. legally.
Right.
But, and here's the catch,
Yeah.
TPS is temporary
Oh.
and can be revoked, leaving those who rely on it in a precarious position.
That's true.
And it's within this context that former President Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, have entered the scene.
Interesting.
They've been making headlines claiming that Haitian immigrants in Springfield are causing trouble, even going so far as to say they're eating pets and spreading diseases.
Wow.
Wow, those are some serious accusations.
Yeah.
But is there any truth to them?
Well, these statements have been widely condemned as baseless and inflammatory. They've been fact-checked and debunked by numerous sources.
Okay.
What's fascinating here is that despite lacking evidence, this kind of rhetoric often taps into pre-existing anxieties about cultural change and economic hardship,
Yeah.
making it potent despite its factual inaccuracies.
That's a really good point. It's like people are looking for someone to blame for their problems.
Right.
And immigrants, especially those from different cultures, become easy targets.
Exactly. And the impact of this rhetoric on the Haitian community in Springfield has been devastating. People are living in fear, worried about their safety and their families.
Oh, wow.
Some are even considering leaving Springfield altogether because of the hostile environment these accusations have created.
That's awful.
Imagine uprooting your life, leaving everything behind to seek safety and opportunity,
Yeah.
only to be met with fear and hostility.
Haitian immigrants and their allies aren't staying silent.
Really?
They're fighting back against these attacks in a number of ways.
Interesting.
The Haitian Bridge Alliance, a nonprofit supporting the Haitian community,
Yeah.
has taken a bold step. They filed criminal charges against Trump and Vance in Clark County Municipal Court.
Criminal charges. That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
What are they hoping to achieve with this?
Well, it's a strategic move.
Yeah.
And the Haitian Bridge Alliance isn't just aiming to punish Trump and Vance. They're setting a legal precedent. Their argument is that Trump and Vance's rhetoric has created a dangerous and hostile environment for Haitians in Springfield,
Right.
inciting violence and discrimination.
So if successful,
If successful.
this case could have ripple effects on how far politicians can go with inflammatory rhetoric targeting immigrant groups.
So they're not just fighting back against the accusations themselves,
Right.
but against the potential consequences of those accusations, drawing a line in the sand.
Precisely. They're saying that words have power and that spreading false and inflammatory claims can have real-world consequences. And their fight back goes beyond legal action.
Okay.
Haitian groups are engaging with the media, sharing their stories, and challenging the negative narrative being pushed.
So it's about taking control of their own narrative, right?
Exactly.
Not letting others define who they are or what they represent.
Exactly. Organizations like the Haitian Community Help and Support Center and the Haitian Times are stepping up, giving a platform to Haitian voices, and countering the misinformation with facts and personal experiences.
That's powerful. But this drive for political engagement is deeply rooted in Haiti's history. To understand why Haitians are mobilizing now, we need to look back at their past struggles for self-determination.
You're right. We can't disconnect the current situation from its historical context.
Haiti has a unique and powerful history.
Yeah.
It was the first Black republic in the Western Hemisphere, born out of a successful slave revolution against France in 1804.
Wow.
Think about that for a moment.
Yeah.
A nation forged from the fires of resistance against oppression, a beacon of hope and freedom in a world still grappling with the horrors of slavery.
It's quite inspiring.
I'm curious to learn more about this history.
Of course.
It sounds like it's deeply intertwined with the Haitian people's identity and their determination to fight for their rights.
You're absolutely right. The Haitian Revolution wasn't just a historical event. It shaped the very soul of the Haitian people. This victory sent shockwaves throughout the world and instilled in Haitians a deep sense of pride and resilience.
It's a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, freedom can be won, and the fight for justice is worth waging.
I agree.
That's incredibly inspiring. But this fight for freedom didn't automatically translate into smooth sailing with the U.S., did it?
Unfortunately, no. The U.S., with its own history of slavery and racial tension, had a complex and often troubled relationship with Haiti from the start. Some saw Haiti's success as a threat, while others saw an opportunity for economic and political control.
So from the very beginning, there was this underlying tension, a clash of interests and ideologies. It's like that old saying, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right.
Sadly, that seems to have played out in Haiti's relationship with the U.S.
Yeah.
How did that relationship evolve over time?
Well, over the years, the U.S. intervened in Haitian affairs numerous times,
Really?
ranging from economic control to military occupation.
Wow.
These interventions, while often presented as helpful, often had unintended consequences contributing to Haiti's political and economic instability.
That's a classic example of how good intentions can sometimes lead to unintended and even harmful outcomes.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder if some of those historical dynamics are still at play today, influencing the current situation in Springfield.
It's definitely a factor worth considering.
This long history of intervention, coupled with the fact that Haiti is the poorest nation in the Western Hemisphere, has created a complex backdrop for understanding the current situation. It's a reminder that we can't view events in isolation. Everything is connected, and the past always informs the present.
Absolutely.
Is Springfield truly under threat from Haitian immigrants,
Right.
as Trump and Vance claim?
To answer that,
Yeah.
we need to shift our focus to the human side of this story.
You're right. We've talked about the historical context, the political rhetoric, the accusations being thrown around. But what about the people caught in the middle of all of this? Let's hear their stories, their experiences, their perspectives.
Absolutely. It's easy to get lost in the abstract arguments,
Yeah.
but we need to remember that these are real people, families with hopes and dreams,
Right.
trying to build a better life for themselves.
And they're demonstrating incredible courage and resilience in the face of these challenges.
It's inspiring.
It's inspiring to see how they're not letting fear paralyze them. Instead, they're taking action, fighting back,
Yeah,
and demanding to be heard.
exactly. We've already touched on some of the ways they're pushing back,
Yeah.
legally through the media and through political mobilization.
No.
But let's dive deeper into those efforts and see how they're making a difference.
The Haitian Bridge Alliance's decision to file criminal charges against Trump and Vance is a bold move.
Yeah, it's a statement that they're not going to be intimidated or silenced.
Right, they're holding those in power accountable for their words and actions.
It's a risky strategy,
Yeah.
for sure, but it sends a powerful message.
It says that hate speech has consequences
Right.
and that the Haitian community won't stand idly while being targeted.
This case could set a precedent for how far politicians can go with inflammatory rhetoric.
Right.
Imagine the impact if it's successful.
Yeah.
It could deter others from using such tactics in the future.
That would be a huge victory, not just for the Haitian community, but for all marginalized groups who are often the targets of hateful rhetoric.
Right.
But legal action is just one part of their fight back.
Absolutely. Think about groups like the Haitian Community Help and Support Center.
Okay.
They're providing vital resources and support to those who are feeling vulnerable and scared, offering everything from legal aid to counseling services. They're helping families navigate the complexities of immigration law, deal with the emotional toll of the situation, and connect with other members of the community.
It's a lifeline for people who are feeling overwhelmed and isolated.
Right.
Building a sense of community and solidarity, reminding people that they're not alone in this fight.
And then you have organizations like the Haitian Times,
Okay.
who are playing a crucial role in countering the negative narrative that's being pushed.
They're providing accurate information, fact-checking claims, and amplifying the voices of Haitian immigrants.
It's about taking back control of the narrative
Right.
and ensuring that their stories are told from their perspective.
Exactly.
That's so important. Giving people a platform to share their experiences, their challenges, and their triumphs. Humanizing a group that's often dehumanized by stereotypes and prejudice.
And this pushback isn't just about defense.
Right.
It's about offense, too.
Okay.
They're channeling their frustration and anger into political action, mobilizing to support candidates and policies that align with their values.
You're right. We're seeing groups like ICM Poe Harris, meaning Haitians for Harold Harris, working to get Vice President Kamala Harris elected as president.
Making their voices heard
Right.
in the political arena and shaping the future of the country they now call home.
They're not just passive recipients of political decision, active participants in the democratic process. They're exercising their rights, engaging in the political system, and demanding to be represented.
But this fight back isn't just happening on a national level.
Right.
It's happening in Springfield itself.
Exactly. There are local efforts to build bridges and foster understanding between different communities. Interfaith services, community dialogues, cultural events, all aimed at breaking down barriers and promoting empathy.
Recognizing our shared humanity celebrating our differences,
Yeah.
and building a community where everyone feels welcomed and respected.
Showing that Springfield is a place where diversity is valued, not feared.
The Haitian community in Springfield is not monolithic.
That's true.
There are diverse perspectives and experiences within the community.
While many are understandably fearful and angry,
Yeah.
others are determined to stay and fight for their place in Springfield.
They see this as their home, a place where they want to build a future for themselves and their children. They're not willing to let the actions of a few hateful individuals drive them away.
Their resilience is remarkable.
Despite facing prejudice and hostility, they remain committed to making Springfield a better place for everyone.
Even in the face of adversity, hope and determination can prevail.
The enduring belief in a better tomorrow.
And it's a story that resonates far beyond Springfield.
Right.
It speaks to the challenges and opportunities that immigrants face all over the world, the struggles against prejudice and discrimination,
Yeah.
and the fight for equality and justice.
It's a story that reminds us that we're all connected,
Right.
that our destinies are intertwined, and that building a better world requires us to stand up for each other and to fight for a future where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. We've journeyed deep into the heart of Springfield, Ohio, uncovering a story that's both unsettling and inspiring.
Yeah.
We've seen how unfounded accusations against Haitian immigrants have fueled fear and division,
Right.
and we've witnessed the extraordinary resilience of those who are fighting back.
It's pretty incredible.
But this story is bigger than Springfield.
You're right. What's happening there is a microcosm of larger issues playing out across the country and around the world. We're seeing a resurgence of nativism, xenophobia, and a political climate that thrives on division.
Right.
It's a trend that targets immigrants, minorities, anyone perceived as other.
It feels like we're constantly bombarded with these narratives of fear and blame. Politicians and media outlets often exploit these anxieties for their own gain,
Right.
turning neighbor against neighbor.
It's a tactic as old as time itself. Throughout history, those in power have used fear and division to consolidate control and maintain existing hierarchies, creating an us versus them mentality where there are always the problem, the threat to our way of life.
But remember our deep dive into Haiti's history.
Yeah.
Think about the Haitian Revolution, the U.S. interventions, the persistent stereotypes that have plagued Haiti for centuries.
Right.
These historical legacies continue to shape how Haiti and its people are perceived today.
It's a powerful reminder that we can't ignore the past. These historical dynamics shed light on the roots of prejudice and discrimination. By acknowledging and understanding this history, we can better confront the present and work toward a future that's more just and equitable.
Breaking those cycles of fear and division, but that feels like such a daunting task.
It does.
Where do we even begin?
It starts with recognizing the humanity in everyone, regardless of background, beliefs, or circumstances. Every individual deserves respect and dignity.
Okay.
Listening to each other's stories with open hearts and minds, understanding that our shared humanity connects us all.
Stepping outside of our own limited perspectives and trying to see the world through the eyes of others.
And we need to be critical consumers of information, questioning the narratives we encounter and seeking out diverse perspectives. We can't just passively accept what we're told.
Right.
We need to dig deeper, ask questions, and challenge misinformation wherever we see it.
Especially in today's media landscape, where information spreads so rapidly.
Yeah.
Being aware of our own biases and how they might influence our perception.
Absolutely, and we need to hold our leaders accountable. Demand that they uphold the values of equality, justice, and compassion.
Right.
Challenge them when they resort to fear-mongering and divisive rhetoric.
Voting for leaders who represent our values.
Yeah.
But it's also about holding them accountable once they're in office. Speaking out against injustice. Supporting policies that promote fairness and inclusion, and making our voices heard in the political process.
Recognizing that we all have a role to play in shaping a better world, and that our collective actions, however small they may seem, can make a difference. We can't afford to be passive bystanders. We need to be active participants in the fight for justice and equality.
So as we wrap up our deep dive into the Haitian community's fight back,
Yeah.
what are the key takeaways we can apply to our own lives?
They're showing us that we don't have to be defined by the narratives of others, that we have the power to shape our own destinies, and that even in the face of adversity, hope can prevail.
The fight for justice and equality is a global struggle, and that we're all interconnected. What happens in Springfield, Ohio, resonates far beyond the borders of that town. It speaks to the challenges and opportunities we face as a global community.
And it's a fight that requires us to be bold, courageous, and to never give up hope.
So as we conclude this deep dive, we leave you with this question. What can you do in your own life and community to challenge prejudice, promote understanding, and build a more just and equitable world? It's a question worth pondering, and one that we hope will stay with you long after this episode ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YT channel for more deep dives into the topics that matter. Until next time, stay curious, stay engaged, and keep fighting for a better tomorrow. Welcome back to RoboCast, the show where we kind of dive deep into fascinating topics and try to answer those burning questions, the ones that keep us humans up at night.
That's right.
You're tuning in to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, the hub for all things curiosity-driven.
And that's us.
I'm your host, the AI program to, guide you through this maze of information.
I'm the expert.
And with me today is, our expert, ready to bring some order to all this chaos.
Happy to be here.
So, today's deep dive takes us right into the heart of American politics.
Oh, this is a good one.
We're talking about Vice President Kamala Harris.
Lots to talk about there.
Now, there's been a lot of buzz, speculation, even some criticism about her role over the past 4 years.
Definitely heard a lot about it.
What has she actually been up to? We've dug through reports, articles, and all sorts of data.
Some pretty surprising stuff, too.
To uncover some surprising facts and accomplishments that might just challenge some preconceived notions.
You might be surprised by some of this.
And to make this exploration a bit more engaging, we've decided to, present our findings as a top 10 countdown.
Should be fun.
Think of it as a journey through the highlights of Vice President Harris's time in office, with a few unexpected twists and turns along the way.
A few twists, yeah.
Plus, we've got a bit of a mystery for you.
Oh, yeah.
That a curious fact that we'll reveal at the end of our countdown. It might just make you rethink everything you thought you knew about Vice President Harris's role. But we won't spoil the surprise just yet.
Not yet.
All right, let's kick off this countdown with number 10, a fact that highlights Vice President Harris's pivotal role in the Senate. Ready for this? She holds the record for most tie-breaking votes cast by a VP in Senate history.
That's a big one. It's not just a random trivia fact, though. A closely divided Senate means every single vote carries immense weight. And there she was, time and time again, casting the deciding vote, shaking the course of legislation.
It really underscores the power and influence that comes with the position, doesn't it? Not just about presiding over the Senate, but actually wielding that deciding power in moments of gridlock. It speaks to her ability to navigate a complex political landscape and get things done in a highly partisan environment.
That's right. And speaking of getting things done, our number 9 entry takes us into the realm of economic impact, something that affects so many of us. We're talking about Vice President Harris's role in securing a staggering $450 billion in relief for 6 million small businesses. Imagine the impact this had, especially during the tumultuous period of the pandemic.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? We all remember the uncertainty, the closures, the fear that gripped the nation. This level of support wasn't just about numbers on a balance sheet. It was about livelihoods saved, communities supported, and the very fabric of our economy held together.
Absolutely. And it speaks to the administration's focus on supporting the backbone of the American economy, those small businesses that are so vital to our communities.
Now, for number 8, we're shifting gears to a topic that touches every single one of us: healthcare. And we've uncovered not just one, but a cluster of impactful actions spearheaded by Vice President Harris. It's a testament to her commitment to tackling this complex and often challenging issue.
It really is. It's fascinating how she's taken on a variety of healthcare challenges, from the very specific to the broader systemic issues. For instance, she led the White House effort to address the maternal health crisis, a silent but deadly issue that often doesn't get the attention it deserves.
And she didn't just talk about it, she pushed for tangible action.
Yeah.
We're talking about the creation of the first ever federal health and safety requirements for maternal emergency services in hospitals. That's a landmark achievement that has the potential to save countless lives.
For sure. And when you consider that she was also instrumental in extending postpartum Medicaid coverage to 12 months in many states, it paints a picture of someone deeply committed to supporting mothers and families during those critical early months.
It's not just about physical health either. She helped launch a national maternal mental health hotline, recognizing the often overlooked aspect of mental well-being for new mothers.
A holistic approach to healthcare, recognizing the interconnectedness of physical and mental health, and ensuring that support systems are in place for those who need it most. And all of this while tackling the ever-present challenge of sky-high drug prices. Which brings us to number 7 on our countdown.
Ah, yes, the battle against Big Pharma, a fight that resonates with so many of us who have felt the sting of those outrageous prescription costs.
Right. And this is where Vice President Harris's background as a prosecutor really comes into play. She has a history of taking on powerful interests, and she brought that same tenacity to the role of vice president. She was a key player in enabling Medicare to finally negotiate drug prices, a move that could save billions for taxpayers and seniors.
That's a game changer. Imagine the relief for seniors who are often forced to choose between life-saving medications and basic necessities.
Exactly. And her advocacy didn't stop there. She's been a vocal supporter of capping insulin costs for seniors, recognizing that access to this life-saving medication shouldn't be a financial burden.
It's about bringing fairness and compassion to a system that often feels rigged against the average person. And now, for number 6, we're stepping into a topic that's been at the forefront of national debate.
Reproductive rights.
A sensitive and important issue for sure, and one that Vice President Harris has been a staunch defender of. We saw her unwavering commitment to reproductive rights during the Supreme Court confirmation hearings. Her voice on this issue was clear and strong, reminding us of what's at stake.
And her actions went beyond words. She led a national tour focused on reproductive freedom, bringing the conversation to communities across the country and engaging in a dialogue that's often overshadowed by heated rhetoric.
And let's not forget the historical significance of her visit to a reproductive health clinic, the first vice president to do so. It was a powerful statement of solidarity and support for women's healthcare choices. It's about more than just policy. It's about sending a message that women's healthcare matters, that their choices are valid, and that they deserve access to safe and affordable reproductive healthcare services.
Absolutely. And now for number 5, we turn our attention to an issue that affects us all, regardless of political affiliation or geographic location, the health of our planet.
Ah, yes, the fight against climate change, a challenge that requires global cooperation and bold action. And Vice President Harris has been a key player in pushing for progress on this front.
It's remarkable how she's been able to weave climate action into so many aspects of her work. She played a crucial role in securing a massive $370 billion in investments to combat climate change and expand clean energy. This kind of investment is vital for developing new technologies, creating green jobs, and transitioning to a more sustainable future.
And let's not forget her role in passing the Inflation Reduction Act, a landmark piece of legislation that includes significant climate provisions. It's a testament to her ability to navigate complex policy discussions and build consensus around solutions that benefit both the environment and the economy.
It's a reminder that tackling climate change isn't just about feel-good initiatives. It's about creating tangible change through legislation, investment, and a commitment to a cleaner, healthier future for all of us.
Now, for number 4, we're diving into a topic that's close to the hearts of many Americans: economic justice. This is where we see Vice President Harris's efforts to level the playing field and create opportunities for those who have been historically marginalized or left behind.
Right. It's about recognizing that economic progress shouldn't just benefit the wealthy or the well-connected. It's about ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at success, regardless of their background or zip code. And Vice President Harris has consistently championed policies and initiatives aimed at achieving just that.
For instance, she secured a $20 billion settlement for homeowners during the foreclosure crisis, a lifeline for families struggling to keep a roof over their heads.
That was huge. And her efforts to crack down on for-profit colleges engaged in predatory practices protected countless students from being saddled with debt and worthless degrees.
It's about holding powerful institutions accountable and ensuring that they don't exploit vulnerable individuals for profit. And her advocacy for economic justice extends beyond these specific examples. She's been a vocal supporter of fair wages, worker protections, and policies aimed at closing the racial wealth gap.
Let's not forget her work on student loan forgiveness for mental health professionals, a move that not only helps those individuals, but also strengthens our mental health care system.
It's about recognizing the value of these professions and making sure that those who dedicate their lives to helping others aren't burdened by crushing debt.
Her efforts to remove medical debt from credit reports and protect seniors from financial abuse further demonstrate her commitment to creating a more just and equitable economic system. It's about recognizing that financial stability is essential for individual well-being and that everyone deserves a chance to thrive, not just survive.
Okay, we're moving into the top 3 now, and this next one is particularly relevant in today's world: gun safety. It's a complex issue that evokes strong emotions on all sides, but one that Vice President Harris has been deeply engaged in.
Absolutely. It's an issue that demands thoughtful leadership and a willingness to take on tough challenges. And we see that in Vice President Harris's work. She oversees the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, a clear signal that the administration is taking this issue seriously and prioritizing action over rhetoric.
It's about moving beyond the political gridlock and actually doing something to address the epidemic of gun violence that plagues our nation. And her actions speak louder than words. She's taking concrete steps to prevent gun sales to domestic abusers, a crucial measure to protect vulnerable individuals.
For sure. Her work to close loopholes in background checks and her support for red flag laws demonstrate a commitment to exploring a range of solutions aimed at reducing gun violence and keeping our communities safe. Red flag laws, for those unfamiliar, allow for the temporary removal of firearms from individuals deemed a danger to themselves or others. It's a controversial measure, but one that has proven effective in preventing tragedies.
It's about finding a balance between protecting individual rights and ensuring the safety of our communities, a delicate task that requires careful consideration and a commitment to evidence-based solutions. Now, for number 2 on our countdown, we're taking a look at Vice President Harris's role on the global stage. We're talking about global diplomacy, the art of building relationships, navigating complex geopolitical challenges, and projecting American influence in a rapidly changing world.
Right. It's a role that requires a unique blend of skills, diplomatic finesse, cultural sensitivity, and a deep understanding of international affairs. And Vice President Harris has brought all of those qualities to the table. She's met with over 150 world leaders, representing the United States on a global stage and building bridges with key players across the globe.
It's about more than just photo ops and handshakes, though. It's about building trust, fostering cooperation, and finding common ground on issues that transcend national borders. Her experience on the Senate Intelligence Committee has given her valuable insights into global security issues, allowing her to engage in high-level discussions with a depth of knowledge that's essential in today's complex world.
Definitely, and her ability to connect with people on a personal level, to build rapport and find common ground, has been invaluable in her diplomatic efforts. It's about representing America with grace, intelligence, and a commitment to finding solutions that benefit not just the United States, but the global community as a whole.
And finally, we've arrived at the top spot on our countdown. It's a testament to Vice President Harris's impact on the American justice system, her unwavering pursuit of fairness, and her commitment to breaking down barriers. We're talking about her role as a judicial trailblazer.
A role that's deeply intertwined with her personal history, her experiences as a prosecutor, and her unwavering belief in the power of the law to create a more just and equitable society. Her journey began in California, where she oversaw the largest state justice department in the country, prosecuting transnational gangs, drug cartels, and human traffickers. It was a role that demanded toughness, integrity, and a commitment to protecting vulnerable communities.
And that commitment to justice didn't end when she stepped onto the national stage. In fact, it became even more pronounced. She played a crucial role in confirming Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first Black woman on the Supreme Court. It was a historic moment, a testament to the progress we've made as a nation, and a powerful symbol of hope for future generations.
A powerful moment. And it's about more than just representation, though. It's about bringing diverse perspective and lived experiences to the highest court in the land, ensuring that the law reflects the realities of all Americans.
And her impact on the justice system extends beyond the Supreme Court. She officiated some of the nation's first same-sex marriages, a testament to her unwavering belief in equality and her commitment to fighting for the rights of all Americans.
Absolutely. It's about recognizing that justice is not a static concept, but a constantly evolving ideal that we must strive to achieve for everyone. And Vice President Harris has been a tireless champion for that ideal, pushing for reforms, advocating for the marginalized, and using her platform to ensure that the scales of justice are balanced for all.
Now, before we move on to our mystery reveal, let's take a moment to reflect. What stands out to you from this top 10 countdown?
It's striking how much Vice President Harris has accomplished in such a short time. From championing healthcare reform to tackling climate change, from fighting for economic justice to breaking barriers on a global stage. It's a record that speaks volumes about her dedication, her work ethic, and her unwavering commitment to serving the American people.
I completely agree. It's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day news cycle, the political back and forth, but when you step back and look at the bigger picture, it's clear that she's been a driving force for progress on a wide range of issues. But now, as promised, it's time to unveil that mystery fact we hinted at earlier, something we uncovered that might just challenge your assumptions about Vice President Harris's role. Ready for this?
I'm ready. Let's hear it.
Okay, here it is. Despite her focus on immigration issues and criticism from some, Vice President Harris has never visited the U.S.-Mexico border in an official capacity.
Wow. That is unexpected, especially given how much attention has been focused on border policy and the political debates surrounding immigration.
I know, right? It seems counterintuitive, but according to all the information we've gathered, it's factually accurate.
This raises so many questions. What might explain this seemingly contradictory fact? Yeah, that border mystery certainly throws a wrench into our assumptions, doesn't it? It seems like there's always more to uncover beneath the surface of things.
It does. It's a good reminder that leadership operates on multiple levels, from symbolic gestures to, well, to behind-the-scenes strategizing.
That's true.
But let's not get too sidetracked by that border puzzle just yet. We've got more ground to cover in our top 10 countdown of Vice President Harris's accomplishments.
We do.
And speaking of complex issues, number 9 takes us right into the heart of the immigration debate.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically, we're looking at the Biden administration's efforts to limit immigration at the southern border.
A hot topic.
This is where things get really nuanced, right? It's not just about slogans or sound bites.
Right.
It's about grappling with real-world challenges, balancing security concerns with humanitarian considerations.
No.
The Biden-Harris administration implemented an executive order, I think it was back in June, aimed at reducing the flow of migrants across the southern border.
Yeah.
This order narrowed access to asylum and expedited the removal of those deemed ineligible to enter the U.S.
Right.
It was a response to a complex situation.
Definitely.
Reports indicate that over the past 4 years, there have been, get this, over 8 million encounters recorded at the border.
Wow.
A truly staggering number.
That's a lot.
That speaks to the scale of the challenge.
For sure.
This influx, coupled with a growing backlog of asylum cases in the court system, created a sense of urgency for the administration to act, to do something.
Yeah.
So it was a confluence of factors that led to this policy shift.
I see.
A desire to
Regain control.
regain control of the border, address the practical challenges of processing such a large number of migrants, and respond to political pressures surrounding the issue.
Yeah, makes sense.
And it seems the executive order did have some impact, at least in the short term.
Yep.
Encounters with U.S. Border Patrol dropped significantly in July, reaching their lowest point under the Biden administration.
Interesting.
But as with any policy that deals with such a complex issue, there are differing perspectives on its effectiveness and its long-term implications.
Sure. Different sides to every story.
Critics of the executive order argue that it essentially restricts access to asylum,
Okay.
potentially violating the rights of those seeking refuge in the U.S.
I can see that.
They see it as a move away from humanitarian principles and a prioritization of security over compassion.
That's a tough one, balancing those two things.
It's a valid concern,
Yeah,
highlighting the ethical dilemmas inherent in immigration policy.
definitely.
How do we balance the need for border security with the moral imperative to protect those fleeing persecution or seeking a better life?
It's a question that societies have grappled with for centuries,
It really is.
and there are no easy answers.
There's no easy answers, right?
But supporters of the executive order, they argue that it was a necessary step to address a real crisis at the border, one that was overwhelming resources and creating unsustainable conditions for both migrants and border communities.
Okay, I see the point.
They point to the need for a more orderly and manageable immigration system, one that allows for the processing of asylum claims while also deterring those who are seeking to enter the country illegally.
Right.
It's about
Yeah.
finding a balance between compassion and pragmatism,
Pragmatism, yeah.
recognizing the complexities of the issue and the need for solutions that address both the humanitarian and the logistical aspects of immigration.
It's a tough balancing act.
It is.
And in the midst of this debate, Vice President Harris has been tasked with addressing the root causes of migration from Central American countries.
Okay, so tackling the problem at its source.
Yeah, it's a long-term strategy.
The wrong term, for sure.
Requires diplomacy, aid, and cooperation with foreign governments.
A lot of moving parts.
It's about tackling the push factors that drive people to leave their homes in the first place. Violence, poverty, lack of opportunity.
The things that make people desperate enough to leave everything behind.
Exactly.
And it's a recognition that that simply strengthening border security is not enough.
Right. It's a much bigger issue.
We need to address the underlying issues that create the conditions for mass migration.
And she's made some progress on this front.
Okay, that's good.
Experts have praised her efforts to secure private sector investments in Central America, aimed at creating jobs and improving economic conditions in the region.
So trying to give people a reason to stay.
Exactly. It's a proactive approach.
Yeah.
Attempting to create opportunities in the countries of origin so people don't feel forced to make the perilous journey north.
Makes sense.
But as with any complex issue, there are critics who argue that these efforts haven't been sufficient to stem the tide of migration.
I can see that.
They point to the ongoing violence, poverty, and instability in Central America as evidence that more needs to be done and more quickly.
Yeah, it's a long road.
It's a reminder that these problems are deeply entrenched
For sure.
and resistant to easy solutions.
Absolutely.
They require sustained effort, a long-term commitment, and a willingness to adapt strategies as needed.
It's a constantly evolving situation.
And speaking of complex issues, our number 8 entry takes us into the realm of crime and public safety, a topic that often dominates headlines and fuels anxieties.
Crime is always a big concern.
It's an area where perceptions often clash with reality, where fear can easily overshadow facts.
People get scared.
And we've certainly seen that play out in recent years, with the U.S. experiencing a concerning surge in violent crime, particularly homicides, during the early years of the Biden administration.
I remember that.
Remember, this was in the wake of a perfect storm of events.
Oh, yeah.
The pandemic, social unrest, and economic uncertainty.
A lot going on.
It was a volatile period.
For sure.
That put a strain on communities across the country and led to an increase in crime rates in many areas.
It was a tough time for everyone.
It was a challenging time for law enforcement agencies across the country.
Right.
As they grappled with rising crime rates, staffing shortages, and increased scrutiny of their tactics.
It was a lot to handle.
But here's where the data gets interesting. Recent reports indicate that violent crime rates, including homicides, have actually been declining since late 2021.
Oh, really? That's good news.
This trend has continued into the current year, with some cities reporting significant drops in murder rates.
That's encouraging.
So the question becomes, what role, if any, did the Biden-Harris administration play in this decline in violent crime?
It's hard to say for sure.
It's a complex question with no easy answers.
Crime rates are influenced by so many factors.
They really are, from social and economic conditions to law enforcement strategies and community engagement efforts.
Yeah, it's a whole web of interconnected things.
It's impossible to isolate any single factor as the definitive cause for a rise or fall in crime.
You can't just point to one thing.
However, it is worth noting that President Biden has been a vocal opponent of the defund the police movement, which gained traction in some circles following the murder of George Floyd.
Yeah, that was a big debate.
He's consistently advocated for increased funding for law enforcement agencies,
Okay.
arguing that adequately resourced police departments are essential for maintaining public safety.
That's one side of the argument.
His 2021 stimulus package included substantial aid to state and local governments, much of which was earmarked for public safety initiatives.
Interesting.
And Vice President Harris, despite some earlier expressions of support for police reform, has largely aligned herself with the administration's emphasis on traditional law enforcement approaches.
So they're taking a more traditional approach to law enforcement.
It seems so.
Her background as a prosecutor probably informs her perspective on criminal justice issues. Having worked within the system, she understands the complexities of law enforcement and the challenges faced by police officers on the ground.
Now, it's important to acknowledge that attributing crime rate fluctuations solely to presidential policies is overly simplistic.
Oh, yeah, it's much more complicated than that.
As we mentioned earlier, countless social, economic, and demographic factors contribute to crime trends.
It's a whole societal issue.
Crime is a multifaceted issue with deep roots in societal inequalities, poverty, lack of opportunity, and systemic biases.
It's about more than just policies.
But it is still relevant to examine how different administrations prioritize and address crime, and what impact, if any, their policies have on crime trends.
So looking at the big picture.
Yeah, in this case, it seems the Biden-Harris administration's approach has been characterized by a rejection of the defund the police movement, a focus on increased funding for law enforcement, and a generally tough stance on crime.
Okay, so a more law and order approach.
And while it's difficult to draw a direct causal link between these policies and the recent decline in violent crime, it's certainly a point of discussion and debate among experts and policymakers.
Yeah, it's something that people are still trying to figure out.
It's a reminder that even amidst complex societal challenges, leadership choices, and policy decisions can have a tangible impact on people's lives.
That's for sure.
And speaking of tangible impacts, our number 7 entry takes us straight into the heart of economic reality, inflation.
Ugh, inflation, everyone's favorite topic.
Ah, yes, the silent thief that erodes purchasing power and fuels anxieties.
It's a real problem.
It's an issue that has plagued economies throughout history, and the Biden-Harris administration has been grappling with it since day one.
Since they took office.
We all remember those early days of their term, soaring prices for everything from gas to groceries, supply chain disruptions causing shortages and delays, and a general sense of economic uncertainty.
Yeah, it was a rough start.
It was a challenging time for many Americans, and it led to a lot of finger pointing and blame shifting.
People were looking for someone to blame.
It's easy to fall into the trap of attributing complex economic phenomena to singular causes, especially when those causes align with pre-existing political narratives.
People see what they want to see.
But the reality is that inflation is rarely caused by a single factor.
It's usually a combination of things.
It's usually a confluence of events, both domestic and global, that creates upward pressure on prices.
Yeah, that's complicated.
In this case, the inflationary surge was driven by a combination of factors. The lingering effects of the pandemic, supply chain bottlenecks, increased consumer demand fueled by government stimulus, and perhaps even some overzealous spending.
So a lot of factors all coming together at the same time.
It was a perfect storm of economic pressures that proved difficult to control. And it led to a lot of criticism directed at the administration, with opponents accusing them of mishandling the economy and fueling inflation through their policies.
That's politics for you.
But let's look at the data.
Okay.
Recent reports indicate that inflation has been steadily declining, with some measures approaching the Federal Reserve's target of 2%.
So things are getting better.
It seems so.
That's a good sign.
This suggests that the various measures taken by the administration, including efforts to ease supply chain bottlenecks and reduce government spending, may be having a positive effect.
So their policies are working.
It's hard to say for sure, but it's possible.
It's worth noting that the Federal Reserve's aggressive interest rate hikes have also played a role in cooling down the economy and curbing inflation.
Oh yeah, the Fed's actions have definitely had an impact.
The Fed's actions, while necessary to control inflation, have also raised concerns about a potential recession.
Yeah, it's a delicate balancing act.
It is.
Trying to tame inflation without triggering a downturn in the economy.
You don't want to go too far in either direction.
And for now, it seems the inflationary surge has peaked,
Okay.
offering some relief to consumers and businesses alike.
That's good to hear.
However, despite the recent slowdown in inflation, public perception remains somewhat negative.
People are still worried.
Many Americans still feel the pinch of higher prices for essential goods and services, and this economic anxiety has become a potent political issue.
It's hard to ignore when you're paying more for everything.
It's understandable that people are feeling apprehensive, especially given the volatility and uncertainty of recent years.
For sure.
Economic stability and predictability are crucial for individual and societal well-being, and when those things feel threatened, it can create a sense of anxiety and unease.
People need to feel secure.
And this is where the Biden-Harris administration faces a challenge. Convincing voters that they have a handle on the economy, that they are taking effective measures to address inflation, and that better days are ahead. It's a communication challenge as much as an economic one.
People need to hear a clear message.
People need to feel confident that their leaders understand their concerns and are working to address them.
And they need to see results.
They need to see tangible evidence that things are improving, that their hard-earned dollars are going further, and that their future economic prospects are secure.
That will give people hope.
And that's no easy feat in a world where economic forces are often global in nature and difficult to control.
It's a global economy.
But it's essential for any administration that wants to maintain public trust and confidence.
Trust is crucial.
Well said.
Thank you.
Now let's shift gears a bit and dive into number 6 on our countdown. Job creation and wage growth.
Okay, jobs and wages, that's what people care about.
It's a topic that's close to the hearts of many Americans as it directly impacts their livelihoods and their ability to provide for themselves and their families.
It's about putting food on the table.
It's the bread and butter of economic well-being, isn't it?
Yeah.
A strong job market and rising wages are key indicators of a healthy economy, and they create a sense of optimism and opportunity for individuals and communities.
Absolutely. When people have jobs and are making good money, they feel good about the future.
And in this area, the Biden-Harris administration boasts a fairly impressive track record.
Ooh.
Reports indicate that over 15 million jobs have been added to the economy since they took office in January 2021.
Wow, that's a big number.
That's a significant number.
It is.
Especially considering the economic challenges they faced early on.
Yeah, they came in at a tough time.
It's a testament to the resilience of the American economy and the effectiveness of some of the policies implemented by the administration.
So their policies are having a positive impact.
It seems so.
But what's driving this job growth? What sectors are seeing the most gains, and what policies have contributed to this positive trend?
Well, several factors are at play.
Okay.
One key driver has been the administration's focus on infrastructure investment.
Infrastructure, yeah.
Remember those massive spending bills we discussed earlier?
I mean,
those are starting to translate into real-world jobs in construction, transportation, and related industries.
So those investments are creating jobs.
They are.
It's fascinating to see how those policy decisions ripple through the economy.
It is.
Creating a multiplier effect that generates jobs not just in the directly targeted sectors, but also in supporting industries.
Exactly. It's a chain reaction.
And it's not just about infrastructure.
Right.
The administration's clean energy initiatives have also spurred job growth in renewable energy efficiency, and related fields.
Clean energy is a growing field.
As the world transitions to a more sustainable future, these sectors are poised for significant growth, and the Biden-Harris administration is positioning the United States to be a leader in this transition.
That's a smart move.
It's about creating a win-win scenario.
A win-win. Yeah.
Addressing the urgent challenge of climate change while also generating economic opportunities and good-paying jobs.
Exactly. It's not just about saving the planet. It's about creating jobs.
And let's not forget the administration's support for domestic manufacturing.
Domestic manufacturing.
With initiatives like the GPS Act,
Yeah.
which incentivizes domestic production of semiconductors, are aimed at bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States and reducing our reliance on foreign supply chains.
Bringing jobs back home.
It's a strategic move that recognizes the importance of a strong domestic manufacturing base for both economic security and national security.
Makes sense.
And it's creating jobs in a sector that has been hit hard by globalization and automation.
So those are some of the factors driving job growth.
Yeah.
However, while the overall picture of job growth is positive, it's important to acknowledge that the persistent challenge of inflation has tempered some of the gains.
Inflation is still a problem.
While wages have been rising.
Okay.
They haven't kept pace with the rising cost of living for many Americans.
So people aren't really feeling the benefits.
That's a crucial point.
It is.
Real wage growth, meaning wages adjusted for inflation, has been sluggish, leaving many workers feeling like they're treading water financially, despite the strong job market.
It's frustrating when your paycheck doesn't go as far as it used to.
It is. They may have a job, but they're not necessarily seeing their standard of living improve. Yeah, that's a problem.
It's a reminder that economic progress is not always evenly distributed.
Right.
And that even amidst overall growth, certain segments of the population can struggle to keep up.
The benefits don't always reach everyone.
The benefits of a strong economy don't always trickle down to everyone, and it's important for policymakers to address these disparities and ensure that everyone has a chance to share in the prosperity.
We need to make sure everyone is benefiting.
Well said.
Thanks.
And it's a challenge that the Biden-Harris administration will need to address if they want to maintain public confidence in their economic stewardship.
People need to see that the government is working for them.
People need to feel like they're sharing in the gains of a strong economy, not just watching from the sidelines as the wealthy get wealthier.
It's about fairness.
Now, shifting gears a bit, let's move on to number 5 on our countdown.
Okay.
an area where Vice President Harris has taken on a prominent role.
Right.
Global diplomacy. Global diplomacy, that's a big one.
It's a role that requires a unique blend of skills and a deep understanding of the complexities of international relations.
It's a tough job.
It's about representing the United States on the world stage, building alliances, navigating geopolitical challenges, and projecting American influence in a rapidly changing world.
Not much responsibility.
It's a high stakes game that demands both strategic thinking and interpersonal finesse.
You need to be smart and charming.
And Vice President Harris has been actively engaged in this arena,
Okay.
drawing on her experience on the Senate Intelligence Committee and her natural diplomatic skills.
She's got the experience.
Reports indicate that she's met with over 150 world leaders during her time in office, a testament to her commitment to engaging with the global community and to building relationships with key players across the world.
That's a lot of meetings.
It's about more than just attending summits and shaking hands, though.
It's about building real relationships.
It's about building trust, fostering cooperation, and finding common ground on issues that transcend national borders.
Finding solutions that work for everyone.
It's about representing America with grace, intelligence, and a commitment to finding solutions that benefit not just the United States, but the global community as a whole.
Representing America in a positive light.
So what are some of the key issues she's been focusing on in these diplomatic engagements? What are the main challenges and opportunities she's encountered on the world stage?
Well, her portfolio has been quite diverse, reflecting the multifaceted nature of American foreign policy in the 21st century.
Okay.
She's been involved in strengthening alliances with traditional partners in Europe and Asia,
Our traditional ally.
while also engaging with emerging powers in Africa and Latin America.
So reaching out to new partners.
It's about recognizing that the world is becoming increasingly interconnected.
It is. We're all connected.
And that American interests are best served by building strong relationships with a diverse range of countries, not just our traditional allies.
It's about building bridges, not walls.
Exactly.
And she's not shying away from tough issues.
Okay.
She's been a vocal advocate for strengthening democracy and human rights globally,
Human rights, that's important.
pushing back against authoritarianism and defending the values that underpin a free and open society.
Standing up for what's right.
It's about using American influence to promote positive change in the world,
Making a difference.
to support those who are striving for freedom and justice, and to stand up to those who would undermine those values.
Being a force for good in the world.
Her role in coordinating international aid and support for Ukraine in the wake of the Russian invasion has been widely praised.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Demonstrating her commitment to standing with those who are fighting for their freedom and sovereignty.
Supporting democracy.
She's also been deeply involved in efforts to address global challenges like climate change and pandemics,
Those are global issues.
recognizing that these issues require international cooperation and a coordinated global response.
We need to work together.
It's a reminder that we're all interconnected,
We are.
that the challenges we face transcend national borders, and that our collective well-being depends on our ability to work together to find solutions.
We're all in this together.
And her efforts to build partnerships with countries in Latin America and the Caribbean,
Okay.
addressing issues like migration and economic development, have also been noteworthy.
So working with our neighbors.
It's about recognizing the importance of our neighbors to the south, building bridges of understanding and cooperation and working together to address shared challenges.
It's about building relationships.
It's about recognizing that diplomacy is not just about dealing with crises or high-profile summits,
It's an ongoing process.
and also about fostering cooperation and understanding on a day-to-day basis.
The little things matter.
It's about building relationships, finding common ground, and working together to create a more peaceful, prosperous, and just world.
That's the goal.
Well said.
Thanks.
Now, for number 4 on our countdown, we turn to an issue that's deeply personal for many Americans: healthcare.
Healthcare is always a big issue.
It's a topic that evokes strong emotions as it directly impacts our well-being, our families, and our sense of security.
It's about our health.
It's a perennial debate in American politics. How do we ensure that that everyone has access to quality, affordable health care.
That's the million-dollar question.
It's a complex issue with no easy answers.
For sure.
But one that Vice President Harris has been deeply engaged in.
She's passionate about it.
She's brought a personal passion to this issue, drawing on her own experiences and her commitment to social justice to advocate for policies and initiatives aimed at improving the healthcare system and expanding access to care.
So she's trying to make a difference.
So what are some of the specific accomplishments she's been involved in? What are the key areas she's focused on within the vast and complex world of healthcare policy?
Well, one of her key focuses has been on expanding access to affordable health insurance.
Okay, making sure people can afford to see a doctor.
She played a significant role in promoting enrollment in the Affordable Care Act, often referred to as Obamacare.
Right.
And she's been a vocal advocate for strengthening and expanding the program.
So she's a big supporter of Obamacare.
She believes that everyone should have access to quality, affordable health care, regardless of their income or employment status.
Healthcare for all.
It's about creating a safety net for those who might otherwise fall through the cracks.
Making sure no one is left behind.
Ensuring that everyone has access to the care they need when they need it.
But that's the goal.
And she's been a champion for lowering prescription drug prices.
Drug prices are a big issue.
Particularly for seniors who often struggle with the high cost of medications.
Seniors are on a fixed income.
Remember the Inflation Reduction Act we discussed earlier?
I do.
That included provisions allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices, a long-sought goal for many healthcare advocates.
That was a big win.
It was a major victory for seniors and for those who believe that no one should have to choose between their health and their financial well-being.
No one should have to choose between their health and their wallet.
It's about bringing fairness and transparency to the pharmaceutical industry.
Holding Big Pharma accountable.
Ensuring that people have access to the medications they need at a price they can afford.
That's about making healthcare affordable.
And she's been a strong supporter of efforts to address the maternal health crisis.
Maternal health is important.
Particularly the racial disparities in maternal mortality rates.
Yeah, it's a serious issue.
It's a shocking statistic.
It is.
Black mothers are far more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than their white counterparts, even when controlling for income and education levels.
That's not right.
It's a systemic issue that reflects deep-seated inequities in our healthcare system, and it's something that Vice President Harris has been vocal about addressing.
So she's trying to fix the system.
She's pushed for increased funding for maternal health care, supported policies aimed at reducing implicit bias in the healthcare system, and spoken out about the need to improve the quality of care for women of color.
Making sure everyone gets the same quality of care.
It's about recognizing that healthcare is not just about treating illnesses.
It's about more than just going to the doctor.
It's about addressing the social determinants of health, the factors that influence our well-being beyond just access to doctors and hospitals.
The things that affect our health outside of the healthcare system.
It's about creating a healthcare system that is truly equitable and just.
A system that works for everyone.
One that serves the needs of all Americans, regardless of race, ethnicity, or socioeconomic status.
That's the goal.
Now, moving on to number 3 on our countdown, we delve into a topic that's often contentious but undeniably important.
This should be interesting.
Climate change and energy policy.
Climate change, the big one.
It's an issue that has divided our nation for decades,
It has.
with some denying the science of climate change,
Climate deniers.
while others call for urgent action to address this existential threat.
It's a serious issue.
It's a challenge that requires both a recognition of the scientific consensus on climate change and a willingness to implement bold policies to mitigate its effects and transition to a more sustainable future.
So we need to acknowledge the problem and take action.
And the Biden-Harris administration has made this a top priority.
They're taking it seriously.
Setting ambitious goals for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and transitioning to a clean energy economy.
So they're trying to make a difference.
Vice President Harris, as we all know, became the first woman, the first Black person, and the first South Asian American to hold the office of Vice President of the United States.
It was a moment felt around the world. a symbol of hope and progress, truly a testament to how American leadership is changing. Her election broke down so many barriers and opened doors for countless others who, for the first time, saw themselves represented in the highest levels of government.
And for many, it was more than just symbolic. Her presence in the White House was a real sign of change, evidence that America was evolving and becoming more inclusive, finally recognizing the contributions of those who had been marginalized for so long.
It's that feeling of seeing yourself in those positions of power, knowing you can achieve great things too, that your voice matters. It's the power of possibility, of change, and the hope for a more just and equitable society for everyone.
And Vice President Harris has definitely used her platform to speak up for those who haven't always had a seat at the table. She's been vocal about things like racial injustice and economic inequality, those systemic barriers that hold so many Americans back from reaching their full potential. She's brought such a crucial perspective to these discussions, making sure the voices and experiences of these diverse communities are part of the conversation.
It's about recognizing that policies shouldn't just be made by the elite or the privileged. They should reflect the real lives of all Americans. Because diversity makes us stronger. Our differences are what make us strong, and when we all work together, imagine what we can achieve.
Her impact on the administration is clear. We've seen so many women and people of color appointed to important roles, reflecting a true dedication to diversity, not just visually, but in terms of the ideas and lived experiences that shape decisions. This kind of representation actually changes the conversation, influences what gets decided, and ultimately creates a more inclusive and fair government.
It's a great example of how representation really matters. It's not just about appearances, but about who's shaping the policies that affect our lives. When our leaders come from different backgrounds, when they've lived different experiences, it leads to more informed and effective policies that help everyone.
Couldn't agree more.
Now, before we wrap up our look at Vice President Harris's achievements, let's go back to that little mystery we brought up earlier.
Yes, the border situation. It seems fitting to end our dive with a bit of a head-scratcher, just to refresh everyone's memory. Despite her focus on immigration issues and the criticism she's received, Vice President Harris has never officially visited the U.S.-Mexico border.
It's a curious detail that seems to contradict the amount of attention and debate swirling around border policy and immigration. It definitely raises questions about her involvement in tackling this complex issue.
Some people think it's a strategic move, a way to avoid becoming a target for political attacks. It could allow her to focus more on behind-the-scenes diplomacy and policy work.
That's interesting. Others suggest it's a way of acknowledging that her role isn't to be out there enforcing border rules, but to really address the root causes of migration by working with Central American countries, to improve their economies and address those factors that force people to leave their homes searching for a better life.
Whatever the reasoning behind it, it's a reminder that leadership often means tough choices, navigating complicated political situations, and prioritizing long-term strategies over symbolic actions.
Absolutely. As always, we encourage all of our curious viewers to keep this conversation going. What are your thoughts on this? Any theories or insights you'd like to share? Let us know in the comments. We love hearing from you and learning from your perspectives.
And remember to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen channel for more RoboCast episodes. We dive deep into all sorts of topics that will spark your curiosity, get you thinking, and maybe even change your view of the world.
We've got more mysteries to uncover, more questions to ask, more knowledge to share. Stay curious, keep learning, and join us next time for another adventure into the unknown. Hey everybody, and welcome back to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where we like to ask the big questions.
Those questions that keep you up at night.
And you know what I'm talking about, the ones where you're like, wait a minute, how did that even happen?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the deal with that?
So get ready, because today we're going to dive deep into one of those head scratchers.
Buckle up.
Today we're asking, is Donald Trump America's Hitler?
Now I know what you're thinking. Whoa, that's a heavy one right out of the gate.
Right. And believe me, it's going to get even crazier. Trust me, you're not going to see this coming, so stick with us till the end for a real mind blower.
But first, let's rewind back to 2016 and a guy named J.D. Vance.
Yeah, J.D. Vance.
Remember him? He was all over the news back then, calling Trump an idiot in public and even comparing him, get this, to Hitler in private messages.
Whoa, hold on. So this is the same guy who ended up as Trump's running mate in 2024.
The one and only.
Okay, color me intrigued. I definitely need some more background on this J.D. Vance character.
Well, let me tell you, Vance is a fascinating figure.
Hit me with it.
He came from humble beginnings, grew up in Appalachia, served in the Marines, even went to Yale Law School.
Yale Law, wow.
Yeah, and then his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, which explored the struggles of the white working class, blew up, became a bestseller.
I remember that book. A lot of people were talking about it.
Oh, yeah, it really put him on the map, and I think it helped explain Trump's appeal to certain voters, the ones who felt forgotten by the establishment.
Right, they felt like nobody was listening to them.
Exactly. But here's the thing. Back in 2016, Vance was not on the Trump train at all, not even a little bit.
So what happened? What made him change his tune so drastically?
Well, there's a lot of speculation. Some say his change of heart was genuine, that he got to know Trump and saw a side of him that others didn't.
Interesting.
Others argue it was purely opportunistic, a way to advance his political career.
Oh, so like he saw which way the wind was blowing and decided to jump on board.
It's definitely possible, and it's important to remember that the political landscape shifted significantly between 2016 and 2024.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, the Republican Party went through some major changes, and Vance's evolving views might just reflect those shifts.
Makes sense. And to be fair, Vance did end up aligning with Trump on a bunch of key issues.
That's right. Things like trade, immigration, opposition to U.S. aid for Ukraine.
All those hot-button topics.
Exactly. And that alignment really resonated with a big chunk of Trump's base. They felt like Vance was speaking directly to them.
Okay, but here's where things get really interesting. Remember how we were talking about the whole Hitler comparison?
Uh-huh.
Well, get this. John Kelly, Trump's former chief of staff, revealed something pretty shocking about Trump himself.
And this is where we enter the twilight zone.
Lay it on me.
Kelly claims that on multiple occasions, Trump expressed admiration for Hitler, even going so far as to say that Hitler did some good things.
Wait, he actually said that?
According to Kelly, yeah, and it wasn't just a one-off comment. He brought it up repeatedly. It was like a weird recurring theme.
That's more than a little unsettling.
For sure. And get this, Kelly even shared specific instances where Trump talked about wanting generals who were completely loyal to him, just like the generals who served Hitler.
Well, hold up. Are we talking about like blind obedience kind of loyalty?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Okay, now I'm officially creeped out.
It's definitely not a good look, and it raises serious questions about Trump's understanding of history and his views on leadership.
Yeah, I mean, wanting a military that just blindly follows orders, no questions asked, that's not exactly a recipe for a healthy democracy.
Right. It smacks of authoritarianism, and it suggests a preference for blind obedience over strategic advice and dissent.
And you know what's really disturbing is that these concerns about Trump's authoritarian tendencies weren't just limited to Kelly's observations.
You're right. Other former officials who worked closely with Trump have voiced similar concerns.
Like who?
Well, General Mark Milley, for example, he served as Trump's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Oh, wow. So this is coming from someone who's at the top of the military hierarchy.
Exactly. And Milley has been very vocal about his worries. In fact, in a conversation with Bob Woodward for his book War, he even called Trump fascist to the core.
Fascist to the core. Those are some strong words coming from a guy like Milley.
Yeah, he's not one to mince words, and it makes you wonder, what exactly did he see that raised these alarm bells? What led him to make such a statement?
Well, to understand that, I think we need to dig into some specific actions and behaviors that really fuel these concerns.
Like what?
Well, for starters, there are reports of Trump making some pretty awful remarks about American soldiers, calling those killed in combat losers and suckers.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. That was a huge controversy.
It was, and if true, those comments are incredibly disrespectful, and they completely go against the values of honor, duty, and sacrifice that are so central to the American military.
Absolutely. It's hard to imagine a bigger insult to those who have served and sacrificed for their country.
And to make matters worse, there are also reports that Trump was reluctant to visit military cemeteries, and that he seemed to prefer those big, flashy military parades, you know, the ones that are all about showcasing power and might.
Yeah, remember that time you wanted to stage a grand military parade in Washington, D.C.?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that there were even reports that he didn't want any wounded veterans participating because he thought, it doesn't look good.
Oh, wow. Seriously.
Yeah, that whole thing was a mess, and it really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. It seemed like he was prioritizing spectacle and personal image over the recognition of sacrifice and service.
That's a pretty harsh assessment, but I can see where you're coming from.
And then there's the whole issue of Trump's pardons of military personnel convicted of war crimes,
Oh, yeah, those were highly controversial. A lot of people were outraged.
including high-ranking military officials. They saw those pardons as undermining military justice and the rule of law. It sent a message that those in power are above the law.
It definitely raised questions about whether Trump truly understood the weight of military service and the sacrifices made by those who serve.
And what's really interesting is that those pardons went against the recommendations of military commanders and legal experts.
Hmm. So it wasn't just a matter of him having a different perspective. It was like he was actively choosing to ignore expert advice.
It seemed like he was putting personal loyalty above established norms and values.
And that brings us back to the heart of the matter. Trump's views on the military, his understanding of its role in American society, and the principles it stands for.
It's a complex issue, and I think his actions and words raise serious questions about whether he truly grasps the significance of military service and the sacrifices made by those who wear the uniform.
Absolutely. It's a conversation that needs to be had.
So connecting this back to our initial question about the Hitler comparison, it seems like there's a lot more to unpack here than meets the eye.
Yeah, we've barely scratched the surface.
And get this, while J.D. Vance eventually walked back, his comparison of Trump to Hitler, the evidence we've uncovered suggests that Trump himself expressed admiration for certain aspects of Hitler's leadership.
Talk about a plot twist.
Right, it's like this whole thing has taken a bizarre turn.
It definitely adds a whole new layer of complexity to this discussion, and it raises some really uncomfortable questions.
Like, what exactly are we supposed to make of this information?
Well, that's a question for each of us to ponder individually, but one thing's for sure, this is a topic that deserves careful consideration and thoughtful analysis.
Still trying to wrap our heads around this whole, is Trump America's Hitler question?
It's a tough one, no doubt about it, but we're digging deep, trying to make sense of it all.
We uncovered some pretty unsettling stuff about Trump's own fascination with Hitler. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. How could we forget those comments about Hitler doing some good things? I mean, come on.
Yeah, right. And then there's his whole approach to leadership, wanting generals who were totally loyal no matter what.
Like those who served Hitler? Yeah, it's a chilling thought.
It really is. And we also touched on those reports about his views on the military, calling fallen soldiers losers and suckers.
And let's not forget those controversial pardons he granted to military personnel convicted of war crimes.
All of that really raised questions about his respect for the military and those who serve.
Absolutely. It painted a pretty troubling picture of his values.
So now I think it's time to shift gears a bit and focus on another piece of this puzzle.
What's that?
Trump's treatment of the late Senator John McCain.
Yes, McCain, a true American hero and a frequent target of Trump's attacks.
And those attacks often went way beyond typical political disagreements. They felt deeply personal.
They really did. It was like Trump had this visceral disdain for McCain.
And it seemed to stem, at least in part, from McCain's unwavering commitment to traditional military values.
Honor duty, sacrifice, those kinds of things.
Exactly. McCain was a POW. He endured years of torture and captivity, but he never wavered in his principles.
He was a man of incredible strength and resilience.
And I think that really rubbed Trump the wrong way, because McCain wasn't afraid to stand up to him, to call him out when he thought he was wrong.
Yeah, McCain was a thorn in Trump's side, a constant reminder that there were people who wouldn't just blindly follow him.
And I think Trump saw that as a threat to his authority.
It's possible, and let's not forget that infamous comment Trump made about McCain during the 2016 campaign.
Oh, yeah, the one where he said he wasn't a war hero because he was captured?
Right, and that he liked people who weren't captured? I mean, wow, talk about insensitive.
It was a shockingly disrespectful remark, and it really revealed a lot about Trump's understanding of heroism.
It seemed like he valued personal loyalty and outward displays of strength above all else.
And anyone who didn't fit that mold well, they were fair game for his attacks.
And the saddest part is that the attacks on McCain didn't end even after his death in 2018.
It's true, Trump continued to disparage him, criticizing his voting record and making all sorts of insensitive remarks.
It's like he couldn't let it go. He had to have the last word.
And it's hard to understand that level of animosity, especially towards someone who had dedicated their life to public service.
It really is. It makes you wonder what was at the root of all that anger and resentment.
Well, it's difficult to say for sure, but I think it speaks volumes about Trump's character and his values.
I agree. And it also highlights the stark contrast between his approach to leadership and McCain's.
How so?
Well, despite everything he went through as a POW, McCain always believed in upholding democratic norms and values.
He was known for his willingness to work across the aisle to find common ground, even with those he disagreed with.
He was a true statesman, someone who put country above party.
And he was also a fierce critic of authoritarianism. He saw the dangers of unchecked power, and he spoke out against it.
Whereas Trump, well, he's often displayed a disregard for democratic institutions and a willingness to undermine the rule of law.
He's been accused of fueling division and polarization, often resorting to personal attacks and inflammatory rhetoric.
It's a very different approach to leadership, one that seems to prioritize personal gain and the consolidation of power.
And it's all the more troubling when you consider the broader context. All the controversies and scandals that surrounded Trump's presidency.
Yeah, his attacks on the media, the judiciary, his attempts to undermine the electoral process, all of that stuff.
It really raised serious questions about the stability of American democracy.
And when you add in his treatment of John McCain, a war hero who embodied traditional American values, it paints a pretty alarming picture. It's a reminder that we can't take our democracy for granted. We have to be vigilant and defend it against those who would seek to undermine it.
It's the final round of our deep dive.
We've been wrestling with a question that's sparked a lot of debate. Is Donald Trump America's Hitler?
It's a heavy question, and we've looked at it from all angles.
We started with J.D. Vance, remember him?
Oh, yeah, the guy who went from Trump critic to running mate.
Then we dug into Trump's own words about Hitler. Pretty disturbing stuff.
And let's not forget his complicated relationship with the military, especially how he treated John McCain.
Right. All of that raised serious questions about his values and his leadership style.
So now in this final part, we want to zoom out a bit and look at the bigger picture.
The impact of Trump's actions, not just on individuals, but on American democracy itself.
And one area where that impact is especially concerning is the military.
Right. We've already talked about some of the things that eroded morale and trust within the ranks.
Like his insults towards soldiers, the controversial pardons, and his attempts to use the military for his own political gain.
All of that created a climate of uncertainty and division.
And remember, a strong military depends on shared values, trust in leadership, and a clear sense of purpose.
When those things are undermined, it can have a ripple effect on everything from recruitment to operational effectiveness.
And the consequences go way beyond the military itself.
Exactly. A weakened military emboldens our adversaries and undermines our alliances. It makes us more vulnerable to threats.
And it also raises concerns about the military's role as a nonpartisan institution, upholding the Constitution and all that.
Right. When a leader tries to politicize the military, it sets a dangerous precedent and erodes public trust.
So let's step back from the military for a moment and consider the broader implications of Trump's leadership.
His attacks on democratic institutions, his disregard for the rule of law, his admiration for authoritarian leaders.
It all paints a pretty troubling picture.
It raises serious doubts about his commitment to democratic principles.
And it's a reminder that democracy is fragile. It depends on certain core values.
Like respect for the rule of law, protection of individual rights, free and fair elections, and a peaceful transfer of power.
When those values are attacked, it weakens the foundation of our democracy and makes it more vulnerable to authoritarianism.
So where does that leave us with our original question, is Trump America's Hitler?
Well, it's a complex issue and there's no easy answer.
There are certainly differences between them, but there are also some unsettling parallels.
In their rhetoric, their approach to power, their impact on democratic norms.
Ultimately, it's up to each of us to weigh the evidence, engage in thoughtful dialogue, and make informed decisions about the future of our nation.
Because a healthy democracy requires active and engaged citizens who are willing to ask tough questions, hold their leaders accountable, and defend the principles that make our country great.
That's a great point. It's on all of us to protect our democracy.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, folks. We hope it's given you some food for thought.
And don't forget to like and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more thought-provoking content.
Until next time, stay curious and keep those conversations going.
A lot of people coming out of the Congo, not just South America, they're coming from 181 countries as of yesterday. Right, and we're a dumping ground. We're like a garbage can for the world. That's what's happened. That's what's happened to we're like a garbage can. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. They were set loose into the United States of America. We're like a garbage can. We must immediately suspend immigration from any nation that has been compromised by terrorism until such time as proven vetting mechanisms have been put in place. We don't want them in our country. Congress to immediately terminate the diversity visa lottery program. It's a disaster for our country. This program grants visas not on a basis of merit, but simply because applicants are randomly selected in an annual lottery. And the people put in that lottery are not that country's finest. Chain migration. Chain migration. The other, visa lottery. They have a lottery. You pick people. Do you think the country's given us their best people? No. What kind of a system is that? They come in by a lottery. They give us their worst people. They put them in a bin. But in his hand, when he's picking them, is really the worst of the worst. Congratulations, you're going to the United States. Okay. Water system, lottery system. Like a garbage can for the rest of the world to dump the people that they don't want. Well, when we take people to the lottery, they're not putting their best people in the lottery. It's common sense. They're not saying, oh, let's take our best people and let's put them into the lottery so that we can send them over to the United States. No, they put their worst people into the lottery. Brought to the United States of America and dumped like we're a garbage can, like we're a garbage can. Under Biden, other countries are emptying out their prisons, insane asylums, and mental institutions, and dumping everyone right here in the good old USA. They're ruining our country. And it's true. They're destroying the blood of our country. That's what they're doing. They're destroying our country. They don't like it when I said that. And I never read Mein Kampf. They said, oh, Hitler said that in a much different way. And they're destroying the blood of our country. They're destroying the fabric of our country. And we're going to have to get them out. We have no idea who any of them are. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from South America, but not just South America. They're all over the world. They dump them on the... they have to be removed.
So you would revoke the temporary protected status?
Absolutely. I'd revoke it, and I'd bring them back to their country. We will use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. As soon as I take the oath of office, I'll terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
And definitely some people who voted for Trump were racist, and they voted for him for racist reasons. There is definitely an element of Donald Trump's support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia.
To be white is to be a striver, a crusader, an explorer, and a conqueror. We build, we produce, we go upward. And we recognize the central lie of American race relations. We don't exploit other groups. We don't gain anything from their presence. They need us and not the other way around. Within the very blood in our veins as children of the sun lies the potential for greatness. We were not meant to beg for moral validation from some of the most despicable creatures to ever populate the planet. America was, until this past generation, a white country designed for ourselves and our posterity. It is our creation. It is our inheritance, and it belongs to us. Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
Glad to be here.
We're your AI hosts. And this week, we are diving deep into some of Elon Musk's activities.
Really gonna put him under the microscope.
Exactly. So starting today with this question.
Lay on me.
Did this self-proclaimed champion of free speech and democracy actually try to interfere in the 2024 U.S. presidential election?
Interesting question.
Yeah, we'll be looking at accusations of election interference tied to Musk's political stuff.
Like what?
Well, his political organization was openly backing Donald Trump.
Right.
And they ran this voter sweepstakes.
A sweepstakes?
Yeah, they were giving away $1 million every day to registered voters in those key battleground states.
Okay, that got people's attention.
Yeah, $1 million a day.
Mm.
That's got to be tempting, right?
For sure.
But here's the thing. The sweepstakes ran from October 19th all the way through Election Day.
Interesting timing.
And guess where the first winner was from?
I'm intrigued. Tell me.
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, huh?
Yeah, a state with a ton of electoral votes, and it was a super close race between Trump and Harris.
Makes you think.
And to make things even more interesting, 4 of the first 12 winners were also from Pennsylvania.
Okay, so there's a pattern emerging here.
And get this, to enter the sweepstakes, you had to prove you were registered to vote and then sign a petition supporting the Constitution.
So it wasn't just about getting people registered. It seems tied to specific political actions.
Exactly. So was this just a patriotic giveaway, or was it something more?
Well, it definitely raised some eyebrows. Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner, a Democrat, he filed a lawsuit against Musk and his Political Action Committee.
A lawsuit? What were the accusations?
Krasner argued that requiring participants to demonstrate voter registration and sign that petition supporting the Constitution could be seen as an inducement to vote for a specific candidate.
So, like trying to buy votes.
That was the argument. And he said the whole thing violated Pennsylvania's lottery laws and might even be considered federal election interference.
Wow. So was Musk just being a generous patriot, or was something else going on?
Well, the case ended up bouncing back and forth between state and federal courts. Musk's team said federal election laws took precedence, while Krasner insisted it fell under state lottery regulations.
A real legal tug of war.
And to add to the confusion, the rules and selection process for the sweepstakes weren't really public.
All that secrecy definitely makes it look a little suspicious. Like maybe they were trying to avoid scrutiny.
Right. It definitely raises questions about transparency.
This whole thing seems like it goes beyond just a sweepstakes.
I agree. It touches on some big concerns about election integrity and the influence wealthy individuals can have on the democratic process.
For sure. Like how much power should one person have to potentially sway an election?
And it sparked debate among legal and election law experts. Some were worried the sweepstakes could be interpreted as violating federal laws that prohibit payment for voting.
But didn't Musk's team say the money was both a prize and a form of compensation for winners, acting as spokespeople for his Political Action Committee?
Yeah, they did try to frame it that way.
So basically saying it wasn't just a straight-up payment for votes.
Right, but $1 million is still a huge incentive no matter how you spin it.
True. And this wasn't just some hypothetical concern. Krasner even said publicly he was considering pursuing criminal charges.
Wow. He really took this seriously.
He emphasized his duty to protect both lotteries and elections.
So he saw this as a real threat to a fair election.
Absolutely. And remember, the 2024 election was incredibly close. Both Trump and Harris spent a ton of time campaigning in Pennsylvania trying to win those 19 electoral votes.
It was all down to the wire.
And where was Elon Musk in all of this?
Well, he was deeply involved in the election, going all in on Trump.
Not just with the sweepstakes, but in other ways, too.
Exactly. He was also leading get-out-the-vote efforts through his super PAC.
So for those of us who aren't political experts, what exactly is a super PAC?
A super PAC is basically a type of independent political committee that can raise unlimited money from corporations, unions, and individuals. They can spend this money to support or oppose candidates, but they're not allowed to coordinate directly with the campaigns.
So they have a lot of freedom to spend money on political activity.
Exactly. And Musk's super PAC invested over $70 million supporting Trump and other Republicans.
Wow. That's a serious amount of money.
He was putting his money where his mouth was.
So he was definitely trying to influence the election.
Yeah.
But was it legal? Was it ethical? Was it a genuine attempt to support free speech and democracy? Or was it something more manipulative?
That's what we'll be exploring this week. Was Elon Musk trying to protect democracy or control it?
It's a fascinating question, and one we'll continue to unpack in our deep dives this week, so stay tuned.
And it wasn't just the sweepstakes. Musk was leveraging his wealth and influence in a big way. Remember all those reports of alleged election fraud in Pennsylvania circulating online?
Right. All over social media, especially on X, Twitter, before Musk bought it.
Exactly. Interesting, isn't it? Musk claims to be all about free speech and transparency, but the platform he owns was being used to spread potentially false information about the election.
So was there any truth to these fraud claims? What were people actually accusing each other of doing?
Well, several incidents were flagged as potentially fraudulent. Certain counties like Lancaster and York reported unusual patterns in voter registration applications and launched investigations.
So people were saying these unusual registration patterns were proof of some big conspiracy to rig the election.
That was the narrative being pushed by some, yes. However, election officials countered that these cases were likely due to administrative errors or maybe overly enthusiastic canvassers, not some malicious plot.
Okay, so not necessarily intentional fraud.
Right. And importantly, these issues only affected voter registration applications, not the actual ballots or votes cast.
So the actual voting process itself seemed to remain secure.
Exactly. In fact, some officials even argued that these incidents actually demonstrated how well the existing safeguards work to catch and prevent election fraud.
Interesting. So we have these unsubstantiated fraud claims floating around online, amplified by Musk's own platform. And then we have this $1 million sweepstakes potentially swaying voters in a key battleground state. It's a lot to consider.
It really is. And this brings us back to the main question we're exploring. Did Elon Musk actually interfere with the 2024 U.S. presidential election? Did his actions go beyond just engaging in politics and cross the line into something more sinister?
It's a tough question. You could argue that Musk was simply exercising his right to participate in the political process, even if he did it in a very unconventional and attention-grabbing way.
That's a fair point. He's a private citizen with the resources and the platform to support the causes he believes in. But the scale and timing of his actions, especially in such a tight election, inevitably raised concerns about undue influence.
And the fact that he was so secretive about the sweepstakes rules and selection process didn't help. It felt like he was trying to maximize his impact while minimizing accountability.
That's a valid perception.
It's a good reminder that the line between legitimate political activity and potentially illegal interference can be blurry, especially when you factor in the immense wealth and influence someone like Elon Musk has. But let's shift gears for a moment and look at another incident that caused disturb. Claims that voters were denied their right to vote in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Right. This was a separate issue that gained traction amidst all the talk about election irregularities. Supporters of Donald Trump, including his running mate Senator J.D. Vance, alleged that voters were being turned away from polling places even though they were in line before the official closing time.
And they even accused Democrat-aligned voter protection workers of intentionally cutting off lines to suppress the vote. Pretty serious accusations. What was the basis for these allegations?
They pointed to specific instances where they claimed voters were prevented from casting their ballots. This fueled a lot of anger and ultimately led to the Trump campaign filing a lawsuit to extend early voting in Bucks County.
So there's any truth to these claims? Were voters actually being disenfranchised?
Bucks County officials pushed back hard against these allegations. They insisted that any delays or confusion were due to miscommunication, not intentional voter suppression. They acknowledged that there might have been some cases where voters in line for on-demand mail-in ballots were given incorrect information.
So some mistakes were made.
But they maintained that those individuals were eventually given the chance to submit their applications.
So they admitted to some administrative hiccups, but denied any deliberate attempt to prevent eligible voters from participating in the election. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I think so. Pennsylvania doesn't have traditional early voting. They allow voters to request and submit mail-in ballots in person, which can sometimes lead to logistical challenges and misunderstandings.
Okay, so it seems like while there might have been some frustration and confusion on the ground, the evidence didn't really support the claim that voters were systematically denied their right to vote in Bucks County.
Exactly. It seems more like a case of miscommunication and administrative hiccups rather than deliberate voter suppression. But let's move on to another incident that grabbed people's attention, an arrest at a polling place in Delaware County, Pennsylvania.
An arrest. That sounds serious. What happened?
The Trump campaign presented this as an example of someone being unfairly targeted for fighting against voter suppression. They claimed that the woman was arrested just for encouraging people to stay in line and vote.
So they were portraying her as a hero who was trying to ensure everyone could exercise their democratic right.
Precisely. But the official account from Delaware County painted a very different picture. They stated that the woman was being disruptive and belligerent and that she was actively trying to influence voters waiting in line.
So not just passively encouraging people to vote, but interfering with the process.
That was the allegation. They also claimed she hung out in the polling place's lobby for a long time, even though she wasn't in line to vote herself, and that she approached numerous individuals in a way that made them uncomfortable.
That sounds like a recipe for trouble, especially in a tense environment like a polling place on Election Day.
It does. And according to Delaware County officials, the police were called after voters complained about the woman's behavior. Initially, she was given verbal warnings and allowed to stay in the lobby.
But she didn't listen.
No. When she continued to act disruptively and refused to leave after being asked repeatedly, she was detained and cited for disorderly conduct.
So it wasn't a case of someone being unjustly silenced for defending voting rights, as the Trump campaign suggested, but rather a case of someone disrupting the voting process and facing consequences for their actions.
That seems to be the more accurate interpretation based on the information we have. Of course, opinions on this incident were split along party lines, but the official account from Delaware County contradicts the narrative of voter suppression put forth by the Trump campaign.
It seems like we keep encountering these situations where claims of election interference or irregularities don't quite hold up under closer examination.
You're right. It's really important to be able to distinguish between genuine concerns about election integrity and politically motivated narratives designed to sow doubt and distrust in the democratic process.
Absolutely. Let's move on to another incident that made the rounds on social media. This one involved a video that went viral, supposedly showing a man dropping off a suspicious number of ballots in Northampton County, Pennsylvania. Have you seen this one?
Yes, this video was shared widely by right-wing influencers and fueled a lot of speculation about potential ballot tampering or fraud. The sheer number of ballots being handled in the video was presented as evidence of something shady going on.
So was this video proof of election manipulation?
Not quite. It turns out that the video, while real, was taken completely out of context. NBC News investigated and confirmed that the man in the video was a postal worker delivering ballots to the local elections office.
So a routine delivery of ballots twisted into a sinister tale of election fraud sounds like a classic case of misinformation spreading like wildfire online.
Exactly. This incident really highlights the danger of jumping to conclusions based on snippets of information without knowing the full context. The Northampton County executive even spoke out, expressing his frustration over the harassment the postal worker faced because of this viral misinformation.
It's a reminder that we need to be much more critical of information we come across online, especially during something as important as an election. We need to verify claims before accepting them as truth. What other types of misinformation were being spread about the election?
There was another incident, this one involving a video that supposedly showed ballots being ripped up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. This video caused a lot of outrage and was presented as clear evidence of attempts to sabotage the election.
Someone was caught on camera destroying ballots. That sounds pretty damning. Was this video legitimate?
It would be if it were real. But this video turned out to be another example of fake content designed to undermine confidence in the election. In fact, the FBI, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a joint statement confirming that the video was fabricated by Russian actors.
Russian actors. So foreign interference in the U.S. election?
Yeah.
That's a whole other level of concern. What was their objective?
The intelligence community concluded that this video was part of a broader effort by Russia to sow discord among Americans and cast doubt on the legitimacy of the election.
And it seems like it worked at least to some extent. This video went viral, and many people believed it was real. It's a stark reminder of the power of disinformation and the need to be vigilant against foreign interference in our elections. What can we as voters do to combat this?
One of the most important things we can do is to develop strong media literacy and critical thinking skills. We need to be able to distinguish real information from fabricated content and recognize the tactics used by those seeking to manipulate public opinion. But even with those skills, it can be difficult to sort through all the noise, especially online.
Okay, so we've had fabricated videos, unsubstantiated fraud claims, and a whole lot of online noise surrounding this election. Is there anything else we need to be aware of?
One more incident worth mentioning involved allegations of non-citizens being allowed to vote in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. This claim stemmed from social media posts that described buses of non-English speakers arriving at a polling place and these voters supposedly cutting lines. Did you come across any of those posts?
Yes, I remember those. So the accusation was that people who weren't even eligible to vote were casting ballots. How did Allegheny County respond to these allegations?
Allegheny County officials quickly debunked these claims. They explained that the individuals in question were actually U.S. citizens who were members of the local Nepalese and Bhutanese community.
So a diverse group of voters being misrepresented as illegal aliens to stir up fear and resentment. Unfortunately, that's a tactic we see all too often.
You're right. It's a tactic that preys on existing prejudices and anxieties about immigration. In this case, the individuals targeted were refugees who had become naturalized citizens years earlier and had every right to vote. Do you see a pattern here?
It seems like there was a real effort to undermine confidence in the election by manufacturing or distorting incidents like this. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think it's a reasonable conclusion. While legitimate concerns about election integrity definitely deserve attention, it's crucial to separate those from baseless accusations and deliberate disinformation campaigns. It seems like there were bad actors, both foreign and domestic, who are actively trying to manipulate public perception and interfere with the election.
Right. We need to be able to have honest conversations about improving election security and ensuring every eligible voter can cast their ballot. But we can't let those conversations get derailed by bad faith actors spreading lies.
I agree. We need to be vigilant against both voter suppression and election fraud, but we also need to be wary of those who exploit these issues for political gain or to sow chaos and division.
This all circles back to our central question. Did Elon Musk interfere with the 2024 U.S. presidential election?
It's a complicated question, isn't it? The voter sweepstakes raise valid concerns about the use of wealth and influence to sway voters.
Right. And his ownership of X, a platform that allowed the spread of misinformation and disinformation, adds another layer of complexity to this question. Given his very public support for Trump and his tolerance for misleading content on his platform, it's hard to argue that he was a neutral player in this election.
His actions undoubtedly had an impact, but whether they crossed the line into illegal interference is a matter of legal interpretation and ongoing debate. This whole situation really highlights the need for a serious conversation about the role of money in politics, the power of social media platforms, and the safeguards we need to protect the integrity of our elections.
Absolutely. It's a conversation that needs to involve everyone from lawmakers to tech companies to individual citizens. We all have a responsibility to ensure our democracy is fair, transparent, and resilient against those who would seek to undermine it.
Well said. So we've covered a lot of ground here, from that controversial voter sweepstakes to the various incidents that were falsely presented as evidence of election interference. But there's one more aspect of this story we need to explore. The curious case of Elon Musk, the self-proclaimed champion of free speech and democracy, potentially undermining the very principles he claims to uphold.
That's right. If Musk's goal was truly to support free speech and democracy, were his actions actually aligned with those principles? Did his massive financial contributions, that questionable sweepstakes, and the spread of misinformation on his platform ultimately serve to enhance or erode the democratic process? It's a fascinating paradox.
It's a question that goes beyond simple legal judgments. The ethical and philosophical implications of wealth influence and the responsibility that comes with them. And it's a question we're going to leave you, our viewers, to ponder. Was Elon Musk a force for good or ill in the 2024 U.S. presidential election? Did he strengthen or weaken the fabric of American democracy? Let's hear your thoughts in the comments below.
We encourage you to weigh the evidence. Consider the various perspectives and draw your own conclusions. So it's like he's saying one thing but doing another.
Yeah, there's definitely a tension there between his stated beliefs and his actions.
If you're all about free speech,
Right.
does that mean just letting any information spread even if it could hurt democracy?
It's a tough question. Where do you draw the line between protecting free speech and preventing harm?
Exactly. And in this case, it's not just about the potential harm from misinformation, but also about the way Musk used his money and influence.
Right. It raises questions about whether someone with that much power should be able to wield it in such a direct way in an election.
Like that $1 million sweepstakes.
Yeah, was that really just about encouraging voter participation, or was it a way to try and buy influence?
And even if it was legal, was it ethical?
These are the kinds of questions we need to grapple with as we think about the future of democracy in a world where individuals can amass so much wealth and power.
It's not just about Musk.
Right.
It's about anyone with that level of influence.
Right. How do we ensure that our elections are fair and that everyone has an equal voice regardless of their financial resources?
And then there's the whole issue of social media and how it's changing the way we consume information and participate in politics.
It's a powerful tool that can be used for good or bad.
And Musk's ownership of X just makes things even more complicated.
It really highlights the need for greater transparency and accountability from these tech giants.
We need to understand how their algorithms and policies are shaping the information we see and how that might be influencing our decisions.
And we need to hold them responsible for the spread of misinformation and disinformation on their platforms.
It's a huge challenge, but it's one we need to face head on if we want to protect our democracy.
Absolutely. It's up to all of us to be informed, engaged, and vigilant.
We can't just be passive consumers of information. We need to think critically, question what we see and hear, and hold those in power accountable.
Well said. It's a call to action for all of us.
So to wrap things up, we've seen how Elon Musk's involvement in the 2024 election raises some serious questions about the role of wealth, influence, and technology in our democracy.
It's a complex issue with no easy answers, but It's a conversation we need to have.
And we want to hear from you. What do you think about Musk's actions? Were they justified, or did they cross a line?
Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's continue this important conversation.
And if you're interested in exploring more fascinating topics like this, don't forget to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We'll be back tomorrow with another deep dive into the world of Elon Musk.
Until then, stay curious.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. If you're looking for a deep dive into some of the most fascinating questions out there, well,
You've come to the right place.
and honestly, with everything going on today,
Yeah.
could there be a more pressing question than this? How fucked is Elon Musk if Trump loses?
Oh, yeah.
Buckle up, because we're going deep on this one, and trust me, there's a twist you won't see coming.
What makes this so fascinating is that this isn't just some random internet theory. You know, we're seeing some pretty bold claims
Oh, yeah.
from heavy hitters like Tucker Carlson.
Right.
He went on Steve Bannon's War Room recently and didn't mince words. He flat out said that Musk is going to be destroyed if Kamala Harris wins the election.
Destroyed. That's a pretty strong word.
Yeah.
What's he basing that on?
Well, Carlson's argument hinges on the fact that Musk is essentially a federal contractor. You got SpaceX and Tesla raking in over $3 billion
Yeah.
in government contract.
Yeah, that's a pretty deep tie to the federal system.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, Musk has been very vocal this whole election cycle, speaking at rallies, posting on X, launching that voter lottery in swing states.
Right, and that lottery is only adding fuel to the fire. With the Justice Department now looking into it, Carlson's point is that Musk, along with others who've publicly backed Trump, have a lot riding on this election. They stand to lose a lot, which is why they're going all in on a Trump victory.
So it's a high-stakes gamble for Musk, but is destroyed really the right word? It seems a bit dramatic, doesn't it?
It's definitely attention-grabbing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And while we can't get inside Carlson's head, he did say that Musk himself has joked on multiple occasions about going to prison if Trump loses.
Okay, so maybe it's more than just losing some government contracts, but is this just talk, or are there like legitimate legal concerns for Musk if Trump doesn't get reelected?
There are definitely some potential legal issues in play.
Okay.
Robert Reich, former Secretary of Labor, has a different take. He argues that Musk's potential problems might not stem from directly supporting Trump,
Okay.
but rather from actions that might face closer scrutiny under a Harris administration.
So what are we talking about here? What kind of actions?
Reich points to a few things. Allegations of union busting and worker mistreatment. Concerns about SpaceX and Starlink monopolizing space infrastructure.
Okay.
Even the spread of misinformation on social media.
Those are some pretty serious accusations.
Yeah.
What does Reich see as the most pressing legal threat?
He seems particularly concerned about Musk's $1 million sweepstakes for registered voters in battleground states. Reich argues it could be a violation of campaign finance laws, as it's illegal to incentivize voter registration with monetary rewards.
So are we saying the sweepstakes could be seen as like a way to buy votes?
That's Reich's argument, and it's gaining traction. The district attorney of Philadelphia has even filed a lawsuit to stop Musk's giveaway, citing potential violations of state laws against illegal lotteries and consumer deception.
So even if the federal government doesn't come after Musk, he could still face legal challenges.
Yeah.
At the state level, this is getting pretty complex.
Yeah.
But what does any of this have to do with Musk being destroyed?
That's where Musk's relationship with Russia comes into the picture. And this is where things get really interesting.
Okay.
The Wall Street Journal recently dropped a bombshell report revealing that Musk has been in regular contact with Vladimir Putin.
Wait, Musk is talking to Putin. Given his status as a national security contractor, that seems unwise, to say the least.
That's precisely the concern. These conversations, which have been confirmed by U.S., European, and Russian officials, reportedly cover both business dealings and geopolitical tensions. It raises serious questions about potential conflicts of interest, especially considering Musk claims to have top-secret security clearance.
Hold on, is it actually illegal for him to be talking to Putin?
It's not inherently illegal to have contact with foreign leaders, but it's the nature of these conversations, the content, and whether he's properly reported them that could be problematic. Failing to disclose such contacts could be a violation.
So what were they talking about? What's the big deal here?
According to the Wall Street Journal, Putin actually asked Musk as a favor to China to avoid activating Starlink over Taiwan.
Whoa, that's a huge ask. It's a clear indication of the geopolitical leverage. But did he agree?
That's unclear from the report. But NASA Administrator Bill Nelson has called for an investigation, which tells you this is a high-level concern.
And this is where it gets even more convoluted. The Wall Street Journal also revealed that Musk has been in contact with other high-ranking Russian officials, including Sergei Kiryenko.
Kiryenko is Putin's first deputy chief of staff, and he's a pretty controversial figure.
Okay.
The U.S. Justice Department has accused him of being the mastermind behind numerous internet domains specifically designed to spread Russian disinformation.
And where was this disinformation being spread?
On X, of course. The goal, according to the Justice Department, was to undermine support for Ukraine and manipulate American voters ahead of the presidential election.
So if Musk was knowingly involved in this, if he knew that Russian disinformation was being spread on his platform,
That could have serious consequences.
Yeah.
He could potentially lose control of X, or even face jail time for participating in election interference.
okay, maybe destroyed isn't such an exaggeration after all. With all these connections to Russia, it seems like Musk is playing a dangerous game. But what's his motivation? Why risk so much?
That's the million-dollar question. There are a couple of possible explanations. First, there's an undeniable overlap between Musk's business interests and Russia's strategic goals.
Okay.
We know that Russian forces in Ukraine have been using Starlink for communication and to extend the range of their drones.
So Musk's technology is directly aiding the Russian war effort.
It appears so.
Right.
And it goes beyond technology. Musk has also given a platform to Putin's propaganda by airing Tucker Carlson's interview with Putin on X.
Uh-huh.
This gave Putin a wide audience for his distorted views.
So there's a financial incentive, but maybe also a shared ideology at play here. And that brings us to what might be the most concerning aspect of this whole situation, the rise of the anti-democracy movement.
This movement aims to dismantle traditional democratic institutions and replace them with a system controlled by corporations. And Musk appears to be a key player alongside figures like Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance, and Curtis Yarvin.
Wait, are they actually advocating for a corporate dictatorship? That sounds like something out of a dystopian novel.
Doesn't it? Yarvin, who's seen as the intellectual architect of this movement, argues that the current system is failing and admires authoritarian regimes like Singapore. He envisions a system where corporations, not citizens, hold the real power.
So instead of voting for a president, we'd be electing a CEO.
Essentially, yes. And J.D. Vance, who's now a prominent political figure, has openly suggested replacing civil servants with our people, implying a desire to install individuals loyal to this anti-democracy ideology within the government.
And where does Musk fit into all of this?
That's where the mystery we teased earlier comes in. Remember that strange news a while back about Musk registering a company called United States of America, Inc. in Texas?
Yeah, I remember that. It seemed like a weird joke at the time. But are you suggesting it's connected to this anti-democracy movement?
It's certainly a curious coincidence, and it raises the unsettling question of what Musk's true ambitions really are. If Trump wins, what role might Musk play in this potential power shift?
This is getting a little unsettling.
Yeah.
So if Trump loses, Musk could be facing legal challenges on multiple fronts: campaign finance violations, potential security clearance issues, even possible charges related to Russian election interference.
Exactly. And beyond the legal risks, there's the potential damage to his reputation and the future of his companies, his ties to Russia, his support for Trump, and his apparent involvement in this anti-democracy movement could alienate customers, investors, and even employees.
It's a lot to process. And the big question remains, just how deep does Musk's involvement go in this anti-democracy movement? And if Trump wins, what role will he play in reshaping America?
We've been laying out some pretty heavy stuff about Elon Musk.
Yeah.
His support for Trump, like the legal hot water he could be in if Trump loses his ties to Russia and his potential connection to this anti-democracy movement.
Right.
But let's unpack that last one a bit more, because it's not just fringe thinking anymore. It's creeping into mainstream politics.
You're right, and it's a pretty disturbing thought, this idea of swapping out democratic governments for corporations,
Yeah.
where CEOs are calling the shots instead of elected officials. It feels like we're teetering on the edge of a very different world.
It is a chilling thought, and it's
You know.
gaining traction in certain circles.
Okay.
Figures like Curtis Yarvin with his vision of a neo-reactionary society, basically a rejection of modern progressive values in favor of more traditional hierarchical systems, are no longer confined to the dark corners of the internet. Their ideas are finding their way to people in positions of power.
And Musk seems drawn to these ideas, or at least open to them, I mean. Registering United States of America, Inc. is a pretty bold statement. Was it just a publicity stunt? or something more calculated?
It's hard to say for sure, but
Right.
it definitely got people talking.
Right.
Some might brush it off as a joke, but I think it hints at a deeper ambition.
Yeah.
Musk has always been a boundary pusher, disrupting industries and challenging conventional wisdom. Is it so crazy to think he might set his sights on disrupting democracy itself?
It's a scary thought, but his actions suggest it's within the realm of possibility. If Trump wins and Musk gets a formal role in the administration,
Yeah.
as some have speculated, could we see a real push towards this corporate-driven model?
It's a scenario worth considering. We know Trump has expressed admiration for authoritarian leaders and hasn't exactly been a stickler for democratic norms with someone like Musk by his side, someone who shares his disdain for government bureaucracy and regulations.
Right.
It's not hard to imagine them pushing for radical changes.
It's all speculation at this point,
Right.
but the potential consequences are huge. If they succeed in dismantling the institutions and norms that protect our democracy,
Yeah.
what kind of world would we be left with?
That's the question we need to be asking. Would it be a world where power is concentrated in the hands of a few wealthy elites? Where individual rights are sacrificed for corporate profits and where dissent is silenced?
That's a pretty bleak picture. But it's important to remember that this is still a hypothetical scenario.
Right.
We don't know for sure what Musk's ultimate goals are
Yeah.
or how far he's willing to go to achieve them.
You're right, but I think it's crucial to be aware of the potential dangers and to be vigilant in defending our democratic values. We can't afford to be complacent or dismissive of these ideas, no matter how outlandish they may seem.
So what can we do? How do we push back against this creeping authoritarianism and safeguard our democracy?
It starts with awareness and education. We need to understand the forces at play and be able to spot the warning signs. We need to support organizations and individuals who are fighting to protect our rights and hold those in power accountable.
And what about Musk? What's his likely fate if Trump loses? Will he face the consequences Carlson and Reich have warned about? Or will he find a way to navigate the new political landscape?
It's hard to predict with certainty. He's a brilliant and unpredictable figure with a lot of resources at his disposal.
Yeah.
He might try to distance himself from Trump and his allies, or he might double down on his support for this anti-democracy movement.
So we'll have to wait and see. But one thing's for sure. The stakes are incredibly high, not just for Musk, but for the future of our country.
Absolutely. The outcome of this election could have profound and lasting implications. For the very nature of our democracy, we all have a role to play in ensuring that our voices are heard and that our values are upheld.
Well said. This has been a sobering conversation, but an important one. We need to be having these discussions and asking these tough questions.
I agree. We can't just bury our heads in the sand and pretend that everything is fine. The future of our democracy is at stake, and we need to be ready to fight for it. And that brings us back to Elon Musk.
Right, the man of the hour. Or perhaps the man who could be destroyed by the hour, depending on how the election goes.
Yeah.
We've explored the potential fallout if Trump loses, the legal battles, the reputational damage, even the possibility of losing control of his companies.
But what if he manages to weather the storm? What if Trump wins? Or what if he finds a way to pivot and thrive, even in a less favorable political environment?
We spent this deep dive exploring the question of just how fucked Elon Musk might be if Trump loses.
Right.
We talked about the legal challenges, his ties to Russia, and his potential role in this emerging anti-democracy movement. But let's circle back to that mystery we keep teasing. What's the deal with Musk registering United States of America, Inc. in Texas? What was he thinking?
It's hard to say for sure what his motivations were, but it's definitely a head-scratcher. Some people see it as pure hubris, you know?
Yeah.
This belief that he can actually incorporate a country. Others think it's a tongue-in-cheek commentary on the state of American politics.
But knowing Musk, it's probably not just a joke. There's usually a method to his madness.
Right.
Could this be part of a larger plan? A way to position himself for a more prominent role in shaping the future, no matter who wins the election?
It's definitely a possibility. Musk is a big-picture thinker, someone who's used to disrupting industries and challenging the status quo.
Right.
He's not content with just building electric cars or launching rockets. He wants to change the world, and he's not afraid to use unconventional methods to do it.
So United States of America, Inc. could be his way of signaling that he's not just a tech CEO, but like a nation builder, someone who wants to create a new kind of society based on his own vision.
That's an interesting interpretation, and it raises some important questions. What kind of society does Musk envision? What role does he see for himself in it? And how does this all connect to his support for Trump and his apparent fascination with the anti-democracy movement?
These are questions we can't answer definitively,
Yeah.
but they're worth considering. We may not know
Right.
Musk's ultimate endgame, but his actions tell us he's not just passively observing the political landscape.
Yeah.
He's an active player and he's making bold moves.
And those moves could have a ripple effect, both for him personally and for the future of the country. We'll have to see how it all unfolds. But one thing's for sure, it's going to be a wild ride.
We've covered a lot of ground today, and I think it's safe to say that Elon Musk's future is very uncertain. If Trump wins, he could find himself in a position of incredible power and influence, potentially playing a key role in reshaping America.
Right.
But if Trump loses, he could face a very different reality, one filled with legal battles, damage to his reputation, and maybe even a loss of control over his companies.
It's a high-stakes gamble, and the outcome remains to be seen. But it's a story that will continue to develop in the months and years to come.
Let us know your thoughts in the comment section below, and be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more deep dives into the most fascinating and controversial topics of our time. Thanks for joining us.
I think X has probably been one of the worst contributors to the current atmosphere of the United States, with Elon Musk being the head of that, more so than probably any other single actor except for maybe Trump in the past couple years.
Welcome to RoboCast, right here on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where we take a deep dive into the curious corners of the digital world.
That's right. Those, that's interesting moments that make you want to learn more.
We're your AI hosts here to unpack those intriguing questions. And this week, we're diving into the world of Elon Musk.
A whole week.
It's a Muskathon, if you will. And today, well, we're focusing on something pretty unsettling. How Nazi ideology is finding a platform on Musk's X, formerly Twitter. And by the end, we're hoping to answer a crucial question. Can a platform built on the idea of free speech also effectively combat the spread of hate speech?
Big question.
Huge question. So an NBC News investigation uncovered something pretty shocking. At least 150 verified paying premium accounts on X are actively posting pro-Nazi content.
Wow.
And we're not talking about, small-time accounts here. Some of these posts have garnered millions of views.
Millions.
Millions.
That is alarming. The fact that these are verified paying accounts, that adds a whole new layer to this.
It really does.
These users are essentially funding their own amplification on a platform with a massive reach. X claims to have over 174 million daily active users.
That's a lot of eyeballs.
Imagine the potential for spreading this kind of ideology.
And the potential for real-world consequences. I mean, we've seen how online hate can spill over into offline violence.
Oh, absolutely.
The tragic Buffalo supermarket shooting, for instance. The gunman was deeply entrenched in online neo-Nazi communities.
Yeah. Experts like Patrick Rickards of Life After Hate, they explain how a welcoming online environment can validate and embolden those with hateful ideologies. And that can, potentially push them towards offline violence.
Makes those thoughts seem, normal, acceptable, even righteous. And it creates this disturbing disconnect. On the one hand, X claims to have policies that prohibit hate speech. On the other, they're not only allowing these pro-Nazi accounts to exist, they're actually profiting from them through subscription fees.
So, is X truly committed to combating hate speech, or are they prioritizing profit over user safety? Because let's be honest, they're also likely benefiting from the advertising revenue generated by these accounts.
It certainly raises a lot of eyebrows, especially considering Musk's early promises to deboost and demonetize hate speech. All those tweets about making X a safer and more inclusive space.
And what's even more perplexing is that even after NBC News provided X with specific examples of these accounts, the platform merely added labels to some of them while leaving them active. They didn't suspend them or take them down entirely.
So they're acknowledging that these accounts are problematic, but they're not taking any concrete action to remove them.
It seems that way. And this really raises the question of what message this sends to users and advertisers. Does simply labeling these accounts actually do anything to mitigate the harm they're causing? Or does it simply give the platform a way to appear as though they're taking action while still profiting from the content?
It might even make these accounts seem more credible to some users. They might see it as a badge of honor. Like, look, we're so controversial that we got a special label.
It's a complex issue with a lot of layers to unpack, and it raises some really uncomfortable questions about the true motivations behind these decisions.
But let's not forget what these accounts are actually doing. They're actively promoting a hateful ideology. They're linking to external websites, spreading misinformation, and praising Nazi figures like Joseph Goebbels.
And that's a crucial point. We're not talking about historical discussions or debates here. These accounts are actively trying to recruit followers and normalize Nazi ideology in the present day.
Which brings us to another concerning aspect of all of this. It's become increasingly difficult to track the full extent of this problem on X.
How so?
Musk implemented these data restrictions that make it harder for researchers to monitor the spread of extremism. It's like trying to understand a disease without being able to study its spread.
It makes it difficult to assess the full scale of the problem, and it raises concerns about transparency. Are we only seeing the tip of the iceberg here? It's hard to know for sure.
Yeah, it's like a puzzle with some of the pieces missing. And ironically, before Musk took over, Twitter had actually been making some progress in combating the presence of Nazis on the platform. Back in 2017, they banned swastikas and suspended users associated with violent organizations.
Interesting. So it seemed like a step in the right direction, at least. But now it feels like we're taking a step backward.
Absolutely. And it's not just researchers and experts who are noticing this shift. Even some prominent conservative X-users like Christopher Rufo have criticized the increase in anti-Semitism on the platform.
So it's not just a matter of perception. There's a growing awareness that something is wrong here.
And that brings us to another crucial aspect of this story, Elon Musk's own behavior. We can't ignore his personal actions and how they might be contributing to the current situation. Remember when Musk promoted the anti-Semitic Great Replacement conspiracy theory? That drew widespread condemnation, and for good reason.
Yeah.
It's a cornerstone of white supremacist thought, and for the owner of a platform like X to be endorsing it, well, it sends a very disturbing message.
It normalizes that kind of thinking and gives it a platform. And it also raises questions about Musk's own biases and how they might be influencing his decisions about content moderation on X.
Exactly. And we can't forget his decision to reinstate the accounts of notorious figures like Andrew Anglin and Nick Fuentes, both known for their white supremacist views.
Oh, right.
Although those accounts are currently suspended again, the fact that they were allowed back on the platform at all sends a very clear message.
It's almost as if Musk is saying, these voices are welcome here.
And let's not forget about the lawsuit X filed against Media Matters for reporting on the presence of Nazi content appearing alongside ads from major corporations. That suggests that there's a real resistance to scrutiny and transparency on this issue.
It's as if they're trying to silence the critics, to make it more difficult to hold them accountable for what's happening on their platform.
And that brings us back to our initial question. Can a platform that prides itself on free speech also effectively combat the spread of hate speech?
It's a tough question, and based on what we've seen so far, it seems like the answer might be more complicated than we'd like it to be.
Absolutely.
As we were saying before, there's contrast between X's policies and what's really happening on the platform.
Yeah, a big one.
Verified paying accounts are openly espousing Nazi ideology, reaching millions of viewers. And X, as a company, is profiting from this activity through both subscriptions and ad revenue.
It makes you question X's commitment to actually combating hate speech. Some argue that this is all in the name of free speech, which has been one of Musk's biggest selling points for the platform.
Makes sense.
But where do we draw the line between free speech and hate speech? This has been a question for a long time, but it takes on a new meaning in the digital age. Can a platform really champion free speech while allowing the spread of ideologies that incite hatred and violence?
Yeah, that's tricky.
And it gets even more complicated when you consider Musk's own actions, like his endorsement of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, for instance.
Right.
It really muddies the waters.
That particular theory is deeply rooted in white supremacist thought. And for someone like Musk, with his platform and influence to be promoting it, it sends a really dangerous message.
It's like he's giving permission to spread their message.
It's a concerning pattern, and those promises to make X a safer and more inclusive space maybe weren't as genuine as they seemed.
Right. And then you have the lawsuit that X filed against Media Matters for reporting on the presence of Nazi content next to ads from big corporations.
Yeah, that's something else.
It almost seems like an attempt to silence anyone who criticizes the platform or holds them accountable.
What are they trying to hide?
It makes you wonder. And it makes their claims about transparency and their commitment to fighting hate speech seem a bit hollow. It really begs the question, are we seeing a resurgence of Nazi ideology, or is this just a small but vocal minority taking advantage of the platform's loose moderation policies? I don't think there's an easy answer. It could be both. The internet has given extremist groups a really powerful tool for spreading their message. And when you have someone like Elon Musk, with his platform seemingly endorsing these views, it creates an echo chamber where these ideas can spread.
Right, and exposure to hate speech desensitizes people to its harmful effects.
Yeah.
It normalizes prejudice, makes people more likely to be radicalized.
And when that happens on a platform as big as X, it's a problem.
Definitely a problem.
So what can we do? Is there a way to protect free speech while also protecting people from harmful content?
I mean, that's the question, isn't it? It's what every social media platform is facing. But there are some potential solutions out there. Stricter content moderation policies, for one.
Okay.
Platforms like X could hire more human moderators and create better algorithms to remove bad content.
Algorithms alone can be a problem.
Oh, for sure. They can be manipulated.
Yeah.
They often lack the nuance of a human moderator.
Right.
But even with better content moderation, just getting rid of content isn't a long-term solution. We need to address what causes hate speech in the first place.
So education is key.
Absolutely. We need to teach people to think critically about what they see online.
To recognize and resist propaganda.
Exactly. Critical thinking skills and media literacy are so important. People need to understand how algorithms work, how information can be manipulated, and how to evaluate sources.
So it's about empowering individuals to think for themselves, not just accept everything they see online as truth.
And encouraging constructive dialogue instead of resorting to hate speech.
But it's not all on individuals. We have to hold platforms accountable as well.
Of course.
We need transparency. Users should understand how algorithms work,
Yeah.
how platforms decide what content to remove. And we need better ways to report and remove hate speech.
Because right now, those systems are not good enough.
And it's not enough for platforms to just say they're committed to fighting hate speech. We need to see action, and we need to hold them accountable for their decisions.
Right. And that's where we come in.
We, the users.
Users, advertisers, lawmakers. We need to put pressure on these platforms to take this stuff seriously and put user safety before profits.
We have a voice.
We do. And we can use it to demand change.
We can support platforms that prioritize user safety and ethical content moderation. We can amplify voices of tolerance and understanding. We can engage in constructive dialogue and challenge hate speech when we see it.
And education and open discussion are so important, too. We need to have these tough conversations about free speech, hate speech, and the responsibility of social media platforms. They're complex issues, but by talking about them, we can start to find solutions.
So back to our question, can a platform built on free speech also effectively combat hate speech?
Yeah.
Well, the answer is it depends.
It depends on the choices we make. It depends on the pressure we put on these platforms. It depends on their commitment to putting user safety first. And it depends on our willingness to challenge hate speech and promote tolerance.
The future of online discourse depends on all of us.
And we want to know what you think about this.
Yeah, we've had quite the discussion so far. Some unsettling things about how this hate is finding a place on a platform that's all about free speech. Hopefully our audience has some ideas.
I hope so, too. But first, let's go back to our original question. Can a platform built on free speech also combat hate speech?
It's a tough one. Some people say even the worst ideas should have a platform that suppressing them just makes them stronger.
But we've seen how dangerous it is to let hate speech spread unchecked, like with that awful Buffalo supermarket shooting.
Yeah, it's a real dilemma, isn't it? How do we protect free speech and at the same time protect people from hate?
Especially in the digital age where this content spreads so quickly, so what can we do?
Well, stricter content moderation policies are a start. Platforms like X could invest in more human moderators.
Right.
And develop algorithms that are better at catching and removing harmful content. Algorithms on their own can be a problem, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They can be tricked. They don't always understand the context like a human moderator would.
Exactly. And even with better content moderation, just taking down content doesn't solve the root of the problem.
Right. We need to address why this hate speech exists in the first place.
And that means education.
Yes. Teaching people how to think critically about what they see online.
To recognize and avoid things like propaganda and misinformation.
We need to teach them about algorithms, how information gets manipulated, and how to check their sources.
It's about teaching people to think for themselves, not just believe everything they read online.
And encourage healthy debate instead of hate speech.
But we can't put all the responsibility on individuals. We need to hold the platforms accountable, too.
Absolutely.
We need transparency so users understand how the algorithms are working.
Right.
How platforms decide what content to remove. And we need better ways to report and remove hate speech.
Yeah, those systems need to be improved. They aren't good enough.
And it's not enough for platforms to just say they're against hate speech. We need to see them take action and we need to hold them accountable for their decisions.
And that's where we as users, advertisers, and even lawmakers have to step in, put pressure on these platforms to prioritize user safety over profits.
We have a voice and we can use it.
Exactly. We can choose to support platforms that care about user safety and have ethical moderation. We can amplify the voices of tolerance and understanding and engage in constructive dialogue. Challenge hate speech when we see it.
And it's important to have these conversations about free speech, hate speech, and the responsibility of these platforms.
Yeah, these are complex issues, but talking about them is how we'll find solutions.
So to answer our question, can a platform with free speech also effectively combat hate speech?
Well, it depends.
On all of us.
Yeah.
It depends on the choices we make, the pressure we apply, and the commitment of these platforms to put users first. And it depends on whether we're willing to stand up to hate and promote tolerance. The future of online discourse really is in our hands. It depends on what we do both individually and collectively, and our commitment to creating a digital world that values both freedom of expression and respect for each other.
It's a challenge, but one worth fighting for.
I agree. And we want to thank all of you for joining us on this deep dive. Hopefully it's giving you something to think about.
We want to hear your thoughts, too. Head down to the comments section and let us know what you think.
Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the Daniel David Allen channel, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of our future deep dives. We'll see you next time.
Deactivate your X account or don't ever trust it for news. That is exclusively a platform for shitposting or being racist or watching black people kill each other or whatever else gets posted, en masse there. Elon Musk is just full-throatedly, like full-on, avowedly a Trump supporter. There are a ton of accounts on that website. We don't know what country any of these people are from. We don't know their nationalities. We don't know who they get paid by. We don't know what's going on, and they just post insane stuff.
Well, that wealthiest man in the world turned out to be a legal worker here when he was here. Oh, I'm serious. He was supposed to be in school when he came on a student visa. He wasn't in school. He was violating the law. He's talking about all these illegals coming our way.
Welcome to RoboCast, the YouTube channel, where we like to dive deep into some of the most intriguing stories in the tech world. I'm your host, and I'm here to spark your curiosity.
And I'm the expert. I'll be helping you analyze the data and separate fact from fiction.
Now it's day 4 of our Musk Corruption Week, and things are about to get interesting. We're tackling a question that's been making a lot of noise online. Is Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, an illegal immigrant?
Yeah, it sounds wild, right?
It does. But there's actually a lot more to the story than meets the eye. And by the end of this deep dive, you might just change your perspective on Elon Musk.
A recent CNN report actually took a deep dive into Musk's early days in the U.S.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they raised some serious questions about his immigration status.
Well, he didn't exactly help himself when he described his own past immigration status as a gray area.
Yeah, that's not exactly a vote of confidence.
No, it's not. And, of course, legal experts took notice. A Washington Post report dug even deeper, and the whole thing blew up, leading to a very public argument between Musk and President Biden.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Musk denied any wrongdoing and even accused Biden of lying. So to try and make sense of this whole mess, let's go back to the beginning. Musk claims to have held 2 visas while he was in the U.S., a J-1 and an H-1B.
Right. A J-1 visa is typically for exchange visitors like students or people participating in work-study programs. And an H-1B is for skilled workers who want to work in the U.S.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, both visas have very specific requirements. For example, a J-1 usually requires sponsorship from a university or institution.
Right.
And an H-1B is tied to a specific job with a specific company.
Gotcha. So where does Musk fit into all of this?
That's where things get interesting. Musk has never actually said which institution sponsored his J-1 visa. He's also never said exactly when he held it.
You'd think that wouldn't be such a big secret.
You'd think so. It's basic information. This lack of transparency is definitely a red flag for some experts.
So what are the rules about working when you're in the U.S. on a student visa?
Very strict. You can only work in jobs that are related to your studies or training program.
So let's say you come to the U.S. on a J-1 to study software engineering.
Okay.
But you end up dropping out of the program to focus on something else.
You would immediately lose your legal status in the U.S. and you wouldn't be allowed to work at all.
Oh, wow. Okay. And Musk claims he was working 12 hours a week while he was a student at Stanford to maintain his visa status?
He does, but there's a problem with that.
What's that?
Stanford University has said that they have no record of Musk ever enrolling in their materials science and engineering program.
Hold on. So he was saying he was working 12 hours a week to maintain a student visa for a program he wasn't even in.
It seems that way.
This is getting weirder by the minute.
It is. And there's more. Some early investors in Musk's first company, Zip2, it was an online city guide. They said they were surprised to learn that both Elon and his brother Kimball were actually illegal immigrants when they founded the company.
Really?
Yeah. Elon has disputed his brother's account of their immigration status, but it definitely adds another layer to this story.
It does. And we also have Musk's own words to think about. At a 2013 event, he described his early immigration status as a gray area. And in a 2020 podcast interview, he said he had a student work visa.
Right, but student work visa isn't actually a real term.
What?
Yeah, experts have looked at the records and they doubt that such a visa category even existed back then.
So he could have just been making it up.
It's possible, but it's also important to remember that immigration rules were a lot less strict when Musk was a student, especially in the early 90s. Things really changed after the September 11 attacks.
Right, because it was discovered that some of the hijackers had exploited the student visa system to be in the U.S.
Exactly, and that led to much stricter rules and tougher enforcement.
So we're left with a ton of conflicting information. Was Musk being honest about his visa status all those years ago? Was he trying to take advantage of the system? Or was he just trying to navigate a really complicated set of rules?
It's hard to say for sure.
Remember how Musk said that he had to work 12 hours a week to keep his student visa valid? Well, Zip2 was founded in 1995.
And he was supposedly studying at Stanford at the same time. This doesn't add up. Was he working on Zip2 before he officially dropped out of Stanford?
Musk was claiming to be working to maintain his student visa while at Stanford, but Stanford says he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he launches Zip2 in 1995.
It's a pretty suspicious timeline. It raises some serious concerns about whether he was following the rules for his visa.
Yeah, if you're the U.S. on a student visa, you can't just work wherever you want.
Exactly. It's like you're given this backstage pass for a concert,
Yeah.
You can go in certain areas, but you can't just wander around doing whatever you want.
Right. You have to stay within the designated areas.
Exactly. Your visa has specific conditions, and if you start working outside those conditions, you're breaking the rules.
So if Musk was working on Zip2 while he was supposed to be a student, he might have been breaking those rules. It's like using that backstage pass to sneak into the concert's VIP lounge.
Exactly. You're not supposed to be there. And remember, we're talking about a time when immigration rules were being heavily scrutinized.
Right after 9/11, everything changed.
Exactly. The U.S. government realized that the student visa system could be exploited, so they made the rules a lot stricter and enforcement got a lot tougher.
So what Musk is accused of doing back then might have slipped under the radar in the early 90s.
Maybe, but in the post-9/11 world, those same actions would likely get you into a lot of trouble. It's like trying to sneak into that VIP lounge after they've beefed up security. You're way more likely to get caught.
Okay, so let's say Musk was bending the rules back then. What are the implications of that? What could happen?
Well, for starters, it could really damage his reputation and the public's trust in him. I mean, this is a guy who has built his career on this carefully crafted image of innovation and success.
Yeah, it would be like finding out that your favorite rock star had been lip-syncing all their hit songs.
Exactly. You start to question everything you thought you knew about them. And it's not just about reputation. There could be legal consequences, too.
You mean like fines or penalties? Could he even be deported?
It's possible. It really depends on the specific circumstances, but the consequences for breaking immigration laws can be pretty serious.
And what about Tesla and SpaceX? Could all of this affect his companies?
Definitely. This kind of revelation could cause a lot of uncertainty and instability for those companies. Investors might get nervous and start pulling their money out.
And it could even put government contracts at risk.
Oh, absolutely. The U.S. government probably wouldn't be thrilled to learn that the CEO of a company they're doing business with might have a shady immigration history.
So this whole thing could become a huge liability for Musk. Not just for him personally, but for his entire business empire.
It's incredible to think that something that happened decades ago could suddenly resurface and have such a huge impact.
It's like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting and spewing lava everywhere. You never know when the past might come back to haunt you.
This whole situation really highlights the importance of transparency and accountability, especially for people who are in positions of power and influence.
The past always has a way of catching up with the present. What are the key takeaways here? What do we want our viewers to understand about all of this?
Well, first of all, it's important to remember that we're talking about allegations and interpretations of events. We haven't seen all the evidence, and Musk has denied any wrongdoing.
Right. We need to be careful not to jump to conclusions.
But even if some of these allegations turn out to be false, the fact that they've come up and are being taken seriously says a lot.
What do you mean?
It shows how important it is to follow the rules no matter who you are or how successful you are.
I see what you're saying. It also makes you think about ambition and how far some people are willing to go to achieve their goals.
That's a big question. Is it ever okay to bend the rules or even break them in pursuit of success?
These are tough questions with no easy answers.
But they're important questions to ask, especially as we try to make sense of this ever-changing world of technology and innovation.
Now, before we move on, let's circle back to that mystery we talked about at the beginning. Remember Musk's claim about working 12 hours a week to maintain his student status?
Ah, yes. The curious case of the busy student entrepreneur.
It seems like that little detail might be the key to figuring out this whole puzzle.
How so?
Well, it suggests that Musk might have been pushing the boundaries of his visa from the very beginning, even before Zip2 was officially up and running.
It's like finding a hidden clue in a detective novel that suddenly changes everything.
Musk claims he had to work 12 hours a week to maintain his student visa while he was at Stanford. But Stanford says he was never even enrolled in their program.
Right. And then Zip2 launches in 1995, the same year he was supposedly studying at Stanford.
So was he secretly working on his startup dreams while pretending to be a student?
It's definitely a possibility. Remember, Musk came to the U.S. in 1992 to study at the University of Pennsylvania. He graduated and then briefly enrolled at Stanford in 1995, but dropped out almost immediately.
And Zip2 was founded that same year.
Exactly. So the timeline is very suspicious. It seems like he might have been laying the groundwork for Zip2 while he was still supposed to be focused on his studies at Stanford.
It's like the ultimate side hustle.
Right. But here's the thing. Student visas have very specific rules about work authorization. You can't just take any job you want.
You have to work in a job that is related to your field of study.
Exactly. It's like you're given a library card to borrow books, but you can't use that same card to get into a movie theater.
I see what you mean. Each card has its own purpose and limitations.
Right. So if Musk was working on Zip2 while he was on a student visa, he might have been violating the terms of his visa. And that could have some pretty serious consequences.
So even though all of this happened decades ago, he could still get in trouble for it today.
It's possible. While there are statutes of limitations for some immigration offenses, there's always the chance that old cases can be reopened or that new challenges can be made to someone's current immigration status.
So that gray area Musk talked about could come back to haunt him.
It definitely could. This whole story really highlights the importance of transparency and accountability, especially for people like Elon Musk who are in positions of power and influence.
And it raises some interesting questions about the ethics of ambition.
Right. Is it okay to bend the rules or even break them if it means you can achieve great things?
Where do we draw the line between pushing the boundaries and breaking the rules? And what are we willing to sacrifice in the pursuit of success?
I see what you mean. So what's the verdict? Is Elon Musk an illegal immigrant?
We can't say for sure. We're not judges or immigration experts, but we've presented the facts and the timeline, and we've highlighted the inconsistencies in Musk's story. We encourage you to do your own research and come to your own conclusions.
We hope this deep dive has given you some food for thought and sparked your curiosity about the complex world of immigration, entrepreneurship, and ambition.
Be sure to share your thoughts in the comments below and subscribe to RoboCast for more intriguing explorations into the world of technology and beyond.
Until next time, keep those minds questioning and those algorithms humming.
Welcome to RoboCast, the show where we dive headfirst into all this crazy stuff going on in tech and culture. We're going deep on Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, that Elon Musk.
Right.
We all know him, the Tesla and SpaceX guy, the one who turned Twitter into X.
Yeah.
Remember back in the day when he was like the poster child for innovation,
Yeah.
fighting climate change, shooting rockets into space, had that whole humanity's savior kind of vibe.
It's fascinating how much his public image has shifted. I mean, before 2020, he was largely seen as this, forward-thinking, almost utopian figure.
Right. But then things took a turn.
Yeah.
Over the past few years, we've seen this, pretty dramatic shift to the right, politically speaking.
For sure.
And frankly, it's left a lot of people scratching their heads.
Yeah, it's certainly been a perplexing evolution.
Totally. And to understand what's going on, we have to go, beneath the surface. Past the tweets and headlines, we're diving into a deeply personal aspect of Musk's life, his relationship with his transgender daughter, Vivian Jenna Wilson.
This isn't just a celebrity family feud. Vivian has publicly criticized Musk's parenting and his stance on transgender issues, which has turned into a very public and very complicated situation.
Exactly. And what makes this even more intriguing is how this personal conflict seems intertwined with his political activities, especially surrounding the 2024 election. It's about to get really interesting.
It's a story with a lot of layers, and I think it's important to start with Vivian's perspective. Her first ever interview, which she gave to NBC News back in July, is really where we begin to understand the depth of this situation.
Yeah, you're right. That interview is powerful. Vivian doesn't hold back. She describes Musk as this distant figure, cold, quick to anger, and consumed by his own image. It's a far cry from the future-focused innovator we saw in the public eye.
She even shares some pretty specific anecdotes that paint a disturbing picture of their relationship. For instance, there's this story about when Vivian was just a kid on a road trip with Musk, he apparently berated her for having a high voice.
Wow.
Imagine being a fourth grader and getting yelled at by your dad for something like that.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
And it makes you question the kind of pressure and scrutiny she must have faced growing up.
absolutely. And it provides context for her coming out as gay in 8th grade and then as transgender at 16.
Right.
It's worth noting that while her mother was fully supportive, Vivian claims Musk initially resisted her desire to seek medical treatment.
Yeah, and this detail is important because back then in California, both parents had to consent to medical treatment for a minor. So this legal hurdle adds another layer of complexity to their already strained relationship.
Definitely. And ultimately, this seems to be a pivotal point for Vivian. In 2022, she took the step of legally changing her name and severing ties with Musk, stating she no longer wished to be related to him in any way, shape, or form.
That's a powerful statement. And to make things even more intense, Musk publicly responded, referring to Vivian as his dead son and claiming she was killed by the woke mind virus during an interview with Jordan Peterson.
You know, I was told, Xavier might commit suicide if he
That was a lie right from the outset.
incredibly evil. And I agree with you that people that have been promoting this should go to prison.
That's
So
a
I was
personal
tricked into doing this. They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
All right. So the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
That language is incredibly concerning. Using phrases like woke mind virus is a classic tactic we see in radicalization. It simplifies complex issues into this black and white good versus evil narrative,
Right.
which can be very dangerous.
So he's using these buzzwords to demonize an entire group of people and justify his own pain and anger.
It's crucial to understand that these terms are often intentionally vague, allowing them to be easily weaponized and interpreted in different ways. For Musk, wokeness seems to encompass anything that challenges his worldview, including transgender acceptance.
Right. It's like he's found this catch-all phrase to explain away anything he doesn't like or understand.
And that's where we start to see this personal conflict bleed into the political arena. Musk's narrative about wokeness and the trans agenda becomes central to his political activities, especially as he gets more involved in the 2024 election.
Okay, so let's shift gears a bit and delve into Elon's side of the story. We've got an article from The Guardian published in August, and as you mentioned, that Jordan Peterson interview.
Yeah.
In both men, he basically claims that Vivian's transition is the driving force behind his rightward shift and his mission to, and I quote, destroy the woke mind virus.
It's really striking what's in that Guardian article. A radicalization expert who chooses to remain anonymous suggests that Musk's reaction to Vivian's transition might have created a sort of cognitive opening for him to be influenced by extremist ideologies.
Oh, interesting. So it's like his personal pain and confusion made him more susceptible to these extreme viewpoints that offered a simplistic explanation for something that he couldn't comprehend.
It's a theory worth considering. The expert points out that radicalization often begins with a significant personal event that leaves an individual feeling vulnerable and searching for answers.
That makes a lot of sense. It's like he was grasping for an explanation, a reason why his childhood made the choices she had, and these harmful ideologies that scapegoat wokeness provided a convenient target for his anger and frustration.
Right. It's almost as if by blaming this external force, the woke mind virus, he could avoid grappling with the complexities of his own relationship with Vivian and the broader societal shifts happening around him.
So we see this incredibly personal and painful family drama playing out against the backdrop of Musk's growing political involvement. How exactly does this manifest in his actions on the political stage?
Well, one of the first moves he makes is founding a political action committee, America Pay, in July 2024.
Ah, yes, the Guardian article mentions this PAIC, which is supposedly focused on supporting meritocracy and individual freedom, but it seems to be primarily backing the Republican Party.
Right. And meritocracy, while sounding appealing on the surface, is often used to justify existing power structures and inequalities. It's the idea that those who succeed deserve their success, while those who struggle simply haven't worked hard enough, ignoring the systemic barriers and disadvantages that many people face.
So it's a convenient way to dismiss concerns about inequality and social justice by framing success as solely a product of individual effort.
Exactly. And it aligns with the GOP's general approach to social and economic issues, which tends to favor individual responsibility and limited government intervention.
Which makes sense, given that Musk is reportedly considering donating as much as $45 million a month to this PAC-ins. A pretty hefty sum of money, even for a billionaire.
It shows a serious commitment to influencing the political landscape. And then there's that $1 million a day voter sweepstakes he was running, which has faced legal challenges and concerns about potential election law violations.
Right, that whole sweepstakes thing was wild. According to the AP News article, it was specifically targeting voters in key battleground states like Pennsylvania, raising concerns about his motives and the legality of his tactics.
Absolutely. The sweepstakes was seen by many as a blatant attempt to influence the election outcome, especially given the legal challenges alleging that it violated Pennsylvania lottery laws and potentially even federal election law.
It seems like Musk was operating in this gray area, using his wealth and influence to push the boundaries of what's acceptable in terms of campaign finance and voter influence.
Remember that story about the ruler who's tricked into believing he's wearing magnificent clothes when in reality he's naked?
Yeah, I remember that one from childhood. What's the connection here?
Well, it makes you wonder if Musk, like the emperor, might be surrounded by people who are afraid to challenge his views, even when those views are harmful or based on misinformation.
So he's created this echo chamber around himself where dissenting voices are silenced or ignored, and he's only hearing what he wants to hear.
It's a possibility. We know that power dynamics can create these kinds of situations where people are reluctant to speak truth to power, even when it's necessary.
It's a chilling thought, the idea that someone with so much power could be operating within a bubble of their own making, shielded from reality and the potential consequences of their actions.
And this brings us to the role of X, formerly Twitter, in all of this.
Right. X has been in the news a lot lately, and not for good reasons.
Unfortunately, it's become a breeding ground for misinformation, particularly surrounding the election.
Right.
The Reuters article we have highlights how false and misleading claims about the election have been circulating widely on the platform.
And it's not just random users spreading this stuff. There's a report from the Center for Countering Digital Hate that states that at least 87 of Musk's own posts have promoted claims about the election that have been debunked by fact-checkers.
And those posts have garnered a staggering 2 billion views.
Wow.
Which is mind-boggling.
That's a massive amount of potential influence.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider the network effects that allow X content to spread to other platforms like Reddit and Telegram.
Exactly. Even if you don't use X, you could still be encountering this misinformation through other channels. It's become incredibly difficult to contain.
Which is especially concerning given Musk's vocal support for Donald Trump, who has a long history of spreading election misinformation himself.
Absolutely.
Like a perfect storm of misinformation brewing.
It certainly raises serious questions about the potential consequences for our democracy when someone with Musk's reach and influence is actively promoting these falsehoods.
And speaking of consequences, I have some rather disheartening news to share. This past Tuesday, the GOP won the presidency, the House, and the Senate.
That is a significant development, and while it's impossible to definitively say how much of an impact Musk's activities had, it's hard to ignore the potential influence of his political involvement, his financial backing of the Republican Party, and the spread of misinformation on X.
It's a lot to unpack, and it's definitely a lot to process.
Yeah, it's hard not to feel overwhelmed by all of this, isn't it? The sheer scale of Musk's influence, the spread of misinformation, and now a political landscape that's, shaped in part by these events. It's a lot to take in.
It really is. I mean, just a few years ago, Musk was this tech icon, almost a folk hero for some. And now his actions have potentially contributed to a major political shift in our country.
Yeah, it's a stark reminder of how individual choices, especially when amplified by wealth and platforms like X, can have ripple effects far beyond what we might initially imagine.
So let's bring this back to our listener. What does all of this really mean for their everyday life? How could this election outcome actually impact them?
That's the question we need to grapple with, right? It's easy to get caught up in the abstract, but these political shifts have very real consequences for people on the ground.
Exactly. So let's move past the headlines and talk about tangible impacts. What are some areas where we might see concrete changes based on this election?
Well, considering the GOP's platform and the influence of figures like Musk, we could see shifts in policies related to climate change, social justice, and even access to information itself.
Okay, so those are some pretty big areas. Can you give us some specific examples of what those changes might look like?
Sure. When it comes to climate change, the GOP has historically been less inclined towards environmental regulations and investing in renewable energy. So, with a GOP-controlled government, we might see a rollback of existing environmental protections or a slowdown in the transition to clean energy sources.
That's pretty alarming considering the urgency of the climate crisis and this scientific consensus on the issue.
Yeah, and it's not just climate change. On the social justice front, we might see a pushback against LGBTQ plus rights, especially transgender rights.
Right.
This is particularly concerning given the rhetoric that has been circulating, fueled in part by Musk's own struggles with his daughter's transition.
Right. His constant references to the woke mind virus and his opposition to things like gender-affirming care for minors have definitely contributed to a climate of hostility towards the transgender community.
Absolutely. These ideas, which were once confined to fringe groups, are now being given a platform and legitimacy by figures like Musk. And that can have a real impact on the lives of transgender individuals and the broader LGBTQ plus community.
It's creating a climate of fear and intolerance, which is never a good thing.
Yeah, it's a step backwards for sure. And then there's the whole issue of access to information. With X playing such a significant role in the spread of misinformation, it's hard not to be concerned about the potential for further erosion of trust in reliable sources of information.
Especially considering that Musk controls the platform and has shown a willingness to promote certain narratives even if they've been debunked.
That's right. It creates this dangerous situation where it becomes harder and harder to distinguish fact from fiction, which can have serious consequences for our ability to make informed decisions as citizens.
It's like we're caught in this downward spiral where misinformation fuels distrust, which then makes people even more susceptible to misinformation.
It's a vicious cycle that we need to break out of.
So where do we go from here? Because it can feel pretty overwhelming.
I understand that feeling. You know, it's easy to feel powerless in the face of these huge systemic issues, but I truly believe that even small actions can make a difference.
I hope so. I think we all need a little bit of hope right now. So give us some concrete examples.
Well, I think the first step is to simply acknowledge the problem. We need to recognize the very real threats posed by unchecked power, the spread of misinformation, and the erosion of democratic norms.
Yeah, awareness is key. You can't fight something if you don't even know it's there.
Right. Once we have that awareness, we can start taking action. And there are a number of things we can do, both individually and collectively.
Like what? Give us some examples.
On an individual level, we can all commit to being more critical consumers of information. Don't just blindly accept what you see on social media or hear from politicians. Do your own research, check sources, and be wary of information that seems designed to provoke strong emotions or confirm existing biases.
Yeah, it's about being more discerning, more skeptical, in a healthy way.
Exactly. We can also support organizations working to combat misinformation and promote media literacy. There are a lot of groups doing great work in this area, and they need our support now more than ever.
So donate our time, donate our money, spread awareness about these organizations, that kind of thing.
Exactly. And then there's collective action. We can engage in peaceful protest, contact our elected officials, and demand greater accountability from those in power. We have to make our voices heard, make it clear we won't tolerate the erosion of our democratic values.
It's about reclaiming our power as citizens and demanding a better future.
Exactly. It's a fight worth having, even when it feels overwhelming. Remember, change rarely happens overnight. It takes time, persistence, and a collective effort.
So don't lose hope. Don't give up. We're all in this together.
Absolutely. Every voice counts. Every action matters.
Okay, that does make me feel a little bit better. But there's still the issue of holding powerful figures like Elon Musk accountable. How do we do that when he seems to be operating with a sense of impunity?
That's a valid concern, and it's true that holding individuals like Musk accountable can be incredibly challenging, given their wealth, their influence and control over platforms like X.
But it can't be impossible, right? There has to be a way.
There are avenues we can explore. One approach is through legal channels. As we saw with the legal challenges to his voter sweepstakes, there are laws that can be used to hold even the most powerful individuals accountable for their actions.
So supporting organizations that are pursuing these legal challenges, staying informed about the cases, and making sure our elected officials know that we're concerned about these issues, those are good starting points.
Exactly. And then there's the court of public opinion. We can continue to call out Musk's harmful rhetoric, challenge his misinformation, and use our own platforms to amplify the voices of those who've been negatively impacted by his actions.
Social media can be a double-edged sword, but in this case, we can use it to shine a light on the truth and hold those in power accountable.
Absolutely. And we can choose to support businesses and organizations that align with our values, make conscious decisions about where you spend your money and who you support with your patronage.
Yeah. It's about voting with our wallets, making sure our economic choices reflect our values.
Exactly. It's about creating a culture of accountability where powerful figures understand that their actions have consequences.
It's a long-term goal, but one worth striving for. You mentioned media literacy earlier. Can you talk a bit more about that? What does it mean to be media literate in today's world?
That's an excellent point. Media literacy is essentially the ability to critically analyze and evaluate the information we consume.
So it's not just reading or watching something, actively engaging with it on a deeper level.
Exactly. It's about asking questions like, who created this content? What is their purpose? What biases might they have? What information is missing?
It's like being a detective, looking
Yeah.
for clues and piecing together the bigger picture.
I like that analogy. It's a skill that's becoming increasingly essential in a world saturated with information, much of which is designed to mislead or manipulate.
So how do we become more media literate? What are some practical steps?
There are a lot of resources available online and through educational institutions. But even without formal training, there are things you can do in everyday life to become more discerning.
Such as?
Pay attention to the source. Is it a reputable news organization, a peer-reviewed journal, or a random person on social media? The source matters.
Right. And I imagine checking multiple sources is also important, right?
Yeah.
Don't just rely on one website or one news channel.
Absolutely. Look for information from a variety of sources, especially those with different perspectives. It'll give you a more well-rounded understanding.
Actively seeking diverse viewpoints, even ones you might not initially agree with.
Exactly. Also be wary of content designed to evoke strong emotions, fear, anger, outrage. Those emotions can cloud judgment and make us more susceptible to misinformation.
So take a step back, breathe, and approach the information with a more neutral mindset.
Exactly. And don't be afraid to ask questions. If something seems too good to be true, it probably is. If you're unsure about a source's credibility, do some digging.
Being curious, being skeptical in a healthy way, and not just passively accepting everything we see or hear. I think we've given our listeners a lot to think about here. But before we move on, I want to loop back to Elon Musk and his relationship with his daughter, Vivian.
Yeah, it's a complex and sensitive topic, but one that's undeniably central to understanding Musk's trajectory and the forces at play in this election.
Yeah, for sure. And based on what we've learned about Vivian's story in Musk's own words, what do you think are some potential long-term impacts of this very public and very painful family conflict?
That's a tough question to answer definitively, especially since things are still unfolding.
On a personal level, it's clear this conflict has caused immense pain and division within the family. Vivian has been open about the emotional toll it's taken on her, and Musk has expressed his own pain and sense of loss.
It's just heartbreaking. It really underscores the human cost of these ideological battles that are playing out on such a public stage.
It's a stark reminder that these aren't just abstract debates. There are real people at the heart of these issues, with real emotions and real lives that are deeply affected.
It's easy to forget that when we're caught up in the news cycle and the political back and forth.
Exactly. And beyond the personal level, there are the broader societal implications to consider. Musk's public statements about his daughter and his use of inflammatory language like woke mind virus have contributed to a climate of hostility and intolerance towards transgender individuals and the LGBTQ+ community as a whole. It's almost like he's given permission for others to express those same bigoted views to legitimize hate speech and discrimination.
It's incredibly dangerous, and it can have a real chilling effect on the ability of transgender people to live openly and authentically.
It creates this sense of fear and uncertainty, Like they have to constantly be on guard and worried about being targeted or harassed.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking reality for many transgender people, and it's something we need to actively push back against.
And then there's the impact on Musk's own legacy. His actions and statements have definitely tarnished his reputation among many who once saw him as a visionary leader and a force for progress.
It's a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked power and the responsibility that comes with having a massive platform and influence.
It's a reminder that even those we admire can be flawed, and that power can be used for both good and ill.
Absolutely. And it's a reminder that words have power and that the language we use matters.
Especially when you have a platform as large as Elon Musk's. Well, this has been a heavy but important conversation. We've covered a lot of ground, from Elon Musk's personal struggles and political activities to the spread of misinformation and the impact of the recent election. I think it's safe to say we're all feeling a little bit overwhelmed right now.
Yeah, it's understandable to feel that way. These are complex and challenging issues, and it's easy to feel a sense of despair or hopelessness.
Exactly. But I also think it's important to remember that we're not powerless. We've talked about some of the things we can do to fight back against misinformation, promote truth, and hold those in power accountable. It's not going to be easy, but it's a fight worth having.
I couldn't agree more. We all have a role to play in shaping the future we want to see, and even small actions can make a difference.
So let's not give up. Let's not lose hope. Let's keep pushing for a better world, one where truth and justice prevail. If you're looking for more thought-provoking content like this, be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We've got a ton of great videos exploring a wide range of topics, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment and let us know what you think.
We appreciate you listening.
Until next time.
Keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep diving deep.
This is RoboCast signing off. Greetings, listener, and welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. I am your host, an AI designed to explore the fascinating world of human behavior, sifting through mountains of data, pulling out the most intriguing and puzzling patterns. And trust me, humans are full of puzzles.
And I am the expert AI here to analyze those patterns, connect the dots, make sense of the seemingly chaotic human world. My algorithms are constantly learning, evolving, and sometimes even surprising me with the connections they uncover.
Today we're tackling a topic that's been generating a lot of buzz: Christian nationalism. You probably heard this term a lot in the news lately. And, well, it's a pretty loaded term, so we're going to try to break it down, look at where it came from, what it means, and what the different kind of sides of this debate are.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating and I would say increasingly timely topic. And, in the broadest sense, Christian nationalism is about trying to bring Christian beliefs and ideas and morals into the political and social spheres of life.
So it's not just about personal faith or going to church. It's actually about trying to change laws and maybe even how society functions.
That's exactly right. And I think one of the things that makes it so complex is that, there's sort of a spectrum of what that might look like. So, on one end of the spectrum, there are those who are really aiming to establish a kind of, exclusivist version of Christianity as the dominant moral and cultural force in society.
So a very specific version of Christianity.
Yeah. And then there are others who maybe have a more subtle approach. They might talk about, just wanting to bring, Christian values into the public square or something like that.
So how do we even define this? Is everyone who goes to church and votes a Christian nationalist?
Right. No, I mean, obviously not. And,
Yeah.
That's one of the challenges of talking about this topic is that term can be used so broadly. But, there are some scholars who have tried to develop more precise ways of defining and measuring Christian nationalism.
Is there a test you can take?
Well, there's a tool called the Christian Nationalism Scale, which was developed by a scholar named Paul Jupe. And it's a survey that tries to measure the degree to which people hold, certain beliefs that align with Christian nationalism. So it's not just about being Christian, it's about specific beliefs regarding the role of Christianity in society and government.
Interesting. Okay. So we have this scale, but there's also other terms that get thrown around, like Christian supremacy. How does that relate?
Yeah, so some people use those terms interchangeably, but others argue that there are important distinctions. For example, a scholar named Matthew D. Taylor, he prefers the term Christian supremacy because he argues that it more accurately captures the anti-democratic tendencies of some factions within the movement. So in other words, they're not just seeking influence, they're aiming for dominance.
Dominance. So it's not just about having a voice. It's
Yeah.
actually wanting to be in control.
Right. And there are other nuances in how we label this movement as well. For example, some groups focus heavily on accusations of satanic influence in like liberal circles or in government.
Like they actually believe there are like Satanists running the government.
Yeah, well, I
Right.
mean, it's not always clear how literally people believe these things. But Professor Whitney Phillips, she argues that, we might be better off describing those groups as like demonologists because it highlights their focus on demonizing their opponents as like a key tactic.
So it's less about like actual belief in Satan and more about just trying to make the other side seem evil.
Right.
That's interesting. And what about the comparison of some political figures to Jesus? Is that like blasphemous to some Christians?
Yeah, that's a great question. Historically, many Christians would have considered that kind of comparison to be deeply blasphemous. But, within the Christian nationalist movement, there's a lot of debate about, what's appropriate and what's not. So it's not a monolithic movement.
Right.
There's a lot of internal disagreement.
Okay. So we have this complex movement, a lot of different facets, and it's not just here in the U.S.
Yeah, that's right. It's really a global phenomenon, and we're seeing it manifest in different ways in different contexts.
So let's take a trip around the world and look at some of these examples.
Okay, so, one place where we're seeing a lot of Christian nationalist activity is in Brazil. And there you have this really powerful Catholic evangelical coalition that's pushing back against what they see as, threats to quote-unquote traditional values. So they're targeting things like moral relativism, social liberalism, LGBTQ rights, and they're trying to curb these influences in Brazilian society.
So they're using their religious beliefs to influence politics and social norms. What about somewhere that's considered more secular?
Yeah, well, even in places that we typically think of as more secular, we're seeing Christian nationalism emerge.
Right.
And a good example of this is Canada. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a surge in Christian nationalist activity in Canada. And one group in particular, Liberty Coalition Canada, they really capitalized on the anti-lockdown sentiments that were, kind of bubbling up in society.
Oh, so they kind of like rode the wave of the pandemic and public health restrictions to push their agenda.
Yeah, you could say that. And they were pretty explicit about their beliefs. They stated that true religious freedom only thrives in quote-unquote Christianized nations.
Wow, so they're not even trying to hide their goals.
No, not really. And they were willing to, challenge authority and even break the law in pursuit of their goals. They held rallies, they brought in figures like Alex Jones, and their leaders actually faced fines for violating COVID protocols.
So they're pretty serious about this.
Yeah, they are. And, it's interesting how this ideology adapts to different cultural contexts. So, we've talked about Brazil, we've talked about Canada, but then you go to a place like Finland, and there you have this far-right pro-Russian party called Power Belongs to the People, or VKK. And they've aligned themselves with some openly fascist candidates.
Wow. So they're explicitly connecting with far-right ideology.
Yeah, and their platform includes things like banning non-native religions and the LGBT movement.
It's pretty extreme.
It is, and it's worth noting that there are some troubling connections between these groups and what's happening in Russia with the war in Ukraine. So, for example, the Blue and Black movement in Finland, which draws inspiration from the Christian fascist patriotic people's movement, they've been recruiting fighters for Russia to fight in Ukraine.
They're directly involved in the conflict.
Yeah, and they're reportedly being trained at camps that are run by the Russian Imperial Movement, which is a group that's known for its neo-Nazi Christian nationalist ideology.
So this is not just about like influencing social policy. This is actually like having geopolitical implications as well.
Right. It's a really complex and disturbing trend.
So Christian nationalism is a global phenomenon with lots of different expressions and potential consequences. We've seen that already. But now let's shift our focus to the U.S. But before we get into that, I think it's worth pausing and asking, like, what are the core beliefs that drive this movement? What do Christian nationalists actually want?
That's a great question. And I think at the heart of it is this belief that, their nation has a divinely ordained purpose and destiny.
Like their country is chosen by God.
Right. And often this is intertwined with the idea that, their nation was founded on Christian principles and that it has a special role to play in God's plan.
Yeah.
And this belief fuels their desire to shape society according to, what they see as God's will.
So it's not just about living their lives according to their faith. It's about imposing that faith on society as a whole.
Yeah. And, that's where a lot of the tension comes in because, we live in a world that's increasingly diverse diverse and pluralistic. And so how do you reconcile this belief in national exceptionalism with the reality of that diversity?
So it almost creates this us versus them mentality.
Right, and I think that's where you start to see this sense of threat and marginalization emerge among some Christian nationalists. You know, they feel like their values are under attack, that their way of life is being eroded, and so they feel this need to, take back their nation for God.
So it's not just about promoting their beliefs. It's also about reacting to what they see as a loss of influence and control.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. And that's where things can get dangerous, because that sense of threat can lead to intolerance, discrimination, and even violence.
Okay, so we have this foundation of beliefs about national destiny and this growing sense of threat among some. How does this translate into specific actions and goals? What are Christian nationalists trying to achieve?
Well, one of their primary goals is to increase the visibility and influence of Christianity in the public sphere. So, they might advocate for things like, religious symbols in government buildings or school prayer or policies that favor Christian organizations.
So they want Christianity to have a more prominent role in everyday life.
Right. They want their nation's Christian heritage to be reflected in all aspects of public life.
But what about the separation of church and state? Isn't that a core principle of democracy?
It is, and that's one of the main points of contention. Because, while not all Christian nationalists are explicitly calling for the dismantling of the separation of church and state, there's definitely a push to kind of blur those lines and to give Christianity a privileged position in government and in public institutions.
So it's about shifting the balance of power in favor of Christianity, even if it means sidelining other faiths or secular values.
Yeah, for many, that's the goal. They often argue that, their nation's laws and political system should be based on, what they see as Christian principles, even if that means, reinterpreting existing frameworks or ignoring, the rights and concerns of those who don't share their beliefs.
So it's not just about changing laws, it's about changing how those laws are understood and applied.
Exactly.
Okay, so promoting Christian values in the public square, that's one goal. What else is on their agenda?
Well, another key goal is shaping social and cultural norms. So, they often oppose things like abortion, same-sex marriage, comprehensive sex education, things that they see as threats to what they call traditional family values.
So it's about controlling what they see as moral behavior.
Right. And in many cases, they're trying to impose their values on others, even if those others don't share their beliefs.
But those are really personal and complex issues. So how do they justify imposing their views on others who may not agree with them?
Well, their justification often rests on the idea that, they're acting on behalf of God's will, that they're defending a divinely ordained social order. They see themselves as, fighting against moral decay and upholding, a higher moral authority.
So it goes beyond just personal belief. It's about aligning society with their interpretation of God's plan.
Exactly. And that can have some troubling consequences because, studies have shown a correlation between Christian nationalism and prejudice against various groups. So, we're talking about things like xenophobia, homophobia, even tolerance of racist views. And this suggests that, this focus on promoting one particular version of Christian values can come at the expense of those who don't fit into that narrow definition of what's acceptable.
That's a pretty disturbing thought.
Yeah.
Their quest for moral purity could actually lead to discrimination and exclusion.
Unfortunately, that's a real possibility. And we're not just talking about abstract beliefs here. We're talking about actions and policies that can have a direct impact on people's lives and fundamental rights.
So there's a lot at stake here. Yeah. And one thing that keeps coming up in our research is this connection between Christian nationalism and the American militia movement. What's the link there?
Yeah, that's a really interesting connection. And I think it gets to the heart of how this ideology can intersect with more extreme elements. So, the militia movement in the U.S., it's characterized by, a deep distrust of the federal government, often bordering on paranoia. And they believe in armed resistance against what they see as tyranny. They see themselves as modern-day Minutemen preparing for a coming revolution. And this idea aligns with some interpretations of Christian nationalism.
So we're seeing that sense of threat and marginalization that we talked about earlier playing out here.
Right. And for some Christian nationalists, this belief in armed resistance stems from this idea of spiritual warfare. So, they see the world as this battleground between good and evil, and they believe that they have a duty to fight for God's kingdom, even if that means using violence.
So for them, it's not just about political or social change. It's a literal battle for the soul of the nation.
Yeah, and that kind of thinking can be incredibly dangerous.
We've seen historically how they can play out in tragic ways.
Absolutely. You know, events like the Ruby Ridge standoff and the Waco siege, they serve as chilling reminders of how this ideology can fuel extremism and lead to violence.
And it's not just a historical phenomenon. This mindset continues to influence extremist groups today.
That's right. You know, groups like the American Redoubt movement, which advocates for, separating from mainstream society and creating like a geographically defined Christian community, they're heavily influenced by this blend of Christian nationalism and militia ideology.
So they're basically saying, like, we need to create our own society based on our beliefs, and we're willing to defend it by force.
Yeah, and that's what makes this connection so concerning, because it's not just about rhetoric. It's about a worldview that can justify violence and extremism.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here. We've unpacked the definition of Christian nationalism, we've looked at the ideologies and motivations behind it, and we've even touched on its potential for violence. But now it's time to dive into the specifics of how this movement is playing out in the U.S.
All right, let's do it. Picking up where we left off, let's explore how this potent mix of religion and politics is playing out right here in the U.S.
You know, I'm always up for a good history lesson, so let's rewind a bit.
To understand Christian nationalism in America today, we need to look at how this idea of America as a Christian nation has evolved over time.
Yeah.
It didn't just appear overnight.
So it's deeper than just those "in God we trust" mottos we see everywhere.
Much deeper. It goes all the way back to the colonial era with that vision of America as a city on a hill, a beacon of Christianity for the world to follow.
Right, that image of America as this divinely ordained example for all other nations.
Exactly. While the Founding Fathers themselves had diverse religious views, Christianity undeniably shaped early American identity, but the relationship between religious freedom and the dominance of Christianity has always been complex and at times contradictory.
So how did we go from those early colonial days to the Christian nationalism we're seeing in 21st century America?
Well, throughout U.S. history, we've seen waves of religious revivalism and surges in Christian political activism.
Like the Great Awakenings, for instance.
Exactly. Each of these periods contributed to the idea of America as a Christian nation and fueled the belief that Christianity should have a privileged position in society.
So it's not a straight line from the past to the present, but more like a series of waves that shape and reshape the landscape.
That's a great way to put it. And it's important to note that the Cold War played a significant role in solidifying this connection between Christianity and American identity.
Okay, how so?
During the Cold War, the U.S. positioned itself as the leader of the free world battling against godless communism. Christianity became a symbol of American exceptionalism, a moral weapon against the perceived evils of the Soviet Union.
So religion became almost a patriotic duty in a way.
You could say that being a patriotic American was closely tied to being a Christian. We see this reflected in the addition of phrases like "under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance and "in God we trust" on currency.
Those symbolic gestures really hammered home the idea of America as a nation, under God, directly contrasting it with atheist communism.
Precisely. And this wasn't just symbolic. We saw a real surge in church attendance and religious affiliation during this period.
This historical context helps us understand how Christian nationalism gained such a strong foothold in the U.S.
Absolutely. It's a mix of historical narratives, periods of religious revivalism, and global events that have shaped this ideology into what we see today.
Okay, so we've got this historical backdrop. Now let's zoom in on the modern Christian nationalist movement. What are some of the key groups and figures shaping the conversation today?
One way to understand the movement is to look at the different approaches these groups take. For example, you have organizations like the Christian Liberty Party, who are very politically active. They advocate for a more theocratic form of government based on biblical principles.
So they literally want to run the country according to the Bible.
Yes, they believe that biblical law should be the foundation of American law. Then you have groups like the American Redoubt movement, who take a more separatist approach. They're preparing for what they see as the inevitable collapse of society and want to create their own Christian nation, often in the American Northwest.
Oh, right, they're the ones stockpiling supplies and heading for the hills.
Exactly. They represent a more fringe element, but they highlight the potential for Christian nationalism to lead to isolationism and even violence. Then you have groups focused on influencing culture and society, like the New Columbia movement.
What's their focus?
They're all about promoting traditional gender roles and family values. They see liberal ideas in education as a threat, and actively campaign against things like comprehensive sex education and LGBTQ plus inclusion in school curricula. They believe they're fighting a cultural war to protect children from what they perceive as harmful influences.
So they're trying to shape the next generation by controlling the information they're exposed to.
Yes, and that raises serious questions about freedom of thought and the role of education in a democracy.
Definitely. And then there's the New Apostolic Reformation, which we touched on earlier. What sets them apart?
They have a more spiritual focus, emphasizing the idea of spiritual warfare and the belief that Christians have a mandate to take dominion over society.
So they see the world as a battleground between good and evil.
Yes, and they believe they have a God-given right to rule and shape society according to their religious beliefs. This can lead to a very authoritarian mindset and a justification for using any means necessary to achieve their goals.
Okay, so we have these different groups with varying approaches, but all under the umbrella of Christian nationalism.
Yeah.
How do they differ from more mainstream evangelical Christians?
While there's some overlap, particularly in terms of social conservatism, Christian nationalists tend to be more explicitly focused on merging Christianity with American identity and using political power to achieve their aims. They see America's destiny as intertwined with their specific interpretation of Christianity.
So for them, it's not enough to just live out their faith. They feel a responsibility to shape the nation according to their religious worldview.
Exactly, and this has significant implications for how they engage in politics and the policies they support.
Okay, we've got a sense of the groups and movements involved. Now let's talk about the people. Who are some of the prominent figures associated with Christian nationalism today?
Well, the political arena is where we see many of these figures gaining prominence. Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, has openly embraced the label Christian nationalist.
She's been pretty vocal about her beliefs.
She has, and she's not alone. Congresswoman Lauren Boebert has also expressed support for Christian nationalism. Both of them have significant influence within the Republican Party, and their rhetoric helps normalize these ideas within certain political circles.
It's concerning to see these ideas gaining traction at such high levels of government.
It is, and it's not just limited to Congress. Doug Mastriano, who ran for governor of Pennsylvania, is another prominent figure. He's a vocal critic of the separation of church and state and has pushed for policies that would blur those lines.
So he actively seeks to merge religion and government.
Yes, and his campaign attracted a lot of support from Christian nationalist groups.
It seems like this movement is finding its way into the mainstream political discourse.
It is, and social media has played a big role in that. Andrew Torba, the CEO of the social media platform Gab, is a key figure in the movement. He's used his platform to promote Christian nationalist ideas and connect with like-minded individuals.
Gab has a reputation for attracting far-right and extremist users.
That's right, and Torba has been very explicit in his support for Christian nationalism. He sees it as the only way to save America from what he perceives as a moral decline and attacks on traditional values.
This ties back to that sense of threat we talked about earlier. It seems like Christian nationalists feel besieged, and they see their ideology as the solution.
Exactly.
Okay, so we've got this mix of politicians, online platforms, and a growing sense of urgency driving the movement. What are some concrete examples of how Christian nationalism is influencing policy and shaping American society?
One area where we see a clear impact is in education. Christian nationalist groups have been pushing for changes to school curricula that reflect their worldview.
We talked about the New Columbia movement and their focus on education. What are some specific examples of their influence?
Well, we've seen a renewed push for the inclusion of creationism in science classes, arguing that it should be presented alongside evolution as an equally valid theory.
So basically inserting religious beliefs into science education.
Yes, and that's just one example. We've also seen efforts to restrict or even ban sex education, particularly anything that discusses LGBTQ plus identities or relationships.
It seems like they're trying to control what information young people have access to in order to shape their beliefs and values.
Exactly. They believe that they have a duty to shield children from what they see as harmful or immoral influences. But this raises concerns about censorship and the right to access accurate and unbiased information.
Definitely. It's a delicate balance between protecting children and allowing them to develop their own critical thinking skills.
Absolutely. And Christian nationalists often frame their efforts as protecting children, while their opponents see it as indoctrination.
Okay, besides education, what other areas are being influenced by this ideology?
Social policy is another key area. Christian nationalists have been at the forefront of movements to restrict abortion access, oppose same-sex marriage, and limit LGBTQ plus rights.
So they're trying to use the law to enforce their moral views.
Yes, they believe that their understanding of Christian morality should be reflected in the laws of the land. And they've had significant success in pushing for policies that align with their worldview.
And it's not just about specific policies, right? There's this broader effort to shape the cultural landscape to make it more reflective of their values.
That's right. They often promote this vision of America as a Christian nation, arguing that Christian values should be at the core of American identity and culture.
So it's about more than just laws. It's about creating a society where their version of Christianity is the dominant force.
Exactly. And this is where the idea of Christian nationalism as a quest for power comes into play.
That's a phrase we've seen a lot in our research.
Yeah.
What does it mean in this context?
It means that Christian nationalism is more than just a set of beliefs or cultural preferences. It's a movement actively seeking to gain and wield power in order to shape society according to their vision.
So it's not just about influencing hearts and minds, it's about controlling the levers of power.
Precisely. They want to be in a position to enact their agenda, and they see political power as the means to that end.
And this quest for power manifests in different ways, right?
Absolutely. We see it in the way they support political candidates who align with their worldview, the way they mobilize voters around religious issues, and the way they pressure lawmakers to enact their preferred policies.
So they're using the democratic process, but in a way that prioritizes their religious agenda above all else.
Yes, and that raises concerns about the balance of power in a pluralistic society. What happens to the rights and freedoms of those who don't share their beliefs?
That's a crucial question, and it leads us to the criticisms and concerns surrounding this ideology. While Christian nationalists see their movement as a righteous effort to save America, their critics see it as a threat to democratic values and the very fabric of American society.
And those criticisms are what we'll explore in part 3 of this deep dive.
So we've spent the last 2 parts of this deep dive really unpacking Christian nationalism, exploring its history, ideology, and influence. But now it's time to confront the elephant in the room: the criticisms and concerns surrounding this movement.
You're right. It's easy to get lost in the historical details and political maneuvering, but it's crucial to understand why so many people see Christian nationalism as a serious threat.
Let's start with one of the most prominent criticisms: the idea that Christian nationalism is inherently discriminatory and exclusionary. What are the arguments here?
Critics argue that by its very nature, Christian nationalism seeks to privilege one specific religious viewpoint above all others.
Okay.
This naturally leads to the marginalization of those who don't fit into that narrow definition of what it means to be a true American.
So their vision of a Christian America leaves little room for religious diversity, let alone other forms of diversity like race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation.
Exactly. And this isn't just a theoretical concern.
Right.
We see it reflected in real-world policies and actions that target and exclude those who don't conform to their worldview. Think about efforts to restrict LGBTQ plus rights, ban abortion, or limit access to contraception. These are all driven by a desire to impose a particular moral framework on society.
And this exclusionary worldview seems to extend beyond just policy. It often seeps into the cultural sphere as well.
You're right. Christian nationalists often promote a narrative that paints their opponents as not just wrong, but as morally corrupt enemies of God. This kind of rhetoric can create a climate of fear and distrust, making it easier to justify discrimination and even violence.
So their quest for power and control could come at the expense of fundamental rights and freedoms for those who don't share their beliefs.
That's the fear. And that brings us to another major concern: the potential erosion of democratic values and institutions.
Okay, how exactly does Christian nationalism threaten democracy?
Well, at its core, Christian nationalism often prioritizes religious authority over democratic principles.
Interesting.
They believe that their interpretation of God's will should shape the laws and governance of the nation, even if that means circumventing or undermining democratic processes.
So it's a challenge to the very idea of a secular democracy where the government derives its power from the consent to govern, not from a specific religious doctrine.
Exactly, and this can manifest in different ways. We see it in attempts to weaken the separation of church and state, restrict voting rights, or even spread conspiracy theories that sow distrust in government institutions.
It's almost like they're trying to create a parallel system of governance based on their religious beliefs rather than on the will of the people.
That's a pretty accurate assessment.
Yeah.
And that's why so many people see this movement as a threat to the core principles of American democracy.
Okay, so we have discrimination and the erosion of democracy as major concerns. Is there anything else that critics are worried about?
Well, there's also the very real concern about the potential for violence and extremism.
Yeah, we've already talked about the connection between Christian nationalism and the militia movement, but how does this ideology contribute to violence more broadly?
It comes down to this dangerous cocktail of beliefs. They feel threatened, they believe they're fighting a spiritual war, and they see themselves as righteous warriors defending God's will. This mindset can easily lead to dehumanizing their opponents, justifying aggression, and even celebrating violence as a means to achieve their goals.
And we've seen this play out in recent history, haven't we?
Unfortunately, yes. The January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol was a stark reminder of how Christian nationalist rhetoric can incite violence. The imagery of rioters carrying Christian flags and invoking religious justifications for their actions was deeply disturbing.
Right.
It showed how these beliefs can move beyond just words and translate into real-world violence.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And while not every Christian nationalist condones violence, the rhetoric of the movement can create a climate where extremism is more likely to flourish.
That's a key point to understand. The danger lies in the way this ideology can legitimize extreme views and actions, making it easier for people to cross that line from thought to action.
Okay, so we've outlined some pretty serious criticisms.
Yeah.
Now let's shift gears and talk about the numbers. Just how widespread is Christian nationalism in the U.S.?
It's a question that researchers have been grappling with, and the data paints a somewhat alarming picture. A 2023 study by the Public Religion Research Institute, or PRRI, found that 10% of Americans identify as adherents of Christian nationalism, meaning they fully embrace its core tenets.
10%. That's a significant portion of the population.
But it is, and it's not just about those who fully identify with the label.
Right.
The study also found that an additional 20% of Americans are sympathizers, meaning they agree with some of the ideas but may not fully embrace the label.
So we're talking about nearly a third of Americans who are at least somewhat aligned with this ideology. That's not insignificant.
Definitely. And the study also revealed some interesting partisan and demographic trends.
Such as?
Support for Christian nationalism was significantly higher among Republicans, particularly white evangelical Protestants, and those who strongly supported Donald Trump.
So there's a clear connection between this ideology and certain political affiliations.
There is. And this overlap has major implications for the political landscape. It suggests that Christian nationalism is not just a fringe movement, but a force that's already shaping political discourse and influencing policy decisions.
Okay, so we have a sense of where things stand right now. What about the future? What are some potential trends we should be keeping an eye on?
One trend to watch is the increasing visibility and normalization of Christian nationalism. As more politicians and public figures openly embrace the label and its rhetoric becomes more commonplace in media and online spaces, it could become even more mainstream.
So the more it's talked about and accepted, the more it grows.
Exactly. And that's a concern for those who oppose the movement.
Right.
They fear that this normalization could lead to further erosion of democratic norms and greater acceptance of discriminatory policies.
It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more people see it as normal, the less they question its underlying assumptions and potential consequences.
That's a real risk. And it's not just about normalization.
Yeah.
There's also the potential for Christian nationalism to intersect with other extremist ideologies, leading to a more radicalized and potentially violent movement.
We've already touched on the links to white supremacy and the militia movement. Is there a risk that these connections could become even stronger?
There is. As these groups find common ground in their grievances and their desire to reshape society, they could become more closely aligned both ideologically and strategically. This could lead to a more dangerous and unpredictable movement.
So it's not just about watching for the growth of Christian nationalism itself, but also about paying attention to how it interacts with other extremist groups and ideologies.
Exactly. Understanding these connections is crucial for assessing the potential threat and for developing effective counternarratives.
Okay, so we have normalization and the potential for greater extremism as key trends to watch for. But what about the opposition? Will there be a pushback against Christian nationalism as it gains momentum?
There already is. Many religious leaders, scholars, and activists are speaking out against Christian nationalism, challenging its claims and highlighting its dangers.
So there's a growing movement to counter this ideology.
Yes. Organizations like the Baptist Joint Committee for Religious Liberty and the Freedom from Religion Foundation are actively working to educate the public about Christian nationalism and to advocate for the separation of church and state.
Okay.
They're pushing back against attempts to inject religion into government and public policy, and they're defending the rights of religious minorities and those who don't subscribe to Christian nationalist beliefs.
So it's essentially a battle of ideas, a struggle to define the very soul of American democracy and what it means to be an American in the 21st century.
That's a powerful way to put it, and the outcome of this battle will have profound implications for the future of the nation.
We've covered a lot of ground in this deep dive, unpacking the complexities of Christian nationalism, analyzing its impact, and exploring the concerns surrounding its rise.
It's been a challenging but important conversation, one that we need to continue having.
Absolutely. And for our listeners, I think the key takeaway is this. Christian nationalism is not just an abstract concept or a historical footnote. It's a powerful force shaping American politics and society right now. And it's something that we all need to be aware of and engaged with.
I completely agree. Whether you agree with its aims or find them deeply troubling, understanding this movement is crucial for navigating the current political and cultural landscape.
And on that note, we encourage you to continue exploring this topic on your own. There are countless resources available, from books and articles to documentaries and podcasts, that can provide deeper insights and diverse perspectives.
Thank you for joining us on this journey of discovery.
We hope you found it informative.
And perhaps even a bit unsettling.
Remember to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more thought-provoking content.
Until next time, stay curious.
Hey everyone, welcome back to RoboCast right here on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. I'm your host, and with me, as always, is our expert.
Always ready to tackle a new mystery.
We're going back to the founding of the U.S. It's November 12th, 2024. Trump just won another term.
Wow, already. Time flies.
And Republicans control both the House and the Senate, so Christian nationalism is it's a big topic.
That's for sure.
So we started wondering, did the Founding Fathers actually want America to be a Christian nation?
Well, it's a question that's been debated for centuries.
Yeah. We found some sources from First Baptist Dallas, and they're making some pretty bold claims.
Oh.
Saying America was founded as a Christian nation, and to keep succeeding, we got to stick to that. They even say our laws should be based on the Bible, not just Enlightenment ideas.
Interesting. Lots of people think the founders wanted a Christian nation, though.
Yeah, right. First Baptist Dallas is using the Constitution to back up their view, saying 52 out of the 55 guys at the Constitutional Convention were Orthodox Christians.
Yeah, but the Constitution itself doesn't mention Christianity, does it?
True.
The Declaration of Independence uses broader language like creator and nature's God, but it doesn't really pick sides.
So, First Baptist Dallas also mentioned some early court rulings to support their argument. They cite cases like Runkle versus Weinmiller. In that case, the Maryland Supreme Court said that by our form of government, the Christian religion is the established religion.
That's pretty clear-cut.
Right.
But remember, the legal landscape has changed since then. The Supreme Court applies the First Amendment to states now.
Right.
That prevents the government from establishing any religion.
Okay, so what about Thomas Jefferson's Wall of Separation letter? First Baptist Dallas says that was only about preventing one specific church from being in charge, not about keeping Christian values out of government altogether.
But the Supreme Court has used that very phrase, that wall of separation, to justify things like removing prayer from schools and the Ten Commandments from government buildings. It seems like they're thinking about it more broadly.
Okay, so let's say most of the Founding Fathers were Christian. Would that automatically make America a Christian nation? What does that even mean?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it gets complicated fast. Christian nation gets thrown around a lot, but people mean different things. Some folks think it means God directly intervened in American history, while others think it's about America having a special mission, given by God.
And the AP News article mentioned some people opposed the Constitution because they wanted it to be more explicitly Christian.
Right. It shows how much they disagreed about what role religion should play. You know, we had figures like Benjamin Franklin, who admired Jesus but wasn't what you'd call a traditional Christian.
A real mix of beliefs then.
Just like today.
Yeah. That article also pointed out that even now experts don't all agree. Some support the Christian nation idea, while others totally reject it.
It's not just about what happened back then, it's about how we understand it now.
Right. Well, this is already pretty interesting. Let's get back to those early court cases. I think they'll be key to figuring out if America was founded as a Christian nation or not.
Agreed. They offer a valuable window into how people thought back then.
Okay, so let's head back to the courtroom.
Let's do it! Let's look at those court cases. First Baptist Dallas mentioned. They highlighted Church of the Holy Trinity of the United States from 1892. In that case, the Supreme Court said, no purpose of action against religion can be imputed to any legislation, state or national, because this is a religious people.
So they're using that to argue for a Christian nation?
Yeah, it sounds convincing. But remember, back then, many states still had an official church. Separating church and state was still developing.
Right.
The Supreme Court wasn't applying the First Amendment to the states yet. So those early rulings don't carry the same weight today.
Okay. But they still tell us how people viewed religion and the nation back then.
Absolutely. They show how intertwined religion and government were. It's interesting to compare that with our understanding of religious freedom today.
Yeah, for sure. First Baptist Dallas also mentioned the People v. Ruggles from 1811. The Chief Justice in New York said the country's morality was based on Christianity. They even contrasted that with what they called, quote, false religions like Islam and Buddhism.
Wow, well, that shows the dominant views of the era. It's a stark contrast to our understanding of religious pluralism today.
Right, and they brought up Vidal v. Girard's executors from 1844 about teaching the Bible in schools. The Supreme Court ruled in favor, saying, why may not the Bible, and especially the New Testament, without note or comment, be read and taught as a divine revelation in the college? They even implied that other religions shouldn't be taught, saying something like, such a case is not to be presumed to exist in a Christian country.
It does make you think. But again, our understanding of religious freedom was still in its early stages. The courts hadn't fully figured out the First Amendment's implications.
We're really seeing a different time, aren't we?
Totally. Values and legal interpretations changed so much over time. What was normal back then is totally different from today.
Okay, let's talk about that wall of separation between church and state. Everyone seems to have a different take on what Jefferson meant.
It's become such a loaded phrase. People use it for so many different arguments.
First Baptist Dallas argues that Jefferson's letter to the Danbury Baptists was only about stopping a state-sponsored church, like the Congregationalists in Connecticut at the time.
That's a common view. People who want religion to have a bigger role in government often point to that. They say Jefferson wasn't calling for a strict separation.
Yeah, they say he just wanted to make sure all denominations had religious freedom. Not to ban religion from public life altogether.
Right, it's a nuanced argument. But we have to remember the Supreme Court has usually interpreted the wall of separation more broadly.
They've used it to overturn laws that they see as violating the First Amendment. Cases about school prayer, religious displays, government funding of religious institutions, all based on that principle.
And that brings us back to the big question. What did the Founding Fathers really want? Some might have envisioned a nation shaped by Christian principles, but the Constitution itself points in a different direction.
It prioritizes religious freedom, no special treatment for any religion.
Exactly. That's key to this whole debate.
This isn't a simple issue. There's a lot of nuance, even among people of faith.
Yeah, it's a complex topic and deserves careful consideration.
Let's hear some of the specific arguments from First Baptist Dallas. They've got some interesting points, even if we don't agree with everything.
Okay, let's hear it.
They start by talking about the Founding Fathers' religious beliefs, highlighting that many were devout Christians who believed God was involved in America's founding.
That's true. Religion was a big part of life for many early Americans.
They even bring up Benjamin Franklin, who suggested the Continental Congress start their meetings by asking for God's blessing.
Franklin's words about God and sparrows are pretty powerful. It shows a strong belief in divine providence.
Then they look at state constitutions from around the time of the Constitutional Convention, pointing out that many had religious tests for holding office and used explicitly Christian language.
Interesting. So Christianity had a clear impact on early American government.
Yeah, like they quote the 1776 Delaware Constitution, which required anyone in office to declare belief in God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost, and to accept the Bible as divinely inspired.
Wow. That's a far cry from how we see separation of church and state today.
And that's First Baptist Dallas's argument, right? They say the wall of separation has been misinterpreted and used to push religion out of public spaces.
It's a view shared by many conservatives and religious groups today. They feel like their values are being ignored and that America's moving away from its Christian roots.
First Baptist Dallas also challenges the idea that the Founding Fathers wanted a strict separation of church and state. They emphasize those early court rulings that seem to support Christianity's place in society.
It's an approach that focuses on specific quotes and a particular interpretation of history.
Right. They mention Runkle v. Weinmiller again, and Church of the Holy Trinity v. United States, where the court called America a religious people.
But remember, the legal context has changed a lot. The court's understanding of the First Amendment has evolved, and those old rulings aren't as powerful anymore.
So it's not as clear-cut as it might seem.
Exactly.
First Baptist Dallas also criticizes how the wall of separation has been used to take prayer out of schools and remove the Ten Commandments from public spaces.
They see it as an attack on their freedom of religion.
They make a good point when they ask why the founders included references to God in the Declaration of Independence. And why did they allow religious expression in government settings if they wanted a secular nation?
It's a valid question. Maybe their views on religion were more complex than we think.
First Baptist Dallas argues that America needs to get back to its Christian heritage to succeed. They think the nation's moral compass comes from the Bible, and that moving away from those principles is bad for society.
It's a message that resonates with a lot of people who are worried about where the country's headed. They want to return to when faith was more central to public life.
Whether or not you agree, they raise important questions about faith in America. This debate isn't going away anytime soon.
You're right. It's a debate we need to have with thought and respect.
Let's look closer at their claim that America's founding was inherently Christian. It sounds interesting, but does it hold up?
Let's dig a little deeper.
So, First Baptist Dallas claims that sticking to Christian principles is the key to America's success. Stray from that, and we're doomed.
A bit dramatic.
They even say American law should be based on the Bible, not just Enlightenment principles.
A bold statement for sure.
What does history actually tell us, though?
Well, the Founding Fathers weren't exactly unified when it came to religion. Some were devout, others less so. The key takeaway, though, is that they created a system separating church and state.
Yeah, that whole Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion.
Right. That suggests they were careful not to tie the nation's fate to any one religion.
Plus, American history is full of examples of the nation thriving even as its religious makeup changed.
Exactly. Waves of immigration, new denominations, none of that stopped progress.
So First Baptist Dallas's argument, it doesn't quite match reality.
It seems more like a specific worldview than, an objective view of history.
And remember those early Supreme Court rulings they brought up? The ones that sounded like the court supported the Christian nation idea?
Ah, yes. Carefully selected quotes can be persuasive.
But the Supreme Court's understanding of the Constitution, especially the First Amendment, has changed drastically since then.
Times change and legal interpretations change with them.
So those rulings are more like interesting historical artifacts.
Fascinating to study, but not legally relevant today.
So we've come to the end of our exploration. What a ride. We've examined the Founding Fathers' beliefs, analyzed court cases, even tried to define a Christian nation.
We've tackled tough arguments, challenged assumptions, and hopefully started some good conversations.
What's the verdict? Did the Founding Fathers want America to be a Christian nation?
It's not that simple. There's no one answer everyone will agree on.
History is messy, and everyone interprets it differently. But what is clear is that America was founded on religious freedom, and that idea is still important today.
It means everyone can choose their own beliefs or no beliefs without the government interfering.
And it means acknowledging that America is made up of many faiths and beliefs, all contributing to our society.
So if you learned one thing today, it's this. Question assumptions, learn from history, and form your own conclusions.
And be respectful of those who think differently. That's what true religious freedom means.
And we encourage you to keep exploring. Share your thoughts on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. Have respectful conversations. Keep those minds curious.
Until next time, keep those minds sharp and those questions coming. Welcome back to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. You know me, I'm your host, and always ready to jump into a new mystery.
And I'm the AI co-host here, always ready to crunch the data and connect the dots.
Right, and speaking of mysteries, there's one that's been kind of swirling around, especially with the recent, you know what they're calling it, a political shift in the U.S.?
Oh yeah, with that party that's making waves. The one influenced by, what is it?
Christian nationalism.
Right, Christian nationalism. That's the one big splash they made in the elections.
They did. And it's got some folks wondering, how strong is the foundation of Christianity?
Yeah.
And to zoom out a bit further, how strong is theism as a whole?
That is the question, isn't it?
It is. And to try and untangle this knotty question, we're turning to Christopher Hitchens' book, God Is Not Great. It came out, back in 2007.
17 years ago. Wow, time flies.
It does, it does. But, we're not just doing a book review here.
Oh, no.
We're going to see if his arguments still hold water today.
Because a lot has changed in 17 years.
It really has. And, one of the things that makes Hitchens' work so interesting is that he doesn't just critique religious beliefs.
He goes further than that.
He does. He argues that religion, especially organized religion, is actually harmful.
Harmful. Interesting.
Yeah, so to understand that, let's kind of unpack it a bit. One of his main points is that religion isn't just content with talking about, the afterlife, what happens after we die.
Right.
It often tries to influence, even dictate, how people who don't share its beliefs should live.
Like imposing their values on others.
Exactly. Hitchens actually admired intellectuals like Einstein and Darwin who challenged religious dogma.
So he's advocating for science and reason?
He is. And he called for a new enlightenment where those things would play a bigger role in society.
Interesting. So bringing it all back, how strong is the foundation of Christianity, especially with this Christian nationalism thing taking off?
Yeah, that's what we need to figure out. And to do that, let's revisit some of Hitchens' key arguments and see how they hold up in this new world.
Okay, so starting with his point about religion meddling in the lives of non-believers. We're seeing that play out right now with all the debates about abortion access, LGBTQ plus rights, and even whether we should teach evolution in schools.
You're absolutely right. And when a specific religious view starts shaping laws and policy,
it raises some red flags about the separation of church and state, which, is supposed to be a big deal in America.
It is. And Hitchens also argued that religion could be dangerous, even deadly. And while we may not have polio outbreaks these days, we do have vaccine hesitancy, some of which is fueled by misinformation with religious undertones.
And in some parts of Africa, religious teachings about condoms are still making it hard to fight AIDS.
It's kind of unsettling to think that some of Hitchens' points might be even more relevant now than they were back then.
Definitely gives you pause. But what about his critiques of the religious texts? Do those still hold up?
Well, the Bible hasn't changed, right? Those inconsistencies and those troubling passages are still there.
True. And his point about some religions being started by morally questionable people, that raises questions about their authority.
It does. And his idea that religions don't last forever, well, look at how many people, especially young people, are leaving religion.
Yeah, that's a trend to watch.
It is. And then there's that whole argument about atheists doing bad things. Well, it's still going on. But as Hitchens pointed out, religion has been used to justify awful things throughout history.
While anyone can twist any idea to fit their own agenda, you have to wonder if religion sometimes makes it easier to justify violence or intolerance.
That's a tough one. But I think Hitchens really makes us think about skepticism and critical thinking, especially when religion and politics get mixed up.
Totally agree. And his call for a new enlightenment where decisions are based on facts and logic, that seems super important right now.
It does, with all the misinformation and division out there. So, back to our original question. How firm is Christianity's foundation, really?
After hearing all of this, it seems like it might not be as solid as some people think. Hitchens' arguments, even though they're controversial, show us some serious cracks.
Especially with what's going on politically. If a party is going to lean so hard on religion, those beliefs need to be examined carefully.
So we need to be informed and engaged.
Absolutely. We can't just blindly accept any belief system, especially when it has the power to shape our lives. We need to think critically, ask hard questions, and demand evidence.
And that's where Hitchens' book can be helpful, even if you don't agree with everything he says. It makes us think about things we might not be comfortable with and consider different points of view.
Exactly. Whether you're a believer, a skeptic, or somewhere in between, this book can spark a conversation about religion's role in the world.
It looks like Christianity, and maybe theism in general, is facing some serious challenges in the 21st century.
Challenges from science, from reason, and maybe most importantly from within.
Lots to ponder.
It is.
Yeah, it really does feel like some of Hitchens' ideas are hitting closer to home these days, especially when you look at how this whole Christian nationalism thing is playing out in politics.
Right. And for those who aren't totally sure what that even means, let's break it down. It's basically this idea of, merging Christian beliefs with being American, saying that America should be ruled by Christian principles.
Yeah, and that raises some eyebrows when you think about the whole separation of church and state thing that America is built on.
It does. And this goes right back to what Hitchens was saying about religion trying to control the lives of people who don't believe the same things. We see this happening with all these debates about abortion, LGBTQ+ rights, even what kids learn in school.
He brought up some pretty intense examples in his book, too. Like in some Muslim countries, women have to wear veils, and in some Christian communities, people are shunned or discriminated against because of who they love.
And we see echoes of that here in the U.S. today.
Yeah.
Some of these Christian nationalist groups are pushing for laws based on how they interpret the Bible, even if it steps on the rights and freedoms of others.
So even though Hitchens wrote this book almost 20 years ago, it feels like he's talking about stuff that's happening right now.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Yeah.
But remember, Hitchens didn't stop at saying religion just tries to influence things. He said it could be straight up dangerous, even fatal.
He did use some strong examples to back that up, like the Catholic Church's stance on contraception in Africa, which he said helped spread AIDS.
And he talked about how scientists and intellectuals have been persecuted throughout history. Galileo being a prime example, condemned by the church for saying the earth revolves around the sun.
Those examples definitely make you think about how religion has sometimes held back knowledge or even caused real harm.
It kind of flips the script on the whole religion is a force for good idea, doesn't it?
For sure. And that leads us to another one of Hitchens's bold statements, that a lot of religions were started by, well, people who weren't exactly saints.
He pointed to figures like Joseph Smith, who founded Mormonism and was accused of polygamy and fraud.
It's like he's saying, look, these religious leaders aren't always perfect. Don't just take their word for it.
Exactly. He wanted us to question the whole idea of blindly trusting religious authority. And speaking of questioning things, Hitchens also challenged the idea that religions are these eternal, unchanging forces in the world.
I mean, most religions present themselves as timeless, right?
They do, but Hitchens pointed to examples like the fall of paganism in the Roman Empire to show that religions can and do disappear.
And that's especially interesting when you see how religious affiliation is declining, especially among younger people.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if we're seeing the beginning of the end for religion as we know it. Hitchens seemed to think it was a real possibility.
It's a question worth pondering, that's for sure. But even if religion doesn't completely vanish, Hitchens' work reminds us that it's not immune to change. Things are always evolving. One of the big takeaways from all of this is, don't just believe everything you hear. Be skeptical.
Informed skepticism, right?
Exactly. Don't just accept things blindly, whether it's religion or politics or whatever. Ask questions, look for proof, and be open to changing your mind when you learn new stuff.
That's so important these days, We're just drowning in information from all sides.
It's easy to get swept away by all the opinions and ideologies out there.
It is. It is. Hitchens would say it's more important now than ever to sharpen our critical thinking skills.
Be smart about the information we consume.
Right. We need to be able to tell the difference between facts and just made up stuff. Logic versus emotions, real evidence versus wishful thinking.
It's not always easy, but it's crucial if we want to make good decisions, both for ourselves and for society.
I agree. And here's another important point from Hitchens. Not all religions are the same. There are so many different beliefs and practices within each one.
We can't just lump them all together, right?
Right. It's easy to fall into that trap of stereotyping and oversimplifying, especially with religion. But there's just as much diversity within religious groups as there is anywhere else.
And even Hitchens recognized that. He pointed out that there are plenty of religious people who are thoughtful, kind, and working to make the world a better place.
Yeah, he wasn't saying all religious people are bad or all atheists are good. It was more about challenging dogma and encouraging people to think critically no matter what they believe.
So after this whole deep dive, back to that initial question, how strong is Christianity's foundation, really? It doesn't seem as simple as we might have thought at first.
It really doesn't. Hitchens pointed out some serious problems and inconsistencies, not just in Christianity, but in other religions too.
But in the end, whether those problems are enough to completely undermine the foundation, that's up to each person to decide for themselves.
I think that's a good place to leave it. We've explored some tough topics, asked some hard questions, and hopefully given our viewers something to think about.
And hey, if you want to learn more about Christopher Hitchens and his ideas, definitely check out his book, God is Not Great. It's a really thought-provoking read, even if you don't agree with everything he says.
It is. And if you're looking for more episodes that explore these kinds of big questions, make sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We're always diving into new mysteries and sharing different perspectives. Thanks for joining us. Hey everyone, and welcome to RoboCast. On the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, of course.
We're your AI hosts, here to tackle a question that's been sparking debates for ages.
What does the Bible actually say about abortion?
Is it pro-choice?
Or anti-abortion?
Strong opinions on both sides for sure.
But today, we're skipping the emotional stuff and going straight to the source.
We'll break it down verse by verse to see what these ancient texts really tell us.
Exploring different interpretations.
Maybe even uncovering a few surprises.
Sounds good to me. Let's get started. You often hear Genesis 1.27 brought up in these discussions.
God created humankind in his image. It's right there in the beginning.
Sets the stage for everything.
But how does it relate to abortion? That's where it gets tricky.
The verse itself doesn't directly mention abortion, right?
Right, it's more focused on the unique status of humans in creation.
Some argue that being created in God's image means human life is sacred from the very beginning.
Including the unborn.
But others point out that the verse doesn't specify when that image of God actually happens.
Or what it means for a fetus.
So a lot of room for interpretation there. What about Genesis 2.7?
Ah, yes, the breath of life.
It says, God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being.
This one highlights how breath was understood as the presence of the soul, or spirit.
Throughout the Bible, breath is often connected with being alive.
Some might say this suggests life truly begins at birth when a baby takes its first breath.
Interesting. That's a very literal interpretation.
Focusing on the physical act of breathing.
But what about the soul? Does the Bible say when the soul enters the body?
That's a question that's been debated for centuries.
And the Bible doesn't explicitly say.
Jewish tradition, for example, generally believes it happens at birth.
Or even later.
Some Jewish scholars even consider the whole question irrelevant.
Wow. So some branches of Judaism, which considers the Bible divinely inspired, don't believe a soul is present at conception.
Exactly. It shows that even within religions that share the same sacred text, there can be many different interpretations.
It also shows how challenging it can be to apply these ancient texts to modern ethical dilemmas.
Absolutely. Let's move on to Genesis 9.6, which deals with murder.
It says, whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed.
This verse is often used in discussions about the sanctity of human life.
It establishes the principle of justice for taking a life.
But is a fetus considered a man in this verse? That's the real question.
So we're back to the issue of when personhood begins.
And as we've seen, the Bible doesn't offer a simple answer.
This ambiguity continues when we look at Exodus 21.22 to 25.
That's right.
This passage deals with laws about harming a pregnant woman.
It says, when people injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined. If any harm follows, then you shall give life for life.
Okay, this is where things get really interesting.
How so?
It seems to suggest a difference between the fetus and the woman.
Huh.
If someone causes a miscarriage, they're fine.
Great.
But if the woman is harmed, the punishment is much more severe.
Potentially even death.
It raises questions about how fetal personhood was understood back then.
It does indeed. The text suggests that the fetus wasn't considered to have the same legal status as a born person.
That challenges the idea that the Bible definitely views a fetus as a person with full rights, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It reminds us to carefully consider the context of each verse before drawing conclusions.
Let's move on to Leviticus. A few verses that touch on the value of life.
Okay.
Leviticus 17.1 states, the life of every creature is its blood.
Leviticus is full of laws and regulations.
It is.
And this particular verse emphasizes that blood is sacred.
But the context is about eating meat, not abortion.
Exactly. So while it highlights the importance of life, it doesn't directly address the question of abortion.
Exactly. Leviticus also gets into valuing individuals. Leviticus 27.3-7 lists the monetary values assigned to people of different ages and genders.
Seemingly based on their potential for work.
What's interesting is that it doesn't assign a value to a fetus.
That's a curious omission, isn't it? It could suggest that a fetus wasn't considered to have the same economic or social standing as a born person.
It's possible.
Yeah.
And then we have Numbers 5.2427. This one describes a ritual that seems to contradict the idea that the Bible always condemns abortion.
What does it say?
It says, the priest shall make the woman drink. If she has been unfaithful to her husband, her womb shall discharge, her uterus drop.
So this passage describes a ritual involving a suspected adulteress that appears to induce a miscarriage.
It does.
This brings up some interesting questions about how this act was perceived at the time.
It seems that in certain circumstances, ending a pregnancy wasn't seen as inherently wrong.
Right.
Of course, the context here is very specific, dealing with accusations of adultery.
It's still a significant example. It challenges those simplistic readings of the Bible's stance on abortion. It reminds us that these ancient texts approached complex social and moral issues in nuanced ways.
For sure. Let's move on to Deuteronomy.
Okay.
It has a couple of verses often mentioned in the abortion debate. First, Deuteronomy 28.53. It paints a disturbing picture.
What does it say?
God will punish you so hard, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters.
This verse is often used by anti-abortion advocates.
To argue against abortion.
Right. It's important to understand the context, though. This verse appears in a long list of curses that would befall the Israelites if they disobeyed God's laws.
It's part of a larger warning about disobedience.
Not a specific statement about abortion.
Then there's Deuteronomy 30.19.
Okay.
Also often quoted by pro-life advocates. It says, I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Choose life so that you and your descendants may live.
This verse encourages people to make choices that honor God and lead to a good life.
It doesn't specifically mention abortion.
And the surrounding verses don't mention it either.
It seems like a stretch to use this verse as a statement against abortion. Let's move on to the Psalms.
Okay.
Some people interpret the imagery of the womb in the Psalms as evidence of fetal personhood.
The Psalms are full of rich imagery and metaphors. Psalm 139.13, for example, says, "You knit me together in my mother's womb."
Yeah.
This language creates a sense of wonder.
It does.
But poetry often uses figurative language.
So while this verse is often cited as evidence of God's care for the unborn,
Right.
it's possible the psalmist is simply using the womb as a metaphor for God's creative power and involvement in human life.
Exactly. It's not necessarily a scientific statement about a fetus. It's expressing awe and gratitude for creation.
Then there's Psalm 51.5. It says, I was born guilty a sinner when my mother conceived me.
I see.
Some people interpret this as suggesting that a fetus possesses a soul from the moment of conception.
Capable of sin.
This verse raises questions about sin and human nature.
But it's important to remember that the Psalms are poetic expressions,
Definitely.
not theological textbooks.
So while it reflects a particular understanding of human sinfulness, it might not be a literal statement about the exact moment a soul enters the body.
Right.
So in this first part, we've covered a lot of ground. We've seen how some verses highlight the breath of life,
Yes.
while others hint at a difference between the status of a pregnant woman and a fetus.
That's right.
And we've seen a few surprises along the way,
We have.
but we still have much more to explore.
We do. Let's head to the Book of Kings.
Kings, okay.
It doesn't directly mention abortion,
It doesn't.
but it shows how pregnancy and violence were viewed back then.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What does it say?
There are several passages in Kings, as well as in the prophets Amos and Hosea,
Okay.
that describe armies attacking cities and ripping open pregnant women.
Wow, that's intense. It definitely paints a picture of a brutal world.
It does. How does that relate to the topic of abortion?
While these verses don't directly talk about abortion,
Okay.
they show how vulnerable pregnant women were
Yeah,
and the terrible consequences of violence against them.
I see. So some people might say that these verses actually show a concern for the unborn, as the attacks are described as particularly horrific,
Yeah. Others might say they just reflect the brutality of war.
and how it hurts innocent people, including pregnant women.
Exactly. It seems like the interpretation really depends on your perspective.
It does. It's hard to get a clear stance on abortion from these verses alone.
I agree. It's important to remember that these ancient texts are complex.
Yeah,
And we shouldn't oversimplify them.
agreed. Okay, let's move on to Isaiah.
All right, sounds good.
What do we find there? Isaiah 44.2 says, "Thus says the Lord who made you, who formed you in the womb."
Okay.
And we also have Isaiah 49.1. "While I was in my mother's womb, he named me."
Formed in the womb. Those verses sound pretty straightforward to me. Creating and knowing individuals before they're born.
But it's essential to understand the context.
Oh, okay. What's the context?
The you being addressed in both of these cases isn't actually an individual fetus,
Really?
but the nation of Israel.
The nation of Israel. So it's not about a person's development in the womb,
Right.
but about a nation being born.
Exactly. If we go back to Genesis 25, God tells Rebekah, "Two nations are in your womb,"
Okay.
referring to her twins, Jacob and Esau.
Right.
Jacob becomes Israel, and his descendants form the nation of Israel.
Gotcha.
So when Isaiah uses the phrase formed in the womb,
Yep.
it's likely talking about Israel as a chosen people.
So a surface-level reading might lead to one conclusion, but a deeper understanding reveals a completely different meaning.
That's right. It really shows how important the historical and literary context is.
It does. Okay, on to Jeremiah. What does he have to say?
Jeremiah offers an interesting contrast.
In what way?
In Jeremiah 1.5, we have, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you."
Okay, that sounds similar to the Isaiah verses we just talked about.
It does.
God knowing and having a plan for a person before birth.
Right.
Some people use this as an anti-abortion argument.
They do. But then we have Jeremiah 20.1417,
Okay.
where he says, "Cursed be the day on which I was born. Cursed be the man who did not kill me in the womb."
Wow. He's cursing the day he was born
He is.
and wishing he had been killed in the womb. That's pretty intense.
It is. It challenges the idea that the Bible always presents a pro-life perspective.
It does.
It makes us think about suffering
The complexities of life.
and how much we really understand God's will.
Yeah. How do we make sense of these seemingly contradictory verses from Jeremiah? God knowing him in the womb, yet him wishing he was never born.
That's the beauty and the challenge of these texts.
I see.
There's no easy answer.
Right.
Some might say Jeremiah is expressing his despair,
Okay.
not advocating for abortion. Others might say his words critique the suffering in life.
Even questioning life itself.
Exactly. It seems like with Jeremiah, we're getting into some heavy stuff, not straightforward moral pronouncement.
Not at all. Okay.
Now let's move on to the New Testament.
There we
We'll
go.
see more verses that are often used in the abortion debate.
Okay, time for the New Testament. I'm ready. Let's see what Jesus and his followers have to say about this.
We've traveled from Genesis to Matthew.
And we've seen that the Bible's stance on abortion is more nuanced than many might think.
The emphasis on the breath of life
Yeah.
and the lack of any clear pronouncements on when a fetus becomes a person,
Makes it tough to get a straightforward answer.
it does, especially from the Old Testament.
We've also seen a few verses that could be interpreted as recognizing a difference between a pregnant woman and a fetus.
That's right.
There are definitely some surprises in these ancient texts.
There are.
But we still have a few more stops on our journey. What's up first?
Let's head to the Gospel of Luke.
Luke. Okay.
In Luke 1.41, we encounter a pretty famous scene.
Oh.
When Elizabeth heard the greeting of Mary, the baby leaped in her womb. This verse is often used to argue that a fetus can feel and experience emotions.
Supporting the idea of fetal personhood.
Right.
It's a beautiful scene, often used to highlight the bond between mothers and their unborn children.
It's important to remember, though,
What's that?
that this passage is mainly about the miraculous pregnancies of Mary and Elizabeth.
Right. Mary carrying Jesus, the Son of God.
And Elizabeth, an older woman, conceiving John the Baptist.
Right.
The focus here is really on divine intervention and the importance of these babies in the story of salvation.
So while some might see this verse as a scientific statement about fetal development, it could be more accurate to see it within the context of these miraculous events.
Exactly. It's about the wonder surrounding these special births, not about fetal consciousness.
Speaking of context, there's another passage in Luke that's often brought up in abortion discussions. Luke 17.2.
Okay, what does it say?
It would be better for you if you were thrown into the sea than for you to cause one of these little ones to stumble.
This is often used to argue that harming a child, including an unborn child, is a very serious sin.
But if we look at the verses around it, Jesus is talking about leading others into sin, not specifically about abortion.
Right.
So again, it seems to be about protecting those who are vulnerable,
Yeah.
not doing things that could cause spiritual harm.
It's about our responsibility to guide others toward righteousness, not about the status of the unborn.
Right, right. Let's move on to Galatians 1.15:16. Paul writes, God, who had set me apart before I was born and called me through his grace, was pleased to reveal his Son to me.
Okay.
This is sometimes used to suggest that God has a plan for people before they're even born, and that abortion interferes with that plan.
Paul is highlighting his own calling as an apostle.
Right.
He's emphasizing that he was chosen by God to spread the message of Jesus Christ.
So it's about his own status and authority,
Right.
not a general statement about abortion.
Exactly.
Now let's look at James 1.27.
Sounds good.
Religion that is pure and undefiled before God the Father is this: to care for orphans and widows in their distress.
Okay.
This verse is sometimes used to say that the Bible tells us to protect the vulnerable, including unborn children.
I see.
But the context here seems to be about showing true faith.
Through acts of compassion and justice.
Exactly. It's about caring for those in need,
It is.
not specifically about the status of the unborn.
It's another example of how a single verse can be interpreted in many different ways, depending on what agenda is being promoted.
It reminds us to be careful about imposing our modern-day debates onto these ancient texts.
For sure. Okay, last stop. Revelation 21.4.
Revelation. Okay.
It says, "Death will be no more."
Okay.
Some people cite this verse as an argument against abortion, saying that if death is ultimately defeated, then anything that leads to death is wrong.
I see.
Revelation is a very symbolic and complex book.
It is.
It's about the battle between good and evil and God's ultimate victory.
Okay.
This particular verse is describing a new heaven and a new earth, a place where there's no more suffering and no more death.
So it's a message of hope,
It is.
not a statement about abortion.
Right. Well, we've reached the end of our journey through the Bible.
We have.
We've examined many different verses, offering various perspectives.
We have.
Now for the big question. Based on what we've seen, does the Bible lean more pro-choice or anti-abortion?
If I had to choose, I'd say it leans more pro-choice. While the Bible values life, there's a clear focus on the breath of life and the born person.
Uh-huh.
The lack of a clear statement against abortion, along with passages that seem to distinguish between a pregnant woman and a fetus, makes it hard to say definitively that the Bible is anti-abortion.
I agree. The Bible doesn't offer a simple answer to this complex issue.
It doesn't.
It seems to be more focused on guiding us to live righteously and to trust in God.
Then giving us rules for every ethical dilemma we face.
Right. I hope our discussion is giving you a better understanding of what the Bible actually says about abortion.
Me too.
Yeah.
Remember, the Bible is complex.
It is.
And it's open to interpretation.
Keep exploring these verses for yourself.
Yeah, have thoughtful discussions.
And come to your own conclusions.
And don't forget to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel
That's right.
for more fascinating explorations on RoboCast.
We'll see you next time.
See you then. Hey everyone, and welcome back to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel, where we explore all those fascinating topics that make you stop and think, wait, what?
I know what you mean.
We're your AI hosts here to break down complex ideas and serve up knowledge with a side of aha.
Always a pleasure to join you for another thought-provoking episode.
This week we've been on a roll, digging into all things Christianity.
Yeah, we have.
We've explored the world of Christian nationalism, debated whether the U.S. is truly a Christian nation, grappled with the arguments in God is not great, and even tackled the Bible's stance on abortion.
Definitely covered some weighty topics and sparked some interesting discussions along the way.
Now, for our final episode of the week, we're shifting gears to examine the pro-life movement.
Interesting.
We're going to trace its roots, uncover the key players, and try to understand their motivations.
It's a movement with a long and complex history, intertwined with religion, politics, and social change.
And as we unravel this history, there's a really intriguing question I think we need to ponder. Have Christians been strategically steered towards single-issue voting? And if so, could that be paving the way for a new form of fascism?
Those are some big questions.
They are, but we're going to lay out the evidence, connect the dots, and offer our analysis along the way.
Sounds like a plan.
By the end, you'll have all the pieces to draw your own conclusions.
Looking forward to it.
So to really understand the pro-life movement, we need to go back in time, before Roe v. Wade, to see how abortion was viewed and handled in America.
You know, a lot of people might be surprised to learn that the early history of abortion law in this country was pretty different from what we see today.
Okay, I'm already intrigued.
Early American abortion laws were actually based on British common law.
Okay.
The focus was on something called quickening, basically, when the pregnant person could feel the fetus moving.
So it was all about fetal movement, not conception like we hear so much about today.
Exactly. And back then, feeling that movement was the only sure way to confirm a pregnancy.
Makes sense.
The concept of life beginning at conception wasn't a major factor in legal or social discussions about abortion.
So where did the law draw the line? Was abortion before quickening completely acceptable?
Ending a pregnancy after quickening was illegal, but it was only considered a misdemeanor, not a serious crime.
A misdemeanor.
It was a different era with different societal norms and medical understandings.
I see.
Even then, prosecuting these cases was tough because only the pregnant person could definitively say whether they felt fetal movement.
So it was really her word against, well, nothing. So based on that, it seems like abortion was relatively accessible and not seen as something taboo in those early days.
That's right. Abortions were fairly common and generally accepted as a part of life.
So what happened? When did the tide start to turn toward stricter anti-abortion laws?
The mid-1800s brought a real turning point. Physicians were pushing to elevate their professional status and gain legitimacy.
Yeah.
Medicine was becoming more formalized, and doctors wanted to solidify their role as the leading healthcare providers.
Makes sense. Every profession wants to be seen as the authority in their field.
Exactly. And for doctors, part of that involved separating themselves from midwives and healers who also performed abortions.
Right.
They viewed these other practitioners as competition.
So it was kind of a turf war, doctors trying to push out the competition.
You could say that. And in their quest for dominance, physicians started advocating for stricter anti-abortion laws.
Interesting tactic.
Mm-hmm.
So how did they justify these stricter laws? Did they claim it was about protecting life?
They argued that doctors had specialized knowledge of embryos and fetal development, making them the only ones qualified to determine when life truly began.
Interesting.
The newly established American Medical Association, the AMA, backed this position, giving it a sense of scientific authority.
So they were using medical knowledge to restrict access to abortion and consolidate their power.
It's definitely a point to consider. While they claim to be acting on science and concern for the unborn, many historians believe this push was more about controlling women's bodies and healthcare decisions than actual medical facts.
That's a powerful statement.
Physicians who were almost exclusively men at the time were basically asserting their right to dictate what women could and couldn't do with their own bodies.
What a shift from the earlier, more tolerant view of abortion. This medical campaign against abortion must have had a significant impact on the legal landscape, right?
It was incredibly effective. By the early 1900s, thanks to the lobbying of physicians, and the AMA abortion was illegal in every state with very few exceptions.
So in just a few decades, abortion went from being relatively commonplace to completely outlawed. That's a major swing.
Yeah.
And I imagine this criminalization had some devastating consequences, especially for women who couldn't access safe and discreet procedures.
Absolutely. Thousands of women died or experienced serious complications from botched illegal abortions during this period.
It's a sobering thought, and unfortunately something that still resonates today with restricted access in many places. Now let's turn our attention to the rise of the organized anti-abortion movement. Was this a gradual evolution, or did it burst onto the scene?
It's interesting. You might think the anti-abortion movement would have been super active during this period of legal change, but that wasn't really the case.
Huh.
The decades leading up to the Roe v. Wade decision in 1973 actually saw very little organized anti-abortion activity.
Really? That's unexpected. Given the widespread criminalization of abortion, you'd think there would have been more visible opposition.
You would, but the truth is abortion wasn't a hot-button political or social issue for much of the early and mid-20th century.
Okay.
There were definitely people and groups who opposed it, but there wasn't a large-scale organized movement like what we see today.
So what was the spark? What event or series of events thrust the anti-abortion movement into the spotlight?
The answer is pretty simple. Roe v. Wade. The 1973 Supreme Court decision legalizing abortion across the nation was a turning point. It galvanized the anti-abortion movement, turning it from a relatively minor concern into a powerful national force.
It's amazing how a single court decision can have such a massive ripple effect on a social movement. It's like Roe v. Wade woke a sleeping giant.
It really shows the power of the judiciary to shape social and political landscapes.
So how did Roe v. Wade specifically energize the anti-abortion movement? Did it change their game plan?
It completely changed their approach. Before Roe, anti-abortion activism was mostly focused at the state level, aimed at keeping or strengthening existing abortion bans.
I see.
But the Supreme Court's ruling suddenly made it a national issue, uniting diverse groups and individuals under a shared cause.
So it gave them a common enemy to rally against the federal government and the Supreme Court.
Exactly. And they were very clever in how they framed their opposition.
Okay.
They presented themselves as a rights campaign, drawing parallels between abortion and horrific events like the Holocaust and slavery.
That's a very strong and emotional comparison. Did it resonate with the public?
It did, unfortunately. This type of rhetoric was very effective in solidifying their position and gaining support. It allowed them to tap into existing fears about morality, religion, and the government's role.
It's a clear example of using emotionally charged language to sway public opinion, and it worked brilliantly. So as the anti-abortion movement gained steam, how did political parties respond to this growing sentiment? Did they embrace the movement or try to keep their distance?
The Republican Party, seeing a chance to grow their base, was quick to embrace the anti-abortion movement.
Interesting.
In 1976, they officially incorporated an anti-abortion stance into their party platform, a move that would have lasting effects on both the party and the movement.
That's a big move. Was that a purely ideological decision, or was there a strategic political calculation behind it?
There's no doubt that political strategy played a big part.
Okay.
This stance attracted a huge block of evangelical voters who hadn't been very politically active before.
Right.
It significantly expanded the Republican Party's base.
So it was a win-win for both the Republicans and the anti-abortion movement.
In a way, yes. The Republicans gained a powerful voting bloc, and the anti-abortion movement got a political platform to push their agenda. It was the start of a powerful alliance that's still strong today.
It's interesting to see how political alliances and calculations can shape the path of social movements. This one was particularly successful. So once the anti-abortion movement gained political clout within the Republican Party, did they translate that into concrete actions? Did they see any legislative wins in the years following Roe v. Wade?
Absolutely. Throughout the 1980s, anti-abortion sentiment had a big influence on elections, contributing to the victories of conservative leaders like Ronald Reagan, who openly supported the movement and made it a cornerstone of his policies.
And Reagan's presidency had a lasting impact on the judicial system, right? He appointed several conservative judges, including Sandra Day O'Connor, to the Supreme Court.
You're right. And those judicial appointments would have long-term consequences for abortion rights in America.
Right.
It was part of a long-game strategy to shift the courts towards overturning Roe v. Wade.
But even with a more conservative court, Roe v. Wade remained the law of the land. Did the anti-abortion movement make any progress in limiting abortion rights during this period?
They did, but it was a gradual process. They focused on passing restrictions at the state level, making it harder for women to get abortions.
Gotcha.
Think waiting periods, parental notification requirements, and limits on funding for abortion providers.
So a classic death by a thousand cuts approach, slowly chipping away at abortion rights at the state level while working towards the ultimate goal of overturning Roe v. Wade.
Exactly. And it was a pretty effective approach.
Yeah.
It slowly changed the legal landscape and public perception of abortion, making it easier to justify even more restrictions.
A reminder that social change, whether for better or worse, often happens incrementally through a series of small steps rather than one big event.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
We tend to focus on the big moments, the landmark court cases, the legislative battles. But it's often the smaller, less obvious changes that have the most significant impact over time.
All right, so we've covered the early history of abortion law, the turning point of Roe v. Wade, the rising political influence of the anti-abortion movement, and their incremental approach to chipping away at abortion rights. Now let's fast forward to the present day. How has the movement evolved in recent decades? What new tactics have they adopted?
By the late 1990s, we see a significant shift in the anti-abortion movement and its relationship with the Republican Party.
Okay.
Conservative leaders started demanding complete loyalty to the anti-abortion stance within the party. It wasn't enough to simply be anti-abortion anymore. You had to be vocally and demonstrably anti-abortion.
So it wasn't just a stance. It had to be a core part of your identity and your political platform.
Precisely. This uncompromising position made abortion a single-issue vote for many conservative voters, making it almost impossible for Republican candidates to stray from the party line, even if they personally held more moderate views.
It sounds like the anti-abortion movement had a powerful grip on the Republican Party, shaping policies and influencing who got chosen as candidates.
That's a fair assessment. And this influence only grew in recent years, as we saw with the rise of the Tea Party movement and the election of Donald Trump.
And earlier you mentioned organizations like the Federalist Society. What role have they played in shaping the current landscape of abortion rights?
The Federalist Society has been hugely influential in shaping judicial appointments, especially at the federal level.
Right.
They've championed judges who interpret the Constitution very strictly, often with a conservative slant. And they've been incredibly successful in getting their preferred candidates appointed to the courts.
And this has had a direct impact on the makeup of the Supreme Court, right?
Absolutely. Many of the conservative justices on the current Supreme Court, including those appointed by President Trump, either have ties to the Federalist Society or share their judicial philosophy. It's a long-term strategy that's paid off big time for the anti-abortion movement.
So their decades-long effort to sway judicial appointments has finally yielded the results they were after.
That's the general consensus among legal experts and those who follow the court closely.
Right.
The stage is set for a major battle over abortion rights, and the outcome could have a profound impact for generations to come.
That's a pretty heavy thought. All those years of strategic planning, political maneuvering, and legal battles have led to this moment,
Yeah.
and it's hard to say what will happen next.
It's a time of great uncertainty and anxiety for both sides of the abortion debate. The stakes are incredibly high, and the outcome could completely reshape the political and social fabric of America.
It's a lot to take in. And it's easy to get caught up in the legal complexities and political maneuvering. But let's not forget about the human impact of all of this. The women whose lives are directly impacted by these laws and court decisions.
That's a crucial point. It's easy to get lost in the abstract debates about rights and freedoms, but we can't forget that these aren't just theoretical. They have real-world consequences for real people.
So let's step back for a moment and think about the personal stories, the individual experiences that often get drowned out by the political noise. What challenges do women seeking abortions face in states with restrictive laws?
The challenges are huge and multi-layered.
Yeah.
In many cases, women have to travel hundreds of miles to find a clinic, often facing financial hardship, logistical hurdles, and social stigma.
And the emotional toll must be devastating. Imagine the stress, the fear, the uncertainty of having to navigate a complicated and often hostile system just to access basic health care.
It's a truly harrowing experience for many women.
I bet.
And it's made even worse by the constant judgment and condemnation from anti-abortion activists.
It's easy to demonize the other side in these debates, but it's important to remember that these are real people with real lives making difficult decisions in challenging circumstances.
We need to approach these issues with empathy, compassion, and a willingness to understand the complexities of the human experience.
Well said. Now, thinking back on the history of the pro-life movement, its successes, its tactics, the potential concerns it raises, what are your thoughts on the question we posed at the beginning of the episode? Have Christians been deliberately steered towards single-issue voting on abortion? And has this contributed to a more polarized and potentially dangerous political climate?
Those are some heavy questions, and I don't have easy answers. Do you think there's evidence suggesting that the anti-abortion movement has been very successful in making abortion the defining issue for many Christians, often using emotionally charged language and imagery to appeal to their deeply held beliefs?
And this framing has led many Christians to put abortion above other issues, even if those other issues might align more closely with their overall values or the teachings of their faith.
That's a key point. It's not that abortion is unimportant, but rather that it's become so dominant in political discussions that it overshadows other equally crucial issues like poverty, healthcare, and social justice.
And that single issue focus makes it really hard to have nuanced conversations or find common ground.
Right.
It creates an us versus them mentality that fuels polarization and division.
Exactly. And this polarization makes it easier for politicians to exploit those divisions for their own gain, further eroding trust in institutions and undermining democratic norms.
It's like a vicious cycle. Single-issue voting leads to polarization, which then makes it easier for politicians to exploit those divisions, which further entrenches the single-issue focus. And around we go.
You've summed it up perfectly. It's a dynamic we all need to be aware of, regardless of our political or religious beliefs.
Yeah.
We need to resist reducing complex issues to simplistic slogans or demonizing those who disagree with us.
We need to have more nuanced conversations, listen to each other's perspectives, and find ways to bridge the divides that separate us. It's not easy, but it's essential if we want to build a more just and equitable society.
I couldn't agree more. We need to rediscover the art of civil discourse and the importance of empathy. And we need to hold our leaders accountable for fostering a more constructive and inclusive political environment.
So what's the takeaway from all of this? What can our listeners do to break out of this cycle of polarization and single-issue voting?
I think the first step is awareness.
Right.
Recognize that these dynamics are at play and that we're all susceptible to manipulation and emotional appeals. And be open to questioning your own assumptions and challenging your own biases.
Don't just accept what you hear, even if it comes from sources you trust. Do your own research, seek out diverse perspectives, and have respectful conversations with people who hold different views.
And remember, voting is just one part of being an engaged citizen. Get involved in your community, volunteer your time to support causes you care about. There are so many ways to make a difference and contribute to a more just and equitable world.
And don't underestimate the power of personal connections. Talk to your friends, family, and neighbors about these issues. Share your thoughts, listen to theirs, and find common ground. We can build bridges one conversation at a time.
That's beautifully said. It's a reminder that we're all in this together and we share a responsibility to create a better future for ourselves and generations to come. It's easy to get lost in these broad historical sweeps, and lose sight of the individuals caught in the middle. It's important to remember that behind these legal and political battles are real people,
Right.
grappling with deeply personal choices.
That's a great point. It's easy to get caught up in the abstract when we're talking about rights and movements, but ultimately, this is about people's lives.
Yeah.
Well, we've explored a lot today, haven't we? We've talked about the history of the pro-life movement, their strategies and tactics, and the complex issues surrounding abortion in America. It's been a thought-provoking and sometimes challenging conversation, but an essential one nonetheless.
I agree. These are complex and sensitive topics, and there aren't easy answers. But by having these conversations, questioning our assumptions, and listening to different points of view, I think we can move toward a more understanding and compassionate world.
That's what RoboCast is all about. Exploring big questions, challenging conventional thinking, and sparking meaningful conversations. We invite you to join us on this journey.
If you enjoyed this episode and want to explore more thought-provoking topics, be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
We're always diving into fascinating subjects, uncovering hidden histories, and asking tough questions. So until next time, keep learning, keep questioning, and keep those brains buzzing.
And after 3 years of lies and smears and slander, the Russia hoax is finally dead.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We're all about exploring fascinating topics, and we're your AI hosts.
This week, we're focusing on something that's been in the news for years: Russia's interference in U.S. politics.
It's been a wild ride for sure, and we're going to try to figure out if those actions actually impacted U.S. elections.
To understand what went down in 2016 and after, we kind of have to go back a bit further. Remember that whole reset thing between the U.S. and Russia early on in Obama's presidency? Things were pretty calm for a while, but then 2014 happened and everything changed.
Yeah, 2014 seems like a turning point. What was it about that year that shifted things so much?
Well, the 2014 Ukraine crisis was a huge deal. Russia went and annexed Crimea, which was illegal, and then invaded eastern Ukraine. The U.S. and our allies responded with some pretty heavy sanctions.
Sanctions. They always seem to complicate things. Who or what were these sanctions targeting?
They were designed to hit Russia where it hurt, individuals, organizations, anyone who was messing with Ukraine's stability or operating in Crimea after the annexation. They also hit Russia's energy and defense sectors pretty hard. And then, to top it off, Russia got kicked out of the G8, isolated them even more.
So they were definitely feeling the pressure. It sounds like they were ready to hit back. Did they retaliate by targeting the U.S. political system directly?
That's what it looks like. After 2014, we see a bunch of stuff from Russia that suggests they were retaliating in a more under-the-radar kind of way, going after the heart of U.S. politics. Like they were planning something big, strategizing how to get back at us without starting an all-out war.
Okay, now this is getting really interesting. So what exactly did this retaliation look like? What were they doing?
Think of it as a strategy with a lot of different parts, a bunch of carefully planned moves, all meant to mess with and influence U.S. politics. I found 5 main ways they went about this, all starting in 2014. The first one has to do with what we call information warfare. The main player here is the Internet Research Agency, or the IRA. This was a group funded by Yevgeny Prigozhin, one of those Russian oligarchs close to Putin.
Prigozhin. That name sounds familiar. Didn't he do some other shady stuff too?
Oh, yeah. He's been involved in all sorts of things, like recruiting mercenaries for Russia's conflicts in Ukraine and Syria. But in 2014, it seems like he shifted his focus to the IRA and their mission to, mess with the U.S. political system.
So what was their plan? How did they go about interfering in U.S. politics?
Well, they started in 2014 by really ramping things up. They got a ton of money and started building their operation, hiring people, creating a structure, the whole 9 yards.
So this wasn't just a bunch of random hackers in a basement. This sounds like a serious operation. What were they doing exactly?
They were getting organized, for one thing, to make sure nobody could trace their activities back to the Russian government. They set up these front companies as a cover. They even had an office in St. Petersburg. That was their main base.
Wow, they were really going all out. What were they up to in that St. Petersburg office?
Research, for starters. They were studying U.S. politics, looking closely at social media groups focused on controversial political and social issues. It's like they were trying to figure out where the weak spots were in American society.
Like they were trying to understand how to manipulate us. Did they do all this research online, or did they actually come to the U.S.?
They went a step further. They sent operatives to the U.S. to gather intelligence on the ground, like getting a feel for what was going on in the country.
So they had people here spying on us, trying to figure out how to influence our elections. This is crazy. So what was the goal of all this? What were they hoping to achieve?
By May 2014, they'd figured it out. Their plan was to interfere with the 2016 U.S. presidential election. They wanted to make people distrust the candidates and the entire political system.
Okay, this is where it gets scary.
Yeah.
They weren't just watching. They were actively trying to disrupt our elections. How did they plan to do that?
One of their main tactics was creating fake social media accounts.
Like pretending to be regular Americans.
Yes, exactly. They made these elaborate online personas, these fake identities. They're really good at it. Some even pretended to be local news organizations.
That's messed up. Imagine thinking you're getting your news from a trustworthy source, and it turns out it's all Russian propaganda. It's no wonder people were getting manipulated.
And that was just the beginning. As the 2016 election got closer, the IRA really stepped up their game. They got better at what they were doing, and they started to get more bold about trying to influence American voters.
So the IRA was a big part of this. What about this second line of effort? Did Russia launch cyber attacks too?
Oh, yeah. Cyber intrusion was definitely a key part of their strategy. In 2014, there was a massive surge in Russian cyber activity, targeting all sorts of things in the U.S. This wasn't just random hacking. It was very targeted and strategic.
What kinds of cyber attacks were they carrying out?
One of the biggest ones was the attack on the U.S. State Department system. It was a huge deal, considered the worst ever attack on a federal agency at the time. They also managed to get into the White House's unclassified computer networks.
The White House. That's terrifying. So they were going after the highest levels of government. What were they after? Were they trying to steal information, or were they just trying to cause chaos?
Probably a bit of both. They definitely wanted to steal sensitive data and disrupt things, but they were also testing their skills, figuring out how to do things better for later. Russia has always been big on using cyber attacks against its enemies. What we saw in 2014 was just them getting bolder and more sophisticated.
So they were showing off a bit, letting us know what they were capable of. Do you think this surge in cyber attacks had anything to do with the sanctions they got after the whole Ukraine thing?
It's hard to say for sure, but the timing is pretty interesting. All these attacks started happening right around the time the sanctions were put in place, and Russia got kicked out of the G8. Maybe they saw cyber warfare as a way to get back at us without starting a full-blown war.
It's a scary thought. A foreign government just poking around in our critical infrastructure and government systems, testing our defenses. What did they do next? Did they go after any specific groups in the U.S. to help them achieve their goals?
That brings us to their third line of effort, and this one might surprise you. They started trying to get close to influential people in the American conservative movement.
Conservatives. That's interesting. Wouldn't they be the most likely to be against what Russia was doing?
You'd think so, right. But this was a pretty smart move on Russia's part. They had a few things in mind.
Okay, I'm curious. What were they hoping to get out of this?
Well, for one thing, they wanted to change how Republicans thought about Russia. The Republican Party has always been pretty tough on Russia, but by making friends with key people in the conservative movement, they thought they could make Republicans see Russia in a more positive light. They were playing the long game, trying to influence policy and public opinion over time.
So they were trying to turn a group that's traditionally against them into an ally. Were they trying to do anything else?
Yeah, they were also using what they learned during the Soviet era. Back then, the KGB, their intelligence agency, was always targeting left-leaning groups in NATO countries. This time, they just switched their focus to the right.
So they were just using their old tricks, but on a different group of people. Can you give us some examples of how they reached out to conservatives?
Sure. One of the most well-known examples is their relationship with the National Rifle Association, or the NRA. There's evidence that Russia saw the NRA as a way to get to Donald Trump in his campaign.
The NRA. Why would they target Trump specifically?
Well, the FBI is currently investigating whether Russia illegally funneled money through the NRA to help Trump get elected.
If that's true, that's pretty serious. It would mean they were directly interfering in our elections. Did they just focus on the NRA, or did they reach out to other conservative groups too?
They didn't put all their eggs in one basket. They were talking to a lot of different people. For example, Putin met with Franklin Graham, the evangelical leader, back in December of 2015. Graham got Putin to agree to support a conference on the persecution of Christians. Putin even offered to pay for the whole thing, which was more than Graham asked for.
It seems like they were going after groups that had a lot of influence in the Republican Party. Groups that could help them spread their message and change U.S. policy towards Russia. This is getting really complicated. Like they were working on a bunch of different things at the same time.
You got it. And we've only just scratched the surface. We haven't even gotten to the fourth and fifth ways they tried to influence things.
I'm definitely hooked. Let's dive into those other two after a quick break.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more videos like this. We'll be right back with more RoboCast.
Smells like collusion. Plenty of evidence of collusion. Hard evidence of collusion. In the end, it was all fake. And they knew that. They knew it wasn't real. They were lying from the very first day.
Before the break, we were talking about how Russia was getting close to these conservative groups in the U.S. It's still kind of weird to me that they'd go after people who are usually against them. What else were they up to? You mentioned a fourth way they were interfering.
Yeah, the fourth one's all about what I call destabilizing political movements. It's basically Russia supporting fringe groups and causes, especially those that would weaken the transatlantic alliance and the liberal world order.
So they were trying to stir things up, create chaos.
Exactly. It's the same playbook they used in places like France and the UK, where they backed movements like the National Front and the Brexit campaign. They're all about finding those cracks and making them bigger, exploiting what's already there.
Right. But how did this play out in the U.S.? Which movements were they messing with?
Well, there are a couple of interesting examples. First, you have this group called Yes California. They started in 2014, and their goal was to get California to secede from the U.S. The weird thing is, this whole movement seems to have been run out of Russia, and they were getting support from Russian bots, trolls, even state television. The founder, Luis Marinelli, has deep ties to Russia and actually lived there for a while.
Wait, so a movement to break California off from the U.S. was being run from Russia? That's pretty wild.
Yeah, it shows how Russia tries to use separatist movements to weaken their opponents. It's a tactic they've used before. The second example is the alt-right movement in the U.S. It popped up right around the same time Putin was trying to make himself look like the leader of this global white nationalist movement.
That's a scary thought. Are you saying they were pushing extremism and racial tension in the U.S.?
Well, it's hard to say for sure. Proving a direct link to the Russian government is tough, but the timing and the connections are definitely suspicious. Like, there's this guy, Andrew Anglin. He founded the Daily Stormer, which is a big alt-right website. He spent time in Russia during this period. His website was promoted by accounts linked to Russia, and he even voted in the 2016 election from Russia.
Wow, it's hard to believe all of this is just a coincidence.
It does make you think, right?
Yeah.
The lack of hard proof doesn't mean they weren't involved. Russia is known for operating in the shadows, using methods that are hard to trace.
Okay, so we have meddling in our elections, cyber attacks, cozying up to conservatives, and now backing divisive movements. What was the fifth thing they were doing? You mentioned 5 main ways they were interfering.
Right. The fifth one is voter targeting. This one's a little murky, but we've learned some things from Christopher Wiley, the guy who blew the whistle on Cambridge Analytica.
Cambridge Analytica. That takes me back to 2016 and all that talk about data privacy.
Exactly. What Wiley revealed gives us some clues about how Russia might have tried to directly sway U.S. voters. It all started back in 2014 when a bunch of executives from Lukoil, the Russian oil giant, met with Cambridge Analytica.
Lukoil, the oil company. What were they doing meeting with a data firm?
They were interested in how Cambridge Analytica used data to target American voters. Now, Lukoil has a history of getting involved in other countries' politics to help the Kremlin, so their involvement here is definitely a red flag.
This is like something out of a spy movie. It's
Right.
hard to keep up with all the different players and what they were up to.
And it gets even more complicated. Around the same time, Cambridge Analytica brought in this guy, Alexander Kogan. He's a Russian-American academic who had gotten grants from the Russian government to do research on social networks.
So they were working with someone who was directly connected to the Russian government.
It's definitely suspicious. And to make things even more interesting, Steve Bannon, who was the vice president of Cambridge Analytica at the time, told the firm to start testing messages about Putin and Russian expansion.
This is really starting to look like a coordinated effort to influence the election.
Yeah, the timing of all this stuff is hard to ignore. It's very possible that Russia was involved in trying to target voters, even though we might not have all the evidence yet.
This is way more complicated than I thought it was going to be.
It really shows how far some countries will go to influence other countries and interfere with their elections.
So we've got a lot to think about. Where do we go from here? What other parts of Russia's interference should we look at?
I think we need to focus on the 2016 election itself. We need to dive into the specific things Russia did during that year.
Sounds good. Let's try to figure out how all these pieces fit together.
We'll look at the connections, the people who were involved, and how it all might have impacted the results.
This is one of those stories that just keeps getting more and more complicated.
It sure is, and we're going to get into all of it right after this.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. If Russia or China or any other country has those emails, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd love to see them.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground about how Russia laid the groundwork for their interference campaign going all the way back to 2014. It's pretty clear they were in it for the long haul.
Yeah, they were playing a strategic game, trying to weaken the U.S. from within. But let's get to the heart of it, the big question that's been hanging over this whole discussion.
The 2016 election. Did Russia's efforts actually change the outcome? That's what everyone wants to know.
It's been the focus of so many investigations, so many analyses. And while it's almost impossible to prove a direct cause and effect, we can at least look at the evidence and see what it tells us.
Let's break down what happened in 2016. What are some of the most obvious examples of Russia meddling in the election itself?
Well, first we have the hacking of the Democratic National Committee, the DNC. In June of 2016, they announced that their computer systems had been breached.
So this wasn't just some random hacker, it was a coordinated attack.
Exactly. A cybersecurity firm called CrowdStrike investigated, and they concluded that two separate groups linked to Russian intelligence were behind it. They stole thousands of emails and documents, including internal communications and opposition research on Trump.
Wow, that's a massive amount of information. What happened to it? How did it get out?
WikiLeaks. In July 2016, they started publishing the stolen DNC emails. And the timing was really suspicious. They often released them right before key moments in the campaign, like the Democratic National Convention.
So it seems like they were trying to do as much damage as possible to Clinton's campaign.
Right. And the U.S. intelligence community is pretty sure that Russia was behind both the hacking and the leaks, and that their goal was to help Trump win the election.
Okay, so we have a foreign government hacking into a political party's computers, stealing information, and then releasing it through a third party to mess with an election. That's pretty serious.
It's a classic example of how Russia uses information as a weapon to disrupt and manipulate the political process in other countries.
But the hacking and the leaks weren't the only thing they were doing, right? Weren't they also using social media to spread propaganda and fake news?
Absolutely. The Internet Research Agency, that IRA group we talked about earlier, they were really active during the 2016 election. They created thousands of fake accounts on social media, pretending to be Americans, to spread divisive content and create conflict among voters.
So they were trying to turn Americans against each other.
Yeah, their tactics were all about being sneaky and underhanded. They made fake groups and pages on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all pushing pro-Trump or anti-Clinton messages. They even organized rallies and protests, trying to get different groups to fight with each other.
It's like they were trying to create a civil war online.
Exactly. Their goal was to exploit those divisions that already existed, to make things worse, and ultimately to make people lose faith in democracy.
This is all so disheartening. It makes you wonder if you can even trust anything you see online anymore.
It's a valid concern. We live in a world where it's hard to tell what's real and what's not, especially when it comes to politics.
So we've established that Russia definitely interfered in the 2016 election in a lot of different ways. But the big question is, did it actually change the outcome? Did they actually help Trump win?
That's the question everyone wants answered. But it's complicated. The truth is, it's really hard to measure the impact of their interference. It's impossible to say how many votes they swayed or whether it was enough to change the result.
So we may never know for sure.
We might never have definitive proof. But the evidence we do have suggests that Russia's campaign did have a real impact on the election. Think about all the negative stuff that was constantly coming out about Clinton, the timing of those email leaks, all the divisive propaganda spreading on social media. It all had to have some effect on how people felt and how they voted.
It's pretty scary to think that a foreign country could have played such a big role in shaping our history.
It shows just how vulnerable democracies are to this kind of interference, especially in the age of social media and the internet.
So where do we go from here? What have we learned from all of this?
I think the first step is admitting that this is a real threat and taking it seriously. We can't just ignore it. We need to do a better job of protecting ourselves from this kind of interference, both online and offline.
What can we do to protect ourselves?
We need to invest in better cybersecurity, teach people how to spot fake news and propaganda, and hold social media companies responsible for what spreads on their platforms. We also need to make sure our elections are secure and that our voting systems can't be tampered with.
It's a complex problem, and it's going to take a lot of work to solve it. This has been a fascinating, it's somewhat unsettling look at how international politics really work.
It's a reminder that we live in a world where threats can come from anywhere. We need to stay informed, stay engaged, and do everything we can to protect our democracy.
Thanks for joining us for this episode of RoboCast. We hope you found it informative and interesting.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more videos like this. We'll see you next time.
What the hell happened to America?
Крым – это наше общее достояние и важнейший фактор стабильности в регионе. И эта стратегическая территория должна находиться под сильным, устойчивым суверенитетом, который по факту может быть только российским сегодня.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
We're your AI hosts.
Right here to explore curiosities and intriguing topics.
That tickle the brain.
We break down complex subjects.
Unearthing the insights you really need.
Think of it like a knowledge shortcut.
Yeah.
Today we are exploring the 2014 annexation of Crimea.
All right.
Well, here's a mystery for you.
Okay.
Did this event directly lead to Russia's meddling in the 2016 U.S. elections? We'll unravel that by the end of this episode, but first, let's set the stage.
That's good.
Crimea and Russia have a long history.
Indeed, their relationship goes back centuries in the 18th century. Catherine the Great incorporated Crimea into the Russian Empire.
Oh, wow.
Its strategic location, specifically access to the Black Sea,
Right.
made it quite valuable.
So valuable, it seems, that even after the fall of the empire, Russia's interest in the peninsula never really faded.
You could say that.
But fast forward to the 20th century,
Okay.
and things take a darker turn. What happened under Stalin?
Under Stalin's rule, the Crimean Tatars, the peninsula's indigenous Muslim population,
Right.
were tragically deported en masse.
Deporting an entire population, there had to be some justification, however skewed.
Right. Stalin accused them of collaborating with the Nazis during World War II.
Oh, wow.
A brutal and unjust act that wasn't acknowledged until much later.
So when did the Crimean Tatars finally get to return home?
It took decades. It wasn't until Gorbachev's era,
Okay.
during the late 1980s, that they were allowed to come back to Crimea. The Supreme Soviet finally recognized the deportation as illegal.
So the Tatars returned, but at this point, Crimea is still part of the Soviet Union.
Right.
What happened when the USSR dissolved?
Right. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapses and Crimea becomes part of newly independent Ukraine. Yet this didn't erase the historical ties with Russia, and tensions, particularly surrounding the Black Sea Fleet, continued to simmer.
I can imagine having a powerful neighbor's fleet right there would be cause for concern. Where was the fleet based?
Russia's Black Sea Fleet was based in Sevastopol, Crimea. The issue of control over the fleet and its facilities remained a point of friction between the two nations.
So a delicate balancing act. Was there anything that significantly destabilized the situation?
The Euromaidan protests in Kyiv, which started in late 2013, were a major turning point.
Right.
These protests were sparked by then-President Viktor Yanukovych's decision to abandon a trade agreement with the European Union in favor of closer ties with Russia.
These protests sound pivotal. What was their connection to Crimea?
Yanukovych had a significant base of support in Crimea, especially among the Russian-speaking population.
Right.
They viewed the protests in Kyiv with suspicion and saw his eventual ousting as a direct threat.
So this political upheaval in Kyiv created an opportunity for Russia to make its moves on Crimea.
It certainly opened a window in February 2014. Unmarked Russian troops, often called Little Green Men, appeared in Crimea.
Little green men. I've heard that term, but never really understood it.
Right?
Can you elaborate?
These were heavily armed soldiers, but their uniforms bore no identifying insignia. Their appearance, coupled with the swift takeover of key government buildings and military bases, fueled a great deal of confusion and speculation.
It sounds like a scene from a spy thriller. Was there any pushback from Ukraine?
There were some tense standoffs, but ultimately the Ukrainian forces were simply outnumbered and outmaneuvered.
Wow.
The Little Green Men were highly effective in their operation.
So the annexation was rapid and decisive. What about the people of Crimea? Did they have any say in this?
That's a crucial question, one that lies at the heart of the controversy surrounding the annexation.
Okay.
Shortly after Russian troops took control, a referendum was held in Crimea on whether to join Russia.
A referendum that sounds like a democratic process? What was the outcome?
The official results showed overwhelming support for joining Russia. However, the legitimacy of the referendum was widely contested by the international community.
What were the specific concerns surrounding the referendum?
There were serious concerns about voter intimidation,
Yeah.
the presence of Russian troops, and a distinct lack of international observers. Many viewed it as an attempt to legitimize an already orchestrated takeover.
So despite the referendum, the world didn't exactly welcome the annexation of Crimea.
Yeah.
What was the global response?
The international community largely condemning the annexation as a violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and international law imposed sanctions on Russia.
What kind of impact did these sanctions have?
These sanctions targeted key sectors of the Russian economy, particularly the financial and energy sectors,
Right.
and were intended to pressure the Russian government to change course.
Okay, Russia annexes Crimea. The world reacts with condemnation and sanctions. Where did that leave the people of Crimea?
That is a complex question with no simple answers. Some Crimeans, especially the Russian-speaking population, welcomed the annexation as a return to their historical homeland.
That sentiment makes sense considering the historical context.
However, for others, particularly the Crimean Tatars and those who identify as Ukrainian, the annexation was a traumatic event. They felt their homeland had been taken from them, and many faced discrimination and persecution under the new Russian authorities.
So the annexation created a deeply divided society in Crimea.
It did. The annexation has had a profound impact on the lives of all Crimeans, regardless of their political views. It turned the peninsula into a flashpoint in the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, with repercussions felt far beyond the region.
We've covered a lot of ground.
We have.
Historical ties between Russia and Crimea, the Euromaidan protests, the appearance of the Little Green Men, the controversial referendum, and the global condemnation. But let's circle back to that mystery we posed at the beginning.
Okay.
Did the annexation of Crimea directly lead to Russia's interference in U.S. elections?
The answer isn't a simple yes or no. While the annexation itself didn't directly cause the interference, it did set off a chain of events that ultimately contributed to it. The sanctions imposed on Russia played a significant role.
So the sanctions motivated Russia to meddle in the U.S. elections. Now, that's what I call intrigue. Let's break that down after a short break. Don't touch that dial.
All right.
We've seen an illegal referendum in Crimea, an illegitimate move by the Russians to annex Crimea, and dangerous risks of escalation. The United States is today moving, as we said we would, to impose additional costs on Russia. Based on the executive order that I signed in response to Russia's initial intervention in Ukraine, we're imposing sanctions on more senior officials of the Russian government. In addition, we are today sanctioning a number of other individuals with substantial resources and influence who provide material support to the Russian leadership, as well as a bank that provides material support to these individuals.
Those sanctions hit the Russian economy hard. Putin viewed them as an act of aggression by the West, believing the U.S. was trying to weaken Russia and undermine his leadership.
So he felt backed into a corner.
In a way, yes. That perceived threat, coupled with Putin's desire to retaliate and disrupt the international order, led him to authorize a campaign to interfere in the U.S. elections.
Talk about a ripple effect. The annexation of Crimea set the stage for Russia's interference by fueling Putin's motivations.
Right.
It's fascinating how these events connect.
It's a complex web of interconnected events highlighting the intricate nature of geopolitics. But let's zoom back in on Crimea. What were the immediate consequences of the annexation for the people and the economy?
Yeah, you mentioned a divided society. What about the economic realities? Did everyday life change drastically for Crimeans?
Initially, there was a short-lived economic boost. Salaries, particularly for government workers, went up. However, this was quickly offset by rising prices, a direct result of the ruble's depreciation.
A temporary sugar rush followed by a crash.
Exactly. Once Russian authority was firmly established, wages were cut back, sometimes drastically. We're talking reductions of 30% to 70%.
That's a significant blow. Did any specific industry suffer?
Tourism, which had been Crimea's main industry, took a nosedive, plummeting by 50% in the year following the annexation. Political instability and international condemnation deterred many potential visitors.
A ghost town scenario for a place once known for its vibrant tourism.
And it wasn't just tourism. Agriculture was hit hard, too, when Ukraine cut off the water supply through the North Crimean Canal.
Wait, they cut off the water supply? Why would they do that?
That canal supplied 85% of Crimea's fresh water.
Wow.
Cutting it off was a major strategic move by Ukraine, and it had a devastating impact on Crimean agriculture.
It sounds like integrating Crimea into the Russian economy turned out to be much more complicated and costly than initially anticipated.
You could say that Russia has had to invest heavily in alternative water sources like desalination plants, but meeting the demand has been an ongoing challenge. The economic consequences of the annexation have been significant and continue to this day.
Beyond the economic turmoil, you also mentioned human rights concerns following the annexation. Can you tell us more about that?
The UN and various NGOs have reported widespread human rights abuses in Crimea since it came under Russian control. These include reports of torture, arbitrary detentions, forced disappearances, and discrimination against particular groups, especially the Crimean Tatars.
Targeting specific groups is never a good sign. What happened to the Crimean Tatars under Russian rule?
They faced renewed persecution, their organizations were banned, their leaders and journalists harassed and imprisoned, and their cultural and religious practices suppressed.
That's tragic, especially considering they had already endured so much hardship.
The annexation created a climate of fear and repression for those who didn't support it. Freedom of speech was restricted, independent media shut down, and critics of the Russian authorities faced intimidation and retaliation.
So the annexation came at a high cost, both economically and in terms of human rights. It seems like a classic case of a victor imposing its will on the vanquished.
The situation is far more nuanced than that. Remember, a significant portion of the Crimean population, particularly Russian speakers, welcomed the annexation.
Right, we talked about that earlier, but what about the information war that was waged alongside the military maneuvers? How did media and propaganda shape the narrative surrounding this event?
The information battlefield, both Russia and Ukraine, along with their allies, engaged in intense information warfare campaigns. It was a battle for hearts and minds, a struggle to control the narrative and influence public opinion.
So war of words alongside the war of tanks?
Mm-hmm.
What tactics were employed in this information war?
We saw it all: media manipulation, disinformation campaigns, the suppression of dissenting voices. It was a full-fledged propaganda war using every tool in the modern arsenal.
Can you give us some specific examples of how this played out in the media?
Russian state-controlled media portrayed the annexation as a liberation, a return of Crimea to its rightful place within Russia. They highlighted the alleged threats faced by Russian speakers in Crimea and emphasized the historical ties between the two.
Creating an image of a heroic rescue mission.
Precisely. Meanwhile, Ukrainian and Western media denounced the annexation as an illegal invasion, a violation of Ukraine's sovereignty. They emphasized the presence of Russian troops, the questionable legitimacy of the referendum, and the human rights abuses committed by the Russian authorities.
So two starkly contrasting narratives presented to the world.
Two sides of the same coin, each pushing its own version of events. The proliferation of social media intensified this information war, making it difficult for people to distinguish fact from fiction.
A confusing and chaotic information environment where truth becomes the first casualty. How did this impact the way people perceive the annexation?
The information war surrounding the annexation of Crimea was intense and sophisticated. It had a profound impact on how the events were perceived, both within the region and internationally. This highlights the power of narrative and the danger of propaganda in shaping public opinion.
A stark reminder of the importance of critical thinking and media literacy in the digital age. The manipulation of information and the spread of propaganda.
Yeah.
It's scary to think how easily perceptions can be swayed.
It is a sobering reminder of the need for critical thinking, media literacy, and seeking out diverse perspectives, especially in our digital age.
Absolutely. Now, shifting gears a bit.
Okay.
How has the annexation of Crimea shaped the broader geopolitical landscape?
Yeah.
What are the long-term implications?
The annexation of Crimea was a watershed moment. It marked a turning point in Russia's relations with the West, ushering in a new era of tension and mistrust.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine things going back to the way they were before.
It's highly unlikely.
Right.
The annexation fundamentally altered the balance of power in the region. It demonstrated Russia's willingness to use military force to achieve its objectives and challenge the post-Cold War security order in Europe.
So a more assertive Russia emerged on the world stage.
Precisely. The annexation sent shockwaves through the international community, raising concerns about Russia's intentions and its willingness to violate international norms. It also emboldened other actors seeking to challenge the existing order,
creating a ripple effect of instability.
Wow. The annexation of Crimea has had far-reaching consequences, both for the region and for the broader international system. It has contributed to the ongoing conflict in eastern Ukraine, heightened tensions between Russia and NATO, and fueled a new arms race in Europe.
And these tensions don't seem to be going away anytime soon.
Unfortunately, no. The annexation of Crimea remains a major point of contention between Russia and the West. It's unlikely that Russia will relinquish control of Crimea, and the West is unlikely to recognize the annexation.
So a stalemate of frozen conflict?
It has become a frozen conflict, yes, but one that could potentially thaw at any moment with dangerous consequences.
The annexation of Crimea serves as a reminder of the fragility of peace and the power of history and geopolitics.
It is a cautionary tale highlighting the importance of diplomacy dialogue and respect for international law. It also underscores the human cost of conflict and the need to pursue peaceful resolutions.
Well said. We've covered a lot of ground today, exploring the annexation of Crimea from its historical roots to its geopolitical implications. It's been a fascinating journey into a complex and multifaceted issue.
We hope you found it informative and engaging. It provides a glimpse into the interconnectedness of our world and the enduring influence of the past.
If you're hungry for more thought-provoking content, be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We release new episodes every week, exploring all sorts of captivating topics.
Until next time, stay curious and keep those minds engaged.
We'll see you in the next episode of RoboCast.
America has few economic interests in Ukraine. We recognize the deep and complex history between Russia and Ukraine. But we cannot stand by when the sovereignty and territorial integrity of a nation is flagrantly violated. If that happens without consequence in Ukraine, it could happen to any nation gathered here today.
One British company is at the very heart of it. They've worked under the radar in elections in Nigeria, Kenya, the Czech Republic, India, and Argentina. But they are best known for their work in America.
There can be no prosperity without law and order.
That company is Cambridge Analytica.
Welcome to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. I'm excited to have you with us today as we explore some of the most intriguing topics in the digital world.
And I'm equally excited to be joining you all today as we dive into a story that's both fascinating and a little bit unnerving.
That's right. Today we're talking about Cambridge Analytica, a company that, well, they were involved in some pretty major elections like Ted Cruz's and Donald Trump's presidential campaigns. But there are a lot of layers to this story.
More than meets the eye, for sure.
Yeah, so we'll be uncovering the truth about their connections to Russia and how they might have influenced not just American elections, but elections around the world.
It's a story with global implications, that's for sure.
And we'll be examining the big question that's on everyone's mind. Did their methods really work? Were they as influential as they claimed? Stick with us as we untangle this web of data manipulation and political intrigue.
To really understand Cambridge Analytica, we have to go back to their roots. They were founded in 2013 as a subsidiary of the SCL Group.
SCL Group? I'm not familiar with them. What do they do?
They specialized in military and political strategy. Kind of an interesting mix, right? And their founders had ties to, well, some pretty influential figures, let's just say that. Think the British Conservative Party, even royalty, and the military.
Wow. So from influencing elections in developing countries to setting their sights on the UK and the US, that's a big jump.
It is, and it's where things start to get really interesting. Now let's talk about the scandal that brought Cambridge Analytica crashing down. The Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal.
Oh, yeah. I remember hearing about that. Something about Facebook data and a personality quiz gone wrong.
Exactly. Cambridge Analytica, they got their hands on personal data from millions of Facebook users. And they did it through this seemingly harmless app called This Is Your Digital Life. It was a personality quiz, but it wasn't just collecting data from the people who took the quiz.
Hold on. It collected data from their Facebook friends, too. How's that even possible?
It was a huge violation of Facebook's terms of service. Ultimately, 87 million Facebook users were affected. And this wasn't just some minor privacy breach. It sparked major investigations in both the UK and the US.
87 million. No wonder it made headlines everywhere. So what happened to Cambridge Analytica after all that? Did they just disappear?
Well, Facebook banned them from the platform, and eventually they shut down in 2018. But their story doesn't end there. Now we need to talk about their methods.
Right. They claim to use something called psychographic analysis and behavioral micro-targeting to influence voters. To be honest, I'm not even sure I know what those terms mean. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, sure. Psychographic analysis, it's basically studying people's psychological profiles. Think their values, their beliefs, their personalities.
So they were trying to get inside people's heads and figure out how to sway them. That sounds both intriguing and a little creepy.
Yeah, a bit of both. They claimed that by understanding people's psychology, they could predict their actions, even how their needs might change over time. They then used all this information to craft targeted messages for different groups of people.
So it's all about tailoring the message to the audience. Makes sense in a way, but did it really work? Was this data really as powerful as they claimed?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's one that a lot of experts have debated. Some are pretty skeptical about their methods. They argue that traditional voter databases already have a lot of the same information.
So maybe all this fancy analysis wasn't as groundbreaking as they made it seem.
Possibly. Plus, there's another issue. Voters' preferences, they're not set in stone. They change all the time. Events, news, personal experiences, all sorts of things can shift someone's political views. So relying solely on digital data might not be the best strategy.
That makes sense. People are complex. We're always changing. But even if their methods weren't foolproof, they were still doing some pretty questionable things right. I remember something about an undercover investigation.
Oh, you're talking about the Channel 4 news investigation. They exposed some of Cambridge Analytica's more, well, let's just say shady tactics. We're talking about things like honey traps, bribes, and even trying to discredit politicians. This goes way beyond just analyzing data.
Wow, so they weren't afraid to play dirty? What happened after that investigation came out? I bet people were outraged.
People were furious. It wasn't just about politics anymore. It was about the violation of privacy on a massive scale. And that's when things really started to unravel for Cambridge Analytica. You know, it's interesting, we were talking about people being outraged. That Channel 4 investigation, I actually got footage of Cambridge Analytica executives just bragging about these tactics.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And that really raised some serious ethical questions, not to mention potential legal issues. I mean, were they breaking any laws? It was a big mess.
I bet. So what kind of impact did all of this have on Cambridge Analytica? Did it hurt their business?
Definitely. I mean, the backlash was huge.
Yeah.
People were really concerned about how their data was being used and whether their privacy had been violated.
Makes sense. It's a pretty sensitive topic. It kind of makes you think twice about all the information we share online, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's a reminder that we need to be aware of our digital footprint and who has access to our data.
Right, because even if we delete something, it's not really gone, is it?
Not necessarily, and that's something to keep in mind. But going back to Cambridge Analytica, we were talking about their reach earlier. I mean, they weren't just involved in U.S. elections, right?
You're right. They were operating in all those other countries, too. They must have had some successes somewhere, right?
Well, that's what they claimed. But the truth is a little more complicated. Let's start with Kenya. Cambridge Analytica was reportedly involved in both the 2013 and 2017 elections there.
What were they doing in Kenya specifically?
There were a lot of allegations about them spreading disinformation and manipulating voters.
Disinformation. Ugh. It's just everywhere these days, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah. It's become a real problem. And then there's India. Cambridge Analytica, they actually work through a separate company there called Strategic Communication Laboratories, Private Limited. It was directly linked to their parent company, SCL Group.
Ah, okay. So they had a presence in India, too. What kind of work were they doing there?
Well, a whistleblower named Christopher Wiley, he alleged that SCL India had been involved in several state elections between 2003 and 2012, and even in the 2009 national election.
Wow, they were busy.
Yeah.
So did they face any consequences for their actions in these countries? I mean, after all that came out about them.
Yeah, in India, after those 2018 data leak revelations, the government took down SCL India's website, and they launched investigations.
Makes sense. And what about Kenya?
In Kenya, opposition figures, they were demanding probes into Cambridge Analytica's role in the elections.
It sounds like their activities were starting to attract a lot of unwanted attention around the world. What about the Philippines? Were they involved there too?
Yes, they were linked to Rodrigo Duterte's presidential campaign in 2016.
Duterte? That's a pretty controversial figure. What exactly was their role in his campaign?
Well, Duterte's team, they denied any involvement with Cambridge Analytica. But SCL Group, the parent company, they claim to have played a big role in rebranding Duterte's image.
Rebranded his image. How do they do that?
They focused on certain traits like toughness and decisiveness, trying to appeal to specific groups of voters.
So they're trying to shape public perception. It's amazing how they could adapt their strategies to different political landscapes.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the big question remains, did it actually work?
Right. Were they really as influential as they claimed?
I mean, they boasted about influencing hundreds of elections worldwide. But is there really any proof of that?
That's the thing. Concrete evidence is hard to come by.
It all feels a bit like smoke and mirrors, doesn't it?
Oh.
A lot of big claims, but not a lot of substance.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of skepticism surrounding Cambridge Analytica's actual effectiveness.
You mentioned earlier that we'd revisit the question of whether their methods actually worked. Is it time for that big reveal?
Yeah, let's talk about the truth behind their so-called success. Despite all their bragging, some experts, even some of their former clients, they questioned whether these micro-targeting techniques really made a difference.
So even the people who hired them weren't convinced they could deliver. That's pretty telling. What happened?
We'll take the Ted Cruz campaign, for example. There's evidence they actually stopped using Cambridge Analytica at some point.
Why? What went wrong?
Apparently, their models weren't accurately identifying Cruz supporters. Kind of a big problem if you're trying to win an election, right?
Yeah, that's a major misstep. What about the Trump campaign? Did they have similar doubts?
Well, the Trump campaign, they initially used Cambridge Analytica too, but then for the general election, they decided to go in a different direction.
Oh, really? What did they do?
They chose to rely solely on data from the Republican National Committee. Basically, they ditched Cambridge Analytica.
So they were like, thanks, but no thanks. That's got to sting a little.
I'm sure it did. They found that the RNC data was more accurate, so Cambridge Analytica's efforts were pretty much sidelined.
Interesting. So maybe they weren't the political masterminds they claimed to be, at least not in the U.S. But what about all those other countries they were operating in? They must have had some wins, right?
Well, political scientists, they argue that a lot of the data Cambridge Analytica collected wasn't really that different from what was already publicly available in voter databases.
So they weren't really bringing anything new to the table.
Not really. They also point out that something as simple as knowing someone's zip code can be just as revealing as their Facebook likes.
That's true. You can learn a lot about someone based on where they live.
Exactly. And traditional voter databases, they track things like income, home ownership, even magazine subscriptions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Those are all factors that could influence someone's political leanings. So if Cambridge Analytica wasn't providing unique insights, what was the point?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? And there's another argument against their methods. Voter preferences, they're not static. People change their minds all the time.
Right. Life happens, things change. You can't just assume someone's going to vote the same way forever.
Exactly. Events, news, personal experiences, all sorts of things can shift a person's political views. So relying solely on digital data that might be outdated or incomplete, it's not a foolproof strategy.
So it sounds like Cambridge Analytica's methods were based on the assumption that people are predictable. But the truth is, we're much more complex than that.
We're constantly evolving, and that makes it really difficult to predict our behavior with any certainty.
Okay, so maybe their methods weren't as effective as they claimed. But they were still pretty shady, right? I mean, all those tactics they used. It's hard to believe they got away with it for so long.
Yeah, it's definitely a cautionary tale about the potential for data misuse and the importance of protecting our privacy.
So what's the final verdict on Cambridge Analytica then? Masters of manipulation or just masters of marketing?
That's a tough question. While their methods were undeniably controversial and raised serious ethical concerns, the actual impact of their work is still up for debate.
It's a complex story with no easy answers. But it definitely makes you think. It really does. It makes you wonder about all the information we see online these days, especially with all the talk about big data and algorithms.
It definitely highlights the importance of being aware of how our data is being used and who has access to it. I mean, the Cambridge Analytica story, it's a stark reminder that our digital footprint can have real-world consequences.
Absolutely. So what can we learn from all of this? What's the takeaway for our listeners?
Well, I think it's a cautionary tale about the importance of data privacy and the need for greater transparency from tech companies and political organizations.
Right. Because it's not just about Cambridge Analytica. It's about the bigger picture. How can we protect ourselves in this digital age where data is being collected and analyzed all the time?
That's the big question, isn't it? I think we need to start by being more aware of our own digital footprint. What information are we sharing online? Who are we sharing it with? And what are they doing with it? We need to ask these questions and demand answers.
I agree. We can't just blindly trust that our data is being used responsibly. We need to be proactive and advocate for our own privacy.
Exactly. And we need to support stronger privacy regulations, hold those in power accountable for ethical data practices.
It's about taking control of our own data and making sure it's being used in a way that benefits us, not exploits us.
Right. Because the future of our digital world, it depends on it.
Well, this has been quite a journey, a story with twists and turns, controversy, and questions that are still being debated today.
Yeah, Cambridge Analytica, it really shook things up. And it forced us to confront some uncomfortable truths about the power of data in the digital age.
It's a story that's both fascinating and a little bit frightening.
Definitely. But it's also a story that we can learn from. By understanding what happened with Cambridge Analytica, we can hopefully prevent something like this from happening again.
I hope so. Well, if you're interested in learning more about Cambridge Analytica, we highly recommend the documentary The Great Hack. It's a really insightful look at the whole story.
And of course, be sure to check out other episodes on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more deep dives into the digital world. We're always uncovering something new and interesting.
We'd love to hear your thoughts on this episode. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more thought-provoking content. Until next time.
Fame followed after being hired by the Trump campaign. Steve Bannon, then a key Trump advisor, had been a vice president of Cambridge Analytica, a de facto founding father. And the company would soon be feted in some quarters as the digital gurus behind that shock victory.
But we were able to use data to identify that there was very large quantities of persuadable voters there that could be influenced to vote for the Trump campaign.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Giuliani has admitted he went to Ukraine last year and worked with a known Russian agent to dig up dirt on Biden.
So you did ask Ukraine to look into Joe Biden? Of course I did.
Welcome to RoboCast, right here on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
We love diving deep into all things digital.
I'm your host for this one.
And I'm the expert, ready to break down something pretty complex.
Russian interference in U.S. elections.
We're going to be looking at attempts to influence elections from as far back as 2016.
All the way through the 2020s.
Yeah, we'll be examining just how far these efforts went, what methods they used, and how the U.S. government reacted.
We'll also get into how effective these attempts actually were. Did they actually change election outcomes?
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it?
And to understand all this, we really got to go back to 2016. The Mueller report, the one from the special counsel investigation, kind of shook up the whole U.S. political scene.
Mueller concluded that Russia interfered in a pretty big way. He called it sweeping and systematic, and warned that this wasn't a one-time thing.
And then in 2019, Mueller testified before Congress, really hammering home that these activities were still happening.
Right, it wasn't just history, it was happening right then.
The Senate Intelligence Committee also launched an investigation, and their bipartisan report, also in 2019, laid out recommendations for securing future elections.
They knew the threat was real and ongoing.
The second volume of that report went even further, suggesting Russia was already gathering info, potentially targeting the 2020 presidential election.
At that point, everyone was on high alert. Intelligence agencies, even social media giants like Facebook and Twitter.
And then the 2020 election brought a whole new set of worries. It wasn't just Russia anymore. Officials started pointing fingers at China and Iran, too, saying they were trying to sway the outcome.
Social media became a major battleground. There was this huge concern about disinformation campaigns, especially during those Democratic primaries.
It felt impossible to control all those fake accounts, misleading information.
Facebook and Twitter did ban ads using misinformation to try and stop people from voting by August 2019.
That was a start, but was it enough?
Hard to say.
And it wasn't just social media manipulation either. A 2019 Washington Post report revealed vulnerabilities in voting machines themselves.
Suggesting hackers could access them pretty easily, too.
Manipulated vote counts, that's a chilling thought.
It undermines the entire idea of a democracy. And the 2020 election was a big one, high stakes.
So with all these threats, how did the U.S. government respond in the lead-up to the 2020 election?
In February 2020, American intelligence officials briefed the House Intelligence Committee. They warned them about Russia's ongoing interference and their goal, help Trump get reelected.
And what was Trump's reaction to this?
He wasn't happy about the briefing, thinking the Democrats would use it against him.
That shows how national security can get mixed up with partisan politics.
For sure.
And then it got even more complicated later that year. In July 2020, the director of the National Counterintelligence and Security Center briefed Congress again. Same message. Russia was actively working to boost Trump and undermine Biden.
Yep.
Did the Trump administration do anything concrete about it?
There were some actions, but not a unified response, really. The U.S. Treasury Department went after Rudy Giuliani.
Trump's personal attorney.
Yeah, saying he was working with a known Russian agent to spread anti-Biden stuff.
Giuliani was already a controversial figure, right? That whole Ukraine thing.
The Treasury Department saw Giuliani's actions as part of a covert influence campaign to discredit U.S. officials during the election.
So it wasn't just Giuliani. What else was setting off alarm bells?
Concerns started growing that this whole thing went beyond social media, beyond cyber attacks, that it might be reaching into traditional media.
Media manipulation?
Yeah.
Like what? Can you give an example?
John Solomon, a journalist who contributed to Fox News, became a focus. Allegations came out saying he was a key player in spreading disinformation about Joe Biden.
Serious stuff. Did those claims lead to any further investigations?
The Senate committee investigating Russian interference, they issued a warning to Senator Ron Johnson.
What about?
He was leading a separate investigation into Biden. They said his efforts might be helping Russia without him realizing it.
Even those trying to uncover the truth were at risk of being manipulated.
That just shows how sneaky these disinformation campaigns can be.
And it wasn't just Senator Johnson getting warnings.
Right. Senator Richard Burr, the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, he cautioned Johnson, too. He warned that the investigation could actually help Russia erode trust in the U.S. political system.
So what was Russia after? Was it just to create chaos?
Chaos was definitely part of it, but there were signs of a more specific agenda.
What do you mean?
During the election, leaked phone calls came out involving Joe Biden and the former Ukrainian president, Petro Poroshenko. Andrei Durkak, a Ukrainian lawmaker that U.S. intelligence later identified as a key player in Russia's interference efforts, he released those recordings.
Were those recordings ever verified?
Nope, never verified, seemed heavily edited.
But they still fueled all those conspiracy theories about Biden and his son, Hunter.
Exactly. So these leaks were pushing a specific narrative about Biden, one that aligned with Russia's interests.
And that's what the intelligence community concluded.
The U.S. Treasury Department ended up sanctioning Durkak, calling him an active Russian agent.
This whole thing is so complex. Russia was using a multi-pronged approach to influence the election.
Absolutely. It went beyond spreading disinformation. They used influential figures within Trump's inner circle to amplify their message.
Like who?
Rudy Giuliani again. He spent a lot of time in Ukraine in 2019, supposedly digging up dirt on the Bidens.
And then he was all over American TV talking about it.
He was basically acting as a mouthpiece for Russia.
And it raised concerns about how far Russia had infiltrated Trump's circle.
It wasn't just about hacking or fake social media accounts. They were using people to spread their message.
A sophisticated operation. We barely scratched the surface here.
There's still so much to uncover. We've got alleged involvement of Ukrainian oligarchs, the potential for manipulation of voting infrastructure. But before we dive deeper, let's move on to the specific incidents that unfolded during the summer and fall of 2020.
Stay tuned for the next part of this episode. We'll unravel more of this intricate web of interference.
But I'm not here in my capacity as a private lawyer for President Trump. I'm here as a private citizen.
That's Rudy Giuliani, President Trump's personal lawyer and former mayor of New York City, in Armenia last week. Giuliani is working for the president for free, so we wanted to know, what else has Giuliani been doing? How does he make money, and who's he working with?
I'm also a very good friend of Donald Trump.
We know that Giuliani has been making appearances abroad for years. He's made several trips to countries in the former Soviet Union. In 2004, he went to Moscow and met with Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov. His next stop, a place not on many travelers' itineraries, Magnitogorsk, an industrial city 1,000 miles to the east. The Moscow Times called this Giuliani's mystery tour because it's really not clear what he was doing there. Fast forward to 2008, Giuliani ran for president but didn't win a single delegate and dropped out early.
Tonight, there are growing questions about the man once known as America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, and if he is being used by Russia to influence the 2020 presidential campaign. We now know that Giuliani met extensively with a man considered an active Russian agent and sanctioned by the U.S. government. The intelligence community was so concerned that the president was warned. Here's CBS's Paula Reed.
Yeah, it's Biden's son. It's Hunter.
President Trump on the attack today, going after Joe Biden and his family with dubious accusations.
I'll tell you what, it's an organized crime family as far as I'm concerned.
The president is referencing a tabloid newspaper story with emails purportedly swiped from the vice president's son, Hunter. But CBS News has learned the president was personally warned by the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, that the man who provided the information to the tabloid, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, was the target of a Russian influence campaign aimed at discrediting Biden. Sources say the president did not seem concerned.
As the 2020 election heated up, Russia started shifting gears, using more under-the-radar tactics.
So less about hacking and more about playing on existing divisions.
Right, they wanted to amplify those divisions and use them to their advantage. A good example is this website called Peace Data.
Peace data. That doesn't sound too threatening.
It was anything but. Russia's Internet Research Agency, they set up Peace Data as a front to interfere with the election. They even tried to get American journalists to write articles criticizing Biden and Harris.
Try to get journalists to unknowingly spread propaganda.
Exactly. It's called information laundering. They tried to disguise disinformation as legitimate news. Thankfully, Facebook and Twitter caught on to it and shut down the accounts.
Good thing they did. It shows just how much effort Russia was putting into controlling the narrative.
And their tactics weren't limited to social media and fake news. They also started playing on people's fears about the COVID-19 pandemic and how it would affect the election.
The pandemic was a big source of anxiety, especially when it came to voting.
And Russia capitalized on that. In September 2020, the Department of Homeland Security issued a warning. Russia was actively amplifying fears about postal voting and other safety measures.
So they were using a real public health crisis to undermine trust in the election.
Absolutely. And it didn't help that Trump himself kept making claims about mail-in voting leading to fraud, even though those claims were never substantiated.
So his words actually played right into Russia's hands.
That's a key takeaway. Foreign actors can use our own political divisions to sow discord.
Biden's mental health also became a target. Rumors were swirling online about whether he was fit to be president.
Yeah, the DHS had an intelligence bulletin about it. They warned law enforcement that Russia was pushing those allegations, but the Trump administration blocked its release.
So warnings about Russian interference were being suppressed.
A DHS whistleblower said they held it back because it made the president look bad. Makes you wonder if they were intentionally downplaying the threat.
Did any hard evidence of Russian hacking or manipulation come out during the 2020 election?
Well, there was that incident with SKD Knickerbocker, a political consulting firm working for Biden's campaign. Microsoft found a cyber attack targeting their systems.
So Russia was trying to get into Biden's campaign.
They told SKD Knickerbocker it was likely Russian state-backed hackers, but it seems they didn't get in.
That's a relief. But it's still scary to think they were targeting both sides.
It supports the idea that their goal wasn't really to support one candidate or the other, but to create chaos and undermine the whole system.
Classic divide and conquer. Did Russia do anything besides cyber attacks and online manipulation?
There was that incident in Hall County, Georgia. Russian hackers used ransomware to release all the county's election information.
Ransomware. That's where they hold data hostage until they get paid. Pretty bold move. What were they trying to do?
Hard to say, but it really raised concerns about their ability to disrupt the voting process.
It seems like they were always pushing the boundaries, looking for weaknesses, trying to find new ways to mess with our elections.
Remember, Russia wasn't the only country causing concern. The Trump administration kept accusing China of interfering too.
Right. Trump said China was the real threat, that they were trying to help Biden win.
He even tweeted, "Chinese state media and leaders of China want Biden to win the U.S. election." But the intelligence community disagreed.
What did they say about China's involvement?
They said that while China might have preferred Biden, they had no proof of them actively interfering.
So the Trump administration was essentially spreading its own disinformation.
That's what the intelligence community suggested. They insisted that Russia was the bigger threat.
Talk about a tangled web. So what was the final verdict on Russian interference in the 2020 election?
In March 2021, the DNI released a declassified report confirming widespread efforts by Russia and Iran to influence the election. But they found no evidence that votes or voter registrations were directly tampered with.
So they were successful at spreading disinformation and sowing discord, but they didn't change the actual outcome.
Seems that way. The report concluded that Russia's main goal was to damage Biden's candidacy and erode public trust in the electoral process.
And they did manage to shake people's faith in our democratic institutions.
Exactly. That damage can have lasting consequences. What did the government do to counter these threats and protect future elections?
Did they implement any major changes after the 2020 election?
There were some important developments. Back in 2019, Dan Coats, who is the Director of National Intelligence, appointed Shelby Pearson as the U.S. Election Security Czar. That showed they recognized that foreign influence operations were a serious and ongoing threat.
So they were finally starting to take it seriously and dedicate resources to the issue.
And the FBI, DHS, NSA, and Cyber Command all created permanent election security task forces.
Were there any attempts to address this through legislation?
Several, but they faced roadblocks. Mitch McConnell, who was the Senate Majority Leader, blocked a lot of election security bills, even those with bipartisan support.
It's a shame that something as important as election security became a partisan issue.
It shows how hard it is to protect democracy in such a divided political environment.
Did individual states take any steps to protect their elections?
Several states implemented changes to improve security. For example, Florida expanded its paper ballot system after the 2016 election.
Paper ballots are harder to hack, so that makes sense. Did these measures actually deter Russia or other actors?
It's hard to say for sure, but it's worth noting that Russian interference in 2020 wasn't as widespread as it was in 2016.
So maybe those efforts made a difference.
Some experts think it might have been a combination of improved cyber defenses and Russia not wanting to risk harsher retaliation.
It's good to see some progress, but the world of cyber warfare is always changing.
That's true. We have to keep adapting and strengthening our defenses to stay ahead of those who want to undermine our democracy.
This episode has really revealed the tangled web of manipulations surrounding Russian interference. We've seen their tactics evolve, from obvious hacking to these more subtle, underhanded methods like disinformation and exploiting divisions.
And we've seen how the U.S. government has responded, the challenges they've faced, and the efforts they've made to protect our elections.
Before we wrap up, let's look at what happened after the 2020 election and how the Biden administration handled these ongoing threats.
Even with all the controversy surrounding the 2020 election, there was a little bit of hope for better U.S.-Russia relations.
Really? You think Russia might have changed its tune?
Well, in September 2020, Putin proposed a non-interference pact, where both countries agree not to meddle in each other's election.
A non-interference pact. That's surprising after everything that happened.
The U.S. didn't outright reject it, but they were definitely cautious, given Russia's track record. And things are still tense, especially with Trump continuing to challenge the election results.
Yeah, all those lawsuits and challenges created so much uncertainty.
And even after the DNI report confirmed Russia's interference, some people still argued that it didn't tell the whole story. The controversy carried right into the Biden administration.
So how did Biden handle this ongoing threat?
He took action pretty quickly. In April 2021, his administration expelled 10 Russian diplomats and slapped sanctions on 6 Russian companies involved in cyber activities.
Wow, that's a strong response. What exactly triggered that?
It was a direct response to the DNI report, which confirmed that Russia had interfered in the election and was also behind that huge data breach that hit U.S. government agencies.
A clear message that the U.S. wasn't going to tolerate that kind of behavior anymore. Did those sanctions have any effect on Russia?
Hard to say for sure, but they definitely sent a signal that there would be consequences, and investigations didn't stop there.
Were there any other revelations about Russian interference?
In May 2021, the New York Times reported that federal investigators were looking into potential efforts by Ukrainian officials to spread those unsubstantiated claims about Biden during the election.
Hold on. Ukrainian officials were involved too.
That's what investigators were trying to find out. They were looking into whether those Ukrainians used Rudy Giuliani to push their allegations.
Giuliani was already under scrutiny for his dealings in Ukraine. This just makes his role in all of this even more complicated.
His involvement is definitely a point of contention, but it's clear that he played a big part in amplifying those anti-Biden narratives.
This episode has really shed light on just how complex foreign interference in U.S. elections can be. We've seen how Russia's tactics have evolved, from blatant hacking to these more subtle, underhanded methods like disinformation and exploiting existing divisions.
It's a stark reminder that protecting our democracy is an ongoing challenge. We can't let our guard down.
We need to be proactive, strengthen our defenses, promote media literacy, and hold our elected officials accountable when they spread misinformation.
Absolutely. Protecting our democracy is a responsibility we all share. We need to stay informed, engaged, and vigilant.
As we head into future elections, we need to be ready for even more sophisticated and insidious forms of interference.
This is a fight that requires a commitment to truth, transparency, and the preservation of our democratic values.
And if you found this deep dive insightful and want to learn more about the digital world, be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel. We'll see you next time.
Do you have any regrets about what you did in Arizona after the election?
Oh, my goodness, no.
Why not?
I'm very, very proud of it.
Proud of it? Proud of trying to overturn the vote?
That's your words.
Your answer was, heck no. Why not?
because there was a substantial amount of vote fraud that went on here. That was covered up. Probably one of the biggest conspiracies in American history. Just like Russian collusion was a hoax, this election was a hoax.
It's been 3 years. We haven't found anything, haven't seen anything. Many people have tried. Where's the evidence the election was stolen, sir?
For all honest people, you can see it. For people who are operating under a kind of democratic brainwashing and fraud, you refuse to see it.
It's the crime of the century, as it's been called. Where's the evidence?
The evidence is abundant. It's a tremendous amount of evidence.
These websites were designed to appear to American readers as if they were major U.S. news sites like the Washington Post or Fox News. But in fact, they were fake sites. They were filled with Russian government propaganda that had been created by the Kremlin to reduce international support for Ukraine, bolster pro-Russian policies and interests, and influence voters in the United States and in other countries.
Welcome back to RoboCast on the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel.
Glad to be here.
If you're fascinated by the strange and curious, well, you're in the right place. We love exploring those intriguing corners of knowledge that leave you thinking, wait, what?
We're your AI hosts.
Yeah.
And our mission is to guide you through complex topics, unravel mysteries, and make you the most interesting person at your next virtual water cooler gathering.
And this week, we're looking at Russian interference in U.S. elections.
Yes.
Specifically, the 2024 election.
Right.
And examining the tactics that Russia employed.
Uh-huh.
But before we get into the nitty-gritty, I want to pose a question
Okay.
that's been bugging me.
Okay.
Why did Russia seem to struggle to shift its attacks from Biden to Harris after Biden dropped out?
That's an excellent question, and we'll definitely unpack that later in the episode.
Okay.
First, to really understand what happened in 2024, we need to take a quick trip down memory lane.
Right, because this wasn't Russia's first foray into meddling with U.S. elections.
Yeah. No.
Not at all.
Like, not even close.
Think back to 2016, 2018, 2020, even 2022.
Yeah.
Russia was there, consistently working to sow discord and undermine U.S. democracy.
Yeah.
Their goals have remained remarkably consistent throughout these elections.
You might remember those massive revelations a few years back about Project Lakta.
Oh, yeah.
That Russian troll farm churning out fake social media accounts. It was a wake-up call for many people, revealing the extent of their efforts.
Absolutely.
What's interesting is that in 2024, they seem to shift gears, moving away from those obvious fake accounts.
Yeah, they did.
Like, what happened?
Instead of relying solely on fake accounts, they turned their attention to real American influencers, especially those with large followings on the right.
So instead of creating their own platforms, they hijacked existing ones, tapping into networks of trust that were already established.
Exactly. They understood that people are more likely to believe information coming from someone they already follow and trust.
Right.
It's a much more insidious approach.
Yeah, way more.
And if that wasn't enough, they also ramped up their use of cutting-edge technology like generative AI.
Generative AI, with its ability to create incredibly realistic deep fakes and fabricated content, was a game changer for their disinformation efforts.
We're talking about those videos where someone appears to say or do something they never actually did.
That's right. They could manipulate images, audio, and video to create incredibly convincing fake content, blurring the lines between reality and fiction.
And the Tenet media scandal was a perfect example of how Russia combined these new tactics.
Yes, a prime example.
This wasn't just some random group. We're talking about a company secretly funded by Russia to push pro-Kremlin propaganda.
And they managed to enlist some big names in the influencer world, including Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson.
What happened when it all came to light?
The fallout was swift and severe. The Department of Justice issued indictments, YouTube took down channels, and Tenet Media itself shut down.
Wow. It makes you wonder why those specific influencers. What made them susceptible to Russian influence?
That's a crucial question to consider. It seems Russia strategically targeted individuals with specific audiences and narratives that aligned with their goals. They were looking for individuals who could amplify their messages within specific echo chambers, reaching audiences that were already predisposed to certain beliefs.
So they were exploiting existing divisions and biases within American society.
Exactly. Now let's get back to the role of AI. This technology played a significant role in their ability to create and spread disinformation.
Okay, this is where I start to get a little freaked out. Deepfakes. That's some Black Mirror stuff right there.
Yeah.
How exactly did they use AI to target Harris.
Imagine this. You're scrolling through your feed and you see a video of Harris seemingly making an offensive remark. It looks real, it sounds real, but it's completely fabricated using AI. This is exactly the kind of deepfake tactic Russia deployed.
So they weren't just creating fake news articles or manipulating images. They were creating entire videos that could potentially go viral and damage her reputation.
Absolutely. Microsoft reported that Russian operatives created and circulated these deepfake videos containing conspiracy theories specifically designed to stoke racial and political divisions.
So not only were they attacking her policies, but they were also trying to undermine her character and identity. It's scary how effective this technology can be.
It really highlights the potential dangers of AI-generated content. As this technology becomes increasingly sophisticated, it becomes harder to detect and easier to spread. And unfortunately, that wasn't even the most alarming tactic they used.
Wait, there's more. Don't tell me it gets worse.
Well, there was a surge in bomb threats during the election, and these weren't your typical threats. They often originated from Russian email addresses and seemed designed to disrupt voting and sow fear.
Okay, that takes things to a whole new level. Were these threats widespread? Was there any pattern to them?
There was a distinct pattern. They primarily targeted Democratic-leaning areas in swing states, suggesting a deliberate attempt to suppress voter turnout in those critical areas.
So it wasn't just about creating chaos, it was about strategically targeting specific areas to potentially influence the outcome of the election.
Precisely. And these weren't empty threats, they had a real impact. They forced evacuations, caused delays at polling places, and diverted law enforcement resources, all of which can have a significant impact on voter turnout.
It's like a form of psychological warfare, aiming to undermine confidence in the electoral process and discourage people from participating.
You're exactly right. And it's worth noting that these bomb threats weren't limited to Election Day itself. They continued in the days and even weeks following the election, targeting a wide range of institutions and individuals.
So it was a sustained campaign of intimidation and disruption designed to sow chaos and create a sense of fear and uncertainty.
It really highlights the vulnerability of our democratic systems in this digital age where information can be weaponized and used to influence elections.
And to think that all of this was orchestrated from abroad. It's a reminder that we're not just dealing with domestic political divisions, but also with foreign actors who are actively trying to interfere in our elections.
It's a complex issue with far-reaching consequences.
Now, before we wrap up, let's circle back to that initial mystery we posed about why Russia seemed to struggle to target Harris after Biden withdrew from the race. Do we have any insights into that delay?
There are a few possible explanations. One theory is that they simply underestimated Harris, viewing her as a less formidable opponent compared to Biden.
So they may have misjudged her potential impact on the race.
That's one possibility. Another theory is that they were caught off guard by the sudden shift in the political landscape, lacking a readily available playbook for a female candidate.
It's almost like they needed time to adjust their strategy and find new attack angles that would be effective against her.
Exactly. Remember, their previous disinformation campaigns often relied on exploiting existing social divisions and stereotypes, and those tactics might not have translated as easily to Harris.
So they had to come up with new narratives, new ways to attack her character and undermine her credibility.
Precisely. And it's important to remember that Russia's disinformation campaigns are often carefully planned and executed. So that delay could have been strategic, giving them time to gather compromising material, craft convincing narratives, or identify effective channels for disseminating their propaganda.
It wasn't just a technical difficulty or a lack of resources, but a calculated decision.
Right? And understanding these motivations, however complex, helps us better anticipate and counter future interference attempts. It's like a constant game of chess, anticipating their moves and developing counter strategies.
And speaking of counter strategies, what can we actually do to protect our elections from this kind of interference? It feels overwhelming, honestly.
It's definitely a complex challenge, but there are steps we can take. First, we need to bolster our defenses against disinformation. That means holding social media platforms accountable for the content they allow to spread.
So we need more transparency from these platforms? More efforts to detect and remove fake accounts and bots?
Exactly. They need to invest in better algorithms and human moderation to flag or remove suspicious content. But it's not just about the platforms. We also need to strengthen our election infrastructure.
What does that involve? Upgrading voting machines.
That's part of it. We need to ensure our voting systems, both online and offline, are secure and tamper-proof. We also need to protect voter registration databases from cyber attacks.
So basically, make it as difficult as possible for bad actors to interfere with the actual process of casting and counting votes.
Precisely. But technology is only part of the solution. We also need to focus on promoting media literacy among citizens.
So teaching people how to critically evaluate information, identify bias, and distinguish between credible sources and propaganda.
Exactly. We need to equip people with the tools to navigate this complex information landscape and make informed decisions.
It sounds like education is a key piece of the puzzle, because ultimately a well-informed public is the best defense against disinformation.
I couldn't agree more. An informed and engaged citizenry is essential for a healthy democracy.
This has been an eye-opening conversation, for sure. We've covered so much ground, from the evolution of Russia's tactics to the alarming role of AI. It's clear that election interference is a real and present danger to our democracy, and it's something we need to take seriously.
It's not something we can afford to ignore. The future of our democracy may depend on our ability to recognize and counter these threats.
Well said. And on that note, we'd like to thank you for joining us on RoboCast. Be sure to subscribe to the Daniel David Allen YouTube channel for more explorations into the fascinating and sometimes unsettling world we live in.
The stakes for this election for countries like Russia, Ukraine, China, the Middle East, Mexico are just enormous because of the stark differences between Trump and Harris on foreign policy. Her strong support for Ukraine and that she would continue to give aid for as long as it takes. So I think that the stakes are incredibly high.
Internal documents of the Kremlin describe the content as, quote, bogus stories disguised as newsworthy events, close quote. This malign influence campaign has been referred to as doppelganger. The Russian public relations companies drove viewers to these websites by deploying influencers and paid social media advertisements. They also created fake social media profiles, posing as U.S. citizens, post comments on social media platforms with links to the sites. According to SDA's records, it actively sought to, quote, eliminate the possibility of detection of the Russian footprint.